The first thing the man did after crossing into the god-slaying world was to shamelessly exploit Lin Chia, the divine agent of Archangel Michael, because after arriving in this world, he became a dragon hybrid, not only carrying the blood of the black dragon Nidhogg in his veins, he even awakened the Time Zero ability, ranked 84th in the verbal spirit sequence. The only way for the man to enhance his bloodline purity was through devouring. In addition to consuming the mysterious beings he killed, he could also absorb energy from the forbidden ruins or divine ruins of enemies or allies. For every 5% increase in bloodline purity, he would gain a new ability or verbal spirit, until he achieved the divine throne of the Black King and transformed into Deathwing. At that time, wielding the 7 deadly sins, he would stand as a night watchman and slay all the gods who coveted the land of Dacia. In this world, 100 years ago, a dense fog suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Anyone who came into contact with it would lose their sanity and turn into monsters. Even the gods could not resist its corruption. To preserve themselves, the Western gods created the ancient god church, sacrificing their followers to protect themselves, barely surviving within the fog. Only the gods of Dacia refused to do so. They resolutely gave up their divine power and physical forms, transforming into 9 divine steels to guard the borders, preventing the fog from invading Dacia. The price they paid was entering a cycle of reincarnation that lasted 100 years. At this moment, I seemed to have a dream. The sky in the dream was an eerie gray-black, with only a towering, colossal white wax tree standing tall. The long dead branches stretched in all directions, weaving into a dense net that propped up the cracked and fissured sky. In this wasteland strewn with withered bones, I had transformed into a black dragon with skeletal wings, rising from the depths of a bone pile. Then, spreading its massive membranous wings, it reared its head and spewed black flames into the sky. The next second, I suddenly jolted awake, opening my eyes to find myself not in a classroom, but before a towering gravestone. It was pitch black all over, as if it could suck one's soul right in. I appeared particularly insignificant before the tombstone, as if standing at the foot of a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. The tombstone was inscribed with ancient golden characters that were incomprehensible, each line followed by a dragon blood ratio, marked from low to high as 5%, 10%, 15%, all the way up to 99%, but there was no 100%. At the very top of the tombstone was a ferocious dragon's head. After piecing everything together, I suddenly had an epiphany. Simply put, I had become a hybrid of the dragon race, with the blood of the black dragon Nidhogg flowing through my veins. In the dragon lore, it is the most powerful being in the world and the ancestor of all dragons. It created the 4 great monarchs and the White King, reigning over the world with fate and enslaving all life in the name of divinity, the ultimate existence. Not to mention its status among dragons, even in Norse mythology, it is no less formidable, known as the Deathwing, the terror that gnaws, the ruler of Niflheim, the most wicked and evil entity that brought about Ragnarok. And yet, I had become a hybrid with Nidhogg's blood coursing through my veins. The overwhelming flood of information in my mind left me frozen in place. That object resembling a tombstone appears to be a bloodline purity indicator. Every time the bloodline purity increases by 5%, a new ability is unlocked. It could be a words of power or something else. Currently, the indicator points at the 5% mark. I focused my gaze on the line of text beside it and was astonished to find that I could actually understand it. It read, "Words of power, time 0. The next second, I felt as if my body was burning up, as though molten lava was being pumped through my veins with every heartbeat. The excruciating pain pushed my mind to the brink of collapse. After a moment, I slowly rose from the ground, my breathing gradually steadying from its previous heaviness. I stared blankly at my hands, golden light seemingly swirling in my eyes, feeling my body become much lighter, brimming with explosive power as if all my senses had been amplified over tenfold. At this moment, I shifted my focus back to the newly acquired words of power. Time 0, isn't this the ability of that flamboyant old principal, Anju? Now, I couldn't help but be overwhelmed with ecstasy. I possessed the hybrid bloodline of the Black King and had gained the Time 0 ability right from the start. Time 0 can accelerate one's own time, though it's unclear how many times faster it can currently accelerate and how long it can be sustained. I remember that in the Dragon Clan, anger could sustain it for over a minute at 50 times speed. But in this world, the combat power of Zhanshin far surpasses that of the Dragon Clan. So, I might be able to accelerate to an even higher level. Therefore, the top priority should be to enhance bloodline purity, and the only way to do so is through devouring, either by consuming other mysteries, i.e., mythical creatures, or by absorbing energy from forbidden ruins or divine ruins to refine the bloodline. Any mystery I kill can be directly devoured, while absorbing energy from forbidden ruins or divine ruins works differently whether it belongs to enemies or allies. It can all be absorbed. Whether it was the enemies or his teammates, he could suck it, but it wouldn't have an effect on the other party's forbidden ruin god ruins. Regardless of whether he was a friend or foe, as long as he was in the middle of the forbidden ruins divine ruins, he would be able to constantly draw in energy to enhance the purity of his bloodline. At the same time, as long as it was an existence he killed, he could devour the forbidden ruins divine ruins as a whole and use it to purify his own bloodline as Mystic had done. At the same time, the further forward the sequence of divine ruins, forbidden ruins that were absorbed, the more energy was gained. Lin Xian was even more excited when he learned how he had been promoted. The one sitting next to him was Lin Xie, that Lin Xie of the Six Gods ruins and Two Kings ruins. Wouldn't he not worry about energy at all if he followed the other side? Not only that, but with that experience of Lin Xie, was he still worried about not having a mystic kill? At this moment Lin Xian made up his mind. No more running. Even if he ran, where could he run to? This world was full of crises, and an ordinary person like himself might just die in some corner where no one was looking. Only when one is strong enough can one live in this world of crisis. It was because he didn't have a golden finger before that he planned to run, or at least stay away from Lin Xie. Now there is a golden finger, he still run what? Directly as Lin Xie go where he goes, ruthlessly gripping Lin Xie wool to enhance their own. P.S. New book begs for catch-up reading and support. 131. Chapter 2x0. Just as Lin Xian was pondering, he suddenly felt someone touch him and snapped his eyes open. In front of me was the serious face of the female teacher. Lin Xie on the side was somewhat speechless. He had just kicked the other guy several times with his feet, but the guy froze and didn't wake up, and now he was caught by the teacher, right? Lin Xie. Renewal de. Lin Xian's face was embarrassed. He had nothing to say when he was caught by the teacher. After all, he was the one who slept in the first place. But seriously, you can't blame him. Who made school the place where dreams begin? Funny.jpg. He was ready to bear the wrath of the teacher, who had thought that the teacher would just glance at him and say, "Never again." Then it's out of the classroom. Classes were dismissed just in time. Yeah. Lin Xian was confused. Lin Xian, you're quite lucky today. The tigress didn't even punish you for standing in the office. Li Yifei from the back poked Lin Xian, his tone flirtatious. Say, have you grown taller? Li Yifei came in coldly and even gestured with his hand. Have you grown taller? Lin Xian felt his body, as if it had pulled up a bit more because he had become a mixed race. More than that, he could feel his body more toned and muscular. Maybe it grows faster because it sleeps a lot. Lin Xie, who was at the side, turned his head sideways and was also somewhat speechless. He realized that his tablemate was a bit of a sleeper. He started to sleep right after class and ended up sleeping until the end of class. This wasn't the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was that she wouldn't have been able to realize it if the female teacher hadn't finally come over and tried to care for Lin Xie. Outrageous. Lin Xie thought in his heart. Say, Lin Xian, why are you sweating so much? Li Yifei poked Lin Xian's back and realized that the other party's clothes were already soaked with sweat. Hey, nightmare. Lin Xian waved his hand in a perfunctory manner, his gaze looking towards Lin Xie. It was as if the gaze was not looking at a person, but at a treasure. He directly pulled up Lin Xie and called on Li Yifei from the rear. Elbow, go to the bathroom. I'll pass. I'm not holding back. No, you hold it. Lin Xie? The moon and stars were thinning, and the time was fast approaching the end of the school day. The students walked out of the classroom in twos and threes, talking and laughing. Many of them turn around from time to time and look at a particular group. It was a large procession, and the crowd wrapped a black satin-wrapped teenager in it, like a group of loyal guards. That teenager was the king. Lin Xian, on the other hand, followed far behind and did not join them. During the school year, he tried a little and realized that he could enter that mysterious space with just a thought. Later, in between classes, he tried out his speech spirit a little more. By turning on time zero and reading the seconds in his mind, Lin Xian determined that time zero's current limit was to accelerate to 20 times and maintain it for a maximum of 3 seconds. 1 minute warlord. It could only go to this extent because Lin Xian's spiritual power could only support it for so long. Honestly, he felt like this was more of a Shakti than a time zero. What's more, his time zero surprisingly didn't have a domain and could only work on himself. Lin Xian had some guesses about this. This might be because his current spiritual power was too low. One's current spiritual power, according to the division of realms in divine beheading, should be the marigold realm. But the strength of one's own flesh is clearly overpowered. He had tried to cut through the skin with a hobby knife, but it only left a shallow white mark on the surface of the skin. Lin Xian was looking around for objects, but he remembered that Lin Xie would encounter two monsters called Ghostface tonight. He felt the need to participate a little to improve his strength. Naturally, the faster the better. It was just the right time to do an experiment to see just how much the purity of one's bloodline could rise by killing a Ghostface. For every 5% increase in bloodline purity, in addition to gaining an ability, one's physical fitness can be significantly increased. It's also very understandable. A hybrid between a dragon and a human, naturally the closer the purity of the bloodline is to that of a dragon, the stronger the physical qualities are. Not only that, Lin Xian had an intuition that he wouldn't turn into a Deadpool by raising his bloodline to over 50%, but would undergo some sort of change similar to a metamorphosis. It's a wonderful feeling, like a sense of the underworld. It made him start to look forward to the changes after his bloodline was purified to 50%. One more thing. The highest bloodline purity on that tombstone was only 99%, and there was only one dragon head on it, not 100%. He had a feeling that at 99%, it was probably the level of the supreme god. It was just that the bloodline purity had reached 99%, and further on, it seemed that he would need to blaze his own trail. And when the purity of one's bloodline exceeds 99%, perhaps one will become the Black King Nidhogg, the dragon emperor whose strength is beyond measure. Or is it just straight up beyond the Black King? What level would that be? Half-step ascender or ascender? His heart was on fire just thinking about it. Never mind, they were still too far away from him. Lin Xian took his mind back and looked again at Lin Xie, who was surrounded in the center. He remembered that Lin Xie had even opened his eyes tonight, awakening the mortal dust divine domain and killing a ghost-faced man in return. It was a good time to take this opportunity to try and see how much of a boost absorbing the energy in the divine ruins could give him. Meanwhile, he also wanted to take this opportunity to test his strength today. The hybrid race's near perverse physical qualities, combined with Time Zero, should have no problem killing a Ghostface. Even if they really ran into trouble and couldn't kill them, with the physical qualities of the Time Zero and hybrid species, they could still run. The only thing to watch out for is that he'll have trouble turning on Time Zero twice in a row in a short period of time, and that'll leave him feeling like he's got a splitting headache. He'd have to find a weapon he could use while he had it, though. The craftsman's knife definitely won't work. Maybe the knife will break before the ghost-faced man is cut to death. However, apart from the art knife, Lin Xian couldn't find any other weapon to take advantage of. A mop stained with snow won't work on Ghostface. Scanning from side to side, he suddenly found the most unassuming weapon of all, the slate, out at the base of the school wall. Lin Xian ran forward and picked up the slate and weighed it. It was still a bit out of hand. Slam! The slate shattered into 3 pieces, and Lin Xian kicked them all into his pocket. The mutilated slate was sharper and more pointed, and turned into 3 flaps, so that if it accidentally came off while fighting the ghost-faced man, he could pull another one out of his pocket. After preparing his weapon, Lin Xian quickly followed the conspicuously large group. "Take me one. I'm on my way." Lin Chia's mouth twitched when he heard this voice. He shadowed the voice. This guy had to drag him and Li Yifei out to the restroom every time he got out of class, in the name of moving around more. Lin Chia was a bit puzzled. Did boys like going to the restroom in groups so much? If it wasn't for the fact that a lot of the time Lin Xian just pulled him out rather than actually having to go to the toilet, he would have suspected that the other party was urinating frequently. Lin Chia suddenly noticed something and frowned. He had an ability similar to the mind's eye that allowed him to see everything within a range of 10 meters, so it was only logical that he could see what Lin Xian had in his pocket. Slate, why did he install Slate? For a moment, Lin Chia thought a lot. It even occurred to him that Lin Xian could be a family misfit. Or maybe Lin Xian was going to storm out and hurt someone. Getting farther and farther away from the school, the classmates gradually went their separate ways, eventually leaving only 6 of them. The crowd was discussing the fog from 100 years ago in front of them, and Lin Xian was listening in the back with one voice, his eyes scanning around, his hands in his pockets, each clutching a slate. Lin Xie replied to the crowd's questions, but was clearly a bit distracted. His attention was on Lin Xian. What's he looking for? Yifei, I think I remember taking this path further away from your house. Suddenly, Lin Xian spoke. Li Yifei obviously froze for a moment. Hey, it's fine. It's not to accompany Mr. Seven Nights for a while longer. There is no need. My home and his home clothes I send on the line, you or go home early. Our teacher assigned homework you did not finish the night study. Be careful to do it too late. Doze off tomorrow morning was caught by the teacher. And you have the nerve to talk about me, who slept like a dead pig today and couldn't even wake up? Hearing this, Lin Chia nodded slightly in agreement. Come on, don't talk about this nonsense. Go 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 go. Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. Li Yifei was the second personality of the Nantucket Snake Demon. If he was attacked by the ghost-faced man, when it was a matter of life and death, the Nantucket Snake Demon would inevitably reveal its original form. Plus Zhao Kongcheng was heading this way. Not waiting for the Nandu Snake Demon to silence them, Zhao Kongcheng had already arrived. At that time, the Nandu Snake Demon would only have one way to die. But Li Yifei is a very important character, especially in the big late rounds. It would be too much of a spoiler to the plot to die now. So Lin Xian was still inclined to let the other party leave. Granted, Li Yifei was uninjured in the original episode. But who's to say? This is not fiction. It's the real world. Not to mention the added variable of him. Tisk, okay? Li Yifei reluctantly turned around and walked back. You guys be careful too. I heard that the old city has been unsettled lately. A dozen or so have died in a row. In fact, he had already taken a long detour in order to send Lin Chia off, and after saying this, he waved his hand towards the crowd and instantly turned around and went far away. Crooked. Li Yifei, are you sick? Talking about this at night. Come back here. Jiang Qian's face was pale, subconsciously looking around. This damn guy. He didn't finish his words, causing her to feel that the streets around her were hiding homicidal maniacs everywhere after hearing this. Lin Chia similarly waved his hand and turned his head in thought. Lin Xian is in the deliberate Li Yifei sent off combined with Lin Xian hand holding the slate, as well as Li Yifei just said, it is difficult to. Lin Chia had a guess in his heart and gripped the guide staff in his hand a little tighter. After Li Yi flew away, the crowd walked a good distance further. Okay, I'm going to turn the corner and go first. Wang Xiao waved his hand and likewise turned away. Wait! Lin Xian suddenly called out to him. If he remembered correctly, the two ghost-faced men were in the middle of this alley where Wang Xiao was going. Although there are many details of chopping God that he has forgotten, but he still remembers the fact that the two of them, Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian, have led the box tonight. These two are classmates. Jiang Qian as class president also often help classmates or can save it. Seeing Lin Xian open his mouth, Lin Chia's mind shook as he realized that Lin Xian subconsciously clenched the brick in his hand. There are circumstances. What's wrong? Wang Xiao looked puzzled. Do you smell a stench? Stench? Chapter 3, The Ghost Facer. What are you talking about? Where does it stink? Jiang Qian sniffed hard and found that there was no such thing as a foul odor. Even Lin Chia sniffed. His sense of smell and hearing are different from normal people. If there is really a stench, should be able to smell it, but this time it is nothing to smell out. No, are you sure you're not smelling it wrong? No, I'm sure I smell it. And it's the very, very smelly kind. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Of course he didn't smell it. Take another whiff and feel the stench coming from the alley you're going down. Wang Xiao ran down the alley, sniffed hard, and still didn't smell it. No. The crowd likewise moved closer to smell it, looking puzzled. Lin Xian, are you playing me? Just as Wang Xiao's patience was about to run out, Jiang Qian, who had the best sense of smell, was the first to smell something and violently dry heaved. Vomit! You don't say, it's really vomit. What? How come I don't smell it? Wang Xiao, do you smell it? I vomit. I smell it too. The smell is really gross, I can't take it anymore. Lin Xian, who had always claimed to have this flavor, finally felt the impact at this time as well. This feeling like putting sure and rotting pieces of meat and apples together, mixing and stirring and fermenting for 49 days. Just by smelling it, Lin Xian felt that the whole person was bad. Sparing the powerful physical qualities of the hybrid race, it was a little too much to hold on to, and his stomach flipped. The smell. It seems to be coming from that alley. Lin Chia reached out and pointed deeper into the pitch-black alley. Instead of approaching, the crowd began to fall back. Nothing else, it stinks. Snap, snap. A strange sound rang in the ears of the crowd. The sound, it sounded like some sort of rotting thing being slapped against the wall. Slimy. Listening closely, it seemed to be mixed with the sound of liquid dripping. Finally, a terrifying figure appeared in the eyes of the crowd. It was like a man, indeed walking on all fours, His body was lanky and simply a bit deformed, and the most horrible thing was that he had a ghastly white and twisted ghost face. The long scarlet tongue quickly stretched and retracted, very flexible, and the naked eye estimated that it must be at least half a meter long. Ah! At the first sight of the monster, Jiang Qian let out a piercing scream. The rest of the few people were equally frightened and stunned. They were a bit in disbelief of what they were seeing with their own eyes. Only 2 people remained calm in their demeanor. One was Lin Xie, and the other was Lin Xian. Lin Xie did not see anything at all, while Lin Xian was prepared in his mind, although he was still shocked to see the monster's true face. But he quickly stabilized his mind. "Run!" he yelled. The sound seemed to penetrate the eardrums, jolting the crowd awake and running towards the back. At this moment, almost everyone turned around and charged in the opposite direction, including Lin Xian. It was just that he had deliberately left himself at the end, a hair slower than Lin Xie. Lin Xian's voice similarly startled the ghost-faced man, only to see its limbs violently exerting themselves towards Lin Xian and the others as it ran towards them, pulling the distance into the 10-meter range in just a moment. Lin Xian's hands were still stuck in his pockets, each clutching a mangled, sharp brick. The ghost-faced man quickly caught up with Lin Xian, who had deliberately slowed down his speed, and his fishy mouth opened, fiercely biting down towards Lin Xian. Feeling the strong wind at his back, Lin Xian rolled to avoid it. Turning his head, when he opened his eyes again, his golden vertical pupils were exposed to the air, gazing coldly. When he opened his vertical pupil, even without using time zero, Lin Xian still felt that his surroundings had slowed down. It's a dynamic vision that borders on the perverse. Every sharp protrusion on the ghost-faced man's body, its razor-sharp teeth, its tyrannical eyes, and its poised tongue were clearly visible. At this time, Lin Xie had already run 10 meters away and did not see Lin Xian's eyes change. When the ghost-faced man locked eyes with the golden vertical pupil, his figure lurched. At this moment, in its eyes, it was as if the other party was no longer a small and fragile human being, but a huge black dragon that penetrated the sky and the earth. That black dragon stood on top of thousands of white bones, with skeletons hanging from its wings, and endless majesty flickering from its golden pupils. When the ghost-faced man froze, Lin Xian directly lunged towards the other party, striking first. The ghost-faced man shook his head, finally reacting, and his scarlet tongue flung towards Lin Xian at a rapid pace, bringing up gusts of wind. That feeling, if it hit a person's waist, I'm afraid that it would be able to slap them directly into 2 halves. At the same time, another ghost-faced man scurried out of the shadows and pounced on Lin Xie, who was running at the very back. Lin Xie, convex dish. Lin Xian had no time to care about his opponent at this moment, and the moment he saw the tongue flinging itself at him, he directly opened his speech spirit. Time zero. Stagnant dragon language spat out from his mouth, and Lin Xian only felt that all around him had slowed down, and that scarlet tongue, which looked like a long snake that had fallen down from drunkenness, was slightly wriggling as it approached him. Lin Xian could even see the saliva splattering out from above, as well as the blood flowing from the corners of the ghost-faced man's mouth. He dodged the tongue in a flash and jumped onto the ghost-faced man's back, clamping his legs around the other man's neck. Lin Xian only felt the ghost-faced man's figure tremble violently and begin to sway. However, the frequency of shaking was very slow, and to Lin Xian it was similar to nothing. Lin Xian raised 2 bricks, aimed the sharp part at the ghost-faced man's eye and slam it down. Snort. In the accelerated state, all sound propagation becomes slow. After smashing the other party's eyes, Lin Xian directly opened his bow left and right, constantly greeting the back of the other party's head. At this moment, the physical qualities of being a hybrid species were revealed. It didn't take more than a moment to chisel the ghost-faced man's brain into a puddle of mush. The white substance mixed with blood, mixed with the stench of the ghost-faced man's body, the double impact of the sense of smell and vision, the taste was really bad. Time zero ended straight away, taking only about 2 seconds total and not reaching the upper limit of time zero at this stage. In Lin Xian's eyes, it was a long process, but in the eyes of the ghost-faced man, it was the fact that the other party was like a ghost, suddenly dodging his own tongue, and then it felt like someone was riding on top of him, wanting to shake the other party down, and then the pain came from his eyes. And then there was no more. To the ears of Lin Xie on the other side of the room, it was a strange succession of voices. The sounds sounded like some kind of hard object hitting flesh on their own, but they were all connected together, like speeding up the sound many times over. However, Lin Xie didn't have time to pay attention to what was happening on Lin Xian's side at this moment as he was facing another monster. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the pool of blood, closing his eyes to feel the changes in his body. It was a metaphysical feeling that what he was devouring was not the flesh of the ghost-faced man, but something else like a soul or a concept. A mystical concept. A tiny stream of warmth washed over his body from top to bottom, and the purity of the bloodline on the tombstone rose by about 1%. Is a ghost face roughly a 1% boost? Lin Xian reopened his eyes, his golden vertical pupils turning as he looked towards the other ghost-faced man. Clenching the bloodied brick, Lin Xian's legs fired up like a stringed arrow. Die for your master. P.S. Requesting gifts and catching up. The author is here to kowtow to all of you, Hikari and Yiffy. Or 2. Chapter 4. The Black King appears, the dragon shadow of Tongtian. The moment Lin Xian rushed out, he suddenly felt the temperature around him skyrocket, and a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. Gazing at the huge beam of light, Lin Xian was staggered in his heart. It's an awakening. The dimly lit alley was now illuminated as bright as day, and the blazing angel's figure spread out, pinning the ghost-faced man right to the ground with a mournful howl. The breath of the most divine and the most holy came crushingly spreading straight towards Lin Xian, and at that moment, Lin Xian clearly felt the throbbing that originated from his soul. Gold's pupils shrunk violently, and the dragon blood in his body was boiling. When the sacredness hits you, the first thing you feel is longing. It was an extreme longing, as if someone who had been starving in the desert for 7 days came across a superb delicacy and wanted to devour it. With it came a touch, an unwarranted anger. The divine aura was like a button that activated something hidden in Lin Xian's bloodline. The dragon blood in his body seemed to feel provoked, and an extreme rage surged to his brain. It was as if he had been brought into the middle of the Black King's perspective. The sky was the color of iron blue mixed with flames, and the only tree that had died stood still, its branches stretching out in all directions. The massive black dragon looked down, gazing at the land of dragons. His people bowed down and bowed their heads, and it was as if his voice was the only one left in the world. The king does not allow others to provoke. He tilted his head back up and looked away from the bright moon in the night sky. On the moon, a being's eyes were slightly fixed, and behind him, white feathers covered the sky. The two looked away from each other, silent. In the distance, countless people tilted their heads to look at where the light pillar was, their expressions shocked. The moment the pillar of light was about to dissipate, a giant shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a pitch-black dragon, reaching through the sky and into the earth, and the dragon's wings spread out as if it could cover the world. The black dragon contained a hideous beauty all over its body, covered in obsidian shimmering scales, evil and terrifying, yet majestic and magnificent. The most terrifying thing was that on the wings of the pitch-black dragon, there were tens of thousands of horrible corpses hanging from its wings, as if they were wind chimes swaying gently with the swinging of its wings. When he opened his eyes, the golden pupils of the dragon shone in the blackness of the night. It seems to announce his coming to the world. The entirety of Zhao Kongcheng, who was rushing towards the light pillar, was confused. What's this? This aura, which was at least in the Klein realm, was just like that huge beam of light just now. How is it that 2 fluctuations of this realm appeared in a short period of time, both from the same direction? And, unlike that giant beam of light, this was a dragon, a real one. It was only a shadow, but it did exist. In a narrow dark alley, 5 figures clad in dark red cloaks stood there, staring blankly into the distance, their eyes filled with shock. Lieutenant. Well, I saw it. Wu Xiangnan nodded, his gaze fixed on the giant dragon, his brows locked as if he was facing a great enemy. It was the breath of a god, the one he had felt in Susanoo, the aura of a god. Only, this aura was even more overbearing than Susanoo's man, brutal and filled with the desire to destroy. So far apart, he could feel his body shudder. He could only hope that the other party had no ill will towards Daxia. Songnan City and Daxia just couldn't afford to be tossed around. The direction where the black dragon appeared is the same as Zhao Kong City. I'll follow it over and take a look. Wu Xiangnan instructed, leaped off the tall building and ran in that direction at breakneck speed. The captain was chasing the Ghostface King, and as vice-captain he had to check it out. Meanwhile, among the gray mist, a pair of divine eyes opened. There were gods who murmured in trembling whispers, and there were gods who screamed at the top of their lungs in delight. Deathwing Nidhogg, why, he's back? When the tree of the world collapses from his gnawing, the twilight of the gods is coming. Zhao Kongqing was sweating profusely by now. What happened? That golden beam of light, he could identify it as the mortal dust divine realm, belonging to Michael's divine ruins. But what was the case with the black dragon that appeared in the same place as the golden beam of light? This big guy, he looks a little bad. Looking at that pressure, it was at least a Klein realm powerhouse. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongqing gripped the medallion in his hand tightly, and his footsteps did not stop. In any case, he had to get over there and take a look. If the other party wanted to be detrimental to the people of Daxia, even if he died, he would still have to stall the other party. But when Zhao Empyrean City was about to reach his destination, he looked up, and he saw the giant dragon whose figure covered the sky glance at him, and then disappeared. When Zhao Kongqing arrived at the location where the black dragon appeared, the only thing he saw were two teenagers standing opposite each other, and a streak of blood and flesh in the middle of the two. The ghost-faced man had been crushed into mush long before the first moment Nidhogg's shadow surfaced. One of the teenagers had a hidden golden halo flowing in his eyes as he watched the opposite teenager with a wary expression. The teenager on the other side had his eyes closed tightly, and a faint majesty could be felt around him. The teenager reopened his eyes, his golden vertical pupils glancing at Zhao Kongqing on the side, and only when he saw the visitor clearly did the mighty pressure disappear into thin air. The golden vertical pupils disappeared, and Lin Xian nodded at Zhao Kongqing. Thoughts turned over in his mind. Lin Qia's awakening triggered the rushing dragon blood in his body, and he seemed to substitute into Nidhogg's perspective, seeing many metaphysical things. Through this perspective substitution, he was sure of one thing. In this world, there was and is only him, Lin Xian. Nidhogg's place will eventually be taken by him, whether it's his godhead or his godhead. This path of bloodline purification led to the throne of the Most High God, which was consistent with what he had once felt in front of the tombstone. When the bloodline purity reaches 99%, it is the level of the Supreme God. The very blood that flowed through his body sealed Nidhogg's origin, only waiting for the bloodline to be raised to a certain level and completely liberated. The origin, the soil that contained the laws, was the thing necessary to ascend to the God realm. And the moment he subbed into Nidhogg, he clearly felt that something was being sealed among his dragon's blood. That's the origin. Obviously, Lin Xian had never seen the origin, but the moment he felt it, he already knew. This is the origin, the extremely pure origin belonging to Deathwing Nidhogg. If others knew that he, a weakling of the Marigold realm, had the origin of the Supreme God stored in his body, I'm afraid that it would attract countless gods to fight over it. On top of that, there was another thing that shocked him quite a bit. His own bloodline purity had risen by 5% just by substituting under the void. Part of that, of course, was because Nidhogg's dragons might crush the second Ghostfacer into mush, and was counted as a 1% increase in bloodline purity for his killing of the Ghostfacer. But the other 4% is simply because Nidhogg was touched by Michael's divine power. It was only because Lin Xian had been brought into Nidhogg's perspective and had seen fragments of Nidhogg's memories. Lin Xian once again strengthened his resolve to follow Lin Qie and furiously will gather Lin Qie. Just the awakening of the mortal dust divine domain alone was able to give him such a huge boost, and at this point, his bloodline purity had risen to 10%, and he was already able to obtain a second portion of his ability. But that would have to wait until his consciousness returned to the tombstone in his mind and he could read the words on it. That's how he got his time 0. That's not a rush in the first place. He turned his head to look at Zhao Kongqing on the side. Gotta deal with the situation at hand first. After making such a big commotion just now, at least find a reason to round it off. Chapter 5 Nidhogg Agents. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing was gazing at the teenager who was still half a head taller than himself. If he wasn't mistaken, the teenager's eyes had just been golden vertical pupils, identical to the eyes of that black dragon silhouette. Zhao Kongqing could clearly feel that the other party had no malicious intent. It was a relief while thoughts turned over in his mind. This young man, he couldn't also be a divine agent, right? The dragon's shadow seemed to have been drawn by Michael's scent. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongqing shifted his gaze to Lin Qie on the side. The other party didn't even look at himself. His gaze stayed locked on the dragon pupil teenager, his expression indescribably wary. Of course Lin Qie would feel wary. Everything tonight was too unusual for him. First Lin Xian's strange behavior, then the encounter with the ghost-faced man, and seeing that angel on the moon once more for himself. Then, when he opened his eyes, he clearly saw an unsettling black mist coalesce around Lin Xian, enveloping the entirety of the other party. Then a huge black dragon silhouette appeared in the sky. Lin Xie was stunned. In the past, he clearly couldn't open his eyes, but he could see everything within 10 meters around him. Combine that with the angels he had seen on the moon. Since then, he has been convinced that transcendent powers should exist in this world, just like in the novels. This was reinforced when he saw the ghost face. But who was going to tell him what was going on with this huge black dragon silhouette? It felt no better than that angel on the moon. On the side, Zhao Kongcheng quickly reacted, first glancing at the ghost-faced man's corpse. Well, rotten to the core. The eyes returned to the two men. The teenager with a hidden golden halo flowing in his eyes was dusty and somewhat wretched, while the dragon pupil teenager, his body was very clean. Same as not encountering the ghost face. But it didn't matter if you touched the ghost face or not now. He was more concerned about something else. These two teenagers, both seemed to be divine agents. This is a bit of a departure. How precious the divine agents were, and as a result, two popped up at once. Just as Zhao Empyrean City was pondering, another young man clad in a dark red cloak danced and landed on the ground, bringing up gusts of wind. Lin Xian's sharp eyes noticed that the new one had a knife mark on the palm of each of his hands. The person who came was none other than Wu Xiangnan, the former immortal swordsman. As soon as Wu Xiangnan arrived, his gaze stayed on Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian directly stepped forward. "Hello, my name is Lin Xian." Wu Xiangnan was visibly stunned. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come forward and talk. A sigh of relief followed. Look at this, the other side is communicable. One must know that the aura he had just felt, the tyranny and madness in it, was even greater than that of the man of Suzaku that he had once seen. But such a god, the other party's divine agent looked like a good talker. Wu Xiangnan had a smile on his face and shook his hand. "You can call me Wu Xiangnan, may I take a step to talk? It's not very convenient to talk here." "Good." Seeing Lin Xian nod his head, Wu Xiangnan turned his head to look at Zhao Kongcheng on the side. "Old Cho." "Aha." Without the need for Wu Xiangnan to finish speaking, he, who had worked together for a long time, already understood what the other party meant. It meant that he should communicate with Michael's agent, preferably to bring the other into the ranks of the Night's Watch. Lin Xian and Wu Xiangnan eventually came to a street corner, and Wu Xiangnan directly squatted down. Seeing this, Lin Xian also sat directly on the street edge. "Student Lin Xian, you should be a divine agent, right?" "Oh, you probably don't know what a divine agent is." "I know." Lin Xian interrupted. He could indeed pretend not to know, but there was no need. Communicating this kind of thing, it is better to be efficient. What's more, having read the original, he was able to ascertain that Wu Xiangnan was not a person with evil intentions, and was able to hand over his back with confidence. And he made no secret of his knowledge of divine agents. That black dragon is Nidhogg, the one from Norse mythology that gnaws on the world tree. Nidhogg. Wu Xiangnan was clearly stunned. He could guess that the black dragon's bit should be high, but he didn't expect it to be this high. Nidhogg, a name he had certainly heard of, or rather, for the Night's Watch, familiarity with various mythological systems is mandatory. The famous dragon of despair, which led directly to the twilight of the gods that broke the world. How can it be such a horrible existence? The boundless violence and ferocity felt just now did fit the description of Nidhogg. Wu Xiangnan's expression became more grave. Just look at Nidhogg's description. Dead souls carrying grudges end up falling into the Nibelungen, the land of the Nidhogg. Those dead souls await the end times with deep malice towards the world. The Nibelungen are, by their very nature, extreme beings that store undead souls intent on destroying the entire world. And Nidhogg, the black dragon, is the ruler of this land of the dead. What kind of a man could this be? That was a terrifying existence that gnawed on the world tree and tried to destroy the world. If Michael's divine power is the most divine and holy, then Nidhogg, say, the most evil and wicked. It was said that even Odin, the king of the gods, could only compromise with it and feed the black dragon with the souls of sinners to delay the black dragon's gnawing of the roots. Not stopping it yet, just delaying it. Footnote: the horror of it. Wu Xiangnan looked grave and was silent for a long time. Then, "Did he ask you to do anything?" "Kill." "Killing?" "Yes, and it must be killed by my own hand. And the more powerful the being killed, the better." Lin Xian had his considerations when he said that. The agent receives instructions from the gods at the same time that he receives a gift from the gods. But Nidhogg didn't exist, so it was necessary for Lin Xian to make things up himself. He needed to make up a directive that could not be something like destroying the world, which was in natural conflict with Daxia and the Night's Watch, but also fit Nidhogg's identity. He is, after all, the Deathwing, the Black Dragon of Extinction. And if Lin Xian wanted to purify his bloodline, he couldn't do it without killing. And the stronger the mystery he killed, the more his bloodline would improve. So there was this made-up directive. Nidhogg's instructions, which were for Lin Xian to keep killing, were reasonable, very reasonable. This did not surprise Wu Xiangnan at all. Seriously, even if Nidhogg's directive was to destroy the world, he wasn't surprised. Nidhogg asks Lin Xian to kill, and the more powerful beings the better. How did Wu Xiangnan feel that what Nidhogg wanted wasn't killing, but the souls of those beings killed by Lin Xian? After all, Nidhogg's land of the dead is the land that carries the souls of the dead. Of course, there was no way that Wu Xiangnan would easily believe Lin Xian's words. Even if Nidhogg did ask Lin Xian to destroy the world, as long as Lin Xian wasn't a cutie, it would be impossible to say it. Is it convenient to say what powers Nidhogg has granted you? Nidhogg has never been observed by Daxia, let alone his divine ruins. And Nidhogg's name predetermined that the other side's divine ruins would not be simple. Wu Xiangnan guessed that it would be a particularly perverted, extremely aggressive divine ruin. Time acceleration. Ha! Note 1. Unlike the underworld dominated by Hela, the god of death, the Nibelungen only carries dead souls with grudges. Note 2. Great people open a new book. The small author is still cheeky to ask for gifts. Ask to catch up on reading. Love you guys. Onaji Zeno. Chapter 6 New Power, the Kingdom of God. You tell me, Nidhogg, this being of supreme evil and wickedness, that the divine ruin he has bestowed upon you is time acceleration? This isn't right? The specifics are a bit more complicated. This can really only be considered a part of the Nidhogg god's ruins. I can't make it clear at a moment's notice, so why don't I just show you? Okay. Wu Xiangnan nodded, also wanting to see the other party's forbidden ruins. In the next moment, Wu Xiangnan only felt a blur before his eyes as a hand gently patted him on the back. Wu Xiangnan's back tightened and he winced violently. When? It was just a blur before his eyes, and the other man was behind him and tapping his shoulder. This meant that if Lin Xian wanted to, he could absolutely. Although Wu Xiangnan had long since ceased to be a member of the special squad and hadn't taken himself too seriously just now, this was already exaggerated enough. Is this the time ability? It was truly worthy of being the Deathwing that brought about the twilight of the gods in Norse mythology, and the ability bestowed upon the agent was so perverse. Wu Xiangnan suddenly thought of the captain of the masked squad. That person was also playing with time, but unlike Lin Xian, the other party was a time rewind, an equally perverse ability. At the same time, he went through the recorded forbidden ruins of Daxia in his mind and realized that there was no similar forbidden ruins or divine ruins among them. There was no way around it. After all, the vast majority of the dimensions involving time belong to the divine ruins. And how can the realm of the gods be so easy to record? Wait, what seems wrong? Wu Xiangnan's body suddenly stiffened, turning his head to look at Lin Xian, his mouth opening wider and wider. He knew what was wrong. When this kid cast time acceleration, he didn't sense his opponent casting forbidden ruin. The forbidden ruins are a field that can affect the surrounding field through itself. Since the forbidden ruins were a kind of domain, it meant that the forbidden ruins could be felt, at least normally. But in Lin Xian's body, he didn't feel the aura of a forbidden ruin at all. But the speed of the other party was not really something that could be done by an ordinary person. You're sure you opened the forbidden ruins, aren't you? In fact, he knew he'd asked a stupid question, and at that speed, a normal person couldn't really do it. But there's no way around it, it's just too appalling. How could you not feel the forbidden ruins? Lin Xian blinked. I'm sure. He felt as if he had been exposed in some way, but still had his eyes open. Then why can't I feel the aura of the forbidden ruins? It doesn't make sense. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I don't know, after all, it was Nidhogg who chose me. Not me who chose Nidhogg. Perhaps it's because the time acceleration is only acting on myself? By saying that, he's directly dumping the pot on the non-existent Nidhogg. I'm just a little divine agent. I'm pretty clueless, too. Lin Xian spreads his hands. Boss use. Okay. Not being able to figure it out, Wu Xiangnan simply didn't think much about it. Looking at you, you should have some knowledge of the forbidden ruins, of the true side of this world. So I won't ask. Everyone has secrets. He turned his words around. Want to consider joining the Night's Watch? Yes, but I have a condition. You say. Wu Xiangnan was surprised at Lin Xian's decisiveness. This was a promise? Let me kill as many enemies as I can, both mystical and human. Lin Xian looked serious. Stay in the Night's Watch to get better at killing weird and forbidden ruin-possessing foes, and to get better at purifying bloodlines. Moreover, there was a huge probability that Lin Xie was going to join the Night's Watch. Why not definitely? Because Lin Xian, the butterfly, had begun to influence the direction of the world. Lin Xie would initially choose to join the Night's Watch because of Zhao Kongqing's death. No one would question the weight of Zhao Empyrean City in Lin Xie's heart. Since Lin Xian was here, he would naturally try to save old Zhao as much as possible. However, if he hadn't left a deep impression in Lin Xie's mind, with the other party's nature, he would inevitably not join the Night's Watch. Lin Xian, who knew the plot, understood that even if Zhao Kongqing didn't die this time and easily solved the Ghost-Face King, it would be impossible for Lin Xie to live the ordinary life he wanted. The mortal realm of the gods was maintained by him, the asylum had chosen him, and there were many waiting for him. This piece all showed that it was impossible for Lin Xie to live the ordinary life he wanted. However, it was best to let Lin Xie join at this time. Otherwise, the storyline would be drastically altered and he would lose the advantage of foresight. Old Zhao is definitely to be saved. The question is how and which way to save. Although he had time zero, it was undoubtedly a bit difficult to deal with the Chuan realm's Ghostface King with Lin Xian's cultivation level in the Zhan realm. Both save old Zhao and touch Lin Xie. So far, he hadn't had much to go on. As for Lin Xian's request, Wu Xiangnan agreed without much hesitation. Lin Xian's request was reasonable. After all, it was a divine request, and it still had to be complied with. Perhaps this divine request was false. Perhaps the other party had other plans for joining the Night's Watch. But they, the Night's Watch, weren't vegetarians for being able to guard the Great Summer for so many years without falling. Friends come with wine, jackals come with shotguns. If the other party is sincere in joining, it is naturally good. If the other party has malicious intentions, it will not be able to make any waves. There's no rush to join the Night's Watch, it's getting late. So go back and rest. Think about it more, and give me a definite answer by noon tomorrow. The Night's Watch is not something that comes and goes as it pleases. He represents, more than anything else, a responsibility. Wu Xiangnan said, looking straight into Lin Xian's eyes as he said this. He gave the other man time to think, and was also worried that the teenager was just a moment of excitement. It was better to make it clear ahead of time that the Night's Watch was not the handsome warrior he had imagined, but more of an ordinary man with the future of Daxia on his shoulders. I'll think about it. Lin Xian nodded. He sensed that Wu Xiangnan was understandably wary of him after all. The god he was acting for was Nidhogg, a god who is the most evil and wicked. His agents naturally need to be vigilant. I'll walk you back. Good. Old Town, Peach Blossom Street, Longhua Yuan neighborhood. From the outside, it looked like a very run-down neighborhood, with siding peeling off in many places. Only the janitor's room at the main entrance still retained a ray of light. But in fact, the Longhua Yuan neighborhood is a villa neighborhood. Built 20 or 30 years ago, it was still very expensive at the time and not everyone could afford it. By now, the neighborhood is mostly uninhabited. It's so run down that most of the rich ones moved to newer and better secured neighborhoods. Wu Xiangnan drove Lin Xian to the entrance of the neighborhood, secretly noting Lin Xian's location. In fact, there was no need for him to memorize it. With the ability of the vigilantes, there were plenty of ways to find out if they wanted to. Lin Xian waved goodbye to Wu Xiangnan and passed through the gate, where he could still faintly hear the sound of singing coming from the security room. Lin Xian turned straight left and went back to the fifth villa in the neighborhood. He didn't turn on the lights to him with golden pupils. The darkness wouldn't affect his vision. The first floor of the villa is very simple. Kitchen, living room, bathroom, original parents' master bedroom. The master bedroom has been unoccupied for a long time, yet it gets cleaned often. There is very little decoration to be seen in the house. The originals are rarely photographed, and those that were are now shelved in the master bedroom cabinets. He leaned back on the couch, his eyes closed. Soon, Lin Xian entered the mysterious world in his mind. Looking up at the huge tombstone, the purity of the bloodline on it is now pointing to 10%. He looked to the line next to 10%. Nibelungen. Chapter 7 Nibelungen. There was still the familiar pain. The head felt like it was going to split open and the body was rolling. Dragon blood was boiling inside his body, and he was now like a boiled shrimp, rolling all over his body. During the process of raising the purity of the bloodline from 5% to 10%, Lin Xian's body strength had actually been increasing slightly. But nowhere near as drastic as this moment, when he read the word Nibelungen later. It seemed that every time he reached a node, every time he read a word in the dragon language, his physical strength would undergo a metamorphosis. If that were true, he would have to go through at least 19 metamorphoses. At this time, Lin Xian's physical quality was already inhuman. One fist crushed boulders 100 meters in 5 seconds could be said to be easy. He felt that, with his current physical strength, he didn't even need to turn on time zero to face Ghostface, which was a bit outrageous. It was hard to imagine what level it would be to raise the purity of one's bloodline to over 90. What could be affirmed was that the strength of his physical body was definitely far superior to others at the same level, which was his advantage. The pain slowly receded, and Lin Xian stood up again. Nibelungen, he murmured in a low voice, agitated. The moment Lin Xian read that word, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind. The Nibelungen, the land of the dead, is the land of Nidhogg, both in Norse mythology and among the dragons. He could recruit a recently deceased spirit into the Nibelungen, make the other person his dependent, and have the other person fight for him. Not only that, but he can grant the ability of dependence. There are 2 ways to bestow. One is to use the special environment of the Nibelungen's land of the dead to turn your dependents into more bizarre and horrific creatures of death. The other is given in person. But the aspect of bestowing it personally seems to require him to figure it out on his own. A point worth noting is that the Nibelungen can only absorb 2 kinds of beings, those who died in battle and those who contain grudges. Lin Xian bowed his head in thought, a faint light flickering in his eyes. He had previously been thinking about how to save Zhao Kongqing, while still making Lin Xie make up his mind to join the Night's Watch. Now it looks like he might be able to get up and down the Nibelungen. Remember that in the novel, after Zhao Kongqing died in battle, Roaring Dog took away Zhao Kongqing's soul. Since that was the case, why couldn't Lin Xian take Zhao Kongqing's soul first? Unlike the Roaring Dog that simply put away the soul, the existence in Lin Xian's Nibelung root could be resurrected, and even if it wasn't resurrected, the soul that stayed in the Nibelung root could still retain its consciousness. As long as Lin Xian reached a certain level, he would be able to directly revive him. Even so, Lin Xian had a bold guess. Since he had the Black King's blood flowing in his body, did he follow the Black King's example by personally bestowing it on him, turning Zhao Kongqing into one of the 4 kings? Lin Xian felt that this was very messed up. It's reasonable for me, a Black King, to have 4 great monarchs under my hand, isn't it? However, there was one thing that needed a little attention. Lin Xian thought secretly in his heart. He didn't remember this episode very well, and had already forgotten when that Ghostface King appeared near Lin Xie's house. Is it tomorrow or the day after? All he remembers is that it was pouring rain that night. As his consciousness returned to reality, Lin Xian picked up his phone to take a look at the weather forecast. It's nice that tomorrow and the next 2 days will be sunny. Forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. He'll join the vigil tomorrow at noon, and when he enters the vigil he'll directly keep an eye on Zhao Kongqing's whereabouts 24/7. He leaned back on the couch and tilted his head. It was only now, late at night, that he was able to quiet his mind and ponder an important question. Is he wearing a body or a soul? He had to figure that out. The predecessor had always stayed in Sangnan City and had never left. This also means that the predecessor experienced the Shiva grudge 10 years ago. The predecessor is long dead, or rather, the vast majority of the people in this city are long dead. If Lin Xian is a soul wearer, then when Lin Qi retrieves the mortal dust divine realm, retrieving the miracle that has been maintained for 10 years, will he die? But here's the thing. He could feel the dragon blood rushing through his body, and he could feel the enhancement of his bloodline after devouring the mystery. Most importantly, today's Lin Xian looked exactly the same as he did in his previous life. Nothing has changed. If I have to say there is one, it's the body shape. After receiving the dragon's blood in that mysterious space, his body became noticeably stronger and he drew a little taller, pulled straight up from about 5 feet 8 inches to about 5 feet 8 inches. Abs that were once inconspicuous are now well defined. The hands and feet reveal explosive power. Suddenly, Lin Xian seemed to remember something. He peeled up the left sleeve of his school uniform, where a scar from a childhood vaccination was already shallow. The scar was about to disappear under the reinforcement of the dragon's blood, but a slight outline could still be seen, and a slight undulation could still be felt when touched. After seeing the scar, Lin Xian was visibly relieved. In this world, kids stopped getting those vaccines a long time ago. There is this scar that proves that this is indeed his own body. Is he physically replacing a student who exists through a miracle? But why, he looked exactly like the other guy. Lin Xian pondered. Gee, can't figure it out, don't think about it. Lin Xian decided to throw away his brain. This kind of thing was not something he could figure out at this stage. There was no need to make things difficult for himself. It was 11 o'clock after all that. In a previous life, his nightlife would have just been about to begin at this point in time. But right now, he just wants to get into a good routine. He still remembers that he traveled with his eyes closed and open. If he's right, he actually stayed up all night and died suddenly. Shattered sleep, early to bed, early to rise in good health. Everyone should also go to bed early and get up early. PWP. Lin Xian went straight back to his bedroom. There was no talk all night. When the morning light shone into the bedroom, Lin Xian rolled over and rose up with a carp. Simply making himself a breakfast, Lin Xian went straight to the school. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the school, he saw Zhao Kongcheng squatting on the ground with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Eyes swept back and forth cryptically, as if searching for something. Lin Xian sat straight next to the other party. Zhao, what are you looking for? Looking for that kid from yesterday who ran straight away when I wasn't looking. Zhao Empyrean City muttered, his resentment too thick to be true. He had noticed Lin Xian's presence just now, and according to the vice captain, the kid in front of him had agreed without the slightest hesitation in the face of the invitation to join the Night's Watch. That's what young people do. They get excited about things like this and fantasize about being superheroes. It's not like that kid to be so difficult. He bristled at the thought. It was impossible for him to guess that the reason why Lin Xian had chosen to join the Night's Watch was that his purpose was actually to pull the wool over Lin Xia's eyes. Lin Xian just shrugged, you keep guarding it. Seeing Zhao Kongqing squatting here, he also remembered that the plot here seemed to be that Zhao Kongqing had pounced. But he remembered that Lin Xia had come to the school once before Zhao Kongqing's accident. If it's not today, it's tomorrow. If we deduce it this way, Zhao Kongqing's accident should be tomorrow as well. However, Zhao Kongqing's appearance here was convenient for him. Originally, what Lin Xian wanted was to wait until noon when the other party sent someone to pick him up to join the vigil. Then use the power of the Night's Watch to enhance your combat literacy as quickly as possible. Lin Xian was well aware that he was very flawed in this aspect of combat literacy. After all, he was just an ordinary person who had accidentally gained great power, but he didn't have such a thing as combat literacy. Facing the Ghostface King directly is in these 2 days. It's not soon enough to sharpen your spear in the battlefield. He needs to maximize every second. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait until noon to run into the person who came to pick him up, and indeed he had forgotten that Zhao Kongqing would be squatting on Lin Xia. Thinking about it, he spoke directly. I've thought about it. I'm going to join the Night's Watch. Can you send me to your stronghold? Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? Zhao Kongqing held a cigarette in his hand and raised his eyebrows. The lieutenant says he's going to give the boy a morning to think it over. But the way he looked at the other man, he seemed to have recognized that he was going to join the Night's Watch. Even an extra morning probably wouldn't make a difference. Zhao Empyrean City pondered for 2 seconds and nodded. All right, I'll give the vice captain a call and ask him to send someone to pick you up. Good. P.S. New book begs for everything begs for everything. Chapter 8 Offensive Battle Talent. Peace Bridge, Songnan City. At the head of the Peace Bridge is a wide array of stores. In the middle of the 2 stores, Peaceful Wedding and Peaceful Funeral One Stop, there is an unassuming storefront. The old red sign says Peace Office. Peace Office, underground. Unlike the dilapidated buildings above ground, the Peace Office has a unique underground environment. For people were sitting in the spacious and bright hall. Again, you're sure you want to join the Night's Watch, aren't you? Wu Xiangnan repeated. On the sidelines, Red Tassel and Winchimo curiously observed this divine agent of Nidhogg. I'm sure. Lin Xian's eyes were firm. All right, reintroduce yourself. Xiangnan Wu, Vice Captain of Vigilante Squad 136. He whirled around and turned his head to the 2 men beside him. Vigilante Squad 136, Positive Warfare, Red Tassel. You can call me Sister Red Tassel. Red Coma blinked at Lin Xian. Vigilante Squad 136, Frontal Combatant, Winchester. The 2 were each introduced. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he had memorized it. Just as described in the novels of his previous life, Red Tassel was indeed a great beauty. When Chima, looking very elegant and easygoing, likes to squint his eyes. Well, or maybe the other person had opened their eyes as far as they could go. The rest of the guys are occupied at the moment, so I'll introduce you to them one by one when they get back, Wu Xiangnan said. I have to remind you, though, that you're not considered an official team member at this point, and you need to go through an intensive training program first. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows in mock confusion. Intensive training? Any newcomer to the Night's Watch goes through a year of intensive training in various skills such as fighting, firearms, and the use of forbidden ruins. Lin Xian nodded and asked about his greatest concern. Then can I start learning how to fight immediately? Are you sure? Wu Xiangnan raised his eyebrows, obviously a little surprised. It's pretty rare that you can't wait to learn how to fight just after joining the Night's Watch. Especially the teenagers, most of them were excited to have just joined the Night's Watch, and although they also wanted to get stronger and master the power faster, they wouldn't be as eager as Lin Xian. Well, my physical fitness and my forbidden ruins are strong, but my combat literacy is just terrible, and I'd like to make up for my shortcomings as soon as possible so I can go hunting for mystery. Wu Xiangnan nodded, very reasonable. After all, the instructions given by the other god was to kill as many creepy as possible. Last night, Wu Xiangnan reported the situation to the headquarters, which also gave instructions. For Lin Xian, it was still necessary to be somewhat wary. After all, the other party was an agent of Nidhogg, an existence that was even more evil than Lucifer from the legends alone. But HQ meant that since the other party had chosen to join the Night's Watch, they couldn't be left in the cold either. Don't subjectively define the other person as evil until you realize he has evil intentions. Proper vigilance has to be there, but so does proper trust. In fact, headquarters was confused when they received the news. A god that had never been observed before, or such an extremely high, evil and wicked being, whose shadow appeared in Daxia in a dignified manner, and along with it were his agents, like announcing his coming to the world. Who knows what that god was really thinking? All they knew was that the kid named Lin Xian, odds were that he wasn't an undercover agent for another organization. Just kidding, with Nidhogg's bits, he's at least a supreme god. Who would let an agent of the most high god go undercover? Sick. So the headquarters meant that Lin Xian's requests were met as much as possible. Now that the captain's away, let Red Riding teach you. Soon enough, Wu Xiangnan thought of someone to teach Lin Xian. Okay, come with me. Without any procrastination, Red Tassel led Lin Xian straight to the martial arts practicing ground. It was also at this point that Lin Xian realized just how large the space was. They passed first through a long corridor flanked by iron doors that glinted coldly in the light. The practice area was at the end of the long corridor, where there was a large iron gate. Pushing the door in, the martial arts training ground was very spacious, with rows and rows of weapons listed inside, ranging from wooden weapons to sharp steel swords and iron spears. Red Tassel took a long stick straight from the weapons rack. Guns and sticks are somehow interchangeable. Do you want to pick a weapon? Red Raider asked. No need, Sister Hong-Ying, you can come directly. All right, go put on the protective gear. Being called Sister Hong-Ying by Lin Xian, Hong-Ying was visibly happy. She pointed to a pile of protective gear stacked in the corner. There's an easiest way to improve your combat literacy in the shortest amount of time. Taking a beating. It allowed Lin Xian to dodge Red Tassel's attacks as much as possible without using time zero. However, Lin Xian was only in the Calabash realm while she was a large realm higher than the other party. Even if she didn't use the Forbidden Ruins and was holding a wooden stick, the force was not something that an ordinary Calabash realm could handle. Although she was confident in her grasp of force, she was also afraid that she would break Lin Xian's bones if she missed. Who would have thought that Lin Xian just glanced at the pile of protective gear and shook his head? There's no need for that, my flesh strength has been strengthened by Nidhogg. It's going to be far superior to the average person. Just fight directly like this. Red Ruffian looked surprised. Are you sure? I'm not tooting my own horn, come on. Hong-Ying saw Lin Xian resolute, also no longer say more. The big deal is to control the force first, wait for Lin Xian, cannot stand to shout to stop, and then let him put on the protective gear. She directly bullied her way forward, the long stick in her hand dancing and pointing out. Well, still on the ground floor of the peace office, the three men sat at a wooden table with bowls of noodles in front of each of them. When GMO asked curiously while shivering his noodles. By now a morning had passed, and he noticed that Red Riding had been a bit quiet since he came out of the training room. Red Coma glanced at Lin Xian, who was frantically shivering his noodles on the side, and spoke. It's very good, or rather, it's too good to be true. At this moment, she was still in the midst of the shock that Lin Xian had given her and hadn't slowed down. As a full member of the Night's Watch, Red Tassel had the strength of the Pool Realm. Even if he didn't use the Forbidden Ruins, his physical quality was absolutely unparalleled. But this guy's physical quality was simply inhuman. In the state of not opening the Forbidden Ruins, Her wooden stick hitting the opponent's body was just like hitting a sturdy stone pier, shocking her hand slightly. And after a morning of fighting, the other side doesn't even bring a shout to stop, and their stamina is horribly strong. Not only that, Red Coma realized that this kid's fighting talent was really high. In just one morning's time, he had grown from taking a one-sided beating in the beginning to being able to easily dodge his own attacks. This creates a sense of frustration in Red Riding. She knew that divine agents were strong, but this was too far out of line, wasn't it? Is it any wonder that Nidhogg gave the agent superb physical fitness on top of granting him the forbidden market? Lin Xian, who was on the side, didn't care about the conversation between Hong Ying and Wen Qima, and just shivered his face without any distractions. Even without opening his golden pupils, he possessed near-perverse dynamic eyesight and extremely fast reaction speeds. That's the key to him growing so fast. His powerful physical attributes allow him to fight with high intensity, but they also bring with them a drawback that isn't a drawback. Easily hungry. He is more physically fit, has a higher muscle density, and uses more energy while being able to exert more power. Especially after a full morning of strenuous exercise, the body felt only mildly tired, but was already hungry. That extreme, as if from the depths of the soul, hunger is truly unbearable. He even tried to chew up the wooden table. It's no wonder they say that hunger is the best seasoning. Lin Xian was also pondering. His bloodline purity was only 10% right now. As his bloodline purity increased and his flesh strength grew, the energy he needed for movement would also increase. Predictably, at a later stage, mere human food will not be able to satisfy his physical needs. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly thought of his own characteristic of devouring mysteries. Though they were devouring mysteries, the mysteries he killed retained their flesh, devouring something more abstract than the mystery itself. Does this mean that one can feed on mystery? Even when one's bloodline purity is high enough that mere mysteries can't satisfy one, at that time, is it necessary to feed on the gods? Thinking for a moment, Lin Xian threw this question to the back of his mind. Let's go one step at a time. After eating 7 bowls of noodles in a row, Lin Xian put down the bowls under the shocked gazes of Hong Ying and Wen Qima with a satisfied look on his face. Red Riding, why do I get the feeling that we've got a big appetite on the team? This amount of food is really a bit exaggerated. Hong Ying nodded silently. This was normal. Lin Xian's powerful physical strength would definitely require a large amount of energy for support. The more you eat, the more you consume and the faster you grow, which is a good thing. They, the Night's Watch squad, were not so bad that they could not afford to feed a big appetite. The Red Raider made a mental note of it. It looks like there will be more of it in the future when it comes to food preparation. Chapter 9 Heavy Rain, Arrival of the King of Onagata. At night, the firm goes underground. At this moment, only Lin Xian and Hong Ying were left in the firm. According to Red Riding, the rest of the group is busy right now, and she didn't say exactly what they're working on. However, Lin Xian was able to guess that the rest of the people should be busy searching for the Ghostface King. Just now, he went to the ground and there was no sign of rain. It is indeed tomorrow, no doubt. Lin Xian once again solidified his suspicions. Red Sister, I'd like to take a day off tomorrow to go to the school for the transfer. It's said to be a transfer, but it's actually a reasonable withdrawal from school, operated by the vigilantes. Okay. Red Tassel nodded. All kinds of materials have been prepared for you. Tomorrow will you go over by yourself or will I accompany you? I'll just go over there myself. He's taking tomorrow off and not just to drop out of school. It was more for Zhao Kongcheng and the Ghostface King. What Lin Xian was considering wasn't just saving Zhao Kongcheng through the Nibelungen. He also wanted to devour the Ghostface King itself and its forbidden ruins to further enhance himself. Although he had forgotten the specific abilities of the Ghostface King's forbidden ruins, he still remembered that the other party's forbidden ruins were called Ghostface Phase Earth, and it seemed to be a high-risk forbidden ruins. Sequence 90 to 199. A high-risk band market. To do that, he'd better get involved. If one stayed within the Night's Watch, every move was in their sight, and many things were less convenient. In the eyes of others, he was just a newcomer to the Marigold Realm, and there was no way he would be released to approach the Ghostface King of the Chuan Realm. Lin Xian also had a clear perception of his own abilities. At this stage, it was impossible for him to beat the Ghostface King, and it would only be possible if he waited for Zhao Empyrean City to seriously injure the Ghostface King. But there was no way Lin Xian would give up the Ghostface King, the food that had been delivered to his mouth. He needed to increase his strength more quickly. Lin Xian hadn't forgotten that in the middle of freshman training, during the New Year's Eve, the ancient god church would send the Sea Realm to target Lin Xie. either join or die. And he, Nidhogg's agent, still came out in such a high-profile way that he was bound to have attracted the attention of the Church of the Ancient Gods. The Ancient God Church's interest in him was perhaps even higher than Lin Chie's. Lin Xian could be certain that Nidhogg didn't exist in this world, and what he could know, the gods of the Church of the Ancient Gods should know as well. Nidhogg's sudden appearance, not in Northern Europe but in Dacia, was bound to pique their interest. Not only that, but remember how Norse mythology describes Nidhogg, how evil is practically synonymous with him, and how it stinks with the Church of the Ancient Gods. Simply perfect for the Church of the Ancient God. At the same time, the Uyghur was still high, at least at the level of a supreme god. It's hard to say if you don't come pulling your weight. It wasn't even impossible to send another sea realm. Under these circumstances, Lin Xian would naturally feel some sense of urgency. He had to raise the purity of his bloodline as soon as possible and improve his strength, so that he could at least save himself from future attacks by the Ancient God Church. Depend on the mountain to fall, depend on everyone to run, one slow step, one slow step. He understands this well and must put it into practice. As for the Ghostface King, a Chuan realm existence that had also awakened the high-risk Forbidden Ruins, if he could kill the other party, his bloodline purity should be able to go up by a large margin. Second center. Amidst the clamor, Lin Xian walked into the classroom. Li Yifei saw Lin Xian and came forward. Lin Xian, I heard you took yesterday off, what happened? Because of the influence of the secrecy regulations, Li Yifei did not know what happened yesterday. Nothing, something's come up at home. Lin Xian made up his mind. Jiang Qian pulled Lin Xian to the side. Lin Xian, Lin Qiahe. There's nothing wrong with him. That'll do. Lin Xian could see Jiang Qian visibly sighing in relief. Jiang Qian and the others were secretly relieved to see Lin Xian return. At that time, Lin Xian and Lin Qie were left behind by them at the end, and when Lin Xian and Lin Qie didn't come for the day yesterday, they thought that the two had. Luckily, it's okay. Just then, the air was suddenly quiet. Turning his head to look, it was a handsome-looking young man, and the most striking thing about him was the beautiful pupils of his eyes. In the dark pupils, it was as if there were dots of starlight flickering. This person was none other than Lin Qie. At this point, he was looking around as if he was observing. Soon Lin Qie noticed Lin Xian in the classroom and was somewhat surprised. I was caught by Zhao Kanqing yesterday and talked to him a lot. While chatting, Zhao Kanqing mentioned Lin Xian, saying that the other party had joined them, and that Lin Xian was a divine agent just like him. I never thought I'd run into him here. Lin Xian just glanced at Lin Qie before turning around to pack his things. Since we are going to transfer, we have to do a full set of drama. Using this time when the crowd's attention was on Lin Qie, he quickly organized his belongings. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Li Yifei asked with a puzzled expression as he noticed Lin Xian picking up his school bag. I'm transferring. Huh. Without waiting for Li Yifei to react more, Lin Xian had already left the classroom, rubbing shoulders with Lin Qie, who was surrounded by spectators at the classroom entrance. Lin Qie turned his head to look at him and then retracted his gaze. Seeing him, Lin Qie recalled the huge dragon shadow he had seen that night, the monstrous malice that had almost condensed into substance, and the threatening pressure that made people tremble. If he hadn't been in a marvelous state, he wouldn't have been able to carry that pressure at all. He had also heard what Lin Xian had just said. Transferring to another school should just be an excuse. The other party joined that mysterious organization, so naturally it's impossible for them to attend this school anymore. After today, the other side and them students were two worlds apart. Lin Qie resumed his seat, and the seat beside him was already empty. Everyone has their own path. He doesn't plan to join that mysterious organization. He just wants to study hard and try to find a good job in the future to give back to his aunt. In the office, Lin Xian's homeroom teacher, the female teacher, was handling the transfer procedures for him. And Lin Xian took this opportunity to flip through the student roster without a trace, which recorded Lin Qie's home address. After completing the transfer formalities, Lin Xian left the school and went straight to the knife store to pick out 2 boning knives. Anyway, it's not bad. Lin Xian directly chose the most expensive and did not haggle, paid the money to pick up and go. Turned around and went to another store and bought an umbrella and received all these things in the Nibelungen. This was a function that Lin Xian had discovered while developing the Nibelungen and could be used as a carry-on space for Lin Xian to store items. After doing so, Lin Xian returned to his villa in Longhua Yuan and began today's training. Red Ruffian had set up a training program for him based on his own circumstances, though according to her, it was temporary. When the captain is free, he will personally coach him in his training and re-establish a training program for him. Lin Chia belonged to the semi-walking students, only going back at night and staying at school at noon. Even if he goes back at noon, his aunt is not home from work and there is no one to cook for him. So all he had to do was wait until the end of the school day in the evening and go wait next to Lin Chia's house. Of course, steer clear with Zhao Kongqing. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Kongqing had directly found his way to Lin Chia's home. It would be embarrassing if you happened to bump into each other. The time came to 5:30. Lin Xian took a shower and changed into a light clothing. There was still half an hour before Lin Chia would be released from school, so it was time for him to move. The sky was dark, the clouds were thick, and there was a dampness in the air. It's going to rain. Lin Xian found a short residential building according to the address on the student roster. There was a dim halo of light coming through it and hitting the dusty ground. Lin Xian ducked into the dimly lit alleyway, put up his umbrella, and began to wait. From his angle, he could clearly see the short old residential buildings in the distance. Heavy rain poured down. Around 6 o'clock, through the dense curtain of rain, Lin Xian saw a figure dashing into the residential building. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with an umbrella walked out of the residential building and got into a black van. It was none other than Zhao Kongqing. It's about to start. Lin Xian clenched the handle of his umbrella, his expression grave. The sun fell below the horizon of the sky turned deep black, and amidst the dark curtain of rain, he seemed to become one with the night. Lin Xian could feel the violent beating of his heart. One by one, he took a step out of the alley and headed in the direction that Zhao Kongqing had left. Lin Xian walked slowly because he knew that the other party would be back soon. As expected, he soon saw Zhao Kongqing against his earpiece, running towards this side at a rapid pace, with a suitcase in his hand. He said something into his headset, his brow furrowed with a hint of anger. Lin Xian raised his head, saw Zhao Kongqing running towards him, and asked in surprise, "Old Zhao, what are you doing here? Why are you here?" Zhao Empyrean City's eyes widened with a shocked expression. He had heard from Hong Ying that Lin Xian had taken a day off today, not realizing that he would run into Lin Xian here. "Lin Xian, come with me and evacuate the civilians with me." The Ghost-Face King was heading towards Old Town. He was about to evacuate the civilians and time was running out for him to think. He thought of the fact that Lin Xian had become a night watchman and shouted at him. Luckily he ran into Lin Xian. With an extra hand, evacuating civilians would be a lot faster. Zhao Empyrean City immediately ran towards the old city center after saying his words. The figure weaved through the rain with amazing speed, the raindrops hitting his shoulders and splashing a crystal flower. Lin Xian stowed his umbrella into the Nibelungen and followed closely behind Zhao Kongqing. Every step made a splash. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing stopped. In front of him was the short building that was permeated with a halo of light, and Lin Xian's enhanced sense of smell smelled a stench that was disgusting to the extreme. He had to wonder if it wasn't good to be too snippy sometimes. The smell originated from a manhole cover not far away, and a boning knife appeared in Lin Xian's hand. He knew that the Ghost-Face King was coming. P.S. Author miniseries. Discovering readers greatly. One sliding knee, clasping thighs. Brother Robin, Sister Ife. Give a free small gift. Please QAQ. Chapter 10 Battle Ghost-Face King. Zhao Kongqing similarly smelled it, and he clearly understood what it was. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xian, his words flying. "Lin Xian, quickly get away from here. The farther away the better." The Ghost-Face King wasn't something that Lin Xian could deal with in a single marigold realm. Spinning around, he pressed the headset, his tone unexpectedly very calm. "Report, Watcher Zhao Kongqing. Found Ghost-Face King." As he spoke, he opened and pressed the button on the suitcase. Slap. The suitcase spread out, revealing 3 notice boards inside. He was just about to shoulder the signs up when he saw a hand in the afterglow pick up a signboard ahead of him and stick it in the ground. Zhao Kongqing looked up and realized that it was actually Lin Xian. His eyes widened violently and he looked shocked. "Lin Xian, why haven't you left yet? Get out of there and obey orders." Zhao Kongqing's tone became abnormally harsh, almost roaring out. He wanted to guard that child's home, but didn't want to bring anyone else into it, especially since Lin Xian was still weak. Even if he was a divine agent with only the Gentian realm, it was still impossible to deal with the Ghost-Face King. "Old Zhao, the ringless hollow can't hold it for long, even if I add you. But I'm different, I have the forbidden ruins of time acceleration. I can hold it off for a little while longer. No matter what, the Ghost-Face should never be allowed to endanger the people." Lin Xian had long since thought of a reason. Zhao Empyrean City was choked for a moment and immediately spoke. That doesn't need you. So what if there is a forbidden ruin? Without actually experiencing a battle, you are purely dragging me down. He had heard that Hong Ying and Lin Xian had trained for a day yesterday, and Hong Ying had even exclaimed that this kid had high combat talent. But no matter how talented one was, it was impossible to become a battlefield veteran like him in a day's speed. Then he saw Lin Xian pick up another signboard and run quickly in a direction, saying nothing. Joking aside, his goal was to kill the Ghostface King in addition to saving old Zhao, and raising his bloodline was part of it, so how could he obediently go out? Clunk, clunk. The cover of the well suddenly began to tremble violently, and an even more foul-smelling odor than just a moment ago emanated from it. The Ghostface King was about to come out. Zhao Kongqing could only burst out, picking up the last signboard and running towards the last vertex of the triangle. If he didn't have time, he really wanted to just grab Lin Xian and throw him out. Lin Xian was right. In normal terms, Zhao Kongqing, an ordinary person who didn't even have a forbidden ruin, really couldn't stop him for long. But at this point he had a death wish. He was going to protect the overly precocious teenager no matter what. Now it seemed that there was going to be one more Lin Xian. Zhao Kongqing pulled out a medal from his pocket and gently stroked it with his large rough hand. The metal coat of arms is only a fraction larger than a coin. On the front of the coat of arms, 2 straight swords are interlaced, and the background behind the swords is filled with stars. If an eclipsing night falls, I shall stand before 10,000 men. This time, there were no tens of thousands of people behind him, just the world of that teenager. Lin Xian, you kid, give me a NG chance. As long as I'm not dead, you're not allowed to go on. Do you hear me? Zhao Kongqing roared. He didn't think that Lin Xian could be better than himself. At least he had been a soldier and night watchman for half his life. His fighting skills were higher than Lin Xian's by who knows how much. But Lin Xian risked his life to come and defend against the Ghostface King with him. So to say that he wasn't moved would be a lie. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He just silently raised the bone-picking knife in his hand. He could feel that his blood was boiling. The rainwater wet his whole body, and in the dark rainy night, the only thing that shone brightly was the pair of golden pupils. Why is this kid carrying around a boning knife? Although he knew it was very untimely, Zhao Kongqing still spat. He similarly noticed Lin Xian's golden pupils. A Lin Xian, how can you open a forbidden marketplace with its own pupils? Zhao Kongqing muttered in his heart. Bang! The cover of the well was lifted right off, and a ghost-faced humanoid creature that was close to 3 meters tall and as big as a small mountain appeared in front of Lin Xian and Zhao Kongqing. Unlike ordinary ghost-faced people who landed on all fours like animals, that monster stood upright, and as the rain poured down, it seemed like a demon god in the rain, and on its pale ghost face was a pair of scarlet pupils. It was hideous. Lin Xian noticed that this Ghostface King was extremely injured, his body covered in slash marks. Lin Xian smacked his lips as he looked at this being and walked over to Zhao Kongqing to stand side by side with him. Old Zhao, this is a bit hard to handle. Zhao Kongqing was holding a cigarette in his mouth, and after lighting it several times without lighting it, when he heard Lin Xian's words, he directly rolled his eyes. You boys get in the back and wait until I'm done carrying before it's your turn. Zhao Kongqing choked and finally lit the fire. He brought his hand up to his shoulder and gripped the knife he carried behind his back. The dark red cloak had been soaked by the rain, making the dark red turn even darker, as if it were dried blood. Boy, I'll show you what a true night's watch is. With a crisp buzz, the long light blue blade was sheathed. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and slightly bent his knees, readying himself. It looked like it wasn't going to listen to Zhao Kongqing at all. A downpour, 2 knives. At a certain splash, all 3 moved at the same time. Zhao Kongqing held a straight sword in his hand, like a stringed arrow, and like an open sword, his killing aura was overflowing. Lin Xian rushed out from the other side with a tight grip on his bone-picking blade, his golden-colored pupils gazing at his enemy. Not a single fluctuation in his eyes, calm and very cool. But the Ghost King was even faster, its eyes staring at Lin Xian with greed in its eyes. It could feel the majestic vitality within Lin Xian's body, and that pressure on the other party. It didn't understand how such a weak bug could have such a powerful pressure when it was clearly such a weak bug. But it knows one thing. As long as it could eat this little bug, not only would its injuries be fully recovered, its strength could also be taken to the next level. The corners of the Ghostface King's hideous ghostly face grinned right up to his ears. Bump dish. How dare you ignore old me? Zhao Kongqing slashed at the Ghostface King's back. In his opinion, Lin Xian was still a rookie, He couldn't let the Ghost-Face King attack Lin Xian himself. Dang! The sharp claws collided with the blade, making a crisp sound that shook the air around them. Lin Xian only felt a flash in front of his eyes. The Ghost-Face King had already turned around and slapped out a claw, bringing up a gust of strong wind. With just one click, Zhao Kongqing was vibrated away by the Ghost-Face King. So fast! Lin Xian's eyes stared. With just this one moment, he could tell that with the Ghost-Face King's speed, he wouldn't be able to keep up if he didn't turn on time zero. Lin Xian didn't let go of this opportunity and directly opened time zero. Time slowed down in his eyes as Zhao Kongqing was slapped away by the Ghost-Face King, and at this point, it looked like he was floating in the air and was slowly descending, tracing a beautiful arc. Lin Xian bullied his way forward and leapt up, the bone-picking blade in his hand flashing with cold light. Miso! The blade dug into the Ghost-Face King's skin, but due to the fact that the Ghost-Face King was too tall, the slash only reached the position of its spine. A slash with all his strength only left a shallower bloodstain on it. With the defense power of the Ghost-Face King's Chuan realm, this was already amazing enough. Suddenly, the Ghost-Face King moved. In Lin Xian's subjective vision, everything was slowed down 20 times relative to him. But the Ghost-Faced King turned around at a speed that tended to be normal right in his subjective field of vision and slapped out a claw. This meant that the Ghost-Face King was already fast to a certain extent. Lin Xian hurriedly lowered his body to dodge it, not forgetting to open an opening in the body of the Ghost-Face King. This time he learned to be smart and specialized in picking out the wounds that were already on the Ghost-Face King's body to give it secondary damage. Then jump right out of the opponent's attack range. Bang! Zhao Kongqing fell heavily to the ground. He was about to remind Lin Xian to stay away from the Ghost-Faced King, when he saw that in the midst of the pouring rain, Lin Xian directly transformed into a residual shadow, like a dancing butterfly or a dancer in the dark night, and left wounds on the back of the Ghost-Faced King at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Zhao Kongqing's mouth grew wider and wider. Ah! If he remembered correctly, this kid had only joined the Night's Watch not 2 days ago, right? And he wasn't even a full member. Each of the Ghost-Faced King's attacks landed in the air, and in turn, the wounds on his body grew. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing deeply realized the gap between people. The other party seemed to be dancing on the blade, and every move of the Ghost-Faced King was expected. Red Coma said that Lin Xian's combat talent was high, but you didn't say it was this high? How did he feel that even if Lin Xian didn't have the gift of time acceleration, he would still be able to go through a few moves with the Ghost-Faced King? It seems like the other side is still learning not to fight properly, but to take a beating. And at this rate, Wu Xiangnan had indeed told him that Lin Xian's ability was time acceleration, but he hadn't expected it to be accelerated to such an extent. But then, in a whirlwind, his heart sank. The ability to bug out like that is bound to come at a price. Like the captain of the Mask Squad, who is said to have to pay with his life every time he uses Chronomob. This time accelerating Forbidden Ruin of Lin Xian's was also bound to come with a certain price. Suddenly, he saw a huge hideous ghost face appear at the feet of the Ghost-Face King. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176. Ghostly Facade. Chapter 11 Ghosts and Gods. Lin Xian, retreat. Zhao Kongqing shouted, his heart saying that it was bad. This kind of forbidden ruin was just too tricky, especially for a novice like Lin Xian. Immediately afterward, Zhao Empyrean City only felt that the sky was spinning, and it was as if his body had been put into a roller washing machine and agitated back and forth. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned tightly. Among his perceptions, the earth was the sky was the earth. Before his eyes were the complicated and refuted colors, and in his ears were the meaningless shrill whistles, as if the Ghost-Faced King was whispering beside his ears. The stench at the tip of his nose was gone too. He couldn't smell anything. Lin Xian also finally understood what it meant to have a ghostly face on the ground. This forbidden ruin was able to confuse his 5 senses, giving him the feeling of spatial disorientation. He had seen it in the novels of his previous life, but who would have nothing to do but idly memorize the efficacy of a forbidden ruin that hadn't appeared more than a few chapters before or after. Lin Xian closed his eyes tightly, sensing the presence of the Ghost-Faced King with all his might, but it was useless. Suddenly, he could only feel chills running down his spine. It was a gut feeling. Still casting time 0, he rolled and dodged this attack. With his 5 senses confused, he couldn't even recognize the most basic directions like southeast, northwest, and so on, so how was he going to deal with it? The thoughts in Lin Xian's head spun electrically, and with the help of time 0, the speed of his thinking was accelerated to an exaggerated level. One idea surfaced in his mind and was snuffed out. Suddenly, he felt the sensation of raindrops hitting his body. These raindrops hit in all directions with no pattern. As if he thought of something, Lin Xian pulled the umbrella out of the Nibelungen and headed in one direction. The touch of the rain beating down disappeared for a moment, then returned in a whirlwind. But that momentary slip was caught by Lin Xian. It is well known that rain falls from above, and this law of physics will not be affected by the ghostly face of the ground. The fact that the rain was blocked at that moment just now meant that the direction towards which it was just facing was above. Of course, it was also possible that the Ghostface King had reacted the moment Lin Xian raised his hand and chose to take the trick into his own hands. However, it was important to realize that Lin Xian was now in the state of turning on time zero and was extremely fast, and the Ghostface King didn't know beforehand that he could summon the umbrella. So, he's still leaning towards the fact that he picked the right direction. Now that the direction is set, the next step is much better. According to where the Ghostface King had attacked himself just now, the direction the other party was in now was to his right front. Lin Xian directly panned to the left while stabbing out with a knife. At the same time, the ghost-faced king's sharp claws slashed against his temples, bringing up a gust of wind. Pest! The sound of a sharp object entering flesh rang out. Lin Xian stabbed this one to the ground. In Lin Xian's subjective consciousness at this point, more than 40 seconds had passed since he had turned on time zero. And by turning on time zero, he was able to accelerate his time by a factor of 20 and maintain it for up to 3 seconds. That means he has 20 seconds left. Seizing these 20 seconds, Lin Xian chose to soldier on, using the advantage brought about by the acceleration of time to engage the Ghostface King in close melee combat, weakening him as much as possible. If you don't, you'll be on the chopping block when his time zero ends. With a blow that fell short and was also countered by Lin Xian, the Ghostface King obviously became even more frenzied, his figure accelerating steeply. Lin Xian roamed around the Ghostface King with the help of time zero, like a ghostly phantom, dancing in the pitch blackness where the 5 senses were confused. From time to time, he brought up flowers of blood, while dodging one of the Ghostface King's attacks with his sense of direction and strong intuition. In a short moment, Lin Xian had left dozens of slashes on the Ghostface King's body. But just then, his time zero ended. He only felt the sound of wind on his face and hastily raised his sword to parry. Dang! Lin Xian flew out backwards and landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, Lin Xian was incomparably glad that he had taken a day's worth of beating from Red Tassel yesterday, and his fighting skills had been greatly improved. Not only that, but Lin Xian also realized that his intuition was very sharp, and with his improved combat literacy, he was able to react even when he was sneak attacked by Sister Red Tassel in his visual blind spot. If not for that, he wouldn't have been able to react to that moment just now. I'm sure it's a dead body by now. Lin Xian gulped white mist from his mouth. Thanks to the powerful physical body of the hybrid species, coupled with his timely reaction just now, he did not receive any substantial damage. But without time zero, he was no match for the Ghostface King. Without time zero to accelerate his thinking speed and reaction time, with just today's him, he wouldn't even be able to react to the Ghostface King's attack. As genius as he was, he had only learned how to fight for less than a day after all. Learned still how to take a beating, not how to fight. By this time, Zhao Kongqing had also discerned his location, and hearing the sounds of fighting coming from in front of him, he discerned that Lin Xian was fighting with the Ghostface King, and his heart and mind were shaken. If he had said that just now, when Lin Xian was able to maneuver around the Ghostface King, he was feeling a bit shocked, thinking that fate was really unfair, allowing Lin Xian to possess both the forbidden ruin of time acceleration and an outrageous combat talent. Then now he thought fate was a... Lin Xian's 5 senses were confused, and all of them were able to have a go at the Ghostface King. This talent was too terrifying. But beyond jealousy, he was more than pleased. It was natural for him to feel very pleased to have such a strong descendant. The sounds of fighting suddenly disappeared, and Zhao Kongqing grinned as he felt someone land on his side. How's that, kid? Not working? He stood up straight, the long knife in his hand pointing diagonally at the ground. Suddenly, he felt a fluctuation in the touch of rainwater on his body. Zhao Empyrean City relied on his rich battle experience and terrifying battle intuition to distinguish the Ghostface King's location and slashed out. Dang! His arm was numbed by the shock, and Zhao Kongqing's slash was blocked. Having wanted to chase after Lin Xian but being blocked, the Ghostface King temporarily gave up on Lin Xian and chose to kill this annoying fly first. It laughed and clawed at Zhao Kongqing's heavenly aura. This grab could directly crush Zhao Kongqing's skull. Think I'm soft, do you? Zhao Kongqing begged for it. He was Lin Xian Sr., how could he be compared to a junior? The light blue blade light cut through the air as the sharp blade collided with the giant claw in the air. Ding, 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 ding. Dang. It was a pity that Zhao Kongqing didn't have the perverted physical quality of Lin Xian, nor did he have the forbidden ruins to support him, and in just a few seconds he was caught in a break, slapped with a claw on his body, and flew out backwards. He smashed directly into the barrier of the ringless hollow and fell to the ground. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and braced himself to stand up with a grim expression. If it weren't for my inability to awaken the forbidden ruins, you would have died 800 cough cough. Before the words were finished, Zhao Kongqing spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him. Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xian similarly listened sideways. It was Lin Chie's voice. Lin Xian was also relying on time zero to be able to maneuver around the Ghostface King, and at this point, his time zero had already ended, and opening it up again in a short period of time would only cause him to feel a splitting headache. He quietly listened to Zhao Empyrean City and Lin Chie's conversation. He only heard Zhao Kongqing curse angrily. You don't eat in the middle of the Anji night. What are you running out to sneak around? Give me a roll. This has nothing to do with you. And you, Lin Xian, one by one, you don't let anyone worry about you. If I survive, I'll have to whip your asses hard. Zhao Kongqing turned in Lin Xian's direction and viciously said, What's the point of showing off, since I said I can beat it myself? I can beat it. Do I need you, a junior who just joined the Night's Watch, to carry it? Lin Xian was silent. Objectively, he really couldn't save Zhao Kongqing. But subjectively, in order for Lin Chie to awaken and for the subsequent plot to continue to unfold, he let Zhao Kongqing die, and even though he was able to take him into the Nibelungen and was able to resurrect him, he still didn't feel good in his heart. Can't say, but it's kind of hard. Old Cho. Do what? Would you believe me if I said that I could resurrect you? Believe, why don't you believe you're going to die anyway? It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat if you believe. Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes. Only Lin Xian's 5 senses were confused and he couldn't see it. Zhao Kongqing. Let me in. I'm quite capable of fighting now. Lin Chie's voice came in, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. He could hear Zhao Kongqing coughing violently, and he could also hear Lin Xian and Zhao Kongqing talking. They talk about death. You can beat the out of them one by one. They're all unconscious. They only have the marquee realm they have to show off. Lin Xian felt that he had been cued while sighing in his heart. Lao Zhao, you're just an ordinary person, have to face the Chuan realm of the ghost face of the king. To say show off, not you the most show off? Get lost, I have a way to take care of the other side. All you have to do is go home and eat, then go to bed nicely, and I'll make sure it can't hurt a hair on your head. Zhao Kongqing said so, but in fact, his body had already reached its limit. The ghost-faced king walked slowly towards him, his huge body carrying an unrivaled sense of oppression. To the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing was just an annoying fly. He couldn't wait to get rid of the fly and go forward to enjoy his meal. Outside this barrier, there seems to be an equally small mouse. But it didn't matter. Once he had gotten himself killed by this fly and enjoyed his meal, he would be next. At this moment, the ghost-faced king was bleeding from new and old wounds, many of which had been cut out by Lin Xian and were bleeding outwards. But that didn't deter it in the least. It stood there, the stab wounds on its body rather like its tattoos, setting it off in ever more hideous horror. Trembling as he pulled the coat of arms from his pocket, he remembered again the oath he had taken when he had once joined the Night's Watch. Think of your own resolute decision to become a soldier despite your mother's objections. Think of a dynasty and a scene in which you were a Night's Watchman. What's with the sudden start of the walk? Zhao Kongqing spat, his fingers gently stroking the passage on the back of the coat of arms. He murmured in a low voice, Although I didn't stand in front of 10,000 people, at least, I can protect you two brats. When Lin Xian heard this, he was only silent. He stopped caring about the call of the teenager behind him and pressed the switch on the inside of the coat of arms. Just a snap and a needle popped out. Ghostbusters, a drug that drains all human potential in a short period of time. What Zhao Empyrean City cared more about was that it would allow people who didn't have a forbidden ruin to obtain one. Feeling the gradually approaching Ghostface King, Zhao Kongqing smiled happily. Who hasn't aspired to that transcendent power? But he could never awaken the forbidden ruins. He had been waiting for this day for far, far too long. Every time he looked at the captains and their ability to use the forbidden ruins, but he himself couldn't, his heart didn't feel good. He took a deep breath and zapped it into his palm. P.S. Requests for catch-up reading and gifts. Chapter 12. The moment the silver needle pierced into his skin, Zhao Kongqing only felt that the injuries all over his body were rapidly fading away, as if there was an eraser wiping away the injuries on his body. In its place was an overflowing sense of power, unprecedented and explosive. His heart drummed violently like a drum, and he could feel every inch of his body cheering. An extremely oppressive field spread out from his body, and every move he made was to his liking. The body is fuller than ever. Zhao Kongqing's eyes snapped open, and in them was a blazing fire. The ghost-faced king seemed to have sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Zhao Kongqing's body, and suddenly shifted his target to pounce on Lin Xian. It wanted to eat Lin Xian first before dealing with Zhao Kongqing. "How dare you!" Zhao Kongqing let out a roar, and above his long blade, a light blue light flashed, only to see Zhao Kongqing slash at the ghost-faced king's outstretched left arm with a speed that was barely visible to the naked eye from afar. A pitch-black crescent that emitted an ominous aura appeared where the blade passed. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered, an arm was thrown up high, and the ghost-faced king immediately let out a miserable roar. As the rain poured down, Zhao Kongqing just stood there quietly, like a demon god. Suddenly, he threw back his head and laughed as the rain poured down on his face and trickled down from the corners of his eyes. "Can't tell if it's rain or tears. Ha 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 ha. It's actually Mendicant Shining Moon. Sequence 083's Mendicant Shining Moon. I, Zhao Empyrean City, am really a ing genius." It was as if he were roaring at the heavens and cursing the injustice of fate. Immediately, he turned his head, his eyes looking dead at the ghost-faced king who was covering his left arm in dismay, his eyes bright and frightening. I'm afraid that the other party was also puzzled as to why Zhao Kongqing, who had just been a stinking fly, had suddenly turned into a terrifying beast. It felt threatened and let out a growl, its muscles bulging. The body that was originally as high as 3 meters at this time, it was even directly expanding a circle, approaching 4 meters. The next moment, Zhao Kongqing moved. In just the blink of an eye, he closed in on the ghost-faced king, his speed many times faster than Lin Xian's opening of time 0. Buzz. The straight blade cut through so fast that it created a buzz. With each buzzing sound, a terrifying blood scar blossomed on the ghost-faced king, deep enough to be seen on the bone. However, the ghost-faced king could not help his opponent and could only let out one agonizing roar after another. It was only a matter of time before he killed the ghost-faced king. He, on the other hand, is struggling to keep up with the time. The medicinal effect of the ghost god lure would soon pass. If he couldn't kill the ghost-faced king in a short period of time, Lin Xian, Lin Xie would all be poisoned by it. He could feel the pain and exhaustion like it was magnified 100-fold and was returning to his body as the hours lengthened. Damn it! I made a promise, but I can't go back on my word. The ghost-faced king had similarly sensed that from the beginning, when he was unable to resist, the opponent's attack was now getting weaker and weaker. A hideous grin reappeared on its face as it seized the moment to slap a claw on Zhao Kongqing's chest and abdomen position, sending him flying backward. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it! Zhao Kongqing was holding the ground with one hand, while the other hand still had a death grip on the straight sword, spitting out blood. It was as if there were countless bugs gnawing at his body, and extreme pain swept through his body like waves. The straight sword was stuck on the ground, and he leaned on it, struggling to get up, his eyes staring at the ghost-faced king with death. The ghost-faced king wasn't dead yet. His promise hadn't been fulfilled. He couldn't fall yet. Drawing his straight sword, Zhao Kongqing's blade pointed straight at the ghost-faced king and was about to step forward. Suddenly, a loud bang came from overhead. Lin Xian looked up and saw that the sky had split open a gap that stretched all the way to the back of Zhao Kong City. Both of them looked back at the same time, only to see a pair of golden eyes glowing in the broken crack. Lin Xie broke the ringless airspace and he entered it, first scanning around. The line of sight paused slightly on Lin Xian, and then resumed looking at Zhao Kongqing. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing's entire body was drenched in blood, and even on his forehead there was blood dangling down. His state was obviously very bad. Zhao Kongqing was stunned, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. How did you get in here?" Lin Xie shrugged. "The ringless hollow is indeed hard, but luckily I have these eyes, and luckily it's dark." Zhao Empyrean didn't understand, but he knew that now was not the time to talk about this. "All right, no matter how you came in, stand beside Lin Xian for me." 2 little brats, one after the other. His time, it's running out. I can help you. Lin Qia's voice came from behind him, and Zhao Kongqing subconsciously wanted to curse, when he suddenly felt a twinge in his heart. He let out a soft breath. Yes, but only after I finish this cut. This middle-aged man straightened his back, like a big umbrella in the pouring rain, and like a sea pin in the boundless waves. Suddenly, he spoke. 2 buggers. Lin Xian and Lin Qie looked at Zhao Kongqing at the same time. At this point, Lin Xian knew that Zhao Kongqing was at the end of his strength, and he also knew that this was his last slash, and one of the few high points in the man's life. He tightly gripped the bone-culling knife, his eyes gazing at Zhao Empyrean City with a solemn expression. This next cut? Watch it, but don't blink. Why? It's going to be a cool cut. The water splashed, and Zhao Kongqing ran towards the ghost-faced king, with both feet stomping on the ground, like a stringed arrow, cutting through the long night. The ghost-faced king also realized that his opponent was already at the end of his strength, and crossed his only remaining right arm across his chest, looking on guard. In its eyes, it was Zhao Kongqing's constantly enlarging figure and his eyes that were bright to the extreme. There's nothing fancy about it. He just raised his hand and swung his sword. The speed was so fast that no sound even came out, and the knife had already swung down. A huge crescent moon that far exceeded the previous one appeared in front of Zhao Kongqing, and that pitch-black crescent moon seemed to have pierced through this dense rain curtain, piercing through the space in front of Zhao Kongqing, and instantly arrived in front of the ghost-faced king. This was an unblockable strike, and it was also Zhao Kongqing's most handsome strike. Buzz! The hideous ghost head flew up into the sky, and its massive body of nearly 4 meters landed with a thud. It was also not until then that the popping sound produced by the swinging of the sword reached the ears of the two. The moment the ghost-faced king's head shot up into the sky, Lin Xian scurried out directly, his expression icy cold to the extreme. He hadn't forgotten that Zhao Kongqing hadn't completely killed the ghost-faced king with this blow. He's gonna make up for it. Chapter 13, Saving Zhao Kongqing. The brilliant golden pupils shone in the dark night, and at the moment when the ghost-faced king's head descended, he stabbed out with a knife. At that moment, Lin Xian clearly saw an incomparably obvious fear and despair emerge on the hideous ghost's face. Pest! The boning knife viciously pierced through the ghost's face, penetrating through the back of his head. This time, he used his full strength. Inhumanly mournful and miserable howls rang out abruptly, like they were trying to penetrate the eardrums. Through the golden pupil, the ghost-faced king vaguely saw that hideous and divine great being, the enormous black dragon that passed through the heavens. It was also at this moment that it realized what a great existence it had just coveted. It saw the kingdom of his god, the kingdom of terror overflowing with despair and resignation. It was wailing, and more than that, it was terrified. It fears that death is not the end of it, that it will be greeted with unending pain and suffering. Lin Xian realized that he was actually able to collect the ghost-faced king's soul into the Nibelungen, but in the end, he allowed the other party to simply dissipate. At the same time, a huge amount of energy instantly filled his entire body, and Lin Xian could feel the bones in his entire body crackling, to the point where his body was a little bloated. Like you're full? He could feel the purity of his bloodline being greatly improved. It's just not a good time to get into your head and see just how much it's improved. Lin Xian redirected his gaze to the head with the hideous ghostly face. The last thing the ghost-faced king saw was the Nibelungen of Nidhogg, not Lin Xian's own. In his Nibelungen there were no sons and daughters, and so no despair filled them. But Lin Xian's Nibelungen does not welcome such an evil spirit. Lin Qie similarly rushed out and quickly supported Zhao Kongqing, not letting him fall to the ground and stain his body with mud. Snap, snap. The torrential rain almost went over the soles of his shoes as Lin Xian stepped through the rain and arrived in front of Zhao Kongqing, still carrying the ghost-faced king's head in his hand. He spoke in a relaxed tone. Lao Zhao, what did I say? It's still up to me, isn't it? Just a moment ago, he further confirmed that the Nibelungen could take the spirits of the war dead into it, and now that his hanging heart was released, he naturally wanted to flirt a bit. You just picked up the slack. The head wasn't even chopped off by me. Zhao Empyrean rolled his eyes, while he was in fear in his heart. I didn't expect that my so handsome stroke just now hadn't completely killed this ghost-faced king. At this point, he no longer had the energy to think about why Lin Xian knew that the ghost-faced king wasn't dead. All right, Zhao Empyrean City, don't say anything for now. I'll send you to the hospital. Lin Qie said hurriedly. Through those eyes, he could clearly sense how bad Zhao Kongqing's body was. There's no need. It's just a little aftermath. You call that a little bit? Lin Qia's brows were tightly locked. He didn't want to see Zhao Kongqing die because of him. At this rate, you're going to die. Nothing. Zhao Kongqing heatedly laughed, his expression indescribably unrestrained. At least old me experienced the addiction of the forbidden ruins. That's mendicant shining moon. Old me is really a genius. Brat, do me a favor. Zhao Kongqing looked to Lin Xian, who was on the side. What favor? I have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Light them for me. Lin Xian fumbled for a moment from Zhao Kongqing's chest coat pocket and fished out a pack of blood-soaked cigarettes. According to Lin Xian's original memory, this box of cigarettes was a very cheap type. He picked out one from it that wasn't wet with blood and rain and handed it to Zhao Kongqing's mouth, lighting it for him. Lin Xia. Brat, just now that knife, old man, handsome or not? Cool. Lin Xian and Lin Xia nodded at the same time, and the corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth rose as he watched. It's worth it. Two divine agents both said that Laozi was handsome. Even if they went down, it was still enough for Laozi to blow. He's bittersweet. On our old Zhao's awesome feats, how can we not say to be named a general as... He smiled a far-fetched smile, as if certain images were coming to mind. But the light in his eyes was slowly going out, like a burned-out wick. Lin Xia shook Zhao Kongqing's body. Zhao Kongqing, wake up again. You haven't become a general yet. You can't die yet. This time, although Laozi didn't protect 10,000 people, but Laozi at least protected your little family, and Lin Xian, the idiot who likes to show off. It doesn't dishonor the words behind the coat of arms. Zhao Empyrean spoke in a voice that became smaller and smaller until it was silent. Lin Xia suddenly remembered the words behind the coat of arms. If the dark night comes, I will stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the vault of heaven with blood. He sat on his knees in a daze, the rain sliding down his cheeks, along with the tears. He was crying silently. Behind Lin Xia, Lin Xian's golden pupils flickered as the corners of his mouth curved into a slight arc. The moment Zhao Kongqing lost his breath, he had managed to collect Zhao Kongqing's soul into the Nibelungen, saving Zhao Kongqing's life in disguise. Zhao Kongqing had just experienced a great battle and was currently sleeping in the Nibelungen. At most no more than a day he would reawaken. Only the Cho Kongchang in the Nibelungen only has a soul. Only when he had grown to a certain level, he would be able to recast his physical body for Zhao Kongqing. He had a vague premonition that he might be able to use the Black King's blood, as well as the power in the Nibelungen, to make Zhao Kongqing one of the four great monarchs. For example, the King of Sky and Wind. Although his heart was thinking so, Lin Xian's face resumed mourning. It was also fortunate that Lin Xia was just caught up in his grief and didn't realize that he was smiling. Otherwise, he really couldn't even jump into the Yellow River. After a long time, Lin Xia raised his head. With the help of his powerful hearing, Lin Xian could hear the other party mumbling something. At a very, very early stage, Lin Xia wanted to go over and die. As someone who grew up blind, claimed to have seen angels but wasn't believed, and was institutionalized, death isn't scary. But his family, his aunt and brother, pulled him out of despair and saved him again and again. I don't care if it's flooding outside. I just want to protect my own little home. Lin Xian was silent. There was nothing more cruel than the fact that his aunt had actually died after Lin Xia went blind. That aunt who had pulled Lin Xia out of the abyss had survived until now by Lin Xia's miracle. Lin Xian suddenly felt that fate was so ironic. He silently walked a little closer and a black umbrella appeared in his hand, covering Lin Xia and Zhao Kongqing. Keep them safe from torrential rains. Lin Xia didn't care about any of this. He just stared straight into Zhao Kongqing's godless eyes. Zhao Kongqing, I'm a person who most definitely doesn't want to owe others favors. You keep my whole world. But what can I do for you? He gently reached out and closed Zhao Kongqing's eyes for him, turning his head to look at the short building behind him. A dim glow was coming from inside. It was his warm home, his harbor. He took a deep breath, as if he had made some sort of determination in his mind. Zhao Kongqing, you saved my whole world. In exchange for your world, I'll guard it for you for 10 years. His tone was firm, and in the darkness of the night, only that pair of golden pupils was exceptionally bright. Lin Xia carried Zhao Kongqing's standardized longsword on his back, carefully carried Zhao Kongqing in his arms, and slowly got up. Lin Xian followed closely behind. When Red Raider rushed in, this is what she saw. A teenager with a straight sword behind his back and a middle-aged man in his arms. The man was covered in blood, his eyes were closed, his demeanor was peaceful, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he was proud from the bottom of his heart, or as if he was having a beautiful dream. Beside that teenager, Lin Xian stood quietly, similarly covered in blood. He held a black umbrella in his hand, which covered the sky above Zhao Kong City. Thunder exploded with a flash of white light. Torrential rain poured down and slammed the world hard with gusty winds. It hit the two teenagers, it hit the drenched red tassel, and the only thing that was blocked by a black umbrella was that it didn't stain the middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. The teenager with the umbrella bowed his head in greeting with one hand on his chest. The teenager holding the corpse used all his strength to open his mouth and roared, "My senior Lin Chia, send General Zhao Kongqing." In triumph. Chapter 14 Slaying Deities. Lin Xian's conjecture. Next to the short building, where Zhao Kongqing and Lin Xian had fought with the Ghost-Faced King, the bloodstains and traces of battle had long since been cleared away. A small black dog with a bag around its neck came slowly and suddenly spat out human words. "The soul returns." After a long time, there was no response from the surroundings, and it frowned humanely. This shouldn't be the case. It was less than an hour since Zhao Kongqing died. The soul shouldn't have dissipated so quickly. Or was it Zhao Kongqing's soul had been taken by someone else? But who could it be? Zhao Empyrean City wasn't the type of existence with a very special soul. There shouldn't be anyone hitting on him. The little black dog narrowed his eyes, and suddenly thought of the tall man who fought alongside Zhao Kongqing. Is it him? It's night. The rain beat down on the red sign of the peace office, hitting the storefront and bringing up a crackling sound. Inside the house, Lin Xian rested his hands on his knees, quietly listening to the side. The conversation between Wu Xiangnan and Lin Chia. Are you saying that Zhao Empyrean City opened the Ghost God lead and killed the Ghost-Faced King while preserving his companions, and died with the other party? Wu Xiangnan frowned tightly and turned his head to look at Lin Xian on the side with a questioning look in his eyes. Lin Xian, is that so? Yes. Lin Xian nodded, his expression unchanged. When he was on the road, he had briefly exchanged words with Lin Chia to unify the caliber. Are you sure? Wu Xiangnan's eyes narrowed. I'm sure. But why on the Ghost-Faced King's ghostly face? Is there a stab wound that looks less like old Zhao's straight blade and more like a boning knife or something like that? This is a bit strange. According to Lin Xian, he just happened to bump into the old Zhao in a hurry, so followed. It's too much of a coincidence. As for whether or not it could be Lin Xian who had killed Zhao Kongqing, they had examined it, and there were only traces left by the Ghost-Faced King on Zhao Kongqing's body. On the contrary, on the Ghost-Faced King's body, there were many obvious wounds, obviously not made by the standard straight sword, but rather like some kind of shorter blade. Like what he just mentioned, the boning knife. Lin Xian didn't open his mouth to explain. He was aware of the truth of saying more and being more wrong. He just insisted. It was Zhao Kongqing who killed him. Both of us saw it. He looked straight at Wu Xiangnan, his eyes calm, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Wu Xiangnan still wanted to speak, but in the end, he just sighed and stopped asking more questions. How on earth could he not know? Wu Xiangnan turned his head to ask another question. You want to join the Night's Watch? Yes, but I will only be in the Night's Watch for 10 years, and after that I will leave. Lin Chia's words clearly caused the rest to freeze for a moment. Even Si Xiaonan, who was still crying, stopped for a moment and looked at Lin Chia in confusion. Lin Xian on the side watched the scene with interest. Why do I remember that Lin Chia became Commander Lin in the original episode? He flirted in his mind. Whirling around, he leaned back against the couch and closed his eyes. With the help of the crowd chatting, he happened to go and see how Lao Zhao was doing, whether he was awake or not. Lin Xian's consciousness quickly sank down into the middle of a mist. Black earth, pale sky. A thin mist filled the midst of this land, and at Lin Xian's feet, 2 boning knives and an umbrella were placed. To his left, a middle-aged man was lying on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. It was none other than Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing's body was illusory at this moment, and Lin Xian could even see the black earth through his body. The current Zhao Kongqing was still in the state of a soul without a physical body. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt his body being slapped and had returned. What's wrong? He realized the crowd was looking at him. Honging waved her hand. It's nothing. It's just that Lin Chia doesn't have a place to sleep tonight. I invited him to my place, and when Chima is coming, so I just wanted to ask if you're coming. Anyway, there were quite a lot of rooms in her villa, and it wasn't as bad as Lin Xian's. Hong-ying, Lin Xian's family also lives in a villa. Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth and said, He had sent Lin Xian home a few days ago, so he naturally knew that his family actually lived in a villa as well, although that neighborhood was already very old. When Lin Xie, who was on the side, heard this news, his eyes looked straight at Lin Xian. He didn't realize that this guy was even rich. Of course I know, but even if you have a villa you can come and stay at my house. It's just as well that we all live together and it's more lively. Red Coma had read Lin Xian's family information after he had joined the Night's Watch. Don't look at Red Riding Hood as a big-headed person, but he was actually very delicate in his mind. Not only did she know that the other party also lived in a villa, she also knew that Lin Xian was the only one left in his family. Red Coma invited Lin Xian because she was also afraid that the other party would be alone in the house and feel lonely. But in the end, Lin Xian just shook his head. No, I'm more used to staying in my own home. He has secrets. Whenever he increased the purity of his bloodline by 5% and traveled to Tombstone to gain the ability, his physique would also increase dramatically, and inevitably he would make a bit of a ruckus. Lin Xian could guess the purpose of Red Tassel's invitation to him and trusted the character of the crowd. But there were some secrets that were better known only to himself. Okay. Red Ruffian could only shrug. I'm going to go practice my gun first then, so you guys can just go straight to my house after a while. Late at night, under the leadership of Wen Qima, Lin Xian and Lin Xie arrived at a lonely wilderness. In the distance is a cemetery. The three of them carefully walked through the jungle and squatted in the half-man-high weeds, quietly looking at the delicate figure carving a monument for Zhao Kongsheng in the distance. Didn't she say she was off practicing with her gun? Lin Xie said dully. Who would believe gun practice this late at night? Wen Qima sighed, then turned his gaze towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, get down a little lower, you're too tall. Lin Xian silently lowered his body. The group of perverts just silently watched as Red Tassel wiped her tears while carving a good monument for Zhao Kongqing. He closed his eyes and returned to the middle of the Nibelungen, realizing that Zhao Kongqing was still awake. If Zhao Kongqing were awake at this time and saw this scene, Lin Xian would be able to imagine the other party's twisted look. He said, Red Riding Hood, it's really not necessary. While turning his head so that no one could see the hazy mist in his eyes. Well, if the soul can shed tears. The rain stopped a long time ago and the clouds cleared. The bright moonlight shone into the villa, reflecting half of Lin Xian's cheeks. After a busy night, Lin Xian finally returned to his home and was finally able to take a look at tonight's harvest. When he killed the Ghostface King, he could feel that far more massive energy. Initial estimation, the energy gained from killing one Ghostface King was definitely more than killing 10 Ghostface. Lin Xian leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes as his consciousness sank into his mind. In front of him were huge tombstones, towering huge through the sky. Lin Xian froze slightly when he saw the numbers on it. Bloodline purity, 18%. No more than 20%. Obviously, he could feel that the energy gained from killing just one Ghostface King was worth killing a dozen or so ordinary Ghostface. As a result, the purity of the bloodline only increased by 8%. Perhaps, for every 5% or 10% increase in bloodline primacy, the energy required goes up another level. Like, for example, going from 5% to 10% gives you a 1% boost for every Ghostfacer you kill, but going from 95% to 99% can't still be the same 1% boost for every Ghostfacer you kill. If that was the case, he'd kill 100 ghost-faced people and be outright invincible. But alas, no. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. In other words, the higher the purity of the bloodline, the harder it would be to raise it. From 10% to 20%, a Kawasaki can only raise 8%. At this rate, when the bloodline purity reached 80 or 90%, perhaps even the mysteries of the Klein realm wouldn't be able to satisfy him. At that time, he might have to kill the gods. Chapter 15. The Blood-Sucking Scythe. Lin Xian, whose bloodline purity was less than 20%, didn't have to worry about such things for the time being. He was more concerned about what his new ability would be. Lin Xian shifted his gaze to the 15th percentile of the tombstone. He managed to read the complicated dragon text on it. Speech, Spirit, Blood-Sucking Scythe. Unlike in the past, this time, in addition to the swollen and painful meridians all over his body, Lin Xian could feel the incomparably noisy sounds that filled his ears. The rustling of leaves under the breeze, the empty silence of distant cicadas, even the sound of the wind carried by a bird flying by, the strange sound of a mouse arching over the dirt. These subtle sounds were amplified 1,000 times, and receiving so much information in an instant made Lin Xian dizzy and want to vomit. It's so hard on your ears that it feels like someone has put hundreds of mosquitoes in your ear canal, one buzzing piece at a time. Lin Xian forced himself to control himself so that he wouldn't listen to them. Gradually, the sound grew fainter and fainter, until it returns to normal. He tentatively grasps the spirit of the word. Lin Xian stood up again and opened his eyes. He realized that tiny scratches had appeared on the sofa and on the walls around him. It was as if an invisible whirlwind centered on Lin Xian was wrapped in countless tiny sharp blades cutting through space. The first time the name of the speech spirit was read out, information related to the blood-sucking scythe had already flooded into his mind. Vampiric scythe, which is the superior replacement for speech scythe. But unlike the blood-sucking scythe from the dragon race, which sacrificed the ability to use sound to gain information in exchange for lethality, all Lin Xian had obtained was the blood-sucking scythe plus version. The scythe's ability to gather information is not affected. The releaser of the skill scythe is able to form a large field centered on himself and create complex sound channels within the field, mastering all the smallest sounds within the field. Legend has it that with the aid of this spirit of speech, the ancient dragons were able to listen to the whispers of mankind from the 9 heavens above. The purer the bloodline, the greater the range of the field for the releaser. Lin Xian tried slightly, and he realized that if he released a spherical field, the range of that field wouldn't exceed 25 meters at most. But one of the more interesting points was that he was able to abandon the other directions and keep extending the field in a certain direction, up to a maximum of 150 meters. Now that's a real smoothie. But that's just the scythe's ability. As a superior replacement for the scythe, the blood-sucking scythe, in addition to possessing the scythe's smooth ears, he is able to turn the air into extremely fast-spinning debris, as if it were a myriad of tiny, unseen boomerangs. He controlled countless tiny wind blades to gently brush aside a wooden chair. The wooden chair was instantly chipped into a field of splinters. The attack is ridiculously strong, just like a meat grinder. These tiny, dense blades of wind could even act as shields against the attacks of others due to their excessive density. A shield with its own anti-damage effect. Lin Xian gave his evaluation in his heart. The deadliest point of the blood-sucking scythe was that once an enemy was touched by it, countless small, densely packed wounds would appear on their body. If the opponent was unfortunate enough to have their aorta sliced by a blood-sucking sickle, the gusts of wind would take away the blood, thus speeding up the speed at which the opponent bled. With the spherical area turned on, the range of the wind blade was the same 25 meters, but the difference was that when Lin Xian chose to extend it in one direction, it could extend up to 30 meters. It was not something that could extend to 150 meters, as the voice did. Then there was the fact that Lin Xian wasn't able to control the angle of flight of individual wind blades very finely, or at least he definitely couldn't do it right now. However, he could control the flight angle of countless tiny wind blades at the same time. The blood-sucking scythe skill undoubtedly made up for some of Lin Xian's drawbacks. For example, when facing the Ghost-Faced King, if he possessed the blood-sucking scythe, he could easily recognize his opponent's position. Even if it could confuse his 5 senses, he could still get information accurately into his ears through the wind. Anymore, he could use the fine wind blades as a barrier, and he could react in time no matter if the Ghost-Faced King approached from that direction. Even more, if he utilized his blood-sucking scythe properly, the Ghost-Faced King would already be covered in wounds before he even got close to himself. Lin Xian still remembered that Lin Xie was able to see everything within 20 meters, as if he had opened God's eye. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was able to hear everything within a 25-meter radius around him, and it was also able to extend continuously in a certain direction. Although it wasn't as precise as Lin Xie's perception, it was superior in its wide range. At the same time, Lin Xian also detected some disadvantages of the blood-sucking sickle. No, I should say that he brings his own drawbacks. There was no such thing as a sustaining time for the blood-sucking scythe. He could keep it on as long as he wanted. However, due to the fact that his mental power was only in the Gentian realm, he wasn't able to maneuver the blood-sucking scythe very freely, and the slightest lack of control would cause a large number of voices to fill his mind. Until now, subtle sounds had appeared in his ears from time to time. If he didn't become proficient soon, he was going to have a nervous breakdown. He even heard a mosquito buzzing in his ear. Lin Xian frowned and snapped at his face. The buzz is gone. But the face hurts a bit. I didn't control the force just now. It seemed that not only the blood-sucking scythe needed him to familiarize himself with it, but the body quality that had been boosted too quickly also needed him to familiarize himself with it. Lin Xian came directly into the middle of the villa's small courtyard. He was now overly sensitive to sound and couldn't sleep at all, so he might as well familiarize himself with his body and try to master the blood-sucking scythe as early as possible. Anyway, with his current physical fitness, it would be fine if he didn't sleep for a day or two. The small courtyard of the villa was not big, just 30 square meters. There is a stone-paved path in the small courtyard that extends to the back door of the villa, and in the corner of the small courtyard there is a pomegranate tree from which the predecessor used to pick pomegranates and eat them. There is also a small stone stump under the tree. Lin Xian will also water the tree when he has nothing to do. The road was lined with muddy ground and nothing else. Lin Xian was also considering whether or not to grow something to eat. He felt like his gardening gene had awakened. But in the end, he gave up. The secondary reason is that after becoming a night watchman you are bound to become busy and certainly won't have time to tend to your own dishes. The main reason is laziness. Lin Xian sat down on the stone pier and started practicing how to control the blood-sucking sickle. There was no talk all night. Morning bunko. After a great battle with the Ghost Face King last night, plus practicing the blood-sucking scythe for the whole night, he had long been starving. After sweeping through 10 cages of buns, Lin Xian finally felt some satiety, paid the money, and left the store in the middle of the store owner's shocked gaze. After a night of practicing, he had initially mastered the blood-sucking scythe, and although he still couldn't make overly precise controls, he could now block out the subtle sounds whenever he wanted to. Not only that, his control over the wind blades was also enhanced quite a bit. On his way to the peace office, he suddenly remembered something. Zhao Kongqing. It's about time to wake up. Chapter 16, Old Zhao. In the Nibelungen, Zhao Kongqing looked at the foggy world with an indescribably dumbfounded expression. Didn't I die, and this is what the world looks like after death? It doesn't feel like much. Hello, is anyone there? Zhao Kongqing shouted, and through the thin fog, he couldn't even see a single person. Any dead people? Stop yelling, you're the only one. A male voice suddenly sounded behind Zhao Kongqing, startling him. Is really jumping out. Zhao Empyrean City and the voice behind him pulled away, before turning his head to look. Is that brat who likes to show off? Zhao Kongqing's eyes glazed over, his expression incredulous. You're dead too. His expression was 3 parts sadness, 7 parts shock, and 90 parts skepticism. Isn't the Ghost Face King dead? Why did this brat come down too? Without waiting for Zhao Kongqing to say something else, Lin Xian stopped him in time. Stop, you're not in the underworld, you're in the Nibelungen. Nibelungen? Zhao Kongqing certainly knows where the Nibelungen is, and then associated Lin Xian is the spokesman for Nidhogg. Zhao Empyrean reacted quickly. So, I'm sort of being pulled into Nidhogg's divine kingdom by you? Not really exactly, it's my god's kingdom. What do you mean by your kingdom of God? Lin Xian glanced at him and thought for a moment. Zhao Empyrean City was accepted into the Nibelungen by him, which meant that from then on Zhao Empyrean City and him were considered to be deeply bound. He decided to be selective about what he told the other man. You can understand that I am Nidhogg, not yet fully grown. No response, no callback. Zhao Empyrean City just stood there frozen, with a wide open mouth. He didn't know what to say. Zhao Kongqing subconsciously thought that the other party was joking, but looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he seemed to be serious, after associating this foggy and empty world with the fact that he was obviously dead. But he was able to appear here. Fizzle, this kid is 1,000,000,000 points against the odds in Nima. Which means you're actually Nidhogg, but for some reason became what you are now? It's understandable, and you're sort of the first resident of Nibelungen. Zhao Kongqing tried to calm himself down. He thought that he had also experienced a lot of things and was definitely much more stable than the average person, but he really couldn't calm himself down regarding the matter of Lin Xian being a Nidhogg. This couldn't be some kind of hallucination I had before I died. Could it? Then he slapped himself and ended up with his arm through his face. Old Zhao, I snatched you back from death. Shouldn't you be thankful to thank me? Come on. Call out to Brother Lin and listen. Lin Xian's face showed a comical color and suddenly said immodestly, Lin Xian, Zhao Empty City mean convex. Climb for the master. Zhao Kongqing kicked straight through, and unsurprisingly, it went through again. At this sight, he bristled. Even if you saved me, so what? There's nothing in this hole of a place, not even a cigarette. I can show you out, but only in spirit form for now, no way to leave for too long. If you get bored staying inside the Nibelungen, I can ship in novels, comics, and single-player consoles. TSK, barely. Old Zhao grinned broadly as he lay in the air and said. He found it interesting that one advantage of being a spirit was that he could float, just as well as he could fly. Barely, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth hooked. What if you try using the forbidden market then? Zhao Kongqing sat up violently, and Lin Xian duly handed him over a boning knife. only to see Zhao Empyrean City slash violently. A 4 to 5 meter tall pitch-black crescent moon rushed out from the blade. Old Zhao was truly numb this time, only to see him frozen there, looking at the boning knife in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling up more and more and more. Then Lin Xian saw him let out a cheer, as if he had returned to his ancestors. Cool. After coming out of the bookstore, Lin Xian went straight to the peace office. Then he saw that Sister Red Tassel was face to face with an old woman with gray hair, chattering something under her breath with a sympathetic look on her face. Even if he didn't use the blood-sucking sickle, Lin Xian could still hear what Sister Red Tassel was saying. Is it so outrageous? Don't worry, we'll take care of this. At this time, Lin Chia also walked in, and after seeing clearly what Sister Red Tassel was doing, her expression became odd. It felt as if the big hero responsible for saving the world was helping someone find a lost black cat. And let's just say, the picture was a little off. When Chima noticed the two people standing stupidly in the doorway and busily pulled them in. What's going on here? Lin Chia was a bit confused. Hey, after all, we're called a peace firm, so we can't just put on a show, can we? In addition to dealing with mysteries, we do other business. From finding cats and dogs to beating up criminals and abductors. Lin Xian nodded as he turned his head to look at Zhao Kongqing on the side, his heart breaking. Old Zhao, do you guys usually deal with such trivial matters? Zhao Empyrean City was half lying in the middle of mid-air, his eyes staring straight at Red Tassel. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the soul body directly stood up. What words, what words? What do you mean by chicken and garlic trifles? This is everyday, alright. You think mysterious is a cabbage, one for a few days and one for a few days. Zhao Kongqing blankly glanced at Lin Xian, and his eyes turned back to Red Tassel. He was a soul body that could stay in the outside world for a limited amount of time. Disliked by old Zhao, Lin Xian shrugged. Great, he was already envisioning a scenario where he could easily find cats and dogs with his blood-sucking scythe and make a killing. Lin Xian even imagined the Dragon King plot. It's like being challenged in the course of a case, then being threatened by the other side with the use of their power, and then pulling out the Night Watchman's credentials themselves. What? I'm a veteran vigilante reborn. The decade has come and gone. Welcome back, Dragon King of the Night's Watch. Thinking about this, Lin Xian suddenly couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Lin Xie looked puzzled. This guy Lin Xian was smiling so strangely. It's fine. He waved his hand. By the way, the captain is already waiting for you at the martial arts practicing ground. Let Lin Xian take you there directly. Lin Xie raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Lin Xian. Listening to Wen Chima's meaning, Lin Xian had already been there. In response, Lin Xian merely nodded and turned around to lead Lin Xie to the martial arts practicing ground at the end of the long corridor in the basement. In the center of the martial arts practice arena, there sat a young man with a knife-like face, and 3 swords were placed at his side. You're here. Chun Mai slowly opened his eyes and nodded at the 2 of them, picking up 2 of the straight swords and handing them to them. Lin Xian picked it up and pulled it out to look at it. It had his name engraved on it, and even though it was a standard long knife, it felt unexpectedly good in his hand. Old Zhao, do you think my sword is handsome? Lin Xian turned his head to look and realized that Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie were standing side by side, staring blankly at the sword in Lin Xie's hand. The 3 words Zhao Kongsheng on it were so striking. Captain, this? Cho Kong Chung died in battle, and as you are the child he was responsible for and through whom he joined the Night's Watch, his sword is yours to keep. Good. Lin Xie nodded heavily. Zhao Kongsheng stood by the side with relief and pride in his eyes. P.S. Requests for bookshelves, catch-up reading and gifts. Chapter 17 Training. Old Zhao going to cry? Scram! Zhao Kongsheng broke in a second. This brat can't learn from this kid Lin Xie. It's not pleasing at all. He went straight back to Niblungen, where Lin Xian had bought him comics before he arrived. Usually I've been too busy to look at this kind of stuff, and now that I'm dead myself, there's just not much to do to take a look at it. There's still a month before the start of the training set, so I'll take this time to give you guys some special training, so that you won't be humiliated by then. Chun Mai arranged their schedule in a few words, practicing the sword with him in the morning, learning the skills of using the Forbidden Ruins in the afternoon, and learning the gun in the evening. Come on, Lin Xian. I heard from Hong Ying that your combat talent is perverted, so it's a good time to give Lin Xie a sample. Chun Mai rushed towards Lin Xian with his knife. Lin Xian just silently drew his knife. His eyes closed and opened, and his golden vertical pupils appeared. In response, Chun Mai just raised an eyebrow. Dragon pupil? Chun Mai guessed that this should be a certain ability bestowed upon him by Nidhogg. Lin Chia on the side was equally unsurprised. Back when he first faced the ghost-faced man, he had seen the other party with this appearance. Or rather, the other side didn't even try to hide it. But there was one thing that Lin Chia had been confused about. Why was it that Lin Xian was as good as being able to foresee the future? He had prepared everything before the crowd had encountered the ghost-faced man, and had even sidetracked Li Yifei in advance. Ding 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 ding. The violent sound of metal clashing echoed in Lin Chia's ears, calling his attention back. The two were clashing so fiercely that even their blades sparked. Dang! Chun Mai just slightly turned the blade, and Lin Xian's long knife directly flew out of his hand. The movements are too stiff, and you can't just make a strong effort. You need to be skillful or you'll be lent a hand, as you are now. Chun Mai reprimanded, but his hand trembled imperceptibly. Why is this brat's strength so great? It's nigh on catching up with some of the Chuan realms bizarre that are known for their strength, right? In his heart, he said that it was not good. Looking at the brat's appearance, it was obvious that just now it was merely a normal outpouring of strength. Lin Chia, you come. Chun Mai pointed his sword at Lin Chia. At noon, the two sat down at the dining room table with a delicious meal in front of them, only this amount. Sister Hong Ying. It's a bit much rice. Isn't it? Lin Chia and Lin Xian were both bruised and swollen at this point, and their mouths felt raw when they opened their mouths. No, these might not be enough. Red Coma clasped her hands to her chest and nudged her mouth towards Lin Xian. I suggest you eat quickly, or else you might not be able to eat anything in a while. You are unaware of our Captain Chen's evaluation of Lin Xian. Because the temporary team members don't care about room and board, the meals are cooked by Chun Mai. What did he say? He said that Lin Xian is the only contestant who can make him stir-fry until his hands cramp up. Who is Chun Mai, Chuan Realm powerhouse, former Black Impermanence, expert with a sword. With just such a person, Lin Xian was able to make the other party stir-fry until their hands cramped, not to mention how exaggerated it was. Lin Chia's gaze at Lin Xian took on a questioning tone, and Lin Xian replied with practical actions. Only to see Lin Xian copied a steamed bun, tore open half of it and dipped it in the pork-stewed vermicelli. Then half of the steamed bun went straight down. The whole thing took no more than 10 seconds. Lin Chia was confused. Lin Xian is still drying his rice. Lin Chia was in a hurry. Save some for me. Afternoon, Forbidden Ruins Lab. When Chima stood in front of the two, looking left and right, eventually he couldn't hold back. Lin Xian, how come you don't have any injuries on your face? Didn't you train in the morning? It was reasonable to say that even a veteran team member like him couldn't have practiced with the captain for a whole morning without any injuries at all, let alone the fact that it was the first time Lin Xian had practiced against the captain. The only explanation is that the opponent didn't play against Chun Mai in the morning. No, he practiced. Lin Chia answered the question for Lin Xian. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Xian like he was looking at an animal. Red Rumor was right, he really didn't end up getting enough to eat. This guy wasn't even eating, he was showing off his food, and in the blink of an eye, an entire plate of food was directly gone. Just outrageous. At the end of the day, it was Red Riding who made him another one. As for why there are no injuries on the other side. In fact, Lin Xian's injury at noon was also hit up by Chun Mai near the end of training. In the morning, training, Chun Mai and Lin Chia realized that this livestock recovery is ridiculously strong, and with a meat shield, not more force, hit on him do not come with a bruise. The front, and even if you make the effort, the front foot just hit the end, the other side rested for a while and then no more. Ah! Lin Chia felt the pain on his body, and then looked at Lin Xian, who was standing to the side, calm and relaxed and even a bit pleasant, with a sad expression. If Lin Xian could hear Lin Chia's heart, high and low would have to retort twice. The captain of that guy does not talk about martial virtues, see his resistance to make it worse, and the moves are hard. He was quick to reply yes. But Chun Mai's beating was also really painful. However, Lin Xian had an unexpected gain. He noticed that Lin Chia also subconsciously had the 20-meter field of view of the Mortal Dust Divine Realm on when he was sparring with the captain. This morning, he was training while pulling the wool over Lin Chia's eyes. He could feel his purity rising a little more. According to this progress, I'm afraid that after another half a month or so, his bloodline purity would have risen to 19%. Not to mention, the afternoon was dedicated to studying the Forbidden Ruins, and while when Chima was demonstrating the Forbidden Ruins to him, Lin Xian was equally able to obtain energy from the other party's Forbidden Ruins. Cool batch. when GMO explained about the Forbidden Ruins Divine Ruins with the two of them and turned his head to look at Lin Xian. By the way, Lin Xian, have you thought of a name for your Divine Ruin? Lin Xian's Divine Ruins. Aren't they inside the Forbidden Ruins sequence? Lin Xie expressed shock. After all, there are always Forbidden Ruins and Divine Ruins that can't be recorded, especially Divine Ruins. And how can the realm of a god be so easily known? Not to mention, Nidhogg was a god that had never been observed before. That's why it's normal for there to exist Forbidden Ruins Divine Ruins that Xia doesn't understand. When Shima explained to Lin Xie and looked at Lin Xian again, "So, have you thought about it?" Lin Xian rested one hand against his chin and pretended to think for a moment. Let's call it Time Zero. A divine ruin that had never appeared before? This was bound to attract a lot of attention, for which Lin Xian had already expected. It also understands the need to get stronger as soon as possible in order to turn all that salivating into scorn. Hearing the name Time Zero, when Shimo's eyes lit up, Time Zero, good name. When Lin Xian accelerated his time to the extreme, it was equivalent to pressing the pause button on the outside world's time. He suddenly remembered that the Mask Squad seemed to have been dispatched as the special guest instructors for the 2 years of intensive training for new recruits. Their captain, Wang Mian, was also a time player, so he just didn't know what kind of sparks could touch between these two. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 18, Eating a War. When Qima was holding a record book in his hand, recording something on it, and Lin Xian was on a special instrument. This was a special instrument specially prepared for Lin Xian, the purpose of which was to measure the duration of Time Zero and exactly how many times it could accelerate his speed. The maintenance time is 3.5 seconds. The ability to accelerate one's own time by a factor of 22 is great. What are the side effects? He frowned tightly. If it wasn't for the later stages of teaching the Forbidden Ruins, when Qima didn't even want Lin Xian to test the limits of the Divine Ruin Time Zero. It was well known that Divine Ruins in terms of time were cast at a certain cost. This price is large or small, and most commonly, it is the cost of one's time in exchange for the power of time. Like King Face, the leader of the Mask Squad. Not being able to use it multiple times in a short period of time counts? What kind of side effect is that? At best, it's a little too much mental energy drain, like longevity. When Chima's pen suddenly stopped as he looked at Lin Xian with a shocked expression. You mean you don't need to pay any price except for the limitations in mental power? Anon, what's up? When Qima took a deep breath, his expression became serious. Lin Xian, promise me. Don't say anything about this to the rest of the people, even if it's a comrade in arms. Time Zero's current duration and acceleration multiplier are certainly far from the limit. One had to know that Lin Xian's current realm was only at the Marigold realm. If this matter were to be known to the people of other forces, they would definitely go straight to madness, especially from the Church of the Ancient God. It was rumored that the Church of the Ancient Gods had set its sights on Lin Xian and Lin Xie, especially Lin Xian. Even Michael's agent was put in the latter position by them, which shows how much importance was attached to it. And once the other party couldn't obtain Lin Xian, they would definitely try to destroy him by all means. He looked to the side at Lin Xie again. Lin Xie nodded heavily at him, stating that he would never say anything. When Chiemo similarly nodded his head at Lin Xie, he still trusted this child Lin Xie. When Qima tore that test paper directly and replaced it with another one, writing on it duration, 2 seconds acceleration multiplier, 10 times side effect, will intensify the aging of the body extremely fast. The more times Time Zero is used, the faster the body will age. When Qima cannot make up any lower, if it is any lower, no one will believe it. After all, it is a divine marketplace. It is impossible to be weak. Okay. The record is complete. Let's move on to the next section. In one afternoon, even though Lin Xian's Time Zero wasn't actually a forbidden ruin, he still gained a lot. When GMO gave him a few suggestions. First of all, it should be clear how long is the minimum interval between casting 2 Time Zeros, and then, for example, if he doesn't maintain the Time Zero to the limit, and only maintains it for 1 or 2 seconds, is it possible to cast another Time Zero immediately? After careful study, Lin Xian realized that if the Time Zero maintenance time was the limit of 3.5 seconds, then the next time he would be able to use the Time Zero would be in about 10 minutes. If the Time Zero only lasts for a second or two before stopping, an interval of 5 seconds is required before the Time Zero can be turned on again. Sometimes 10 seconds is enough to decide life or death. And it's not like it's going to last 3.5 seconds when it's turned on again. For example, if Lin Xian maintained Time Zero for 1 second and then stopped, and then turned on Time Zero after 10 seconds, he could only maintain it for 2.5 seconds. but in 3 minutes it will be possible to cast another full time zero. The conclusion reached is that the duration and interval of time zero maintenance is still related to the realm. As you advance in the realm, the intervals will continue to shorten and last longer. Second, it should be adapted to the flow of time between the time zero state and the normal state, and be able to switch at any time. If 1 second was a time zero state, the next second would suddenly give normal time flow, and he had to adapt and react to it first. It's not out of the realm of possibility that the enemy may have a way of sealing off time zero. Suddenly lifting the time zero state costs lives if you don't adjust your state at the first opportunity. As for the advanced version, it's all about figuring out what's broken based on the enemy's starting stance in a time zero state. In a time zero state, the enemy is too slow and is bound to be vulnerable. And what Lin Xian had to do was to find the loophole in the shortest possible time and then kill it with a single blow. In the evening, the crowd gathered at the table. Si Xiaonan looked left and right with a puzzled expression. Why the rest of the people all looked as if they were on the verge of an attack. Even the newcomer Lin Xie was holding his chopsticks as if he was on the verge of an attack. Was this something happening that she didn't know about? No, it didn't seem to be everyone. Lin Xian's face was just as calm. Si Xiaonan came over to Red Tassel's side and said in a super low voice, "Sister Red Tassel, what's going on here? Why does it feel like everyone's weird?" Red Coma glanced at Lin Xian, her lips slightly parted, and she was just about to say something when she suddenly heard Chun Mai open his mouth. "Let's eat." The moment Chun Mai opened his mouth, the chopsticks had already stabbed out, as if what he was holding was not a pair of chopsticks, but a long sword. The chopsticks are dancing out of the shadows. Not only him, but the rest of them as well. "See Xiaonan?" "Xiaonan, it's fine. I'll take you out to eat some." Hong Ying sat next to Si Xiaonan and comforted him. "Oh, QAQ. I didn't get anything. I don't want to play." Si Xiaonan didn't get any of the dishes, and is now buried in Hong Ying's arms, crying. It was fine if Lin Xian ate a lot, it didn't matter if the rest of the people were grabbing. What saddens her the most is that even her favorite sister, Red Tassel, is grabbing the food, and the result is that she ends up not getting a single bite. Sad. Really sad. Lung Xian on the side looked at the photo in his arms and brought up a trace of an imperceptible smile. In the photo, it's Lin Xian, who is methodically showing off his rice, the crowd, who are busy scrambling for it, and the clueless Minami. The rest of the crowd sat on the sidelines, all looking embarrassed. Then his gaze shifted from Si Xiaonan to the culprit, Lin Xian, who was half lying on the side, squinting and resting. Chun Mai sighed silently. Alas, it's better to order takeout from now on. He realized that Lin Xian's food intake increased with the intensity of his training. With no prep crew meals included, if he was left to do it all by himself, he was afraid his hands would cramp up and he wouldn't be able to finish it. It's not that bad anyway, so I'll just order takeout from now on. As for Lin Xian, his attention was not on this side. He remembers that in the last couple weeks or so, the Nantucket snake demon incident will happen. By that time, a number of people throughout the school had been killed by the Nandu snake demon. After Lin Xie intervenes in the investigation, he eventually determines that Li Yifei is the original body of the Nandu snake demon, and kills him and takes him to a mental institution. Li Yifei was undoubtedly a very important character. It was not too much to even say that he was one of the most important few. The peculiarity of having two personalities made him the most special caretaker of Lin Xie Mental Hospital. And what Lin Xian was considering was whether or not to inform the captain and the others in advance, so that they could still die a little less. Not all of my classmates experienced the Shiva grievance 10 years ago, and there were some who had moved to Canyon City only in that decade. But this perturbation could break the main development. TSK. Lin Xian bristled as he realized that he had suddenly fallen into a dead end. Originally, because of his intervention, the plot couldn't have gone exactly in the original direction, so what was he still obsessing about? Lin Xian, have some confidence in yourself, you a black king of the mixed race, even if the plot has changed, so what? It is better to rely on heaven and earth than to rely on yourself. He muttered to himself, suddenly feeling his thoughts clearing up quite a bit. The story has begun to hurtle all the way into the unknown, and the brakes won't stop. As for what the future holds, who can say? P.S. Ask for bookshelves, catch up reading, free swag, and the author will definitely try to update. Chapter 19 Li Yifei. Lin Xian, Lin Xie, you guys come with me. Led by Lung Xian, the two of them arrived at the shooting range. An entire wall was filled with various types of guns, and Lung Xian stood in front of them. Don't underestimate the usefulness of guns. There's no way to use them against high realm mysteries. but they can still be used against low-level ones. And, in certain specific situations, a gun is much better than a knife. Lin Xian added silently in his heart. He was not referring to confronting the mystery, but in confronting humanity. The absolute force represented by a gun is more likely to deter someone than a knife, and more likely to calm them down and follow directions. Lin Xie, you try? Lung Xian shoved a pistol into Lin Xie's hand and pointed it at the distant gun target. Okay, I'll try. Lin Xie took a deep breath and followed the movements in the movie and TV show, 3 points in a line, raising the gun and aiming. Bang! Just one shot, right in the center of the bull's eye at 20 meters. Very well. 30 meters this time for a change. Bang! Another shot rang out. Lung Xian. He struggled to find a mark on the gun target, and there was none. 20 meters and you hit the bull's eye. 30 meters and you're off the mark. Lung Xian didn't know what to say. Maybe just shaky hands? Again. Bang. Again. Bang, bang, bang. More. No need. Lung Xian said these words as if he had exhausted all of his strength. He was a little desperate. 30 meters, 5 shots, not a single one on target. In a way, it's kind of a gift. He turned his gaze to Lin Xian on the side. Lin Xian, you come. Good. Lin Xian nodded and took the pistol, raising it to aim. At the same time, he turned on the blood-sucking scythe. The wind shows him the way. Bang, bang, bang. 4 shots in a row. 30 meters, 10 rings. 50 meters, 10 rings. 100 meters, 9 rings. Still 100 meters, 10 rings. 100 meters missed the 10 ring on the first shot. There's no way around it. Some unfamiliarity is inevitable when holding a gun for the first time. Lin Xie was silent as he watched this scene. Not only Lin Xie, even Lung Xian was silent. These two, both of them, were considered to be gifted, one with surprisingly poor talent and the other with surprisingly good talent. He sighed lightly. Keep practicing. Lin Xie, you too. A week goes by in the blink of an eye in training. Morning. Lin Xian was sitting in front of the Baozi store when someone suddenly came to greet him. Lin Xian. Why are you here? Didn't you transfer to another school? It was one of his classmates named Prince Han. It's a transfer. I came back for something and stopped by for breakfast. Okay, you eat first. I'm leaving, by the way. When you have time, you can come to my house to have a meal, as if I'm giving you a farewell. Prince Han said half-jokingly. Lin Xian was first stunned. Then his eyes narrowed and the corner of his mouth curved into an arc. If there's time, I will. That's fine. I'll go first. I'm going to be late. Receiving a reply, the man waved his hand and turned to leave. Lin Xian kept staring at the other party's distant figure, his demeanor inexplicable. When Lin Xian arrived at the martial arts training ground, Lin Xie and Chen Mai were already waiting there. Lin Xian walked up to Chen Mai. Captain, we have a situation. What? When I was eating out this morning, I ran into my former classmate, and I felt a mysterious aura on the other person. Very hidden, but it did exist. Are you sure? Chen Mai snapped his head up, his eyes glazing over. Having spent a week with Lin Xian, he also knew Lin Xian's character. And if the other party said that there was a mysterious aura, the odds were that there was. There was an aura of mystery, and it was still hidden. Either that student had recently come into contact with mystery, or that student was a well-hidden mystery herself. Yes, and the other party's attitude is also very unusual. Although the two of us are in the same class, we don't really cross paths with each other deeply, and it turned out that the other party even wanted to invite me back to his house for dinner. Chen Mai frowned deeper and deeper. Is that so? What's the name of that classmate of yours? Prince Han. Okay, I know. I'll let the Red Tassel girls handle this matter. When he finished speaking, he picked up the phone and called Red Riding. Day 2. In Peace Affairs. Lin Xian and Lin Xie entered the firm one after the other and found the people in a circle, discussing something. He noticed with sharp eyes that Li Yifei was among them. Li Yifei, why are you here? Lin Xie looked at Li Yifei, who was sitting in the peace firm, with a somewhat brilliant expression. When Li Yifei heard this voice, he looked towards the door and somewhat doubted his eyes. Didn't you join the army? And Lin Xian, didn't you say you transferred to another school? Where could Li Yifei not know what was happening? These two men, one enlisted and one transferred, both turned out to be part of this mysterious organization. He was also sad for a long time because Lin Xian had transferred to another school. That's not important. But why are you here? I witnessed a mysterious incident. At this point, Li Yifei was still immersed in the fear of witnessing the mystery. he witnessed one of his female classmates named Lu Xiaoyan corner the director of instruction, and then that female student even suddenly turned into a monster and swallowed that director of instruction. That wasn't even the most explosive part. The most explosive part was that the other guy spit out another identical director at the end, and the two of them left the building talking and laughing. Every time he thought about it, the hairs on his body stood on end. You brat is also really lucky to have survived after witnessing such a thing. When Qima joked from the side, Lin Xian, who knew that Li Yifei was the Nandu snake demon, merely raised an eyebrow. In the original, Li Yifei came to the police 2 weeks later. As a result, the other party is here now. It seems that yesterday, the other party found out that someone started investigating him and couldn't sit still. Having Li Yifei witness the scene of the snake demon swallowing a man and come to report it is also considered to be hitting the inside. Now that Lin Xian's bloodline purity had risen to 18%, taking this opportunity, he might be able to go even further and raise his bloodline purity to 20%. None of the 3 previously unlocked abilities had ever let him down. Lin Xian was also looking forward to what his 4th ability would be. In a month or so, it would be the recruit training, and in the recruit training one would not have the opportunity to raise his strength by killing mysteries. And in the original, on New Year's Day, the Night's Watch reserves were attacked by the Church of the Ancient Gods. Lin Xian didn't yet know what this attack would be like under the influence of his butterfly. But what can be predicted is that the other side is definitely valued more than the original. After all, in the original story there was just one divine agent in Lin Chia, whereas now it was 2, him and Lin Chia. One had to improve his strength as much as possible to deal with the next crisis. Lin Chia looked at Wen Qima and asked suspiciously, "Say, is it really okay for Li Yifei to know our identities?" "It's okay, he signed a confidentiality contract. The most important thing now is to deal with this case quickly. Li Yifei, tell everyone again what you saw." "Good." Li Yifei repeated what he had seen to the crowd, and as visible to the naked eye, the atmosphere became sullen. Could this Lu Xiaoyan be the Matrix? Lin Xian looked at Li Yifei, who had a face of fear, and shook his head. "It's hard to say, but odds are it's not. Matrixes are generally much more hidden and harder to find. Actually, even if Li Yifei doesn't come, he is still going to go today." Chanmai said. Last night, Honging followed that Prince Han back home and realized that everyone in his family had turned into the monsters described by Li Yifei. So far, this mystic is capable of turning swallowed prey into its own kind, and is extremely well camouflaged. The tricky part is that we can't be sure which one is the mother and how far the infection has gone. Right, Lin Chia? What's wrong? You haven't left the school for a few days yet, and before you left, did you notice anything unusual? Like certain classmates' body structures were different from normal humans or something? When he was in school, Lin Chia possessed perceptual vision, and he was able to detect if there was something wrong. Lin Chia tried to recall the details of his past, but in the end, he shook his head. "No, that's okay." The crowd was visibly relieved. Lin Chia had only left the school a few days ago, and that mystery couldn't have been overly loud. That would have been discovered long ago and caused panic. In that case, the number of infected people should not be very large. We can't spook the snakes, and at the same time we need someone to approach Lu Xiaoyan. This will require members who look similar to the age of a high school student. Yesterday it was Red Tassel herself, today Xiao Nan, Lin Xian, Lin Chia, the 3 of you will go over together as well. Make sure to find out the opponent's main body and kill it. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Li Yifei on the side. "Li Yifei, you're going too." "Me? I'm just an ordinary person, There's no way I can cope with this supernatural stuff." Li Yifei waved his hand repeatedly. "You're the only one here who's seen that mystery with your own eyes, and you have to go if this goes well. I can give you a chance to join the Night's Watch." "Really?" Li Yifei's eyes instantly lit up. He had always wanted to join the Night's Watch after learning of its existence as a mysterious organization. After all, a hero who guards humanity on the dark side or something sounds too cool ever. Chapter 20. The beginning of the operation. Second middle school, by the fence in the back playground. 2 beautiful figures flipped over the fence and landed lightly, and 2 large men in school uniforms in the back climbed the wall awkwardly. This wall is built a bit high. Who is it protecting against this? Over the wall, Lin Xian patted his pants leg. At his height, he wasn't even able to go right over it, so it was obvious how high the school's walls were. "You two are so slow," Si Xiaonan teasingly flirted. At this time she was wearing a light-colored t-shirt, her legs kicked up with 7-minute pants, and a pair of small white shoes were particularly bright. The red tassel on the side is even more eye-catching. The fat school uniform can't hide its pretty body. The chest zipper is slightly open, revealing the rich strength of the human heart inside. Si Xiaonan looked at red tassel and then down at his toes, suddenly a little unhappy. Alright, let's get started. According to the original plan, Lin Xie, you go and approach Lu Xiaoyan, Si Xiaonan, and I will go to the Director of Instruction's office, and Lin Xian will go to the teacher's office in the name of coming back to see the teacher. If anything happens, remember earphone contact. Red Ruffian nodded his ears and said, Good. Lin Xian carried the black box in his hand and walked towards the teacher's office that he remembered. In the box, there was originally the Knight's Watch's standard longsword and a pistol with a few magazines, but it was replaced by Lin Xian with flowers and small gifts for his teacher. Since you're visiting, you have to act like it. As for the long knives and guns, he stowed them away in the Nibelungen. After obtaining the standardized longsword without training, Lin Xian had kept it in the Nibelungen. Old Zhao loved to play mendicant Flash Moon with his knife, but sometimes his hands itched and he would teach Lin Xian a few hands. Zhao Empyrean City's melee ability was certified by Chen Mai, and without opening the Forbidden Ruins, Zhao Empyrean City was able to go 50-50 with Chen Mai. Recently, Old Zhao had been yelling in Lin Xian's ear that he had to use the Forbidden Ruins to fight Chen Mai after he was resurrected to prove the strength of his genius. In response, Lin Xian was non-committal. In these few days, Lin Xian had also discovered a function of the Nibelungen. It could slowly increase the strength of the souls of the beings in it, and it could even purify the souls and reduce the impurities in them. These days, Lao Zhao's obliterating flash moons are becoming more and more persistent. According to mythology, Nidhogg was able to use the Nibelungen to transform the souls of the dead, and it was thought that this was a type of transformation. Perhaps because he was already dead, Old Zhao now, in addition to insisting on practicing with Lin Xian's sword for an hour every day mendicant flash moon. 14 hours were spent sleeping, and the remaining 7 hours were spent playing games, reading novels, and reading comics. In his words, I have been fighting for my country while I was alive, and now that I'm dead, I can't enjoy myself? Lin Xian walked straight in the direction of the office, secretly pondering in his heart. In just a few days' time, there was no telling how many sub-bodies the Nandu serpent demon had developed, and whether or not it would be able to satiate itself. After going to the office and visiting the original teachers one by one, Lin Xian began to wander around the campus while turning on the blood-sucking scythe. After strolling down, Lin Xian didn't find much, and his blood-sucking scythe wasn't a spiritual perception type of Forbidden Ruins. It wasn't able to directly determine who was human and who was mysterious. Plus, it was class time and there weren't many people on campus, so I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Lin Xian had already been able to adapt to such things as the sound being too noisy. I didn't find anything on my side. Lin Xie, how is it on your side? Lin Xian pressed down on his earpiece and spoke in a low voice. There are 3 on my floor alone, one of them is Lu Xiaoyan, and one also in this class is called Han Nuanua. The other one is in the next class, also a girl named Tian Li. It was as if they were covered in a human skin, without any internal organs. All they had was a whole mass of flesh and blood that looked hopeless. After a moment's pause, Lin Xie added, Li Yifei told me that the infected girl in the next class was in the same dormitory as Han Nuanua and Lu Xiaoyan. Lin Xie, think of a way to probe the entire student body and faculty once more. I just hope that the overall number of infected people won't be too high, and it's best to settle for a low-key solution. Hong Ying, you and Minami go to the girls' dormitory and take a look. Chun Mai's voice came from his headset, and he frowned. It hadn't even been a few days since Lin Xie had left the school. Just in the middle of these few short days, there were surprisingly 3 mysteries on the same floor of Lin Xie. When you look at it that way, the rate of infection on the other side is a bit exaggerated. It's also fortunate that Li Yifei discovered it in time. Otherwise, it might not have been discovered until when. It wasn't that Li Yifei had discovered it in time, but before the Nandu snake demon had the chance to lay it out. He was reported by Lin Xian ahead of time and had to make a decision on the spot. If Lin Xian hadn't reported it, it was estimated that it would take another 13 or 14 days before the Nantucket snake demon would let Li Yifei find out about it and go ahead and report it. By the way, Captain, how did Li Yifei contact you? Lin Xian was quite curious. After all, this time Li Yifei didn't come into contact with the ghost face. It was just a coincidence. The other guy called the police at first, but they thought he was talking nonsense and didn't care. So the other guy thought he'd find a firm or something to help with the investigation, and he happened to run into us. Coincidence? I don't think so. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. This is not a coincidence, this is clearly the Nanda snake demon intentionally guiding the second personality to the peace office, using this to penetrate the interior. Captain, in a few moments it will be flag-raising time, and that's when I'll have a chance to scout out all the students and faculty. Okay. Then wait until the flag is raised. Captain, I found a molted human skin on my side, and I suspect that the other side is snake-like and mysterious. The voice that came out was Red Riding, and through the headset, Minami's dry heaving could be faintly heard. Being able to molt its skin, similar to a snake. Okay, I get it. For a moment, but he couldn't think of which mythical creatures. Chanmai turned his head to look at Lang Xian. Lang Xian, go to the database and check to see which kinds of mythological creatures are snake-like, molt their skins, have strong infectious abilities, and are able to turn the prey they swallow into their own kind. Chunmai opened his headset. Hong Ying, you and Xiaonan keep it quiet. When the flag is raised, have Lin Xie go scout around. Lin Xian, you stay put for now and be ready to provide support. Good. Lin Xian nodded, while his consciousness sank into the Nibelungen. When Lin Xian came in, old Zhao was playing a game. He was seen hovering in mid-air with his legs crossed and a handle in his hand. Zhao Kongqing was playing a fighting game at the moment, capable of two-player online or single-player. Perhaps it was the unique extreme of the Nibelungengrut, objects in the midst of the Nibelungengrut. Even if they were physical objects, Zhao Kongqing could still touch them. Yo, coming, brat. Why do you look like you have something on your mind? Got a girlfriend? You'll know when you're my age. Zhao Kongqing? Lin Xian sat aside with his knees crossed and similarly picked up a handle. There were still 30 minutes until class ended, so there was still a little time to play. Come on, Lao Zhao. I'll show you what it means to know what it means to be the little prince of fighting. Even you want to challenge old me? I'll let you know what it means to have combat literacy. In the end, Lin Xian was kicked out by old Zhao on the grounds that he wasn't allowed to go AWOL. The familiar bell rang, and students swarmed out, standing in rows and rows, jostling and jostling. By this time, Lin Xian had already shut down the blood-sucking scythe. He couldn't stand so many people chattering in his ear at the same time. It was quiet until a group of teachers came out and went to their own group of students. Lin Xian saw Lin Xie take the red flag from one of the students and walk towards the flagpole with a not standard front step. The students and teachers found out about the change in flag bearers and had little to show for it. It wasn't until they saw that Lin Xie didn't go to raise the flag, but instead first circled around the location of the flagpole before coming to the flagpole and starting to raise the flag with rusty maneuvers. It's not looking good, the whole school, at least 30 mysteries, most of them girls and a few boys. The efficiency of this contagion is mind-blowing. That much? Lin Xian was a bit surprised. It seemed like this Mandragora snake demon guy was determined to muddy the waters. Perhaps knowing that the Night's Watch had spotted it, it expanded rapidly. But how he remembered that there were certain limitations on the other's substrate trying to spread. Similar to being able to infect one a day. It was also possible that the other party's matrix infection existed whether or not such a restriction existed, and the Nandu snake demon doggedly chose matrix infection directly to muddy the waters. Make sure to kill all of these mysteries on campus, and don't let any of them out, Chunmai said in a cold voice. Don't worry about causing a riot. We have a forbidden item that can create dreams within a certain range and erase part of a person's memories. Let go of it and I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong. At this rate of spread, it would be a disaster to run and hide in the city, and it must be nipped in the bud on campus. At this time, Chen Mai was in a residential building, and the ground and walls were stained with fine pieces of meat and blood. He was at Lu Xiaoyan's home, and like the student named Prince Han, all of her family had been turned into monsters. It's kind of hard to get. Lin Xian let out a long sigh and stood up straight. At this time, Lin Xie had also completed the flag-raising ceremony. Action, officially. Chapter 21, Girls' Dormitory. Captain, here's the bad news. We found the same human skin in the hostess aunt's room. They had thought to search the student roster inside the hostel room to see which room Lu Xiaoyan and Han Nonghua were in, only to see a human skin folded in the corner and covered with a quilt. According to the roster, the two of them came to the second floor among a dormitory on the left side. They turned over 4 human skins from under the bed. Lin Xian. Lin Xie came in front of Lin Xian. I saw a large group of girls heading towards the dormitory building. Go over and take a look. If a fight breaks out, help Sister Hong Yao and the others. He still had to go back to the teaching building to keep an eye on those mysteries in the classroom, so he had no way to go forward to support Red Tassel and the girls, so he could only ask Lin Xian. Good. Lin Xian nodded, he noticed this as well. Even if Lin Xie didn't say anything, he would still go. In his eyes, it wasn't a mystery. It was piles and piles of energy value. A bloodline boost. Lin Xian slowly walked down to the dormitory floor and turned on the blood-sucking scythe. Those girls who returned to the dormitory building had an encounter with the red-colored girls. In the next instant, Lin Xian heard a low murmur. That girl is so pretty, tiny and cute. Yeah, so cute that it screams to be eaten in one bite. The voice became steeply shrill, and with it, a sound of blood and flesh bursting open. The moment the voice came, Lin Xian directly turned around and rushed into the girls' dormitory building, stepping onto the stairs and running upwards 4 steps at a time. At the same time, he could hear the sound of flames exploding as Sister Red Tassel opened the forbidden ruins. On the 2nd floor, more and more girls gathered on both sides of the corridor. Their heads lowered, not uttering a word, just silently leaning towards the red-colored duo. Throughout the building, only light footsteps could be heard. In such a deadly silence, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan suddenly heard a rush of footsteps, as if someone was rushing towards the 2nd floor. The silent crowd likewise looked back, and at the head of the stairs, the figure of a man suddenly appeared. The man was holding a long knife in his hand and was looking at them with a smile, only that smile was a bit hair-raising. The light bulbs in the hallway shattered all over the place from the explosion just now, and a few sparks were wavering their light on the walls. 1, 2, 3, 10 in all. He couldn't help but smile happily when he saw how much food there was, but he asked a question just in case he killed the wrong person. Sister Red Riding, are these? I suppose, yes. Red Sakura nodded. The next moment, the silent crowd suddenly rioted, and the young girls with their heads hung low raised their heads. Their heads violently unfolded outward from the tip of their noses and split into 5 petals. Lin Xian could clearly see the bright red flesh and blood writhing inside, and the fine, mucus-attached white fangs. This dignified appearance is really not complimentary. Lin Xian didn't choose to turn on time 0. Instead, he gripped the blade in his hand and went straight forward to kill. When Qima had given him a piece of advice. Whenever possible, do not turn on time 0 combat when it is not necessary, do not over-rely on time acceleration, and go for a normalized combat mode. The offer is still pertinent. In a state of time 0, these low-level mysteries were no different to him than stationary targets. If he relies on it too much, he might not even know how to fight after the duration of time 0 is over. A line of cold awns cut across the monster's neck, and Lin Xian could feel a very weak energy being swallowed and absorbed by him. It takes about 20 or 30 of them to raise the bloodline purity by like 1%. That's a little less than that. But a mosquito is still meat, isn't it? A pair of golden vertical pupils flashed in the dark tunnel, and wherever they passed, heads rushed to the sky. Perverted physical qualities, coupled with a sharp blade, cut whoever died. Hong Ying raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to be so clean and cut when he said he would. From his eyes, Hong Ying couldn't see a trace of fear, only calmness. It's only been 2 days of training, right? And you're already at this level? The Red Raider was staggered in his mind, but his movements were not slow. Waves of rose-colored flames spread out in all directions with the red tassel at the center. The magnificent flames raged, but intentionally avoided Lin Xian's location. A bit of red aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. The flaming red gun image was a meteor cutting through the dark corridor, dragging out red-colored residual shadows. The tip of the red-colored gun pierced through the monster's torso, and with a twist of the gun, the flames instantly burned the monster to ashes. The two of them, Lin Xian and Hong Ying, were as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. Within moments, a dozen or so monsters were wiped out. Si Xiaonan's jaw dropped. She didn't even get a chance to kill one. No, she's a full member. But in comparison to Lin Xian and Hong Ying, how did she feel so redundant? Minami is skeptical. Minami can't get up again. What are you guys doing here? You're on fire and you're not leaving. Don't you want to die? A middle-aged woman in a large flower jacket walked up the stairs, and when she found the three standing there, she was about to come and tug on Lin Xian's arm, her expression eager. The opponent didn't seem to see the knife in Lin Xian's hand. And you, what's it like for a young guy to come to the girls' dormitory? Which class are you in? I'm going to tell your homeroom teacher. Lin Xian dodged backward to avoid his opponent's grip. Pest! A long spear rushed out from Lin Xian's flank and stabbed the middle-aged woman's head through. This person is none other than the hostess aunt who was dropped by the monster. And Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan have seen her picture in the hostess's room. At the same time, Lin Xian heard a ragged gasp, and he suddenly turned around and looked at the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a snake-tailed monster perched on the edge of the windowsill, its pure black pupils reflecting the trio's figures, and the light spilled through the window onto its greenish-black scales, reflecting an icy cold light. Its face resembles both a man and a snake, and it's creepy to look at. Slime was dripping from its mouth, dripping onto the ground, and there was a zippy, corrosive sound. Hiss! The snake-tailed monster suddenly opened its mouth and let out a long hiss, revealing a forked scarlet thin tongue and sharp long teeth. The voice was high and shrill and traveled to every corner of the school. The moment the voice fell, a scream came from the distant classroom. In the next moment, it suddenly crashed through the glass and jumped out from the windowsill, the tremendous force even causing the edge of the windowsill to turn into pieces. Lin Xian took the lead and charged forward with his sword, leaping forward. This monster was markedly different from the ones before it, and it could definitely provide itself with more energy. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan followed close behind. The students had Lin Xie there, so they weren't worried. The first order of business was to deal with this suspected matrix monster. Lin Xian directly leapt down from the third floor with his outrageous physical fitness, splashing up gusts of dust. Without the slightest pause, Lin Xian proceeded to charge in the direction where the snake demon had escaped. While chasing, Lin Xian pulled out his pistol and shot at the snake demon. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in a row, 2 of which hit the snake's tail and 1 of which grazed the snake demon's head. The snake demon instantly accelerated and ran dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Gee, I wish I'd put a blanket on the floor. Lin Xian bristled. He had heard that when he put snakes on a blanket, the other party wouldn't be able to run, comparable to a fully automated treadmill. That way he can hit stationary targets. By now the sky had turned green and the captain had opened the space blockade. Lin Xian already found out what this is. Chun Mai's voice rang out from the headset. This monster is called the Nandu Snake Demon, and it comes from a countryside legend. This kind of snake demon is extremely capable of camouflage, perfectly disguising itself as other people and possessing an intelligence no less than that of a human. At the same time, it can seed the creatures it swallows into its belly with serpents, transforming them into its own kind and manipulating them. However, there existed a certain limitation to planting snake seeds. Even for the main body, only 1 snake seed could be produced in a day, and the sub-body could only produce 1 in 3 days. To have so many subspecies means that the Nandu snake demon has been in the school for at least a month, and has already stored a lot of snake seeds, only to spread them in a big way in the past 2 days. Chapter 22 Lin Xian's First Might. The class is shocked. Lin Xie, how is it on your side? It's being dealt with. These monsters hiding among the students have suddenly gone berserk for some reason. How's it going on your end? Through the communication, Lin Xian could vaguely hear the screams and wails of the students. I'm tracking the presence of the suspected matrix, which should be responsible for the monster rampage you were talking about. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The speed of the mandragora snake demon was really a bit fast. Just as Lin Xian was about to catch up with the other party, a sudden gust of vicious wind came. Lin Xian instantly stooped down and simultaneously slashed out with a knife, cutting the attacker in 2. But there was more than one assailant, and these guys had been gathering here as if they were waiting specifically for him. A monster of the marigold realm couldn't even carry a single slash from Lin Xian. But when he killed these monsters, the snake demon also disappeared into the woods more than 100 meters away. Vampire Scythe loses its target. Lin Xian, how's it going? Red Tassel came to stand in front of Lin Xian, carrying a tiny one on her back. There's no way. Lin Xian ran really fast, only relying on Xiao Nan's own small short legs can't catch up, can only rely on the Red Tassel to carry. It didn't work out. The other side arranged for some subs to hold me back and ran off on their own. This is an excuse. Lin Xian could actually use time 0 to forcefully keep his opponent. But he knew that the other side was not the Matrix, and there was no need for that. Lin Xian turned around and walked towards the school building. Every now and then a scream came from the school building, and at the entrance of the school students were banging on the barriers in an attempt to escape. But to no avail, it drew the attention of several monsters roaming the campus and lunged at them. Red Rouge, Minami, I'll go support 7 Knights, and you guys take care of these students who are outside. Good. If you encounter the Nandu Snake Demon's main body, don't go up by yourself, remember to call me. Red Tassel nodded and carried Xiao Nan on her back. Now is not the time to ink. Lin Xian opened his headset. Lin Xie, how's it going over there? Those monsters are roaming the corridors. The students are organizing defenses in the classrooms. The other side can't get in for a while. How's it going on your side? The suspected mother existence disappeared, and now I don't know exactly where the other side is. So be careful. I'm coming to support you. Through the communication channel, Lin Xian could hear the sound of a thumping door. There are a lot of monsters over here, so you must be careful. Don't worry. Lin Xian wanted more. He ran into the sophomore teaching area where Lin Chia was. Lin Chia had said that sophomore year was the hardest hit area, and he was prepared to kill his way up floor by floor. The other side, in the middle of a classroom, the desks and chairs in the classroom, all of which were moved to the front and back doorways, kept churning under the impact of those monsters in the doorway, and every now and then a stool flew out and was moved back to be blocked by the students in the room. A scrawny, spectacled teenager commanded it all, his face calm, and it was under his command that the students were able to resist until now. It's as if you're not fending off a man-eating monster, but dealing with a math problem. This person was none other than Qingyu. Lin Chia and Li Yifei were in the middle of this classroom at this moment, and they had traveled from the 5th floor to the 3rd floor through a rope. Originally, they were going to have the students on the 3rd floor climb up the rope to the cleared 5th floor. But the monster cut the rope. Lin Chia hung up the communication and returned his attention to the situation in front of him. How is this companion of yours skilled? Qingyu asked. On the 1st and 2nd floors combined, there were a dozen monsters, and the other party could not necessarily deal with them. Lin Chia pondered for a long time and gave what he thought was a fair assessment. Livestock. Lin Xian was indeed livestock, and in the past 2 days, Lin Chia had become somewhat numb to Lin Xian's exaggerated and incomparable physical qualities, as well as his extremely fast rate of progress. Obviously, they all trained together. How come the gap is so big? When he first trained 2 days ago, Lin Xian could only be pressed by Chen Mai, and 2 days later, he was already able to go through a few moves with Chen Mai. It's only a few moves, but it's outrageous. There was even less to say about marksmanship. Since the first test, Lin Xian didn't need to participate in marksmanship training. He only needed to understand the repair and maintenance of various firearms. This caused Lin Chia, who had surprisingly poor marksmanship, to be envious for a moment. It's a good thing that he's not progressing too slowly, and he also has the asylum, which is something like a novel's golden finger, where he can extract all sorts of skills as long as he heals his patients. As long as it's not a transcendental birth. Hearing Lin Chia make such a comment, and Qingyu was stunned. In his eyes, Lin Chia was already an existence far beyond ordinary people. How outrageous does it have to be to even call him livestock? As Qingyu pondered, he suddenly heard the monster hiss violently. Then he saw that the monsters had turned their heads, abandoning them, the students hiding in the classroom, and running towards the end of the corridor. A few moments later, the hissing disappeared. Only a light footstep echoed through the corridor. Snap, snap. Lin Chia's mortal dust divine realm detected the situation outside, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The man outside was covered in blood, but there wasn't a single wound on his entire body, and his majestic golden vertical pupils seemed to stare at everything with a bloodthirsty light. This bastard can't be, from the 1st floor all the way up to kill, right from the 2 end of the call to the other side to kill to the 3rd floor, this is how long? Lin Chia thought to himself that if it was him, killing these monsters would be no problem, but it wouldn't be possible for it to take so little time. Is this what time zero can do? Lin Chia was staggered in his heart, reinforcing his evaluation of Lin Xian. Pure and simple livestock. At that moment, the man appeared at the classroom door. He seemed like a demon returning from hell, covered in blood, blood dripping from his hair and clothes, splattering away and bringing up a fine sound. What made the crowd care the most was the pair of vertical pupils that emitted a golden glow. The moment the eyes swept over, many people directly weakened their legs and fell to the ground, as if a giant beast was bending down and gazing at the mortal earth, and no living being could carry his gaze. It wasn't that they didn't have the courage, but those eyes were too majestic, and they felt like they weren't facing a person, but rather, they were facing a prehistoric beast, a great being head-on. Can't help but grovel and offer loyalty. The man didn't care about the paralyzed crowd, but only glanced towards the chamber, his eyes sweeping over Lin Chia and Li Yifei. When he saw Qingyu, he visibly froze. The other guy was one of the few who didn't collapse to the ground, clearly thin and frail, as if he could be crushed at the drop of a hat, yet still calmly locked eyes with him. In his eyes, there wasn't a hint of fear, there was just curiosity. Needless to say, Lin Xian could guess who this person was. It seemed that even though the world line had been disturbed by him, Lin Xie had still encountered and Qingyu. Lin Xian opened his headset. Floors 1 through 3 have been taken care of. After saying this, Lin Xian directly left. In the view of the crowd, the blood-soaked teenager walked towards the 4th floor with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. It only left a long bloody footprint in its place. Chapter 23. Doing things that men and women love to do. That's scary. Li Yifei long breath. That pair of pupils of the eyes brought the sense of oppression is too strong. Through the glass he felt his heart was tightly held, life and death in the hands of others. His legs are weak to this day. I didn't realize Lin Xian had this kind of talent before. Li Yifei suddenly thought of a word he had once read in a novel that could accurately describe Lin Xian at this moment. Kill the embryo. That's right, it's killing embryos. This is covered in blood, what is it if not an embryo killer? And Qingyu kept recalling the pupils of those eyes just now. He was surprised to find that there wasn't even a hint of fear in his mind. There was just curiosity. Curious about the other's body structure, curious about how the other managed to paralyze the majority of the classroom just by looking at them. He wanted to study the monster from earlier. And Qingyu turned her head to look at Lin Xie. That organization of yours? Can I join? On the 4th floor, looking at the monster corpses strewn around, Lin Xian smiled. His bloodline purity had successfully increased to 19%, just 1% short of receiving the reward again. So far, Lin Xian hadn't opened time 0, and from chasing the snake demon, he hadn't used it until now. Using up time 0 was a nearly 10-minute cooldown, so now was not the time. However, Lin Xian utilized his other speech spirit, the blood-sucking scythe. Although it had only been mastered for a short while, killing these monsters that were only in the Gentian realm was already enough. The dense blades of wind could easily churn the monster's neck. Yes, churning, not chopping. Because the wind blades were too tiny and dense, Lin Xian's way was to slap a large swathe of wind blades directly onto the enemy's neck, the same as putting the opponent's neck into a meat grinder. Within moments, it was churned into a bloody mess. Blood-sucking scythe was also a group attack skill that could attack multiple targets at the same time, as long as he had enough mental power. That's why he kills so fast. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard the sound of arguing coming from upstairs. Let us out, Lin Xie. You have no reason to restrict our personal freedom. Lin Xian frowned. His first reaction was, where did the douchebag come from? At a time like this he still wants to come out and make trouble. Rat licking a cat's bee? Nothing to find excitement? The school hasn't been cleared of monsters yet. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Let me out. Lin Xie isn't qualified to imprison us. Watch out, I'll call the police. No, you can't go out. Lin Xie said that there are monsters among you. Put your horse's fart. Open your dog eyes to see. I am Lu Yuan. This is Han Nano, the same classmate you can't recognize? Nano Han. If Lin Xian remembered correctly, he had said when Lin Xie first came to the school that Han Nuanua was a monster, or was in the same dormitory as Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Li. It was just that Lin Xie had never broken it down. Lin Xian came to the 5th floor. As soon as he appeared, the corridor instantly quieted down. Only Lu Yuan hadn't noticed the change in atmosphere and was still making noise. It wasn't until Lin Xian walked in front of the other party. At this time, Lin Xian had already extinguished his golden pupil. What's wrong? He asked knowingly. Lu Yuan was instantly dumbfounded. Looking at the other party covered in blood, he felt his legs and stomach tremble a little. Suddenly, Lu Yuan felt his hand being held a little tighter. It was Han Nono. Looking at Han Nuanua's shivering expression, he summoned up another ounce of courage and looked at Lin Xian. Lu Yuan finally recognized the visitor. Lin Xian, it's actually you. You're Lin Xie's accomplices, right? You guys are now illegally detaining, understand? Hurry up and let us go or suffer the consequences. After Lu Yuan made such a point, the rest of the people also finally recognized each other. It couldn't be helped. It was really because Lin Xian's temperament had changed too much. Plus his face was covered in blood, so it wasn't easy to recognize him. This is Lin Xian? I thought he transferred schools. Why is he here? Change schools, my ass. It's pretty obvious that people are just an excuse to lie to cuties, of actually joining a mysterious organization. Just how many monsters did he kill? The crowd whispered. All jaws dropped. It's like a friend who always lends you money and has no more than 5 pieces of clothing a year, only to have you suddenly realize one day that the other person is a top-ranking rich kid. Anyone would be incredulous. Lin Xian was silent for 2 seconds as he glanced at Han Nuanua, who was cowering behind Lu Yuan. Fighting the other side in an environment full of students like this could easily be a mistake. So Lin Xian decided to let go of the helping plot and respect other people's destinies. Let them both go. He waved his hand, and the two men guarding the doorway hesitated for a long time before choosing to release the pair of dogs. Lu Yuan was first stunned, then ecstatic. That's what you said. Don't back out. After he finished speaking, he pulled Han Nonoa and ran, afraid that Lin Xian would stop him. In the moment of descending the stairs, Lu Yuan and Lin Xie brushed shoulders. Lu Yuan ignored Lin Xie and walked downstairs with a stinky face. Lin Xie raised his eyebrows in surprise and didn't call out to the two of them. Li Yifei, who was following Lin Xie, also looked surprised. What's going on? Lin Xie asked as he walked over to Lin Xian. Lin Xian told him the cause and effect. He could clearly see that when he said this, Lin Xie's expression went from surprise to awed. Unlike the original, when the crowd encountered the ghost-faced man in this world, Lu Yuan didn't make the mistake of hitting Lin Xie with his bag, and the two didn't form a grudge. Therefore, Lin Xie was just a bit speechless at Lu Yuan's approach. However, thanks to Lu Yuan luring Han Nuanua away, the building was truly monster-free. Let's go. Let's follow the two of them. Lin Xie waved his hand while looking at Li Yifei. Li Yifei, take everyone here to the 3rd floor and meet up with Qingyu. But 7 nights, didn't you say there was? Don't worry. The only monster in here just followed Lu Yuan. Lin Xie replied in a low voice. Ha! Li Yifei. What is this? No wonder Lin Xie and Lin Xian both had such a look on their faces. The two of them, Lin Xie and Lin Xian, stopped talking and walked straight down the stairs. Only a group of students were left with a lot of discussion. They didn't expect that these two teenagers in their class were both people from some mysterious organization, and at the same time they were yearning and expecting that one day they would be like Lin Xian and Lin Xie. Sister Hong Ying, how's it going over there? The monsters out there have all been taken care of, and we've found some traces of the nondescript snake demon, which seems to be heading north. North? Lin Xian quickly went over the school map. The buildings to the north are the cafeteria, the art building, and then the playground and the school building. The school building had been settled, and the playground was too empty for hiding, so the odds were that the other side was in the cafeteria and the art building. Coupled with the fact that the two saw Han Wono and Lu Yuan enter the art building from afar, it was feared that this was no coincidence. Xiao Nan and I are in the cafeteria right now. We didn't find anything unusual. If you two find the Nandu snake demon's body, don't go straight on. Make sure to hold out until I come. Red Tassel instructed. Lin Xian and Lin Xie, the two divine agents, were indeed highly talented, but they couldn't help the fact that the two of them were only in the Gentian realm. Facing a Nandu serpent demon of at least the Pool realm was still somewhat inadequate. At least that's what she thought. However, Red Coma didn't realize that Lin Xian was even able to fight the Ghostface King of the Chuan realm when he had 0 open time. Sister Hong Ying and Minami are in the cafeteria in that case. Lin Xian and Lin Xie both looked at each other, nodded, and ran towards the art building. Just after entering the art building, Lin Xian's expression was wonderful. The vampire scythe sent a message that in the middle of one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, strange noises were coming from it. Ah, Yuan, do you want to do something interesting? It was a female voice, with a flirtatious and seductive voice, as if it was a siren. It's none other than Han Noi Noi. SH, what interesting thing. Lin Xian could clearly hear Lu Yuan swallowing his saliva, his voice trembling with excitement. Well, guess. There are still monsters out there. This isn't good, is it? That makes it more exciting, doesn't it? Lin Xian could hear Lu Yuan visibly hissing, as well as certain slurping sounds. At this time, Lin Xie and he had finished searching the 1st floor and came to the 2nd floor. Lin Xie also detected the scene in the room and his expression was very subtle. Lin Xian came to the door of the room and directly kicked it out. Chapter 24. Lin Xian makes a sword, and the Nandu snake demon gives his head in a moment. Han Wono's face had opened slightly and was about to devour Lu Yuan. Just then only a loud bang was heard. The wooden door flew straight out and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Yuan and Han Nuanua froze and looked at the door. The loud sound roused Lu Yuan from his desire, and he looked at the door of the room with an angry expression. Who is it, Anji sick? Said Lu Yuan about to get up, but realized that he was pressed to the ground by Han Nuanua and couldn't move. That force was simply not something a human could possess. I'm sorry. The door to the room is in disrepair, so please excuse me. That voice had a flirtatious tone to it, and along with the voice, there was an extremely strong smell of blood. The next moment, two teenagers walked into the art classroom, one after the other, the one walking in front of the other still having dried blood marks on his face. In each of the two men's hands was a long knife, and the light shone through the window on the knives, reflecting an icy cold aura. It was none other than Lin Xian and Lin Chia. Lin Xian looked at Lu Yuan and then Han Nuanua face-teasing. Although I think everyone's XP is free, I'd like to remind you that there's a reproductive isolation between different creatures, and you're not destined to have a fruitful relationship with it. You're talking out of your ass. Lu Yuan didn't understand what Lin Xian was saying and directly cursed. In his spermatozoa state, he wasn't even afraid of the knife in Lin Xian's hand and dared to dislike it. But when he turned his head and looked at Han Nuono again, his heart stopped abruptly for a split second. In front of his face was a hideous head of flesh and blood, blooming open like a flower, with spikes to compensate. The stamen part of the flower was facing Lu Yuan, and the petals were slowly closing towards him. He froze in place, his eyes trembling slightly, his lips mumbling as if he was going to say something. Ah! Unhuman screams echoed through the art building. Experts say that in cases of extreme fear, men's screams are generally the same as women's, in that they are extremely shrill and high-pitched. Lin Xian believed it. He rushed close at the first opportunity and kicked the monster cloaked in Han Wono's skin out, while covering Lu Yuan's mouth. What's the point of screaming so loud? Lin Xian felt the shock his ears received. Just now he hadn't even had time to close the blood-sucking scythe before Lu Yuan had already screamed out. The sound nearly shook him out of his ears as it expanded past the blood-sucking scythe. It could be said that all those monsters killed before combined were not as big as the kills Lu Yuan had inflicted on Lin Xian alone. For a moment, Lu Yuan calmed down, and Lin Xian wiped his hands on the other man's clothes and yanked him up to give him a kick. Get lost. This is no place for you. He was considered to be as benevolent as he could be. If he didn't know any better, then Lin Xian would really have to respect natural selection. Get out now, get out now. Staggered by Lin Xian's kick, Lu Yuan rolled and ran out the door, the thumping footsteps gradually fading away. Seeing this scene, Han Wono made an attack stance, her petal-like head growing to its maximum. What's the rush? No surprise. You should be the last snake demon scion in the school. Lin Chia sheathed his sword, indicating that he had no ill intentions, while Lin Xian directly sat down on one of the steps in a big way and began to watch the show. Nandu Snake Demon, I know you can communicate with us through this sub-body. Why don't we have a chat? The flesh and blood petals slowly closed, and the sub-body of the Nandu Snake Demon resumed its appearance as Han Wono. Meh. The Night's Watch and I have nothing to talk about. Really? The corner of Lin Chia's mouth ticked as the other party said that they had nothing to talk about with them, but they still changed back. What a heart and mouth. It seems like you know a lot about society, about humans, and if I'm right, you've actually been lurking in this city for a long time, and to be honest, I'm confused. With your powers, there's absolutely no need to go on a breeding spree of substrates and draw the attention of the Night's Watch whenever you want. You could have attached yourself to a handful of powerful people and enjoyed a lifetime of glory and prosperity. But you didn't, and I can't figure out what you're up to. Hey, what do you care? Breeding subs is my instinct, just like humans need to eat and drink. If it had been any other mystery, I might have believed it, but you are obviously different. You have a high level of intelligence and are very cautious. There's no way you can't control your desires, and I'm leaning more toward the idea that you're harboring a deeper purpose than that, and we just haven't found it yet. Ridiculous reasoning. Han Nuanua's mouth grinned up to the base of his ears, revealing a hideous smile as if he disdained Lin Chia's speculation. As for Lin Xian on the side, he only wished he had a bucket of popcorn in his hand. Nandu Snake Demon scheming was actually very successful. After all, who would have thought that Li Yifei was actually the second personality that Nandu Snake Demon had purposely created in order not to reveal himself in front of others? And who could have guessed that the Nantucket Snake Demon had dragged the entire school down, and that all of it was just to get Li Yifei to join the Night Watch? I have to admit, this being beside you called Lin Xian is tricky. Even though he's only in the Gentian realm, he still killed dozens of my sub-bodies by himself. Han Nuanua raised her head, her eyes staring dead at Lin Xian. Thinking about me? Lin Xian didn't think that this could even lead to himself. He raised his head and met Han Nuanua on all fours, not budging. Where are you looking at your horse? Lin Xian directly greeted Ancestor N, while a golden light emerged in his eyes. The Nandu Snake Demon revealed a wry smile. You are indeed very strong, but in the final analysis, the two of you are only in the marigold realm. Tell me, if I were to kill the two of you here and plant the snake seed, would your companions be able to find out? The moment the words fell, the blood-sucking sickle sent a message for Lin Xian. Just behind Lin Xian, at the wall, a small sound suddenly came from the wall. He and Lin Chia lunged left and right to both sides. The first moment the two lunged out, a huge black shadow crashed through the wall and whizzed past where the two had been before. At the same time, the tail was flung at Lin Chia at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard as Lin Chia flew out backwards, hitting the wall hard. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed a few times and climbed up, his face full of concentration. In front of the duo was a horrifying monster with a snake-tailed body and a triangular face that bulged outwards. Its body is covered with green and black fine scales. Flying fork of the bright red tongue is stretched out and spit out, vaguely visible in which the cold long teeth. Sister Hong Ying, the Nandu snake demon has appeared. Right in the piano room of the arts building. Lin Chia spoke sharply and drew his long sword to aim at the snake demon. The arm that had just blocked the snake's tail was still slightly numb, so it was evident that its force was great. I'll be right there. You guys must hold on. Don't fight the other side, just stall. Through his headset, Lin Chia could hear the sound of whistling wind, and red tassel was flying this way. At this moment, the red tassel seemed to be racing against the wind. She understood how dangerous Lin Xian and Lin Chia were at this moment, and she had to rush over as fast as she could. She didn't want to lose her companion again. At the same time, the snake demon let out a hiss and lunged towards Lin Xian. It wanted to prioritize resolving Lin Xian. With a twist of his body, his thick snake tail slapped towards Lin Xian, bringing up gusts of vicious wind, swift and incomparable. Lin Xian's reaction was so swift that the golden pupil's terrifying dynamic vision came into play at this moment, instantly capturing the other party's sweeping snake tail, as well as the sharp claws that followed the snake tail. He dodged violently to one side. Boom! Where Lin Xian originally stood, the snake's tail swung down with great force, shattering the tiles on the ground into powder and splattering away. With a wave of his sharp claws, it was as if a hot knife was cutting through butter, easily slicing the table and chairs in front of him in half with a smooth cut. Both attacks were dodged, and without any pause, the snake demon continued to pounce towards Lin Xian, its attacks coming like a storm. Lin Chia on the side raised his gun to shoot, but the Nandu snake demon was too fast and tangled with Lin Xian, making it difficult to separate and easy to accidentally injure. Lin Chia's brows were tightly locked and his heart was anxious. Lin Xian kept dodging while the Nandu snake demon pressed step by step, about to force Lin Xian into a corner. It was also at this moment that Lin Xian moved. All the murmurs in the piano room disappeared, the sound of breathing, the sound of the sharp claws breaking the wind, the slapping sound of the snake's tail swinging and smashing on the ground. All of these sounds were indefinitely stretched out. The tone keeps getting slower and slower. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. The light from the window shone in front of Lin Xian, shining on the face of the Nandu snake demon and striking shadows. It was as if the snake demon on the opposite side had become a slow-release painting, its body lashing out at Lin Xian frame by frame, slow to the extreme. Lin Chia on the side still had an anxious expression on his face. The long sword in his hand reflected a cold aura and was about to pounce towards the snake demon to share the pressure for Lin Xian. At this moment, it was as if the world had turned into an oil painting that had lost its color, and Lin Xian was the only vivid existence in this oil painting. Being able to move freely and laugh, he took a soft step and raised his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 0.3 seconds from the outside world, 9 rounds of bullets poured out, flying towards different locations of the Nandu snake demon's body, striking at it at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, Lin Xian saw the Nandu snake demon's body begin to twist slightly. It seemed to be reacting to Lin Xian's bullets, trying to dodge. But it's too slow. 7 of the bullets struck the Nandu snake demon, hitting the scales and burrowing into the flesh, splashing out bright red flowers. 2 of the bullets were fired at the same location, the middle of the Nandu snake demon's man. Lin Xian's long blade followed close behind. Pest! 2 bullets, 1 long blade, just went through the hardest part of the scales on the snake demon's body and through the head. But Lin Xian didn't stop time 0 because of this. He drew his long sword. 3 cold lights flashed, the neck, the chest, and the snake's tail. Lin Xian knew the importance of mending. The many movies and novels he had watched in his previous life had told him that there were some monsters that just chopping off their heads wasn't fatal. After doing this, Lin Xian came to Han Nuanua's body and smoothly chopped off the other party's head as well, which ended time 0. Less than 2 seconds had passed in the outside world since the beginning. On the other side, Lin Xie only felt a blur before his eyes as Lin Xian's figure traced out residual shadows and 9 flames appeared in front of him. The gunshots connected, and as if gathered into a single point, exploded. It was as if these 9 gunshots rang out at the same time in no particular order, exploding in Lin Xie's ears. Immediately followed by a few more residual shadows sliced through. Sharp cracking sounds echoed in a flash, and blood splattered. Snap! The headless, massive body of the snake demon fell to the ground. The connection between the tail and the body severed at the waist, and the blood-stained floor could be seen through the chest. Knock! The snake demon's head finally landed with a dull sound, with a look of disbelief still on his face. Death is not an option. Chapter 25. The event comes to an end. See Xiaonan cricket and 2 animals. Lin Xie looked at the corpse on the ground that was broken into 3 sections, and then looked at Lin Xian, who had stood aside at some point, his expression somewhat skeptical of life. Lin Xie thought that dodging the Nandu snake demon's attack just now was already Lin Xian's limit. Who would have thought that the next second the Nandu snake demon would be dead in his tracks, lying dead on the spot. Feeling his arm, which was still a bit numb, Lin Xie suddenly felt the gap between people. Obviously the same divine advocate, the same Gentian realm. Why was there such a huge gap between the two? This mortal dust divine domain of his own had no use other than spiritual detection, and could only be considered an auxiliary divine domain. Unlike Lin Xian, as soon as Time Zero opened, the opponent didn't even react and his head had already landed on the ground. Jealousy wasn't so much, he just had a bit of envy. But soon Lin Xie balanced his psyche. He never thought he was the protagonist of the world, nor did he think that such a thing as a protagonist really existed in this world. There's no shame in admitting that someone else is better than you. How's that for handsome? A voice rang in Lin Xie's ears, while Lin Xie felt an arm on his neck. Ha! He rolled his eyes. He had just worried himself for nothing. After a few days of getting along, Lin Xie also realized that this guy Lin Xian was very serious when facing outsiders, but in reality he was a crumb. You could tell by the way he came to school and had to be dragged hard to go to the bathroom. Lin Xian was about to say something else, but suddenly, the two of them turned their heads in a very synchronized manner and looked to the side. A figure was like a flaming meteor, cutting across the earth and bringing up a long trailing flame, and in the blink of an eye it came close to the two. The heat waves rolled over as Red Raider came to the two men, his face serious. "Where's the Nantucket snake demon?" While asking, Red Riding first scanned the two men up and down and found that they had all their hands and feet before scanning around. Her expression suddenly froze when her gaze swept to a pile on the floor. At the same time, Lin Xie's voice came from his side. "Here, it's the one on the ground. It's already been taken care of by Lin Xian." Hong Ying turned her head to look at Lin Xian with an expression of 10 or even 9 points of disbelief. "You solved it." She had previously instructed the duo to just stall and never fight head-on. After all, the Nandu snake demon was the pool realm, the realm was there. Red Coma was worried that Lin Xian and Lin Xie wouldn't be able to defeat the Nandu snake demon after encountering it and be seriously injured, even the worst-case scenario she had considered. For this reason, she rushed over without stopping, only to arrive here to find that the Nandu snake demon had already been taken care of. Aha! Lin Xian nodded gently. His attention was off it now. Lin Xian could feel that after killing this Nandu snake demon, his bloodline purity had managed to rise to 20%. He was a bit impatient to see what new abilities he had unlocked. Feeling the monster-looking gaze cast by Red Tassel, Lin Xian controlled his excitement and changed the subject. "Red Riding, that's the mission sorted. Can we eat?" Lin Xian asking the ultimate human question wasn't just a diversion either. After moving around for so long, he was really feeling a bit hungry. "It's basically just the aftermath now, but you'll still have to go to the restaurant if you want to eat, and the captain's not available right now for a while." Red Tassel waved her hand and came to crouch beside Snake Demon, opening her headset and starting to report the situation to Chen Mai. "All right." Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lin Xie. "I don't have any money." Lin Xie subconsciously replied. "Gee, not asking you for money. I just think, isn't there something not quite right about all this?" "How?" Lin Xie raised his eyebrows and a shimmering light flashed in his eyes as he recalled what Qingyu had said earlier. "It's just a feeling. I always feel that the Nandu serpent demon died too easily, so easily that it's a bit abnormal." Lin Xian scratched his head, seemingly not quite believing even himself. Lin Xie's face didn't change much, but in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh at the sharpness of Lin Xian's intuition. He had a bold guess now, or had only realized it after Ankinjiu's reminder. And this guy in front of him, who had been killing and slaying all the way there, was still able to notice that something was wrong. What is this, the unique intuition of the beast? Lin Xian stared tightly at Lin Xie, his hands clasping his chest. I always feel like you're thinking of something rude. You're overthinking it. Lin Xie put down a sentence and walked straight outward, not giving Lin Xian a chance to look at his expression. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and didn't follow Lin Xie. Instead, he walked towards the school entrance. He knew what Lin Xie was up to, but he wasn't going to get involved. Just as he had thought at the beginning, Li Yifei was a very important character. Possessing humanity, he belongs to an irreplaceable role in Lin Qiu's asylum. So he wasn't going to steal Li Yifei's head. Just leave it to Lin Xie. It's exhausting to follow through and watch the show yourself and act surprised. As for whether or not to worry about Lin Xie's safety, Lin Xian tilted his head and looked at the sky. The shroud had been withdrawn, and the sky was dark with hidden stars. Nightfall. He remembered that Lin Xie seemed to have doubled his ability at night. It seems to be called Starry Night Dancer. In the school building, there were suddenly 3 gunshots and a long whistle. Lin Xian arrived at the school entrance, and Hong Ying and Xiao Nan were already waiting there as well. Lin Xie, are you sure you don't need my help? Red Tassel was communicating with Lin Xie using his earpiece. At this time, Lin Xie had already fought with Li Yifei. No, it should now be called the Nandu Snake Demon's main body. No, just let me do it myself. He was my classmate after all. I'll kill him with my own hands as a way to give him an explanation. Question mark. Si Xiaonan muttered in a small voice. Pervert. She glanced at Lin Xian, who was walking this way. Oh no, I should say it's 2 perverts, and one is more perverted than the other. These 2 people were one more outrageous than the other. Surprisingly, they were both able to single-handedly take on the Pool Realm with only the Marigold Realm outrageous. Lin Xian? Forget it, perverts were perverts. All he wanted to do now was hurry up and eat and hurry home to check his reward. Lin Xian ignored Si Xiaonan's crickets and sat down at the school entrance to wait quietly. In the middle of the day, a thin figure came this way with a steady pace. It was none other than Lin Xie. At this point, his entire body was wet with blood and hurt. Red Raider asked with concern. No. Lin Xie shook his head and looked to the side at Lin Xian. He had wanted to ask Lin Xian why he didn't go to the classroom with him just now. But in the end, he didn't ask. He always had a feeling that Lin Xian actually knew who was behind this. It was as if he always anticipated many things. He was also the first to bring up such things as mystery on campus. And the day after Lin Xian mentioned it, Li Yifei, or rather the Nandu Snake Demon, came to his door. Just like when he met the Ghost Masked Man and the Ghost Masked King before, it was too much of a coincidence, as if the other party was able to foretell the future. He wanted to ask the question, but in the end, he said nothing. It's always bad to snoop on people's secrets at will. Besides, everyone has secrets just like he, who has a mental hospital in his head and hasn't told anyone. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Xie's hesitant expression. His face remained unchanged. But in his heart, he was slightly surprised at Lin Xie's acumen. Did you notice? It didn't matter, after all, he hadn't intended to cover anything up. Having read the original, he still understood the character of this person, Lin Xie. If you are sincere to him, he will sincerely treat you as a brother, not the kind of villain who stabs his brother twice in the back. Red Rouge and Si Xiaonan didn't notice any of this and simply led the 2 out of the school gates. Outside the school gate, a black sedan was parked there, and Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan were sitting in the driver and co-pilot respectively, looking in. Seeing the crowd come out, looking like they hadn't suffered any injuries, Chun Mai brought a hint of a smile on his face. How does it feel? He looked toward Lin Xian and Lin Xie. This was, after all, the first time the 2 had ever done a quest. It feels pretty good. This was Lin Xian. Unexpectedly somewhat simple. This was Lin Xie. 2 Versailles animals. This is Skittish Nan. Chapter 26. What's the worst mental illness? He fantasizes that someone loves him. Lin Xian could be said to be very satisfied with this mission. The purity of the bloodline rose to 20%, and when he returned home and received his new abilities, his combat power and physical fitness would rise another big step. But there was one thing Lin Xian was rather despondent about. Whether it was Time Zero or the blood-sucking scythe, they all required mental power to manipulate. And now that he was only in the Marigold Realm, his spiritual power was truly insufficient. At the same time, Lin Xian had another guess. For Time Zero speculation, His current time zero, which could only accelerate itself, was more like a lower alternative to time zero than time zero poor chakra. And time zero actually has a domain, capable of covering a certain range, and within his range, time stretches as if it were infinitely long. Lin Xian was able to immunize other people within range, putting them in the same state as himself. That is to say, a true time zero is a field spread outward from the user that exempts certain people within the field and puts the other person in the same state as themselves. In other words, the real time zero is a group skill that not only puts yourself into a time-accelerated state, but also connects to others. As for why Lin Xian couldn't do it at this stage, the probability was that it was because his spiritual power was too little. Even his own time zero state could only be maintained for less than 4 seconds, and he felt like his body was being hollowed out once the time was up, not to mention spreading the field and covering others. So Lin Xian guessed that perhaps when he reached the Pool realm or the Chuan realm, he would be able to spread his domain. Hearing Lin Xian and Lin Chia's reply, Chan Mai revealed a smile. "I'm glad you're okay. Get in the car and I'll take you guys to Hot Pot, my treat. The captain is broke. It doesn't break the bank. It's a hot pot buffet." Question mark. Click. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Lin Xian put down the camera. He gently caressed and looked at the picture in the camera. His thin lips lifted an imperceptible arc. The scene shows several people sitting in a black sedan, laughing and joking. Honging puffed up her mouth and probed forward to hit when Qima in front of her, who laughed and dodged away. But it was Si Xiaonan, who was sitting in Hong Ying's arms, who almost fell forward. Lin Xian closed his eyes and rested, while Lin Chia squinted at the window. Chan Mai concentrated on driving, still with a helpless smile on his face. Seems to take these living treasures cannot be helped. It seems to be overloaded. Lin Xian muttered, unable to stop his smile. In the fondue restaurant, the small group of people sat in the corner of the hot pot restaurant, the noise coming into their ears from all directions. The store is crowded with people walking through, carrying plates in one hand and food in the other, all with a touch of mortal smokiness. The Taiji-style Mandarin duck hot pot splits the boiling broth into red and white colors, with slices of meat and vegetables rolling around in it. Chun Mai was pouring meat into the pot when he suddenly received a phone call. "Captain, when we were cleaning up the battlefield, we suddenly realized that the head of the Nandu snake demon was missing. Gone." Chun Mai's brows furrowed and his voice remained calm. "It could be that the student is hiding, but the ringless hollow is there, he can't escape, so you'll start by using the dream whisper to wash away the memories of the entire school, and the other party will throw themselves into the net when the time comes." Dream whisper is that forbidden thing that turns a piece of one's memory into a dream. "Yes, sir." Lin Xian's expression was thoughtful as he heard Chun Mai and the opposite party talking. The head of the Nandu snake demon suddenly disappeared, and if he remembered correctly, it was taken by Qingyu to be studied, and it seemed that the world line in this regard hadn't changed much. Soon to be assembled, it seems that on the way to training, the New Year's vacation Anqing fish appeared once, but more stealthy. Waiting for it to actually come out seems to be a year away. Forget it, don't think about it. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. Longhua Yuan neighborhood, Villa number 5. The cicadas chirping in the summer silence and the rustling of the leaves reached Lin Xian's ears. Lin Xian leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes. As his consciousness sank, Lin Xian re-entered the space in the middle of his mind. In the distance were endless mists and thoroughly withered trees through the sky. Nearby were huge tombstones that could try to match the height of a giant tree. Lin Xian's bloodline purity had risen to 20%. He looked to the column of dragon text that 20% was pointing to, and when he read it, he suddenly froze. "The blood of all kings will end with a sword." The dragon text was bright red like blood. "Where the blood of kings ends in swords." Along with this line imprinted into the mind were newly acquired abilities, and a great deal of information about them. Competence, crime, and punishment. Sin and punishment is not a word spirit, and along with it, a sword case was acquired. At this moment, that sword box was standing on Lin Xian's side, and as Lin Xian gently tapped it, the box unfolded, revealing the 7 weapons within it. Exactly the 7 deadly sins. Lin Xian combed through the information in his head with a somewhat excited expression. The ability to sin and punish is closely related to the 7 deadly sins. When Lin Xian slashed an enemy with any of the 7 deadly sins weapons, the 7 deadly sins would absorb the enemy's life force and feed it back to him. And the most immediate feedback is stamina and recovery speed. The recovery speed was already outrageous, and with the addition of sin and punishment, Lin Xian didn't even dare to think about how fast his recovery speed had to be. And physically, Could be said that with sin and punishment and the 7 deadly sins, Lin Xian didn't have to worry about physical strength as long as there were enemies around. In the past, the issue of physical strength had seemed like a big problem to Lin Xian. While having a powerful physical body, the consumption was also extremely terrifying. And physical exertion could only be replenished by eating a lot. Lin Xian was even worried that by the time the later stages of the process ordinary food wouldn't be able to satisfy him, and he would have to go and eat mysteries and even gods. But it was different now. He had a means of replenishing his stamina other than eating, and as long as he killed a large enough number of enemies and leveled up enough, he would be able to acquire sufficient stamina. Lin Xian's fingers caressed the sword case. The 7 deadly sins, or 7 swords, are pride, envy, rage, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. But the 7 deadly sins in front of Lin Xian seemed to be different from the ones in the dragon. The 7 deadly sins among the dragons begin with pride and end with lust. And these 7 weapons in front of Lin Xian were just the opposite. Lust is at the lowest level while pride is at the highest. Lin Xian's fingers lightly caressed the hilt of the lust for lust sword and exerted a slight force. Miso. The subtle sound of the sword echoed in his ears as Lin Xian raised the sword in front of him, the sword's body flickering with cold aura, reflecting the blazing golden pupils. The moment he pulled out lust, the knife's ability passed into his mind. Lust for color is a ripping sword of the 7 deadly sins, where the blade shakes massively with an extremely small amplitude when cutting through an object, thus tearing apart the opponent. It was a wakizashi with a 60-centimeter blade. Incidentally, the 2 swords in the Japanese Futatsu Ryu refer to the taijutsu and the rikishi. Color lust was beautiful. Its blade was pale green in color, with a silver-white pattern on it, and a cold aura flickered as it danced. The reason why the 7 deadly sins in Lin Xian's hands were different from those in the Dragon Clan, aside from the change in order, there was another point. Lust has one more ability than the original. In addition to being able to vibrate at a high frequency, it also leaves a mark on the enemy which lasts for 48 hours before disappearing. During this period, enemies marked by lust were like ignorant girls being tailed by lewd dudes. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would still find a way to catch up. Lin Xian smiled. He felt that his analogy went quite well with the name of the blade. Lin Xian held the lust for lust in his hand and gently waved it around, emitting gusts of breaking wind. Flipping his wrist, Lin Xian played the lust out in a knife twist, reinserted it into the sheath, and picked up the second one in order from bottom to top. The Taotai is an Atkin long knife, a type of Damascus knife. This Atkin long knife of Lin Xian's was a straight-bladed knife, with straight lines on both the blade and the head, and an overall green color. The blade is about 80 centimeters long and is riddled with tiny hollows that are capable of releasing toxins to poison its prey at the first moment of stabbing it. There were only 3 current toxins that could be changed at Lin Xian's whim. A most deadly poison, a stupefying toxin that could intoxicate even a dragon, and a poison that is the most unnerving of them all. It is not fatal, but it can constantly infest the body of the other party, like maggots attached to the bone, extremely difficult to remove and extremely painful. The most important thing lay in the fact that once this poison stayed in the body, it was equivalent to Taotai hurting the opponent every moment, and combined with the ability sin and punishment, it would be able to provide the user with a constant supply of life force. It is a blunt cut. The reason why there were only 3 current toxins was because Taotai could devour toxins from other creatures and thus evolve different toxins on its own. Each cavity on the blade was capable of swallowing toxins and evolving all poisons, and the more it swallowed, the better the effect. This is what makes Taotai so special. When Lin Xian tried to pull greed again, he realized that he couldn't. Lin Xian pulled out the remaining handles again and found that apart from the lust and Taotai, the remaining weapons could not be pulled out. Can you only pull out 2 handles? The current Lin Xian could only draw 2 weapons, which made him naturally think about the purity of his current bloodline. 20%. Is there some kind of connection between this? Lin Xian pondered in his heart. Consciousness returned to reality. A pale green-colored coercive difference appeared in Lin Xian's hand. He came outdoors, picked a rock at random, and slashed out with a knife, bringing up gusts of strong winds. As the purity of his bloodline reached 20%, his physical qualities became even more exaggerated. Lin Xian only felt that his body was filled with inexhaustible strength, and there was explosive power when he raised his hands and threw his feet. With a buzz, the stone was split in 2, feeling like it was cutting tofu. Lin Xian looked at the cut surface and realized that there was a lot of powder at the cut surface of the stone, and the night wind whipped by, lifting up a few wisps of dust. The high-frequency vibrations of lust for color shattered the cut surface, which caused it to look like this. Lin Xian put away his sword and turned around to re-enter the middle of the villa. Both Taotai and sin and punishment are not good for testing, so I simply go to sleep first and wait to study them slowly later. Early the next morning, Lin Xian and Lin Chia sat together in the martial arts practicing ground. Lin Xian, what do you think would usually be the reason if someone sees everyone else as their child? Between training sessions, Lin Chia suddenly asked this question, and he was suddenly curious to know how this fellow, who was also harboring secrets in his body, would react to this matter. Treating everyone else like your own child? Lin Xian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Lin Chia to ask himself this question. He knew who Lin Chia was referring to, Nyx, the goddess of darkness in the asylum. I think it could be that the other person has lost their children, more than one, and in cases like this, tough company is the right thing to do. Lin Xian gave his advice. That's right. Lin Chia nodded. In fact, how are many of us not mentally ill? Lin Xian suddenly thought of a segment on the internet. How? For example, I have seen some poor people who were just very sick. How much does it weigh? He fantasizes that someone loves him. That's pretty serious. Lin Chia caught Lin Xian's segment. It's a paragraph, but when you think about it, it's pretty ironic. Lin Xian looked towards the incandescent lamp on top of the martial arts practice field, and somehow he felt a certain loneliness. PS1. It's in the wee hours of the morning when I'm writing about eating hot pot. So hungry. PS2. The new book begs for a follow-up and a gift. The little one first kowtows to all the hickeys and yippies here. Or 2. Chapter 27. This guy, Lin Xian, is simply not human. Ding 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 ding. The collision in the martial arts training ground was constant, bringing up gusts of evil wind, and the two people on the field almost became two unreadable stumps. Dang. One of them flipped and distanced himself from the other, his breath still steady. This person was none other than Lin Xian, while the person opposite him was Chun Mai. That's fine, that's enough practicing for today. Chun Mai looked at his slightly shaking hands and nodded approvingly towards Lin Xian, obviously very satisfied. You and Lin Chia both go back and pack up. In one more day the recruit training will open later on. First go with Red Tassel to purchase the living supplies. The recruit training takes a clothes management. By then it will be too late to purchase the supplies. Good. Lin Xian nodded his head and placed the wakizashi back into the sword holder, turning around and walking towards the outside of the martial arts training ground. Lin Chia, who had been watching from the sidelines, heard these words and then got up and walked with Lin Xian towards the outside of the martial arts practicing ground. Lin Xian walked ahead, a faint light flickering in his eyes. Just in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, what Lin Xian had improved the most was his combat skills and weapon use skills, and Chun Mai had contributed a great deal in this regard. So far, whether it was the empty-handed, standardized longsword, or the wakizashi or Akin longsword, he was able to use them all at his fingertips, thanks to the rich arsenal of the martial arts training grounds and Chun Mai's careful teaching. So far, Lin Xian had been able to fight Chun Mai without opening his speech spirit. Every battle was a real one with swords and knives. At a later stage, Chun Mai and Lin Xian would even purposely bring a murderous aura when they made their moves. The progress was so rapid that everyone who came to watch the battle would heartily exclaim, "Inhuman," as well as the fact that this guy's fighting talent is truly unbelievable. But in fact, to be able to achieve a draw with Chun Mai in just 1 month, Lin Xian wasn't just relying on his combat talent. More than that, it's the terrifying physicality and resistance to combat that allows for high-intensity fighting. Lin Chia had teased that Lin Xian's physical strength was like there was no end to it, saying that there were only tired cows in the world, and that there were only plowed fields in Lin Xian's place. Then there was the fact that during this month, apart from fighting Chen Mai in the morning, Lin Xian would also have a good fight with Zhao Kongqing when he returned home in the evening. Old Zhao usually cannot come out much time, only 1 hour a day. The rest of the time is to stay in the middle of the Nibelungen. Although he spent most of the day sleeping and had entertainment products to keep him company for the rest of the day, Lin Xian would still accompany old Zhao in a fight, considering that he couldn't leave the widowed old Zhao alone with his dragon roots. Being able to have someone to accompany him through the hand, Lao Zhao naturally begged for it. Red Tassel had evaluated that the two could fight to a draw without Chun Mai opening the Forbidden Ruins. One must know that even if he did not open the Forbidden Ruins, Chun Mai was still in the Chuan realm, and his physical qualities were not something that could be compared to Zhao Kongqing, an ordinary person who did not have the Forbidden Ruins. However, it was under such circumstances that Zhao Kongqing was still able to fight Chen Mai to a draw. One had to admit that old Zhao's boast was not without reason. He was indeed a genius when it came to combat. The guidance of the two famous teachers, Zhao Kongcheng and Chen Mai, paired with Lin Xian's perverted physical quality, was like some kind of violent chemical reaction, and his progress could be described as rapid. On top of that, Lin Xian's bloodline purity had also increased from 20% to 21%, which showed that after bloodline purity rose to 20, it became even more difficult to raise it. In exchange for a bloodline purity of 18%, a month was enough for him to raise it to 20%. Lin Xian secretly summarized the gains he had made over the past month in his heart. The maneuvering of the blood-sucking scythe became smooth. Whether it was gathering information or using the wind blade, it was as easy as pie for his current self. The sound collection range of the blood-sucking scythe had reached 30 meters, 5 meters more than a month ago. And the same was true for the wind blade distance. As for choosing a specific direction to collect sound waves, it can extend up to 170 meters. Thanks to the cultivation method that when Chiemo had taught him, Lin Xian could feel that he was not far from the pool realm. Lin Xian walked out of the basement and came to the ground, and found that Sister Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan were waiting for the two of them. So it seemed that the captain had been informed in advance. Si Xiaonan yanked up Lin Xian's arm and pulled him outside, his two short legs kicking very hard. "Elbow, go shopping. Hurry up. Let's go out for a quick lunch and then we'll go shopping. I remember a new shopping mall opened on the south side, so I'll take this opportunity to check it out." Red Tassel walked ahead, the car keys lingering in her hand and making a noise. Clearly, both girls were very passionate about shopping. That afternoon, the four of them could be said to have strolled all over Cangnan City. At the end of the day, Lin Xian, Lin Chia's hands and even their necks were filled with large and small bags. Lin Xian looked up at the sky, motherhood single until now, but he has never had the experience of shopping with a girl. He also just read the internet that when men and women shop together, the tired ones are often the males. Women seem to have an inexhaustible energy in this matter. Now that I look at it, it's true. It was only because Lin Xian was ridiculously physically strong that he didn't feel labored. He turned back to Lin Chia, who was also a fellow difficult person, and the other party had the same lifeless look on his face. Can you imagine Si Xiaonan wanting to buy him a skirt and saying something about how it goes well with him? It's a skirt even or a backless dress. As Lin Chia thought of this, he glanced at Lin Xian on the side. Lin Xian was still mercilessly mocking him at the time, but as a result, Si Xiaonan turned around and pulled out a set of workplace OL, the kind with stockings, and handed it to Lin Xian, giving Lin Xian a green face. In response, Lin Chia's comment was Lu. In the evening, Lin Xian returned to the villa carrying a large bag and began to pack his luggage. Every time he packed up a piece, his mind would always recall the scene of several people fooling around when he bought the item, and the arc of Lin Xian's mouth curved higher and higher with it. Over the past month, Lin Xian had become thoroughly acquainted with the people of Vigilante Squad 136, and to him, these people were no longer just a character in a book, but a vivid face, a vivid person. Sister Red Tassel was always unconventional, just like a big sister, and the duo of Lin Xian and Lin Chia were precisely her little brothers. But underneath the big-hearted exterior of Red Riding Hood is a delicate heart. She has a high emotional intelligence and is always keenly aware of the changing moods of those around her and responds to them. Si Xiaonan was like a crazy girl, quirky and very arrogant on weekdays, but that was all pretense, simply fooling around with them. Lung Xian looks very serious on weekdays, but is a stuffy prude and likes to take pictures of the crowd for the record. When Qima always had those narrowed eyes, and Lin Xian never seemed to have seen the other party angry. Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan would sometimes look at the scars on his palms and stare, and at such times the people around him would have the good sense not to say anything more. Lin Xian knew that he was thinking about the Blue Rain Squad, and was thinking about how he should take revenge on the man of Suzaku. If he could, he wanted to help Wu Xiangnan get revenge. And the captain and Lin Chia. The captain is a serious and protective man. One of those old father-like characters who can secretly think of everything for you, but often won't tell you explicitly. There was also Lin Chia. These days, the other party would always look in the direction of his home, a bit of sadness showing in his eyes. Usually at times like this, Lin Xian would always sit on the sidelines, again not saying anything, just sitting quietly. Two big men. There's no need to say anything more. It's all in the air. Looking at the bags of living materials in front of him, Lin Xian smiled happily. After a month of being together, he had already treated the people of Squad 136 as family. Squad 136 gave him the warmth of home like a big family. He hadn't experienced this kind of warmth since his previous life, when his grandmother, who had raised him, had died. Thanks. The voice, if anything, echoed out in the room, as if it were a slight ripple, bringing up gusts of ripples. Chapter 28. New recruits gathering, groups of heroes, and stormy weather. The freshman rally, which was originally supposed to be held in Shangjing, was placed in Seongnan City this year. When the crowd of Squad 136 received this news, they visibly froze. Sure enough, Lin Xian secretly said in his heart. Lin Xie could not leave Seongnan City because once he left, the mortal dust divine realm would fail, and the 100,000 residents of Seongnan City, who relied on the miracle to exist, would also fade away. At this moment, the crowd was walking on the road to the training camp. The trip was made in a Mitsubishi Acura white van, which was very spacious due to the luggage to be loaded. Inside the car, the crowd was wide-eyed as an emotion called embarrassment brewed in the space. Lin Xie felt his heart dripping blood. He had prepared so many things yesterday afternoon, and now there were many that he couldn't use. Let's not talk about the train tickets that were not refunded, but let's just say that the down jacket and thick quilt that Sister Red Tassel helped him buy, these will not be used at all. Seongnan City is located in the south, and the winter is not cold at all. That's all money. Lin Xie wailed inwardly. Lin Xian watched from the sidelines with interest, although he had also been the wrongdoer. Seeing Lin Xie in this deflated state made him feel nothing but amusement. To be honest, while Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were taking him shopping, he had really forgotten that this intensive training was in Seongnan City, and there was actually no need to buy so many things. He does know the script, but he's a human being, not some saint with a 250% IQ who has everything under control. So it makes sense to forget about it. Well, that's very riverine. Lin Xian tried to make amends for himself. The white van eventually stopped in a deserted suburb, although it belonged to the city of Seongnan. But within 20 miles there was no one in sight, only a sentry barrier. The military was quick, almost the first time the order was given from above for this intensive training to be held in Seongnan City. The military began to work on laying down defenses. The two of them, Lin Xian and Lin Xie, pulled 2 suitcases each and walked towards the far side of the barrier. There was no way Red Tassel and the others could only send them here. Further on was the military restricted area. Unusual people were not allowed to approach. Suddenly, Lin Xian looked up in a direction, and he felt like he was being targeted. In the sunlight, a subtle bright light was emanating from there. It was a sniper. The other party also didn't expect that. Separated by several thousand meters, Lin Xian would be able to notice him, and his hand holding the walkie-talkie was visibly stunned. He was debriefing the 2 teens with the chief. Those 2 are coming this way, and it looks like one of them noticed me. Are you sure? It's thousands of meters away. Even an old man in the army couldn't spot a sniper at this distance. I'm not quite sure, but the other guy did look in my direction. There was a long silence on the other side of the intercom, and eventually only a TSK. Why is this training camp full of demons this year? Lin Xian, what are you looking at? Lin Xie looked in the direction of Lin Xian's gaze and didn't gain anything. It's fine. Lin Xian retracted his gaze. He could feel, if anything, the feeling of being targeted by something, but there was no sense of crisis like an awe on his back, so he thought that the other party was not hostile. It should be a military sniper for exterior security. Lin Xian's intuition was now no different from that of a wild beast, and was even sharper than the intuition of an unusual wild beast, and if the other party hadn't aimed at him, he wouldn't have been able to detect the other party. On this point, Chun Mai had spoken to him. In the battle, especially in the battle between the masters, there is no such thing as a move or a style. More, it is the improvisation of the scene. The fight is the reaction and intuition. And Lin Xian's intuition had been so powerful that even if Chun Mai didn't speak of martial virtues and suddenly attacked from behind, he would be able to react and dodge with a roll. Even if Chun Mai hadn't made any noise the entire time, it would have been noticed by Lin Xian that something was wrong, as if he had eyes behind his back. According to Lin Xian, this kind of sneak attack was just too obvious. It was like a cold air in a warm sun. It was hard not to notice. As for why Chun Mai would sneak in from the rear, don't ask. Not long after, a military green pickup truck appeared in front of Lin Xian and Lin Xie, and an officer poked his head out of it, asking with an accent from the Sichuan Shu area. For what? Recruit intensive training. Lin Xian was concise. New recruits? Coming so soon? The officer was obviously a bit surprised, not expecting them to return so quickly. Let me see the papers first. Lin Xian and Lin Xie were prepared and handed out their documents. The officer checked them and waved his hand at the 2. Get in the car. You 4 are the first to drop. At the same time, Lin Xian's feeling of being targeted by something disappeared. The sniper stopped aiming at them. The two men looked at each other and stepped into the car. The interior of the training camp was large, and the buildings inside were solidified from unknown materials, not improvised. It seems that the above has planned this training session well in advance. Lin Xian secretly nodded his head. It was normal. The top must have been paying attention to Lin Xie to see that the captain was in Troop 136. Wasn't that the case? Not only that, the captain had also relied on Lin Xie's mortal dust divine realm to survive until now. What Lin Xian was considering, on the other hand, was to pull the captain into his Nibelungen as well when Lin Xie withdrew from the mortal dust divine realm, just in time to be a companion to old Zhao. After all, old Zhao had been clamoring for another fight with Chun Mai. The two men were walking through the muster camp, dragging their suitcases, when they came face to face with an officer. The officer was about to pass by, when suddenly, as if realizing something, he turned his head and stared straight into the two men's cheeks, and after repeated confirmations came forward. You guys are Lin Xian and Lin Xie, right? You know us? Lin Xie was a bit puzzled. Of course, Michael and Nidhogg's divine agents, how rare. Usually you don't see one for years and then two pop up. Come. I'll show you around the training camp. This is where you'll be living for the next year, just so I can familiarize you with it first. Obviously, this officer was a chatterbox, and didn't even need Lin Xian and Lin Xie to open their mouths before the other party began to talk incessantly. For example, the cafeteria inside the cafeteria master who specially came from Shangjing, such as the training ground and the interesting things that happened, and even the embarrassing things of his comrades were pulled out and repeatedly flogged by him. Lin Xian noticed that when the officer said this, one of the officers in the distance had a visibly darkened look, as if he was saying, "You kid, wait for me at night. You won't have any good juice to eat at night. I'll beat you up with a sack." The two of them, Lin Xian and Lin Xie, listened intently, and in the end, the officer brought the two of them to the front of the dormitory building and asked them to pick a dormitory for themselves. "Why don't we share a room?" Lin Xie asked. Compared to the others in the set, it was still Lin Xian that he was more familiar with, and they could take care of each other. "Forget it. Let's pick one each." If the two of them had shared a room, there would have been nothing for Chubby Bailey. "It's okay." Lin Xie nodded and pulled his pink suitcase inside. Lin Xian picked another room with comfortable lighting and dragged the same suitcase inside. The dormitory was empty, with nothing but two hardboard beds and a wooden cabinet in the center. Not to mention air conditioning, not even a fan. But it doesn't matter. Physical fitness to Lin Xian's level had long since become fearless of heat and cold. Skillfully laying out the sheets and covers, Lin Xian's consciousness sank into the Nibelungen. Lin Xian looked at old Zhao, who was lying on the ground and was scratching his stomach while snoring, and lifted his foot to kick. "Lao Zhao, don't sleep. Get on the number." Chapter 29. Chubby compliments 7 nights foot fragrance. Chow Yuan breaks down in 1 second. The next day, early morning, in the training ground, the two of them, Lin Xian and Lin Xie, were sitting on the steps, their backs already drenched in sweat. Just a moment ago, the two of them had fought again with their bare hands, and there was no doubt that it ended in Lin Xian's victory. Without a weapon, Lin Xian's strength advantage was undoubtedly utilized to the extreme. As for why he said again as early as 10 days ago, Chun Mai had made Lin Xian and Lin Xie fight every day, sometimes with bare hands, sometimes with weapons. The beauty of it is that it promotes each other. Lin Xie always lost more than he won, and when he won it was mostly at night. But he was not discouraged. After all, this livestock can't be treated with common sense. "No." Lin Xian threw the bottle of water in his hand into Lin Xie's arms. "Thanks. You're welcome." The two sat side by side, staring at the distant sky in disbelief. In the distance, Yuan Gang was holding a telescope in his hand, his expression indescribably complex. He looked to the adjutant at the side. "Did you see the battle just now?" The adjutant nodded with a skeptical look on his face. He had a feeling that either of those two men could stand alongside himself in terms of fighting ability. To be the chief trainer's adjutant, he was naturally not an idle person, not to mention having been a soldier for more than 10 years. How rich was his combat experience? But one-on-one, empty-handed, he didn't have the confidence to take any of them. Are all the new recruits nowadays so demonic? Yuan Gang let out a light breath. If he was right, those two people hadn't used the Forbidden Ruins just now. And it was under these circumstances that they were so fast that one could actually feel a bit blurry. Especially the taller one. His moves were vicious, all running towards killing. Even he had to be cautious. And it was remarkable that the teenager he was fighting against was able to handle himself, even though he was still being pressed by the taller teenager. What an agent of the gods! After a long time, Yuan Gang sighed out, his eyes full of relief. It's really heroic. The two of them, Lin Xian and Lin Xie, had always been on the list of people to focus on. But Yuan Gang felt that perhaps it was necessary to adjust the level of importance attached to the two men upward by another level. The cafeteria was not yet open, so he had no choice but to collect some supplies from the supply point, and when he returned to the dormitory, Lin Xian realized that there was an extra person in the bed next to his own. The teenager, with black hair and eyes, sat quietly on the bed, pinching a string of Buddha beads in his hand and reciting something silently under his breath. With the blood-sucking scythe, Lin Xian could clearly hear that the other party was reciting Buddhist scriptures. This person, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed a very delicious aura from the other party. The other party's forbidden ruins were even more appealing than Lin Xie's mortal dust divine realm. Although Lin Xie's current mortal dust divine realm wasn't a full body, it wasn't something that just any forbidden ruin could touch. It had to be at least an ultra-high-risk forbidden ruin, or one that ranked extremely high. Looking again at the way the man was silently reciting Buddhist scriptures, Lin Xian had a thought in his mind. "Hello, my name is Lin Xian." Lin Xian greeted the teenager sitting cross-legged on the bed. "Chao Yuan." The teenager spat out 2 words under his breath, and when he finished, he stopped speaking, his eyes still closed tightly. "Sure enough, it's him." Hearing the name Chao Yuan, Lin Xian said in his heart. He knew that Chao Yuan was not acting in this manner out of indifference, but was worried that he might hurt others. That incident once cast too big a shadow over him. Lin Xian didn't talk to the other party anymore and silently pulled out his own supplies to eat. Supplies for one a bit low. As he was eating, Lin Xian realized that Chao Yuan on the opposite side opened his eyes and was staring fixedly at the food in his hands. Lin Xian raised the compressed cookies in his hand. "Eat." Chao Yuan closed his eyes again. "I'm not hungry." Anum. Rumble of a stomach. Tiny grunts came from the direction of Chao Yuan. The sound was very small, but in front of Lin Xian, even the smallest sound would be magnified by more than 10 times, and it couldn't be clearer. "Chao Yuan, if you're hungry, the first building out the door and to the left is the supply depot." Lin Xian pointed outside. "No harm done." Chao Yuan was silent for a moment and eventually shook his head. Chao Yuan still wants to save face. He can't just say he's not hungry in one foot and then go to the supply station in the next. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and turned to leave the dormitory. He could also see that the other party was a little embarrassed, wanting to go get supplies, but not too good to act on his face. He left himself, but also to leave the other party alone. The rumbling of his stomach was about to be too much to hide. It's a good time to take this opportunity to go to Lin Chia's dormitory to take a look. Bailey Chubby should have arrived as well. Lin Xian arrived in front of the door to Lin Chia's dormitory, and a voice accurately entered his ears. 7 nights, your feet smell so good. Lin Xian. What happened? When Lin Xian walked into the room, he saw a little chubby guy who was coming up to Lin Chia's feet, saying something about feet smelling really good. Playing so fancy? When Lin Chia saw the visitor, he fell silent. Just a moment ago, this little fatso named Bailey Tu Ming had wanted to give himself a gift while he was sleeping, but when he caught himself looking at it, he pounced on his feet and said that his feet smelled really good. Originally, he was crying and laughing a little, but when he saw Lin Xian happen to walk into the room with an extremely odd expression on his face, he felt that he was afraid that his reputation for the rest of his life would be over. "Excuse me." Lin Xian nodded towards Lin Chia and turned around to leave. "You wait. I'm not like that." Lin Chia roared, kicked Bailey Chubby out, and got up to chase after him. Lin Xian's face remained odd as he was called out. "Don't worry. I know a lot of people have unique fetishes. Especially in stressful situations, there's nothing wrong with wanting to let off some steam. I won't tell the captain and the others." "I didn't." Lin Chia didn't want to be labeled as a foot fetishist from now on. "I'm still in love with my own feet." Bailey Tu Ming was on the side, looking at Lin Xian and then Lin Chia's anxious demeanor, as if blessed to the core. "Yes, I can prove that Lin Chia didn't. It was all forced on me." "You shut up." Lin Chia was going crazy. After Bailey Tu Ming said this, he could clearly see that Lin Xian's eyes were even more off. What's this all about? If Sister Hong Ying, Xiao Nan and the captain know about this, what will they think of themselves? Lin Chia could even imagine that odd gaze. It was not unlike Lin Xian's current gaze. "Brother, are you Lin Chia's friend?" At this moment, Bailey Tu Ming had already gotten in front of Lin Xian. He could tell that Lin Chia and the other party not only knew each other, but were also very familiar. Aha! Lin Xian nodded, while putting away the odd look he was putting on. He had just wanted to flirt with Lin Xie and didn't really think he was a pervert. Besides, even if Lin Xie really had this kind of fetish, I'm sure that Jialan would be very willing. Manually slipping, Lin Xian was just thinking about this when he saw Bailey Tu-ming take out a large gift box from his suitcase and hand it over to him. Brother, my name is Bailey Tu-ming. You can also call me Bailey Chubby. You are Lin Xie's friend, which means I am Bailey Chubby's friend. These things are some local specialties from my side of the world, and I hope you don't mind. Bailey Chubby held the gift box with both hands, his eyes shining with hope. Even if Lin Xian didn't open it, he could guess what was inside. Bailey Tu-ming, the son of the Bailey family. Lin Xian didn't bother with the gift that Bailey Tu-ming handed over, and the other party's sad little eyes, and held Bailey Tu-ming's little meaty paw. Gifts and whatnot. There's no need. My name is Lin Xian. I'm a friend of this foot fetishist. How could Lin Xie not understand that the other party was just flirting with him just now, not really thinking that he was a pervert? Roll it. So it's brother Lin Xian. I wonder what your relationship is with 7 Knights? We both came out of the same squad. So it is. Bailey Chubby nodded fervently. Why don't we go out for a stroll together? That's fine, or call my roommate too. Lin Xian remembered Chao Yuan, who was in the same dormitory as himself, and he was looking forward to what Chao Yuan's expression would be when he heard the name Lin Xie. The 3 of them arrived in front of Lin Xian's dormitory door, and as soon as they opened it, they saw a cold-faced black-haired teenager eating the supplies in his hands. Noticing someone's arrival, he looked up. Lin Xian, Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan also didn't expect Lin Xian to come back so quickly, and it also so happened that he came a minute earlier, and he hadn't eaten yet. Come a minute late and you've already finished eating yourself. Now he felt like he couldn't swallow the food in his mouth without swallowing it. Chao Yuan, are you going out for a stroll? Lin Xian pretended not to see it and asked instead. No, you guys go ahead. Having just said that he wasn't hungry and being seen eating, at this point Chao Yuan couldn't pretend to be high and mighty anymore and shook his head at Lin Xian. All right then. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lin Xie. Lin Xie, let's go. Hearing this, Chao Yuan's body shook as he raised his head to look at Lin Xie. His eyes rounded. Wait, what did you say his name was? Lin Xie, huh? Lin Xian pretended to look puzzled. Lin 7 Knights 2 wood standing. 8 gods going to 1. Entering the night for 10 years. Ferrying my world. Yes, it's you. Chao Yuan's face was agitated, and his eyes were as if a hungry Lin Xian had come across food, and a horny demented man had come across a sleeping girl salivating. Lin Xie didn't hear what Chao Yuan was saying and only felt that the other party was looking at him in a somewhat strange way. At the same time, Lin Xian looked at him with that strange look again. What are you looking at? I've only seen female chimeras. I didn't realize there were male chimeras. Get out. Lin Xie turned his head to look at Chao Yuan. You know me? I don't know you, but I know that you're the nobleman I'm waiting for. Chapter 30. A meeting of heroes? I think it's a turnip meeting. In the past 2 days, Lin Xian and Lin Xie's 2 dormitories had just piled up together, basically going everywhere together. Chao Yuan, in particular, was practically attached to Lin Xie, inseparable day and night, completely lacking the appearance of being a cold male god when they first met. He even wanted to switch dormitories with Chubby Bailey, but was decisively rejected. At this time, it was already the 3rd day that Lin Xian and Lin Xie had arrived at the training camp, and a group of trainees were gathering on the training ground, looking at the 30 or so instructors on the martial arts stage. Participants sat or stood sporadically, mingling and whispering. Lin Xian scanned the circle, the corners of his mouth curling higher and higher. What are you laughing at? Lin Xie looked to the side at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. I think of happy things, Lin Xian said. Before coming here, he had always felt that there was no mystery in the training camp, and that his bloodline enhancement would be slow. But he forgot one thing. This was the Night's Watch's boot camp, and most of the people inside possessed the Forbidden Ruin, which was able to provide him with a constant supply of energy. Here, it's paradise. Lin Xian's smile was barely concealed, causing Lin Xie to look at him askance as if he were a psychopath. These past few days, Lin Xie was about to be annoyed by the 2 of them, Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby. Chao Yuan followed him without a moment's hesitation, while Bailey Chubby would likewise stick up when he saw this scene, like 2 barnacles on a whale's snout, which he couldn't get rid of no matter how hard he shook them off. And every time this happened, Lin Xian would always stand on the sidelines and watch the show, and from time to time, he would even comment a few sentences. It's just like fighting for favor. By now, Lin Xie was also a bit taken back. He always had the feeling that Lin Xian was deliberately calling out his name when he went to the dormitory to call Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan had already told him about those 4 verses, and Lin Xie did feel that they were talking about him. But how did Lin Xian know? Chao Yuan didn't say this to Lin Xian. Lin Xie stared at the side of Lin Xian's face, his eyes filled with thoughts. Long ago, he had suspected that Lin Xian was able to foretell the future, and now he was afraid that it wasn't false. Nidhogg is not the god of time. If Lin Xian is a Nidhogg spokesman, he shouldn't only have a time aspect ability, a perverted physical quality, and a golden pupil. Though these few are anticlimactic enough. The only explanation was that Lin Xian had hidden his hand. No, it could be several hands. And foreseeing the future is one of them. There should also be some limitations to the opponent's foreknowledge of the future. At least I haven't seen him foreknowledge his own movements when he fights. Just as Lin Xie was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a roar coming from the martial arts stage. "Stand still, all of you, like hell!" An instructor standing on the far left yelled. In a flash, almost all of the recruits quieted down, but a bunch of them remained scattered. Yuan Gang's brows were like knives as he swept the crowd around, his gaze lingering on the 4 Lin Xian for a moment before moving away. He spoke in a majestic tone. "I know that among you there are geniuses, and there are also second-generation ancestors with prominent families, but here you are nothing. You're new recruits, scraps, and rookies among rookies. Let me tell you, even if you people make it to the Klein realm, you're still rookies and trash. No blood at all. Most of you have never even killed a chicken. When you really face danger, you'll only be a drag on the team." Yuan Gang's voice grew louder and louder, and in the end it was almost a roar. The sound spread throughout the training grounds, and moments later, an echo reverberated back from the distance. Lin Xian looked around with interest, noticing that the vast majority of the surrounding recruits didn't look good after hearing this. But when Lin Xian heard this, he always couldn't help but laugh. As he remembered, Yuan Gang's words were vastly different in every term, and it was also fortunate that such a thing as a repeat student didn't exist. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. "Hey, that kid over there, what are you laughing at?" Yuan Gang glared angrily, looking at Lin Xian, who was secretly sneering. He had been watching the foursome since the beginning. Can't help but pay attention. 2 divine spokespersons, a young master of the Bailey family, a super high-risk forbidden marketplace, or the kind ranked second only to the divine marketplace, which one is an existence that needs to be taken care of in a focused manner. As it turned out, these 4 got together and went off the rails. Seeing the chief instructor look over, Lin Xie directly took a few steps to the side, away from Lin Xian. "Just don't spill any blood on me." After Lin Xie made his example, Chao Yuan quickly executed it and similarly moved away from him. And after a moment of hesitation, Bailey Tu Ming ended up taking a tiny step in Lin Xie's direction. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched as he saw this scene in his afterglow. "You're so funny, aren't you?" "It's not that I'm not convinced. It's mainly because Lin Xie just told a joke." Lin Xian pointed at Lin Xie. Lin Xie's eyes were wide with disbelief. "Lin Xian, your mom." Lin Xie usually didn't curse. "What joke is so funny?" Yuan Gang stared straight at Lin Xian, a sense of oppression honed from the battlefield emanating from him. But Lin Xian was as if he hadn't realized it. He said that even if he was trash, he was a fighter among trash. Eft. Bailey Tu Ming accidentally laughed out loud, and when he saw the crowd looking over, he busily covered his mouth, trying hard to stifle his laughter. The corners of Chao Yuan's mouth on the side were also twitching, looking like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. By this moment, almost everyone's gazes were focused on Lin Xian and Lin Xie with unfavorable expressions. The other party's line about being a fighter among trash just now was undoubtedly a variation of saying that he was better than them. These recruits certainly feel bad about it. Lin Xie stared at Lin Xian dead on. He couldn't hide his eyes when he wanted to knife someone, and he wanted to knife the other person so badly right now. When Yuan Gang heard Lin Xian's words, he just laughed coldly. "And a fighter among trash, very well. Let's see if you two can still say that in a while." He directly scratched Lin Xian in as well. Yuan Gang wasn't stupid. Looking at Lin Xian's face, he knew that he had just made up a reason. But Yuan Gang thought back to their fight a few days ago, and it would be correct to say that it was a fighter among trash. Besides these two, who else is not convinced? I'm not convinced. I saw a gangly young man with wrinkles all over his clothes raise his hand, looking casual. It's as if you're not here to train, but to take a vacation. What's your name? Xin Qingzhu. Very well, who else? Wait, instructor. Xin Qingzhu interrupted Yuan Gang. What? Can I get the names of those two? He pointed at Lin Xian and Lin Chia. The crowd's eyes focused on the two once more. Heh. Wait till you ask yourself. Who else is not convinced? Yuan Gang didn't pay attention and continued to ask questions. Me. I'm not convinced either. And me. Wave after wave of voices and more hands were raised. And by the end of the day, almost the vast majority had their hands up. Lin Chia noticed that some of them kept their eyes on him and Lin Xian as they said this. I don't know if the so-called displeasure is talking about displeasing the two of them or displeasing the instructor. Hayashi Shichiya. Nodeno. Lin Xian realized that Lin Chia was looking at him and nodded at Lin Chia. You're welcome. I thank you. Lin Chia wanted to speak, but stopped speaking. Eventually, he managed to stifle the expletive. No, Lin Chia, you have to be civilized. Bailey Tu Ming poked Lin Chia. Chia, why do I feel like we're going to be rounded up? Remove the feeling. Chao Yuan hugged Lin Chia's arm with sincere eyes. Don't worry, 7 Knights. If they come to besiege us, I'll definitely be on your side and let Lin Xian go off to fend for himself. Chao Yuan sold Lin Xian without hesitation. The corners of Lin Chia's mouth twitched. It's better not to. If it was that animal Lin Xian, he might really be able to single-handedly take on a group by himself. Instructor Yuan really wasn't wrong in one sentence. The vast majority of recruits here, I'm afraid they haven't even killed a chicken, let alone a mystery. Someone like that, even he could easily beat. Not to mention Lin Xian. As that animal was at certain times, there was no denying that the other was strong. Many of these recruits were likely unable to even carry Lin Xian's golden pupil, let alone anything else. Even he needed to emanate Michael's divine might against it when facing Lin Xian's golden pupils. Otherwise, he would naturally be suppressed. On the stage, Yuan Gang looked at one of the palms below and nodded gently. His gaze skimmed over the Lin Xian quartet, who hadn't even thought of raising their hands, and a shimmering light flashed in his eyes. The rest of the freshmen likewise noticed the few who didn't raise their hands, some disdainfully, some contemplatively, some indifferently. Yuan Gang pulled out his walkie-talkie. Get off the field. The moment he heard this voice, Lin Xian raised his head, looked to the sky, and waited quietly. The blood-sucking sickle instantly extended over 100 meters. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as the crowd was about to get impatient waiting, suddenly, 7 small dots appeared in the sky. Here we go. Chapter 31. A palm slaps the iron gate. The crowd's jaws drop. It was 7 men in black cloaks and masks. They just fell down from the clouds without any protection, and were looking askance at the crowd from above, as if they were looking at a bunch of ants. The atmosphere was inexplicably tense. Only the sound that came back from the blood-sucking sickle broke the tension. Boss, help. The guy with the swirling mask on his head was wailing uncontrollably, and his voice was so loud that even Lin Xian felt discomfort in his ears and directly withdrew his blood-sucking sickle. A moment later, the crowd finally saw the 7 black dots in their entirety. Many people recognized them. Surprisingly, it's one of the 4 special squads. The Mask Squad. No dude. I beat the Mask Squad, really? The Mask Squad was about to land, and many were sweating for them. Also at the moment when he was about to hit the ground, the man among them who wore a scales mask raised his right hand and gently supported it upwards. As if they had lost gravity, the 7 men paused in mid-air 10 centimeters from the ground, and then slowly landed on the ground. The sun was behind them, and the masks were hidden in the shadows, not really visible, as if they cast a shadow over the hearts of the crowd. The crowd was as solemn as an enemy for a while. The man in the king's mask looked around and was about to say something when he heard a bang. Maelstrom's legs went weak and she fell to her knees in front of the newborn. Vortex the masked crowd yen. Fearing the sudden silence of the air the most, Lin Xian couldn't help the corner of his mouth from turning upwards as he watched the scene in front of him. He looked around and realized that the crowd of recruits were all in disbelief. There was a guess in everyone's mind, but none of them were sure. This member of the special squad seemed as if it was kneeling, shouldn't it? The expressions of not only the recruits, but also the instructors, the masked squad, and even Maelstrom himself were all wonderful. The swirling brain raced, and after a few moments, he hesitantly raised his hands and gave the crowd of new students a kowtow. Masked Squad Maelstrom. An early good morning to you all. When he finished speaking, he stood up in a mischievous manner. Yuan Gang looked at the vortex as if nothing had happened, and his expression was a little taut. I had heard that the Mask Squad vortex was not very reliable, but I did not know that it was so unreliable. What Yuan Gang had intended was to have the Mask Squad break up all their disbelief and pride, so that it would be better managed. This guy was good, almost ruining all his previous setup. Lin Xian was currently staring at the man on the stage who wore a king character mask on his head. He could feel the divine might on the other party, an aura that made him long for it. The king face on the stage likewise perceived the two divine agents on the stage. The two of them, as dazzling as the bright moon in the dark night, couldn't be hidden, especially the one who was staring at him, whose aura of a strange god could be said to be the most evil and wicked, as if it was a demonic dragon that was destroying the world. This person, it seemed to be Nidhogg's spokesperson Lin Xian correctly. Lin Xian and Lin Chia were both very famous, especially Lin Xian, the never-discovered god and spokesperson for Deathwing Nidhogg. The executives had even held a meeting about it, discussing the danger of Lin Xian. It is well known that the divine ruins of the divine advocates are gifts from the gods, and while there are gains to be made, they also receive a divine command along with their power. The higher-ups didn't believe Lin Xian's words, didn't think that a god whose goal was to destroy the world's worlds had a requirement for its spokespersons that was as simple as killing as many mysteries as possible. All agreed that they should be watched and closely guarded. It was the commander-in-chief who ended up arguing forcefully that if he did, it would be tantamount to pushing a teenager, who might otherwise have had good intentions towards them, completely against them. Since the teenager hadn't shown anything wrong so far, give him the benefit of the doubt. The final outcome of the meeting was to do nothing, to stay the course, and not to allow anyone to ask Nidhogg what he wanted from Lin Xian. I should say that the commander-in-chief deserves to be called the commander-in-chief. There's just something about him that's big and bold. Wang Min glanced at Lin Chia again, but only then did he withdraw his gaze and open his mouth to declare, "We are the Mask Squad." As the words fell, there was a sound of cool air being sucked out from underneath. The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth turned up and his voice was deafening. "Since you're not convinced, I'll give you a chance. From now until 9 o'clock in the evening, do everything you can. As long as you can unmask any one of the Mask Squad, you'll be considered to have won. As long as you guys can win, it's proof that you're better than them, and there's no need for this year-long intensive training, so you can just disband. But if at 9 o'clock you still can't do it, throw your little bit of pride into the cesspit and obey all orders. Remember what I said. It's do everything you can, by any means you can, as long as you can take off their masks." Yuan Gang's words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, and the recruits instantly boiled over. "Hee, I know you guys will say that the other party is higher than your realm. Don't worry, for this competition, they will suppress their realm to the Gentian realm, and under the same realm, they will fight against 240 of you, dare they? Come on. That's what you said. It's a deal." The freshmen at the bottom were completely boiling. If there was a realm suppression, they definitely couldn't beat it, but if it was the same realm as them, they wouldn't believe it. How can 3 ignorant cobblers be better than 1 genius? How can they be any better than the stinkers? After doing this, Yuan Gang no longer cared about the excited recruits underneath, came to Wang Mian, said something with his ear, and turned to leave. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He heard what Yuan Gang said. "Kingface, you guys target those 2 divine agents later, and be careful not to let those 2 boys take off their masks. Is there any law? Is there any law? How dare you do such a thing in broad daylight? You think he can't hear you, don't you? 240 against 7. We're not really afraid of you, come on." Even Bailey Chubby had an excited look on his face. What a face it would be to actually knock off the mask. This is a special squad. Wang Mian swept past the faces of the crowd and spoke indifferently. "To deal with you all, you don't need 7 people. 5 is enough." At the same time, he exchanged a few moments of low voices with the 2 men in his team, and they left straight away. "So wild? 5 against our 240, 48 against 1, and the advantage is mine. When does it start?" a new recruit asked. The moment he asked this, he saw the woman with the rose mask on her head raise the small hammer in her hand. In a few breaths, the small hammer turned into a giant hammer as tall as a few floors and came crashing down. Now it has begun. The moment Rose made her move, Lin Xian ran directly outside. Many of the newcomers had been paying attention to the movements of Lin Xian and Lin Chia since the beginning, and when they saw Lin Xian fleeing, some people whispered and laughed, thinking that Lin Xian was a clown who was clamoring for attention and would only run away. However, there were also people who gazed at Lin Xian's back, stared at their brows in thought for a moment, and similarly ran towards the outside. For example, Shen Qingzhu, when he saw Lin Xian running backwards, he first froze for a moment. Then he greeted the three people beside him and leapt outward together. Lin Xie similarly noticed Lin Xian's movements and ran after him without any hesitation, while not forgetting to grab Bailey Chubby on the side. 7 Knights, why are we running? Nonsense, if we don't run, are we waiting to be hammered? We don't have weapons now, but the other side is heavily armed. Chubby bailiff fumbled with his pockets, wanting to say something. And, since the opposite side can be called a special squad, it's not for nothing. On the martial arts stage, Wang Mian easily dealt with the group of new students, but his eyes flicked to the direction Lin Xian and Lin Xie left. These two were smart enough to run backwards at the first opportunity. No wonder Chief Instructor Yuan wanted them to pay special attention. A moment later, Lin Xian stopped in front of a large door. Lin Xie's trio followed closely behind. Bailey Chubby held his hands on his knees and panted violently. Chao Yuan stared at Lin Xian and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to show his loyalty. 7 Knights, no one is here anyway. Why don't the 3 of us beat him up first? Beat a hammer beat. It's not a good time for infighting when you're still fighting the masked squad. Lin Xie shook his head. What he didn't say was that even if the 3 of them combined, they probably wouldn't be able to beat Lin Xian. Otherwise, he really wanted to beat this up. Lin Xie turned his line of sight to the gate of the weapons depot in front of him, which was locked tightly, showing no signs of opening at all. Lin Xie's face was a bit ugly. His ability wasn't suitable for opening this door. Just then, a female voice came from the back of the crowd, and Bailey Chubby turned around to look, his eyes straightening, only to see a girl with a hot body and delicate face standing behind, her long fiery red hair casually draped behind her. Originally, a bright color like red hair would be a bit odd to put in reality, but this girl managed it perfectly. The woman didn't care about the gazes of Lin Xie and the others, but only looked at Lin Xian, who was blocking the front. Get up and let me. Lin Xian just glanced at her. There's no need for that. He just lifted his elbow, inhaled, and threw a punch. Dang. A loud, deafening sound came from the gate. Dang. Another punch. Then the crowd saw that the gate had collapsed. Yes, straight down to the ground, collapsed. Everyone, including Lin Xie, had round eyes. Bailey Fatty swallowed his saliva, suddenly having a whole new understanding of Lin Xian. Chao Yuan had frozen, his mind constantly recalling what he had just said. Beat him up, my ass. In his state of not drawing his sword, if he himself were to receive such a blow, he wouldn't immediately be bruised and purple east and west. Originally, Molly was still feeling a little irritated that this person in front of her was in the way. Now, well, what kind of monster is this Nima, unarmed, shoot-flying metal gate? What are you doing here in a movie? Or is the other side's forbidden marketplace one of strength? This was the unanimous thought of the 3 of them. They all thought that what Lin Xian had just used was the power of the Forbidden Ruins. It was just that the manifestation was a bit exaggerated. Only Lin Xie knew that Lin Xian's Forbidden Ruin wasn't some kind of Hercules. It was his own physical strength. This kind of power, this guy, when he fought himself, he definitely left his strength behind. But he had noticed that there were 2 deep fist marks on the iron door. Anyway, Lin Xie didn't think that his hardness could match the iron gate. Meanwhile, the underground base of the training camp was in the middle of it. The crowd of instructors looked at the exaggerated scene in front of them. Some even jumped at the loud noise. What the hell is this? An instructor sitting beside Yuan Gang turned his head and looked at Yuan Gang with eyes full of shock. Chief Instructor, I remember Lin Xian's Forbidden Ruin. It seems like it's from the time department? Yuan Gang looked at the screen, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching as he looked at the figure standing in front of the big door, breezing. Why did he feel like he was going to flip the car? P.S. For the sake of the author working so hard to update, can I get a little gift and a 5-star review? Really, really please. Chapter 32. Moon Ghost. This one has a penetration. Can't play a bit. Lin Xian ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd and walked straight into the armory, from which he picked a coercion, an Atkin longsword. The lust for lust and Taotai were not very good to take out, so for the time being they were replaced with normal weapons. On top of that, Lin Xian picked out a pistol, a couple magazines, and pinned it to his waist. Lin Xie and the others followed closely behind and stepped into the weapons vault. Chao Yuan stared at the long sword on the weapon rack, silent for a moment, and finally clamped it with his arm. Well, that doesn't count as holding the knife. If he wanted to keep following Lin Chia in the future, then he had to prove his worth first or at least not be a drag. Molly scanned around and picked a giant taijutsu longer than herself out of the nooks and crannies and slung it over her shoulder like that. To the side of the Bailey fat look in the eyes of the stars. 7 nights. 7 nights. Don't you think? She looks so handsome carrying a sword? Lin Chia. Huh? As Bailey Chubby said that, he saw the girl walk towards Lin Xian and extend her hand. I'm Molly. Can we team up together? Lin Xian. Lin Xian politely shook hands while pointing at Lin Chia and the others. I'm with them. Do you mind bringing them along? Molly frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. I don't like being dragged. That guy is a divine agent. Lin Xian sold Lin Chia without even thinking about it. Molly immediately turned her head to look at Lin Chia with a shocked expression. She didn't expect that she would casually come across a divine agent. Lin Chia, get used to it. Although he had thought about pulling the other party into the team, Lin Xian still wanted to beat him up so badly for selling himself out like that. So is the guy next to you? Lin Chia added. This time Molly was truly shocked. This was, himself, a direct encounter with 2 divine agents among the recruits. By the looks of it, they still know each other well. Yes, no wonder the young brunette next to this chubby little man said that he was a fighter amongst trash. The other side does have this capital. Lin Chia. I'm not. I didn't. She slandered me. Molly's gaze quickly skimmed over Chubby Bailey and Chow Yuan, not caring about the two. How about adding me to the group? Suddenly, 4 youths came out at the corner, the one in the center of which was chewing gum and wearing his hat backwards, with a tugging look on his face. He was the one who had first followed Lin Xian's footsteps and bailed out, and had also witnessed the entire process of Lin Xian removing steel plates with his bare hands. This person was none other than Shen Qingzhu. Molly looked at Shen Qingzhu and suddenly opened her mouth. This person's forbidden ruins are super high danger. Hearing this, Lin Chia raised his eyebrows. As the first person to raise his hand in defiance and still wanted to know the names of both Lin Xian and Lin Chia still had an impression of him. After glancing at Lin Xian and seeing that he didn't have any reaction, Lin Chia nodded. Welcome. One more person, one more strength. Lin Chia didn't think that those guys from the special squad were something that could be dealt with alone. Well, with the exception of a certain rising eastern sun. Lin Chia was just thinking about it when he realized that Lin Xian was looking at him and hurriedly retracted his thoughts, slandering in his heart. This one's intuition needs to not be so sharp. But actually, Lin Xian wasn't looking at Lin Chia, only to see Lin Xian's arm raised, his silver gray pistol flashing with a cold aura. Bang! With no one reacting, the bullet shot towards Shen Qingzhu. But in the direction, it deviated a little bit, not towards Shen Qingzhu, but rooted towards an open space to his left. At this instant, Shen Qingzhu similarly seemed to have realized and made a flying leap towards the side. At the same time, only a dang sound could be heard, and a figure wearing a crescent moon mask was revealed in that open space. The moon ghost looked at Lin Xian, then at Shen Qingzhu, who had dodged his own knife, and smacked his lips. Are all the new recruits nowadays so sharp? Even if they can dodge their own attacks, they can even detect their own position. At this time, Lin Chia looked at the moon ghost and was shocked in his heart. The other party had just been outside of his 20 meters of spiritual perception, which Lin Chia hadn't sensed, but Lin Xian could feel it keenly. Is it hard to believe that this is part of the other person's intuition? Emily, Bailey Chubby, and Chow Yuan similarly looked at this scene with their jaws dropped. Molly was not expecting Lin Xian to be able to detect the moon ghost. This is a member of the special squad. The other party can break down the body into moonlight. The average person is afraid that until they die they will not be able to detect where the other party is. Yet it was such a tricky existence that was easily forced out of its prototype by Lin Xian. And the point where Chow Yuan and Bailey Chubby were shocked was that Lin Xian's bastard was hiding deep enough. Before today, they didn't even know that Lin Xian was one of the divine spokesmen, not to mention that Lin Xian was actually able to detect the moon ghost traces. All they knew was that Lin Xian's favorite thing to do every day was to think 3 times. What's for breakfast, what's for lunch, what's for dinner? The rest is unknown. What are you waiting for? Lin Xian opened his mouth and nudged the crowd awake. Yeah, the other team is now down and out, and they have at least 1 super high-risk forbidden ruin and 2 divine agents here, so the advantage of this wave is on me. Thanks. Shen Qingzhu thanked Lin Xian from afar and rushed towards the moon ghost in the lead. Molly was a close second. Lin Xian similarly nodded towards Shen Qingzhu. He was able to detect the moon ghosts because although the other party was hidden, they still produced a subtle ringing sound when they moved. This ringing was so soft and gentle, like fluttering leaves drifting by, that regular people couldn't even hear it. But to Lin Xian it was simply not too obvious. Since just now he had kept his blood-sucking scythe on, just in case Moon Ghost did this. "You're not on." Lin Xie walked over to Lin Xian. "Not on? For what?" "Lazy." This was a lie for Lin Xian. The longer this competition went on, the more energy he would be able to absorb, the more favorable it would be for him. He could feel the individual forbidden ruins around him, Moon Ghost's forbidden ruin, Shan Qingzhu's forbidden ruin, and Jasmine's forbidden ruin, all of which were constantly providing energy for him. Of these, the energy provided by the Moon Ghosts was the greatest. He might not be the highest in the Forbidden Ruin sequence, but his realm was there, and even though it was suppressed to the Marigold Realm, it was still the peak of the Marigold Realm. It was equivalent to the Marigold Realm Grand Circle this way. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but turn upwards as he looked at the three people who were fighting in a ball. If he could keep up this fighting process, he could boost himself by another 1% in no more than 10 minutes. Looking at Lin Xie to the side, seeing that he didn't quite understand, Lin Xian said in a low voice, "The nature of this game is such that we can't win, and if we do, how can we teach the recruits? Do you think that just these guys, they can go to war?" Lin Xie thought about the scene he saw at the beginning. Hundreds of recruits rushed onto the martial arts stage regardless and fell again like dumplings. Obviously, it doesn't, but how do you know unless you try? Even if you can't win, it's good to get some more combat experience, and this is a special squad. This opportunity to hone oneself with a special squad doesn't come along often. Thinking of this, Lin Xie rushed in the direction where the Moon Ghost was. At this time, the Moon Ghost had already reappeared as moonlight to hide, but in the next instant, the blade light sliced through the sky. Dang! Moon Ghost raised his sword to block, his expression a bit confused. Originally, in his original conception, he was supposed to be an assassin who came and went without a trace, a shadow over the heads of all the new recruits, a nightmare for them in this match. It's not enough that Lin Xian can see him, but you can see me too? Of all the people on the field, two can see him, that's playing a Dan. Moon Ghost, translucent, not playing. Chapter 33 Nod yes, shake your head and oh. Run into the vortex, go 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 hairs boom. The field was filled with the sound of swords chiming, and the Moon Ghost cursed. It was also at this moment that a person wearing a mask on his head appeared in each of the four directions, southeast, northwest, and north. They, for one, have been surrounded by the masked squad. In the east, Wang Mian stood on the rooftop, gazing at the crowd below. The terrifying sense of oppression pressed down on the crowd, and only Lin Xian, Lin Xie and Qiao Yuan looked as normal. Wang Xiang noticed the scene and locked his eyes on Lin Xian, who was standing on the side with his hands clasped on his chest and had no intention of making a move. With 4 eyes, Lin Xian remained bland. "Lin Xian, what should we do? We seem to be surrounded by these guys." Bailey Chubby came to Lin Xian's side and spoke in a low voice. At the same time, all the people in the middle of the battlefield floated up and then fell heavily to the ground. And to the west, a man with a scales mask on his head pressed his palm down, and the Moon Ghost was standing beside him, gazing at the crowd. What else? Lin Xian rolled his eyes, and at this moment, Lin Xie, Shen Qingzhu, and the others returned to Lin Xian's side and gathered together. "Be brave. Don't be afraid. None of us are going to leave this world alive anyway. Chubby time?" Masked squad crowd. Hearing those first few words, Wang Mian just wanted to nod his head and praise his courage. But when he heard the latter sentence, he couldn't help but feel the corner of his mouth twitching, feeling that this bastard was a bit immodest what was going on. It's the same virtue as the vortex. At this moment, Maelstrom was leaning dejectedly against the wall, looking at the crowd with an extremely arrogant posture. He patted Lin Xie's shoulder. "Lin Xie, go on, bite them." Lin Xie. He felt like he'd spent his whole life being silent. "Tell you what, I'll count to 3 and we'll break out in the direction of the vortex. That guy looks like a tease, so he must be easy to handle." Lin Xian conspired loudly. Hey, what do you mean I'm a tease? Let's look down on people." Maelstrom jumped to his feet in displeasure. He turned his head to look, but he saw that the few remaining members of the masked squad were actually nodding their heads in tacit agreement, as if they were agreeing with Lin Xian's words. "No, Tenpachi, Moon Ghost, what do you mean?" Maelstrom expressed his displeasure, and he was about to say something when he heard a voice ring out from his side. 3. Instead of counting 1 and 2, Lin Xian jumped straight to 3. It was also in the instant he shouted out that he only heard an explosion, and Lin Xian had already reached the face of the vortex, only leaving a deep footprint in its place. When Maelstrom hurriedly opened his vortex to fend it off, and with the speed of his opponent just now, he had barely reacted. Not only did Maelstrom not react, but most of the recruits didn't either. Only Lin Chia immediately followed, the long sword in his hand once again sheathed. Using the deep purple vortex to block the two-sided attack from Lin Xian and Lin Chia, the vortex didn't forget to wipe the non-existent false sweat. Scared me. Screw so fast. It's easy to get a heart attack, no. The moment he punched into the vortex, Lin Xian only felt like he was punching into the midst of the soft sand that was constantly spinning. Silly. Letting you use your fists. Maelstrom began to taunt, with a villainous look on his face. Being absorbed by this vortex of mine, you still want to break free, dream. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Lin Xian, with a face written in a relaxed manner, pull his arm out of the vortex. What did you just say? By this time, a group of recruits had reacted and rushed towards the vortex. They didn't choose to attack the vortex, that wouldn't serve any purpose, and they would be lent strength by the other side. But Maelstrom, with Lin Xian and Lin Chia stalling him, could only watch the recruits run past in front of his eyes, but he couldn't stop them. And while the remaining few of the masked squad did come quickly, they were still a ways off. Before they arrived, Lin Xian and Lin Chia decisively retreated and ran towards the distance as if they were flying. Lin Xian shouted at Xin Qingzhu as he ran. Xin Qingzhu set off a cannonball in the direction of the vortex. Xin Qingzhu immediately understood. Next to the vortex is a weapons depot, bombs, gunpowder, and other flammable and explosive materials. The sentences vary. He turned, snapped his fingers in the direction of the vortex, and then ran outward at a faster pace. Boom! A huge wave of sound swept through the air, and the flames could be seen throughout the camp. Even Xin Qingzhu himself was startled, not expecting such a great power. But the shock was more than the excitement. Explosion, cool. 7 nights. Where are we going? Bailey Chubby looked at Lin Chia and asked. Lin Chia pondered for a moment. Where would he go if he was the masked squad? Cafeteria, training ground, dormitory building. The cafeteria and the training ground definitely won't work, both of which are too empty. Yeah, it's the dormitory building. The many dormitories inside the dormitory building were particularly suitable for ambushes, which were bound to be troublesome if students were given a lot of time to set up. If he was masked squad, he would have gone to the dormitory building. Lin Chia turned his head to look at Lin Xian. Where do you think you're going? Dormitory building. Just in time to lie down for a while, Lin Xian said carelessly. But Lin Chia didn't take his reasoning seriously. This guy must have already thought of going to the dormitory building and deliberately made up a lame excuse to fool him. Lin Xian hadn't really blindsided him. This was really one of the reasons. As for the other one, there were more recruits that could be hidden inside the dormitory building, and more energy could be drawn from among the forbidden ruins. With him and Lin Chia and the others around, it would never be easy for the masked squad to take down the dormitory building, and they would be able to stall for more time for themselves to absorb the energy. Seeing that both Lin Xian and Lin Chia advocated for the dormitory building, Xin Qingzhu, Mo Li, and the others didn't ask many questions. On the one hand, it was Lin Xian and Lin Chia's performance just now that convinced them, especially Lin Xian with that kind of speed and strength. Being a teammate was truly reassuring. On the other hand, knowing to run towards the armory at the start of a fight to prioritize access to weapons shows that both of them are smart, at least. A wise man's decision, just abide by it. With that, the crowd turned a corner and hurried towards the dormitory building. Arsenal. The dust cleared, revealing the wretched figure inside. Cough, cough, cough. That was really close. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, his cloak in tatters. If he hadn't reacted in time and unfolded his vortex to block the explosion, he would have been blown up into the sky by now. The kid who snapped his fingers was real dark. He didn't hesitate at all. And that Lin Xian, what the hell kind of strength was that, to be able to break free from his vortex? Although his own realm was suppressed at the Marigold realm, it shouldn't be something that a mere recruit could resist. Is this a divine agent? The other 4 members stood aside, looking down at the vortex. Swirl. The money to change your cloak is coming out of your paycheck this month. Don't. Upon hearing this, Maelstrom, who was still in a period of uncertainty, gave a carp. It was the end of the month and Swirl, being a daylighter, didn't have a penny left in his pocket, and he would have starved to death on the streets if the vigilantes hadn't paid for food and lodging. Now he's counting on this month's paycheck to make ends meet, and then he has to have his paycheck garnished. Vortex. Really, really want to buckle? I will cry. Oh, how can I cry to you? Really? Scales clasped his hands to his chest without mercy. Eventually, it was King Face who couldn't look away and sighed. Don't worry. This kind of combat loss is able to seek reimbursement from instructor Yuan Gang. Yay! V. Tempest glanced at the villainous swirl and turned his head to another matter. No wonder instructor Yuan Gang told us to focus on Lin Xian and Lin Chia. Both of them were able to see through the moon ghost stealth. Especially Lin Xian, the strength of the other party's physical flesh has already caught up to certain pool realm mysteries. Wang Mian just looked in the direction Lin Xian and the others had left, his eyes flickering. Eventually, he turned in one direction. Go to the dormitory building. If Lin Xian and the others were smart enough, they would definitely go there as well. Chapter 34. Straight to the king's face, easy plus right. LOL, who researched this bed thing you say? There's a beauty in laying on it that goes into the ground. Lin Xian lay on his bed, feeling emotion in his heart. Seeing that Lin Xian had really laid down on the bed and looked indifferent, the corners of their mouths twitched, but they didn't say anything. The crowd already knew Lin Chia's thoughts. The other party definitely didn't want to be slowed down and would definitely consider prioritizing the dormitory building. They just need to be patient. Just then, they suddenly saw Lin Xian open his eyes. Coming. What's coming? Bailey Chubby was unsure, while Shen Qingzhu and Lin Chia had already reacted and ran to the window. Boom! It was as if a meteorite had crashed into the earth, and with this loud noise came the continuous sound of walls collapsing. Lin Chia clearly saw that just now, a giant hammer several stories tall appeared and blasted down towards the dormitory building next to them, carrying an unstoppable might. The entire building collapsed instantly, like a knocked-over building block. Listening to the wailing of the recruits in the distance, someone gulped. This is a bit of an exaggeration. Can we really beat it? What do you say, straight up? Shen Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian. By now, Lin Xian had sat up, gently rubbing the gun in his hand. There's no way to stall. We can't let them destroy the dormitory building so easily. Lin Xian stood up and looked out the window. The masked squad has arrived. On the left, there was a giant pink hammer several stories high, and on the right, there were countless bullets suspended in midair. A purple vortex unfolded at the rear dormitory building. There were only 6 dormitory buildings in all, 3 for men and 3 for women. According to the other party's speed, the dormitory building would be destroyed in less than a minute. Works better than a demolition crew. I'll deal with Rose. Molly spoke, turning toward the stairs. I'll deal with the vortex then. Shen Qingzhu pondered for a moment. No, leave the vortex to me. Chao Yuan looked like he had made some sort of determination. Are you sure? Shen Qingzhu's eyes questioned. Let him go. Lin Chia glanced at Chao Yuan. The other party's forbidden ruins had been known as early as when Chao Yuan explained those 4 verses to him. The other party was, perhaps, the strongest combatant of this squad besides him and Lin Xian. Okay. Then I'll deal with Tenpin. There are 2 left. Lin Chia looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked downstairs. There, a man wearing a king character mask on his head stood holding a sword, and the other party seemed to have noticed Lin Xian's line of sight and similarly looked up. Leave the king's face to me. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xian leapt down from the 4th floor windowsill. Bang! He landed in front of King Face. Wang Mian looked at the 4th floor and then at the large pit that had fallen in front of him, and gained a new understanding of Lin Xian's physical qualities. Are you the only one? He looked toward Lin Xian. One of me is enough. Good. Wang Mian no longer said more, and did not bother with Shen Qingzhu and the others who rushed to other places, just looked straight at Lin Xian in front of him. He had heard that, like him, Lin Xian was also a forbidden ruin in terms of time, or the kind that had never been seen before. The other side's time zero was something like accelerating his own time, while he was rewinding the world's time. Both sides were very similar, yet there was a difference. Wang Mian was curious as to which was stronger. He sheathed his sword, gripped the hilt with his right hand, and leaned over slightly. In front of Wang Mian's eyes, it seemed that Lin Xian was the only one left, and the world seemed to have quieted down, as if it was the quiet before a storm. In the next instant, King Face moved. It was as if the world pressed the slow button and everything slowed down. He could see the debris cut across the sky and slowly fall to the ground. He could see the leaves falling at the speed of a turtle's crawl. Wang Mian drew the black sword at his waist, and in the midst of the slow-release world, the only thing that remained was the light of the sword like electricity. No, it's not just King Noodle. In the next instant that Wang Mian swung his sword, Lin Xian similarly moved. Even faster than King Face. Clang 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 clang. With each strike of Wang Mian's blade light chopping out, a light and crisp sound of the blade clashing could be heard. Every blade light was chopped into pieces in an instant. Lin Xian caught all of his attacks. Even the sound of collision became slow, and Wang Mian's sharp eyes noticed that two knives had appeared in Lin Xian's hands at some point. A pale green-colored wakizashi, a long green sword with holes all over the blade. Lin Xian finally managed to pull out the 7 deadly sins. The blade in Wang Mian's hand was a forbidden object called Eagle Duck, which was never something that ordinary swords could resist. And hardness is one of the most insignificant qualities of the 7 deadly sins. The more he attacked, the more surprised Wang Mian became. Knowing that his ability Chronomob could accelerate itself in disguise, coupled with Eagle Duck, the faster the speed, the stronger the blade light released, the effect of 1+1 was far greater than 2. Although the realm was the Zhan realm, every strike Eagle Duck slashed out reached the Pool realm. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had actually picked it up completely. What kind of monster is this? King Face did his best to hide his inner shock, ending the chronological mob within the marquee. His time god ruins could only last for so long. And Lin Xian ended time 0 at the same time. Not because his time was up, but because he felt the king's face slowing down. One's goal from the beginning was not to win the race, but to keep the race going a little longer so that more energy could be gained. So far, Lin Xian's bloodline purity had increased to 21%. Moreover, just in that moment of fighting with Wang Mian just now, his bloodline purity was vaguely about to break through 22%, so he naturally wanted to play with Wang Mian for a little while longer. Lin Xian put away the Tao Tai and only held the pale green, lust, aiming it at the king's face. After a moment of stalemate, Lin Xian took the lead. Underground, the crowd of instructors watched the live broadcast screen with an indescribably playful expression. Tisk tsk, you don't say. Rose is a bit of a pity party. In the middle of the live broadcast, it was the image of Rose and Molly fighting. Saying it was a fight was a bit inappropriate because it was just Molly unilaterally outputting. Rose, on the other hand, kept dodging while not forgetting to verbally tease, clearly interested in Jasmine. Similarly, Lin Chia, Shen Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan also found their respective opponents. Shen Qingzhu and Tian Ping were evenly matched, while Lin Chia and Chao Yuan were both pressing the opposite side. Among them, Chao Yuan was the most ferocious. Chief Instructor, Maelstrom shouldn't be able to get a single kill, should he? Yuan Gang couldn't control the corners of his eyes as he looked at the swirling vortex in the live broadcast screen that was dodging woefully and crying out, and Chao Yuan who was hemming and hawing with a strange smile and raising his sword to slash. He was going to say that Maelstrom was no longer a member of the special squad, so it shouldn't be a problem, but he wasn't sure now. But in the end, it was Lin Xian and Wang Mian's group that attracted the most attention. At this time, the two are fighting hard to distinguish sword light and shadow, killing at every step. But at least it wasn't like earlier, when they couldn't even see what they were doing, and could only see two masses of light flashing. Then there was the sound of swords clashing. Should I say no, two-time-based Forbidden Ruins fighting is no spectacle at all. Because you can't see people at all, and by the time you do, the fight is usually over. It's just that Yuan Gang looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly felt that something was wrong. With his many years of combat experience, he always felt that Lin Xian still had some strength left, and rather than fighting with Wang Mian, it was more like a perfunctory effort. No. Who was Wang Mian? Even if he suppressed his realm to the Marigold realm, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Yuan Gang dismissed his guess. Must be overthinking it. Chapter 35. You guys, together. I don't know how well Lin Chia and the others are fighting. Lin Xian thought, while not forgetting to stab out towards the king's face. At this time, the sword in his hand had been changed to Tao Tai. There was no way, the duress difference was just too short, it was only suitable for close and short strikes, or to draw cold and give the opponent a blow. On the other hand, Wang Mian on the other side was in a very unattractive mood. This guy across the street, two weapons switched back and forth. Originally he stabbed out the course of difference, but as a result, he didn't even see how the other party switched weapons, and turned his hand into another longer one. What would have been hit at a distance that couldn't be hit, was touched as soon as you switched weapons. Even more, he would pull out his pistol and give him a couple rounds every now and then with no defense and a fancy name for a new age curio chop. If it was just that, it would be just that. Wang Mian always felt that the other party was perfunctory. No matter when he turned on Chrono Mob, the opponent always turned on time 0 to deal with it, and the opponent didn't mean to attack his mask at all, only slashing at his body. By the end of the day, the rest of the group had stopped fighting, sat down and started watching the show. It was worth mentioning that the Moon Ghost and Lin Chia ended the battle very quickly. Lin Chia similarly didn't take down the other party's mask. Just like Lin Xian said, this training set was necessary, and even for their own sake they shouldn't go and take down the masks. Chao Yuan, on the other hand, was wrapped up in a dumpling by the scroll of sealing that Bailey Fatty brought under the joint efforts of Lin Chia and Bailey Fatty. Who do you think will win? Chubby Time looked to the side of the panting vortex. Our captain, of course. Swirl's voice instantly rose a few degrees, and even through her mask, it was as if she could see the other woman's proud little expression. Swirl looked aside. Chance, what about you? At that moment Rose was close to Jasmine, talking about something, and heard Swirl ask, again without thinking, and I certainly support the captain. When she finished, she turned her attention back to Molly. Who doesn't love a valiant and beautiful royalty? Would love to stick it to her. The same Rose secretly decided in her mind that this trip back, she would change her code name to Lily to show her determination. Lin Chia, what about you? Chubby Bailey turned his head towards Lin Chia in an attempt to find a pillar. Of course, I support King Face as well. Lin Chia looked at the two people battling together in the distance and was somewhat eager to try. It's now dark, and Starry Night Dancer launches. He was somewhat eager to join the fray and beat up Lin Xian with Wang Mian. Time Fatty. WW. Not to mention Bailey Chubby and the others, even Maelstrom and the other members of the Mask Squad were shocked. Well, there's something a little off about your team, isn't there? Did you hear that? Your teammates are on my side. The king's face scoffed mercilessly. Then he saw Lin Xian jump back a step and stop. Just when he thought the other party was struck down, Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he turned his head again and asked the crowd watching the show. What time is it? 8:50? 10 minutes to go. Lin Xian nodded. It's enough. What's enough? The crowd felt strange, not knowing what Lin Xian was trying to convey. Then, they saw Lin Xian extend his palm towards the crowd, palm facing upwards, and hook it. You guys, get it together. The moment the words fell, they were surprised to find that Lin Xian's eyes changed. From a deep, deep black, it changed to a radiant golden color. It was a pair of vertical pupils that seemed to be cast from gold, and in the pitch-black night, they were exceptionally bright. It was as if an ancient god was looking down on the earth, or as if a king was sweeping over his subjects, and just one glance made one tremble, unable to resist kneeling down and asking for the king's forgiveness. Lin Xian, you. Bailey Chubby voice a little trembling. He found that he actually some cannot carry the other party's eyes, or the body with the necklace to send out some warmth, which held up did not sit on the ground. I mean, you guys get on in one piece. I'm in a hurry. Mad, borderless madness. He didn't seem to have anyone in his sights. Lin Xian doing this was undoubtedly the route with the greatest gains. At this time, his bloodline purity had reached 22%, and these people in front of him, whether it was the Mask Squad, Xin Qingzhu, Lin Chia, and the others were all elites. Their forbidden ruins are very good sustenance. If Lin Xian wanted to absorb the energy in the forbidden ruins, he had to stay in the middle of the other party's forbidden ruins domain himself. And one against many. As long as he could hold his own, he would get the most out of the next nearly hour. And in the eyes of others, it's already crazy as hell. Young and foolish. Underneath the training camp, when Yuan Gang heard Lin Xian's words, he suddenly smiled. This kid, he's crazy. In front of him were two divine agents, plural ultra-high-risk forbidden ruin possessors, and the elite battle force of the Mask Squad. Even in the face of such a lineup, he still dared to call the shots, when he was really young and naive. Yes, young and foolish people are not frivolous in vain. Chief Instructor, look at this. Heh, let him be. I'd like to see how far he can go. Yuan Gang's voice echoed in the middle of the underground space. In front of the dormitory building, the surviving group of recruits either stood on the dormitory building windowsill or sat in the distant ruins. But no matter who it was, as long as they were in this neighborhood, they all placed their gazes on the teenager in the center with burning golden vertical pupils. The young man scanned the world, but not many people dared to meet his gaze. Anyone who saw those golden pupils lowered their heads to avoid the sight. Except for the near crowd. What scared? Lin Xian's voice came out leisurely, as if provoking and questioning. Meh. Lin Chia was the first to react and flung his jacket aside. He looked at Bailey Tu Ming at the side. Chubby, lend me the little chopper white again. Little chopping white, a forbidden object that Bailey Chubby had lent Lin Chia when he captured Chao Yuan just now, was a replica of the forbidden object chopping white, and was able to ignore a distance of 5 meters when it came out. The real chopper white, able to ignore the distance of thousands of meters, is a real sword swung out, 10,000 mountains without obstruction, within 1,000 miles all awarded. He looked at Lin Xian with blazing eyes. I've been wanting to punch you in the dog coin for a long time. Lin Xian? Where are the qualities? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. On the side, Shin Qingzhu and Mali saw Lin Xie move and similarly stepped forward. Shin Qingzhu stared at Lin Xian and put away some of his laziness. He had always rated Lin Xian highly in this match, but now it seemed that perhaps a few more ratings were needed. Rose saw Mali rise and followed suit, following in her footsteps. Showed chubby with tears in his eyes, aggravated and anxious. How could he stand it when he had just fallen in love with a girl, and it turned out that the other girl was probably a lily? Swirl, are you going? Moon Ghost looked toward the vortex. No go, no go. It would have been exhausting enough. Maelstrom shook his head vigorously, bracing his hands on the ground and leaning his body back in a bossy manner. Then I'm not going to go either, so I'll just watch them fight. The Moon Ghost was similarly paralyzed. After a great battle with Lin Xie, he no longer wanted to move. Instead, Scales stood up. Tenpei, are you going too? At this, Tenpei just laughed. It's fun, isn't it? The crowd surrounded Lin Xian in the center. Whether it was those surviving freshmen, the underground instructors, or the masked squad, all of them focused their gazes on the teenager with golden pupils burning in his eyes. Lin Xian scanned the circle. 6 in all. The corner of his mouth turned up, and he hooked his hand towards Lin Xie. Come on. Chapter 36. Lin Xian overpowers the group. Time 0 shines. The moment Lin Xian shouted out, Lin Xie bullied his way forward with a grand golden aura in his eyes, blocking Lin Xian's golden pupil pressure for the rest of the people. Buzz. The speed of the blade was so fast that it even chopped the air with a buzz. Wang Mian's eyes narrowed as he turned on the chronological mob and held Eagle Duck in his hand, accelerating himself to the extreme. In an instant, the sword dangled in the sky. The giant hammer, the giant taijutsu slammed at Lin Xian in unison. Shin Qingzhu snapped his fingers, and after oxygen and nitrogen reached a certain ratio, only a spark was needed to create an explosion. Tian Ping's hands rested and pressed, and the crowd only felt their bodies lighten, while Lin Xian felt several times the gravity pressing down on his shoulders. They saw Lin Xian standing frozen in place, unable to move. Lin Xian is too big. This was what almost everyone was thinking, whether it was the crowd of onlookers or those who were attacking Lin Xian. It was impossible for Lin Xian to carry such a saturated strike. But the very next moment that the crowd thought this, they only felt a flash of light before their eyes. The figure suddenly disappeared in place. Only Wang Mian saw the figure clearly, but he realized that he couldn't even keep up. Yes, being in the same marigold realm, it's surprising that you can't keep up. Only to see Lin Xian, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, move one step to the side and back without even looking. The dozen-meter-high sledgehammer and the huge taijutsu that vibrated at a high frequency scraped past his ears and temples. A blade of light similarly grazed his waist. That was the little chopper white that Lin Xie had wielded, capable of ignoring a distance of 5 meters. However, if there was a single mistake, Lin Xian would have been smashed on the ground at this point or cut over. But he didn't. Then Wang Mian saw a scene that made his jaw drop even more. Just by casually flicking his hand, the explosion that was about to form dissolved into nothingness. Another set, he didn't even touch Mali, Lin Xie and the others, just a light wave of his sleeve. The weapons in the others' hands were vibrated away, as if the world was moving for him. That's less than 0.3 seconds that have passed in the outside world since these things happened. Wang Xiang only felt a flash before his eyes as Lin Xian disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he had already arrived behind Lin Xie, and a pale green ribbed differential had already appeared in his hand and stabbed down towards Lin Xie. At the same time, Lin Xian held a gun in his left hand and fired 2 shots at each of the 2 girls, Molly and Rose, hitting their calves. At this moment, there were 2 choices in front of Wang Mian. Either save Lin Xie or save the 2 daughters. Obviously, Lin Xian was doing it on purpose. Wang Mian was not as fast as him now, but not much slower, plus Wang Mian's use of the time domain was more skillful. Blocking him was still possible. And without any hesitation, Wang Mian came in front of the 2 women, waving his black sword and blocking the blow for the 2. Is there any need to hesitate about who to save? Rose is his teammate, and Lin Xie isn't. Miso. Lin Xian stabbed over, and just then Lin Xie's figure violently stormed forward. rolling forward to avoid the strike. Lin Chia was secretly shocked in his heart. Just now it was really dangerous. If not for the mortal dust divine domain being able to mentally perceive within a 20-meter range, one would not be able to see the other party's figure at all. It was also thanks to the fact that it was evening, otherwise even if he could barely see, he wouldn't be able to react. He reversed and swung out a blade, but Lin Xian disappeared again, like a ghost. Wang Mian scanned around and suddenly heard Lin Chia's voice coming from the side. "Look out!" He suddenly reacted and raised his sword in defense, but it was already too late. The killing machine instantly erupted. Gunshots and sword shots arrived in unison, in no particular order, and lunged at Wang Mian from two different directions. And he didn't hear the shot until the bullet and the light of the knife approached at the same time. When Wang Mian utilized the time god ruin to the extreme, dodging the bullets that were shot at his back center, and waving the long sword in his hand. Dang! Pest! The blow blocked, yet not completely blocked. At the moment when their blades collided, Lin Xian's other hand coldly drew out a handle of coercive difference and directly stabbed it in, splattering spots of blood. Wang Mian's eyes literally shrunk to the tips of needles as he stormed back a dozen meters, detaching himself from the battlefield to come to the side of Maelstrom and the others. When he reappeared, there were no more injuries on his body. In that instant, he raised his realm to above the Marigold realm and backtracked his time. This was something that only a few people, such as the Mask Squad, Lin Xian and Yuan Gang, realized. "Old boss, you're not going to fight?" Maelstrom was surprised. "I lost." Wang Mian's voice was so soft that only the two of the Mask Squad, who were very close, as well as Lin Xian, heard the words. "Boss, are you saying that just now back in time?" The moon ghost seemed to be aware of something and sounded a bit incredulous. "Well, I used the power of the Marigold realm and above," Wang Mian said, his eyes looking towards the remnants of the battlefield. No one could see the expression under the mask. That time just now, if Lin Xian had aimed for the vitals as long as he didn't want to die, he would have had to use a power above the Gentian realm. Lin Xian could do that, but he didn't. It's like he never thought to attack the mask. But in the end, he used the power of the Marigold realm and above to cover up his injuries. After Lin Xian stabbed that knife, Wang Mian automatically withdrew from the battlefield, admitting that he had lost. But he could lose without those recruits on the sidelines finding out. If they find out, they're bound to talk about it. It didn't take off the mask like it was supposed to, but doesn't hurting the Mask Squad hold more gold than taking off the mask? Recruits are likely to take this and insist that they won the bet. This was also why Wang Mian had to use the power of time regression to recover from his injuries after admitting defeat. Call him a cheater or call them a man of their word, no matter what, the Mask Squad couldn't lose and this rally had to go on. Letting these recruits go to war without intensive training is what really harms them. It was just that he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so ridiculously strong. This was a siege of 6 people, and in the same Marigold realm, he still did not lose in the face of a siege of 6 people. It even looks like it's still swimming. Wang Mian recalled the scene he had just seen, where Lin Xian casually flicked his hand through the air, and Molly and Rose's weapons were sent flying out. By this point, Wang Mian finally confirmed that Lin Xian had left more than one hand behind when he fought him. The duration of his opponent's time-based Forbidden Ruins was clearly longer than his own, as well as that hand of flying weapons through the air, which he hadn't seen his opponent use at all when he had fought against Lin Xian. Himself, was underestimated. Wang Mian let out a light laugh. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. In this generation of new recruits, there is really a remarkable guy. Time 0 is still a horrible forbidden market. Chapter 37 Lin Xian stained with blood. A blood-stained dragon is still a dragon. Wang Mian's thoughts fell and he gazed at Lin Xian, but he saw that in the short few seconds it took for him to exit the battlefield, Rosie and Heavenly Scale had similarly jumped out of the battlefield. There was nothing injured on the 2 men, only their figures were slightly in a sorry state as they froze and looked into the field. Rose touched her neck, a slightly complicated look behind her mask. She had been forced out of the battlefield by Lin Xian, and in that instant just now, Lin Xian's knife had been on her neck, but the other party didn't do anything in the end and just told her to exit on her own. Rosie likewise remembered Yuan Gang's bet with the recruits and instantly understood and withdrew from the battlefield. She and Tempest looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's heart. It seems that Tempest was pushed out just like himself. The 2 of them turned around and walked over to the captain, Wang Mian, and looked at the field without uttering a word. Strange. How come the masked squad all quit? Maybe they felt a bit bullied by so many fighting one, so they pulled out? We're feeling overwhelmed against one, let alone 3 together. The surrounding huddle of recruits whispered and gave what they thought were reasonable guesses. It hasn't even been a couple seconds. I see, the mask squad deserves to be called the mask squad. Maybe people were just playing with that person just now and didn't think about a real fight. Is it possible that the 3 of them were beaten out? There were also objections, but they were quickly overruled by others. It's not even a few seconds, dude. This is the mask squad. You've seen what they're capable of. You think they can't even last a few seconds? Hearing those words around her, Rose only felt her face burn a little. She hadn't really even lasted a few seconds. On the other side, Wang Mian sighed in his heart as he looked at the walking duo and then at the remnant shadow in the battlefield. It seemed that it was Lin Xian who had stayed his hand and given them a face. Obviously, after resolving Wang Mian, Lin Xian resolved the duo at the first opportunity. But he gave the mask squad a face by forcing them to quit on their own, without putting a knife in the two. He owed Lin Xian a favor. At this moment, Lin Xian's time 0 also went into cooldown. Actually, Lin Xian wanted to fight the 3 mask squad members for a little while longer, but the conditions didn't allow it. These 3 were no longer special squad members. Whether it was in terms of combat experience or mutual cooperation, they were all top-notch. If he didn't prioritize the 3 of them when he ran out of time 0, he was afraid that he would roll over. So, one can only fight to absorb less energy and eliminate them from the game first. If the 3 members of the mask squad could hear Lin Xian's heart, I'm afraid that they would be silenced speechless. I had to eliminate you guys from the game first in order not to roll over. How can you say such a thing? Are you still a human being? At this point, there were only 2 people left on the field. Lin Xie, Shin Qingzhu and Molly. Molly retrieved the giant taijutsu that had been knocked away and confronted Lin Xian as if he were an enemy. She didn't even see how the knife flew out. She only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and a huge force came from her hand, shocking her arm to numbness. Shin Qingzhu looked at his hand and then at Lin Xian, looking puzzled. Just moments ago, when the air around Lin Xian was about to explode, he suddenly felt as if something had disrupted the explosion that was brewing. It felt as if there were countless pieces of air cutting and spinning as blades of wind, disrupting the surrounding gas that should have exploded. Something was wrong. This guy was much more wrong than he thought. That hand just now didn't seem like an ability in terms of time, but rather like being able to control gases in general, just like himself. But can one person at the same time have 2 forbidden ruins? Shin Qingzhu did not know. He only felt that he could not play a little. It's not like he's an idiot. You can't even cast an explosion yourself, so what's the point of this? Cast it. Thinking of this, Shin Qingzhu also jumped out of the battle circle and sat aside in a graceful manner, leaving Lin Xie, Emily and Lin Xian alone. Lin Xie. Just a few moments ago, there were 6 of them, so how come in a few seconds it's just him? Not only did Lin Xie feel a pain in the balls, Lin Xian himself also felt a pain in the balls. He also did not expect Shin Qingzhu to directly stop fighting. It seemed that he had just disturbed the air with his blood-sucking sickle and was detected by his opponent. He judged that Qi Min couldn't pose a threat to Lin Xian and decisively retreated. Your time 0, it should be over, right? Lin Xie stared at Lin Xian in death, the long sword in his hand clenched tightly. The time department's ability was really too lyrical. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, coupled with his spiritual perception, he would have already fallen into the trap just now. Fortunately, the opponent's time 0 had a long cooldown, and it would take at least 7 or 8 minutes before it could be cast again. Finally get a proper fight again. Lin Xie was full of battle spirit, like a sharp arrow, and like a fledgling eagle soaring close to the ground, cutting through the long night. A little cold aura came first. Dang. Lin Xian raised his sword to block, putting away his casual demeanor. This guy Lin Xie was likewise an overachieving kid, especially at night, and couldn't be measured by common sense. With it, there was a giant taijutsu that came crashing down with a violent tremor. Molly's forbidden ruin was called the universal frequency movement, which could control the vibration frequency of all objects in direct or indirect contact with her within the boundaries of the forbidden ruin. I'm gonna face the wall. Lin Xian sidestepped and dodged, not even looking at another blade to block Lin Xie's attack, while at the same time a side kick sent the giant long blade flying, causing Jasmine to stagger. There's no point in dragging this out any longer. Let's settle this with a single blow. Lin Xie jumped backward and opened his mouth. Lin Xian was silent for 2 seconds and nodded. Good. Almost at the instant Lin Xian nodded his head, he only saw the golden light of Lin Xie's eyes skyrocket, as if they were 2 burning fiery furnaces, with divine might. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes was equally grand, and an indescribable solemnity and majesty enveloped the hearts of everyone. Molly, who was in the center of the battlefield, felt it the most, her hand shaking as she gripped the giant taijutsu. She found herself unable to interject herself into the midst of the battle between the two, as if any interference with the two would be the worst kind of blasphemy. The two didn't even put up a fight, just the might they exuded made it difficult for people to fight. The wind was howling furiously, and in the darkness of the night, only the two pairs of golden eyes were particularly dazzling. The heavens and the earth were silent, and the people could only hear their own breathing. Underground, the instructors similarly looked at the scene, not daring to breathe. Kala. I don't know which audience member was so nervous that they accidentally made a noise. It was also at this moment that both of them moved at the same time, transforming into two residual shadows. Miso. With the sound of two knives, the crowd fixed their eyes on them and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. The long knife in Lin Chia's hand slashed diagonally into Lin Xian's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. And at Lin Chia's neck, there was an Atkin-long knife set up, cutting a bloody line on his neck. The whole room was silent. The crowd was jaw-dropping. Wang Mian looked at the field, his eyes slightly condensed. He was certain that even he couldn't block the blow from the collision between the two just now. Either way, he couldn't stop it. But more than shock, it was relief. He looked at the two, his eyes smiling. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Daxia would have another special squad. I'm looking forward to it. HM? What did you say, boss? Maelstrom scratched his head. Unsure. Nothing. Come on, it's time. Wang Mian opened his mouth while turning in the direction of the training ground. By now it was 9 o'clock and the contest was over. On the other side, Bailey Chubby's mouth was wide open as he forcefully patted Chao Yuan, who was tied up as a dumpling on the side. Chao Yuan, did you see that? Lin Xian and Lin Chia, the two of them just now, that speed. Chao Yuan, why don't you say something? Bailey Chubby turned his head to look at Chao Yuan, and then saw the other party staring at him with a resentful face. His mouth covered tightly by the scroll of sealing. I'd like to, but I'd have to be able to talk. He had woken up as early as when Lin Xian had extended his invitation to the crowd, but because Lin Chia had wrapped him up too tightly and even sealed his mouth, he couldn't speak at all. Chao Yuan had witnessed the entirety of the battle, and the shock in his heart was no less than that of Bailey Chubby. Much more, even. Because unlike the other recruits, he had a hunch that the three masked squad members did not quit of their own accord, but were forced to do so. So the question is, who could have forced three members of the masked squad to quit one after the other in just a few seconds? Chao Yuan's gaze focused on the tall black-haired youth. At this time, the golden vertical pupils in the youth's eyes had already dispersed, yet there were still not many people who dared to step forward. His body was stained with blood, and he stood in the middle of the ruins, as if he were a god or devil descending into the world. Chapter 38. I like being woken up. It's a kind of thrill to be left alone. I lost. Lin Xie was very spontaneous. Lin Xian was using the fight of exchanging injuries for life. If he was really on the battlefield, he might have already died. It's just that he didn't expect this guy to put up such a fight. Lin Xie looked at Lin Xian with not very polite eyes, because just a moment ago when he hacked into Lin Xian's shoulder, he found that he was surprisingly somewhat unable to hack. Come on. I'm holding a forbidden object, not the high-grade kind, but a forbidden object nonetheless. It's a knife, and your flesh. What the hell is a chopper? Lin Xie wanted to spit. He opened his mouth and wanted to say those two words, but in the end, he held back. Wait for the paramedics to get here in a few minutes and have them pull it out for you, Lin Xie said to Lin Xian, and at that moment, the small chopped white handle was still stuck on Lin Xian's shoulder. There's no need for that. Lin Xian waved his hand before pulling the knife right out amidst Lin Chia's jaw-dropping expression. Pull out. You don't want to Angie die? Lin Chia's eyes rounded as he lifted Lin Xian's collar and roared at him, not bothering about the blood splattered on his face in the slightest. There was no reason for him not to be angry. The hemorrhage caused by pulling it out so hastily could have easily bled to death before help arrived. At the same time, the instructors underground who were just about to leave also saw this scene and were equally shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so reckless and pull it out directly. Yuan Gang, who was contacting the medical team, was similarly confused, and only reacted a moment later, yelling at the surroundings. Call King Face back at once and retrace his steps. Just after the words were said, Yuan Gang turned his head to look at the live broadcast screen and froze again. only to see that Lin Xian in the middle of the picture just shrugged his shoulders and patted Lin Qia's hand to signal to loosen his collar, then took off his blood-stained blouse. A body more perfect than that of an ancient Greek sculpture was exposed to the public, drawing a gasp from the surrounding girls. "Che! That's something." Molly glanced, skimmed, glanced again, her cheeks reddening slightly. Lin Xian didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. He just showed Lin Qia his wounds. The wound had stopped bleeding in such a short time. Lin Qia? That stopped the bleeding? Novels don't even dare to write like that. The corners of Lin Qia's mouth twitched. So he was worried for nothing? What kind of physicality is this animal so outrageous? Resilience, resistance to blows, endurance, strength, speed all pulled full circle. Is this still human? Lin Qia decided to carve out a separate species for Lin Xian. With a name he had thought of, it would be called the Lin Xian beast. Lin Qia didn't bother to ask the other party if they needed treatment. According to the other party's speed of stopping the bleeding, they might be fine tomorrow after a good night's sleep. He plucked up the small chopper white that Lin Xian had thrown on the ground, and as soon as he snatched the other man's clothes from Lin Xian's hands, he carefully wiped off the blood on the blade. Lin Xian? Chubby Bailey and Xiao Yuan walked, and while walking, Chubby Bailey touched his big belly. "Lin Xian, you guys really make me envious. If I could have muscles like yours, Molly would definitely agree to my pursuit." On their way to the dormitory building, Chubby Bailey and Molly make a deep confession, but are scandalously rejected by Molly. So now Chubby Bailey is, well, the little prince of melancholy. There was no need for others to comfort him at all, as Chubby Bailey began to cheer himself up again. "It's okay, even without muscles, I'm sure I can still catch Molly. My dad always said that women are sensual and immune to all kinds of critters, and I think Molly is the same." "So what are you going to send?" Xiao Yuan asked. "Like the Bugatti Veyron, Hummer, Jaguar, Land Rover, etc., and of course the Sky Meow. The other three, is this a small animal?" Little Fatty's axiomatic few words directly silenced the crowd present. Lin Qia finished wiping his sword, threw his clothes at Lin Xian, and walked towards the training ground. The competition was over and it was time for the instructors to announce the results. Lin Xian caught it and wore it directly on his body. What can you do? You can't go to the training ground naked, it feels weird. He wasn't thick-skinned enough to enjoy the stares while naked on a training ground with hundreds of people. It's not like he's Caesar of the Dragons who likes to show girls his natural flesh. "Go!" Lin Xian followed Lin Qia, and the remaining two followed closely behind. Arriving at the training ground, Molly and Shen Qingzhu and the others had already arrived early and were waiting there. When Jasmine and Shen Qingzhu saw Lin Xian's 4 people arrive, they nodded slightly in greeting and didn't say much. Not only the two of them, but the rest of the recruits noticed them as well. In terms of that power of those two fighting at the end, they all thought they couldn't hold out. Not to mention catching the opponent's attack, one would be thankful to survive. Standing in the training ground once again, they recalled what Lin Xian had said before the start of the competition. "Fighter in the garbage. Laugh it up. People saying they're fighters among the trash is really flattering to those of them. If those two are trash too, what are they?" The crowd sighed long and hard in their hearts, and could only say that they were convinced. A group of instructors were already standing on the martial arts stage, with Yuan Gang standing in the center, scanning the crowd below. "The contest is over, and at the end of the day, none of you were able to unmask the masked squad." Yuan Gang stood on the stage, his voice like a bell. He implicitly glanced at the 4 Lin Xian people below him, and realized that Lin Xian had a lazy look on his face, and didn't look injured in the slightest, which made him sigh in relief. Just now, underground, through the live broadcast, all the instructors had witnessed the scene where Lin Xian displayed his wounds. When the crowd realized that Lin Xian's wounds had stopped bleeding, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Yuan Gang is no exception. What did this kid grow up eating? His recovery speed is like a rocket. Is it possible that this is also a gift from the gods? But in any case, it's better to give each other a checkup when it's over in a little while just to make sure. With that in mind, he continued. "Let alone taking off your masks. It's a joke to even touch each other except for a very few of you." The moment Yuan Gang said this, almost everyone focused their gazes on the 4 of them. Lin Xian. Of course, it was mainly looking towards Lin Xian and Lin Qia. Of course, there were also people looking at Shen Qingzhu and Molly. The 2 of them had been seen fighting back and forth with the mask squad, and according to Lin Xian, they were considered fighting trash among trash. What Yuan Gang didn't see was that when he said this, both Rose and Tian Ping lowered their heads, and even Wang Mian bowed his head slightly. It was a shame to say that he hadn't really touched Lin Xian. This little monster, even for a moment. The moon ghost stood aside, not uttering a word, and only Swirl whispered in Rose and Scale's ears, unspeakably dejected. If one looked down, one could see that both Scales and Rose's hands had been clenched in a death grip. Having been seconded by a set of new recruits, they were worried that they had nowhere to spill their guts, and Maelstrom had the audacity to pick a fight. Figured Swirl would have a rough night tonight. As promised, now that you've lost, you'll leave all that ungrateful pride behind you. This intensive training is a year-long program with a total of 2 phases. In the first stage, I will use a forbidden object to seal your forbidden ruins, and during these 6 months, you will completely lose your proud forbidden ruins and be reduced to ordinary people for devilish physical training. Hiss, sealing off the forbidden ruins? Then what does one inhale? Lin Xian suddenly realized the words in Yuan Gang's words. Seal the forbidden market with forbidden objects. As we all know, the reason why a forbidden object is called a forbidden object is because of the forbidden ruins contained within it, just like the forbidden object of chopping white. The reason why it can become the treasure of the Bailey family's townhouse is precisely because it contains the forbidden ruins of sequence 61, chopping white. Since Yuan Gang was sure that the forbidden ruins that could seal all the new recruits were naturally a type of forbidden ruins that had a very high sequence rank and was very powerful. Then again, he remembered that in the original story, Lin Chia's divine ruins had not been sealed. In other words, one could still woolgather the 7 Knights' brother. Needles don't poke. After 1 against 6, Lin Xian's bloodline purity had also risen to 23% as expected. Rising 3 levels in a row shortly after arriving, this felt like a piece of ice watermelon in between military training in the summer, don't mention how refreshing it was. The second part is the application of the forbidden ruins and tactical theories. Don't worry, at that time, I will let you use the forbidden ruins until you vomit, until your minds are foggy, and your mental power dries up. Oh my god. Lin Xian, why are you smiling so? Bailey Chubby looked at Lin Xian. He didn't know how to describe this expression. It feels like villainous. Lin Chia added at the right time. Yeah, that's it. Lin Xian looked askance at the two of them, his face unkind. Are you polite? Physical training. Lin Chia recalled the chief instructor's words just now and glanced at Lin Xian without a trace. I have a question. Chao Yuan raises his hand. At this time, the crowd was on their way back to the dormitory. Yes. It seems like all 5 of the dormitory buildings were torn down except for ours, which was saved. So where are they staying tonight? I'm ashamed to say that one of the buildings still seems to be because of myself, when I drew my knife while fighting Maelstrom. By the time he regained consciousness, he was in ruins. There seemed to be quite a few new recruits buried among them. Fortunately, with the instructors in tow, it was mostly uneventful. Hiss. Bailey Fatty felt that Chao Yuan asked this question in a very level-headed manner and couldn't help but begin to ponder. Only 1 dormitory building is intact today, and Molly doesn't have a place to stay tonight. Does she? The more he thought about it, the brighter Bailey Chubby's eyes became, and every now and then he would even let out a strange laugh of hee. Chao Yuan stared at Bailey Chubby's expression and then looked at Lin Xian, spitting with precision. It's a bit like Lin Xian's expression before, but it looks even more obscene than Lin Xian. Lin Xian he. Bailey Chubby baby. Date-driven cans and milk cans. Who's lewd? Tell me clearly who's lewd? Without waiting for Chubby Bailey to question further, he suddenly glimpsed 6 buildings in front of him that were as good as new. Bailey Chubby rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 7 Knights? Am I blind? Lin Chia looked at the building in front of him and instantly felt reasonable. He had wondered earlier if the masked squad, who had dismantled it with such lack of scruples, should have just left it behind. Lin Xian wasn't looking at the several dormitory buildings. He was looking at the 5 black dots that were far away next to the dormitory buildings. It was the masked squad in dark gray cloaks. Come on. Go back and get some early rest. Lin Xian took the lead towards the dormitory building, not bothering to look at the already cracked Bailey Chubby. I hope the cafeteria will be open tomorrow. The supplies given by the camp are not enough to eat, and the beef jerky and chocolates I brought with me are about to run out. Just now, after Yuan Gang finished his speech, he wanted to take Lin Xian for a checkup. But he refused, he just wanted to go back and eat something now. Ring! The voice sounded as if it was hypnotizing Lin Xian's ears, and it was fortunate that he had already developed the habit of using his blood-sucking scythe to control the sound to a level that could be heard by a normal person. Otherwise, he would have had to jump straight up in shock just now. Lin Xian sat up and shook his head. Grandma, who's sitting on my eyelids? Can you get up? I can't open my eyes. Lin Xian muttered, narrowing his eyes at Chao Yuan on the other side. Well, that's quite a sleeper. Chao Yuan is burrowing under his pillow, sleeping peacefully. Lin Xian walked over to Chao Yuan and grabbed the pillow. Wake up, blow the whistle. No response. Lin Xie doesn't want you. Why? Chao Yuan made a slingshot start and hit his head directly on the guardrail with a clang. Hiss. He covered his head, ignoring the pain, and just asked, why does 7 Knights not want me anymore? QAQ. This demeanor, this tone, if Chao Yuan was a girl, then Lin Xie was definitely the scum of the scum. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't answer, Chao Yuan hurriedly put on his coat and rushed out. P.S. Just bought Black Mythos? Played all morning and ended up not even beating Jinchi Elder Spectre, is it normal? PWP. Chapter 39 Weighted Devil Training. Lin Xian tries to challenge the limits. 7 Knights. Don't leave me alone. On the training ground, Chao Yuan hugged Lin Xie's thigh and howled loudly. The surrounding recruits and instructors whispered. What happened? I don't know. It always feels like it's a drama that starts and stops. Can it be that this Lin Xie has a new love, so she doesn't want him anymore? It's always a good knock. No sis, you knock this too? Of course, knocking out everything will only make me nutritionally balanced. Thinking too much and knocking on everything will only get you fired up. Which fire? Question mark. Feeling the odd gazes of the people around him, Lin Xie finally convinced Chao Yuan that he wouldn't leave him behind after a good deal of persuasion. Seeing that Chao Yuan was no longer hugging his thighs and wouldn't let go, Lin Xie sighed in relief. Even if he doesn't care about the stares of others, his face can't stand it when he encounters this kind of situation. Lin Xie looked towards Lin Xian. He also knew the culprit of this matter. It was this dog in front of him. By now, almost all of the recruits had arrived, but most of them were dazed and confused, as if they were still in a dream. It's only 3 in the morning, and the earliest sleepers have been asleep for just over 5 hours. Not to mention the fact that some people have been called up until now. An instructor stood on the stage with a serious face, and only after he counted the number of people and realized that everyone had come, did his face look slightly better. He didn't bother with the resentful little looks from the recruits. He just spoke aloud and, it took a total of 13 minutes from the time the whistle blew until the assembly was complete, and today is the first day of your assembly, so I impugn to you for being slow in coming. But remember, you all, from now on, no matter what time the whistle blows, you must be assembled for me in 3 minutes. If you're late, you'll suffer the consequences. Now, all of you weights, take a 10-lap run to warm up. The instructor pointed to the weights at his feet. But that wasn't all. After that, he pointed at Lin Xian and Lin Xie. You two, 30 laps with weights. No rest until you finish. No one appeared to have egg on their face to comment on the instructor's words. They all felt it was normal. Both of these men are overqualified kids, and since they are fighters among the trash, they naturally have the training standards of fighters. How normal it is. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look. Lin Xie went up and picked up the weight and weighed it. It was at least 20 to 30 pounds. Running 30 laps with such a load on his back was still very challenging for him. After all, he was not as physically fit as Lin Xian. The rest of the crowd similarly carried loads on their backs. And just then, Lin Xie heard a cry of alarm. I can't use my forbidden market. The man had wanted to use the forbidden ruins to give himself some relief, but he realized that the forbidden ruins in his body were completely sealed, and he couldn't use a bit of it at all. Normal, didn't the chief instructor say that in the first half of the year, he would use a forbidden object to seal our forbidden ruins, and we would become just like ordinary people? Ordinary people? Lin Xie felt the power in his body and realized that both the Starry Night Dancers and the Mortal Dust Divine Ruins were limited to a certain extent. But it's only limited, not unusable. He looked at Lin Xian to the side. Is your time zero still working? Could be. Lin Xian didn't hide it. To him, this forbidden object sealing off the forbidden ruins was of no use at all, or at least he himself didn't feel even the slightest bit of restriction. Because what he possessed was not something like a forbidden ruin at all. But that wasn't his focus. He felt the constant flow of energy pouring into his body and pondered in his mind. The grade of this forbidden object seemed to be very high, and the forbidden object would be on all the time for these half a year. At this rate, the purity of one's bloodline would be over 30% in half a year. Good thing. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. What can be more pleasurable than upgrades that are visible to the naked eye? Still the kind of thing where, even when you're lying still, the level is still going up. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Xian to swing for the fences. The increase in bloodline purity was only one aspect of strength. On the other hand, he also had to raise his realm. He could feel that he was only a foot away from the pool realm. Even if you don't bother with it yourself, after a couple weeks it should just fall into place. He was looking forward to what would happen to Time Zero after he ascended to the pool realm. Would it be possible to form a field as he had first guessed, and go from single acceleration to group acceleration? This is bound to be a major killer if it does come to fruition, especially since he didn't have to be like Wang Mian, who was as good as having his body emptied after casting the Time God ruins, and even had to consume his lifespan. Kingface, are you polite? The training ground was huge, or at least far larger than a school playground by several times. And running laps around the training field, even just one, is enough to make the lungs of a social animal that doesn't normally exercise much gasp like a broken bellows. And those of them, after being sealed off from the forbidden ruins, were just that much stronger physically than ordinary people. Running 10 laps is definitely a big job that kills people for them as new recruits. Except Lin Xian. When the instructor gave the order, Lin Xian directly started his lasso journey. At the very beginning, he just ran as hard as he could, in order to reach the limit of his physical strength as soon as possible. In the eyes of the onlookers, they could only feel a fierce wind blowing past them again and again, obviously carrying a load of 20 to 30 pounds, but still light as a feather. Bailey Chubby pointed in Lin Xian's faraway direction and turned his head to look at Chow Yuan with a somewhat skeptical expression. Chubby Bailey was already tired and didn't want to talk, but Chow Yuan still understood what Chubby Bailey meant. It can't be helped, we really can't compete. Run your own. Chow Yuan just shrugged. They say that exercise is a pleasure, and I feel that for Lin Xian, it's really not true. Exercise is a kind of enjoyment. But I'm not a glutton for pleasure, little master. Bailey Chubby was practically crying out. Lin Xian quickly accomplished his goal, but he didn't stop. Similarly, Lin Xie didn't stop. He knew that he couldn't catch up with Lin Xian's speed, but that wasn't his goal either. He likewise wanted to gauge where his limits were. On the martial arts stage, the instructor watched these two racing figures. When the sky had turned from silent black to radial gray, the sky will break. On the training ground, only 3 people were still running laps. Lin Xie, Lin Xian, and Bailey Chubby. Most of the rest of the recruits went back to their dormitories to rest, and anyone who was yelled at in the middle of the night to get up and run laps with weights would want to go back and get a drink of water and then just slam down on their bed. They didn't even care that they were still sticky and didn't even bother to take a shower. Others remained in the field, surrounding the 3. Among them were Shin Qingzhu and Chow Yuan. Of course, there were more people who just passed out and were carried away by the medical team. Finally, the sky turned fish-belly white. Lin Xian's trio also stopped. Chubby Time has finally completed his laps, from 3 a.m., when the sun was out, to now. As for Lin Xian, he was smiling. After consistently running at his fastest speed for over 2 hours, he was also running out of stamina, and at this point it was just by the breath of his mind that he wanted to keep pressing himself and improving himself. He clearly understood how dangerous the world of god beheading was. Nearby was the cruel and bloody church of the ancient gods. Far away were the many foreign gods that coveted the great summer, and even Cthulhu, which had been eyeing human civilization. It can be said to be one step at a time. And what Lin Xian could do was to improve himself as much as possible before disaster struck. It's also the only way to save some of the tragedies and the people who want to be saved. Like, if he's strong enough and powerful enough to be invincible, where's the worry about disturbing the main thread? If he could reach that level when facing the Ghostface King, he could completely slap the other party into mush and save old Zhao. What's the main line? The old man is the main line. Lin Xian had always believed in one sentence. Only by continually refining yourself will you have the freedom and the strength to choose your future. His body was drenched in sweat, but Lin Xian only felt unbridled. Lin Xian, come here. Lin Xian turned his head and realized that the visitor was actually Yuan Gang. What is it that could make this chief instructor come over here in person? 7 nights, what happened? Why did the chief instructor come back to call Lin Xian? Originally, Bailey Chubby, who was still paralyzed into slime, didn't know where to get the strength from when he saw this scene, moved his butt to come in front of Lin Xie and beeped in a small voice. How do I know? Lin Xie said. He felt like he didn't even have the strength to move his brain. He just wanted to lie on the ground, with the sky as his bed. Have a seat. Yuan Gang opened the door and led Lin Xian into an office. Lin Xian sat on a chair and looked around. The inside of the office was unadorned, only lined with grid black cabinets containing unknown paper files. Yuan Gang directly opened the door. Wang told me that you intentionally didn't touch the mask of the mask squad in that competition, and he owes you a favor. Not only that, but it seems to me that even we owe you a favor. Yuan Gang stared at Lin Xian with a burning gaze. You can give me what you want, as long as it's not too outrageous. I can get it for you, it's a kind of compensation. Lin Xian didn't refuse. He pondered for a long time and suddenly remembered that this was how Lin Xie did it in the original story. Getting a treasure from Yuan Gang. I have 2 requests. First, I want a forbidden item of mental defense. Could be. Yuan Gang agreed readily. What about second? Secondly, I would like to get special treatment for training. Hearing this, Yuan Gang was just about to frown when he heard Lin Xian add. Of course, the special treatment I'm talking about isn't preferential treatment, but the volume and intensity of my training, it has to be greater than the others or it won't be very effective. Yuan Gang was first stunned, then immediately nodded his head. Could be. In fact, even if Lin Xian didn't say it, he would have done it. Lin Xian's outrageous physical qualities were there for all to see, and he could have heard that just before Lin Xian came, he had already run 60 or 70 laps under his weight, and Instructor Hong was worried that he would die of overwork. Instructor Hong was the serious instructor who organized the crowd to run laps. As a result, by the time he went over, the other party was as good as a person except that his clothes were drenched in sweat. But in fact, it wasn't like Lin Xian wasn't tired, it wasn't like he was made of iron, it was just that his body was recovering too quickly, and his originally rapid breathing returned to a steady state in no time. So what? I have one last little condition regarding special favors. Yuan Gang noticed that Lin Xian's expression was actually a bit embarrassed when he said this. Say it. Yuan Gang was in a good mood at the moment, and he was also curious as to what reason it was that could make even Lin Xian feel embarrassed. It's just that my meals are a little bit bigger than others and I might need. Hey, I thought something was up. Yuan Gang waved his hand. Not just can eat it, the young man's physical quality is so great. Consume more, can eat a little how? Can he still not afford it? Don't worry, as long as you can eat, I promise you won't starve. Yuan Gang brought a meaningful smile to his face. He did know what was usually fed to recruits in the cafeteria. As long as Lin Xian could eat it, he didn't mind how he ate it openly. Lin Xian scratched his head and similarly looked at him and smiled, his expression that was so harmless. At this time Yuan Gang had not yet realized that the other party's mouth can eat a little bit more than others. The so-called a little bit in the end is how much. A few months later, when Chief Instructor Yuan Gang faced the bill, he would always recall the distant morning when he had given Lin Xian his promise. Perhaps it was then that he would realize how modest Lin Xian's words of a little bit were. Perhaps this is Daxia-style ambiguity. Chapter 40. Finally dinner. Lin Xian's hungry tiger came out of its cage, and Lin Xie was like an enemy. The shrill whistle sounded again, and Lin Xie hadn't been lying in bed for long before he got up again and rushed towards the training ground. Bailey Fatty wanted to cry without tears, forcibly endured the soreness of the arm to put on the clothes, and desperately tried to keep up. The look is quite a kind of half-dead and confused. Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby arrived at the training ground, and as soon as they arrived, they ran face-to-face with Lin Xian and Chao Yuan. Lin Xian, what did Instructor Yuan Gang ask you to do? Chubby 100 asked. He said that I have a special physical quality and that I might be treated a little bit special in the future. So, Bailey Chubby nodded his head while closing his eyes. It was obvious that he was both interested in Lin Xian's matter and sleepy as hell. On the stage, Instructor Hong pressed the stopwatch in his hand and looked at the crowd below, satisfied. All but a few of the recruits who remained in the medical clinic had arrived. The next 20 minutes will be your mealtime, remember, you only have 20 minutes, and if you are not back here in 20 minutes, I think you know the consequences. Finally we can eat. Bailey Chubby's originally tightly closed eyelids brushed open and his eyes glowed. Huh. 7 nights. Why do you have that look on your face? When Fatty Bailey said this, Chao Yuan and Shin Qingzhu, who was located not far away, similarly cast their gazes over. One could only see Lin Xie's expression was very serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. Seriously, he hadn't seen Lin Xie this serious when he was fighting the Mask Squad. What the hell is going on? Even though the crowd was very puzzled, Lin Xie didn't have the slightest intention of explaining. In his mental perception, Lin Xian's leg muscles were already tensed and poised. He still remembered Lin Xian's terrifying eating speed and meal size, plus the fact that the other party hadn't seemed to have eaten much in the past few days. After all, the supplies given at the supply station were based on a normal adult's meal. So much so that Lin Xian could only eat compressed cookies to stave off his hunger. But it's also just staving off hunger, not being full. It was known that the logistics staff at the training camp who prepared the food should not be aware of Lin Xian's meal size. Considering that food should not be wasted, the share of food prepared in the canteen at this time should not be too far from the total number of recruits. Even if there will be more, there won't be much more. And because Lin Xian Beast has been hungry for several days, at this time is in the state of the hungry beast out of the cage, like a single 20 years of old colorful skin, suddenly stumbled upon a beauty like heavenly fairies, take the initiative to throw themselves into the arms of the beauty of the sun, but also to you to listen to you, do not indulge in a hand, eat a meal fiercely, simply sorry for themselves. Take my advice. Go into the cafeteria as fast as you can in a moment, and after you see the food, don't hesitate to take out your share first. Lin Chie's expression was extraordinarily serious. This is not a feeding, this is a war about being able to eat. Of course, I would have done that even if you hadn't said so 7 nights. At this time, Bailey Fatty was already starving and dizzy, and didn't even bother to chew on the meaning of Lin Chie's words. It's just grabbing a dry meal, why is 7 nights so serious? Chow Yuan, who was on the side, heard something, but he just nodded his head silently, indicating that he knew. Okay, now dinner. Instructor Hong waved his hand and turned to leave. At the same time, chubby Bailey rushed out at the fastest speed in his life, and he even used a forbidden object. But there was a figure that was faster than him. As if a sharp arrow had cut through the sky, a black shadow wrapped in a wild wind passed through the side of the crowd. The gusts of wind brought up the corners of the people's clothes and splintered them. The crowd didn't even get a good look at who the figure was, only to see Lin Chie rushing into the cafeteria right behind him. Fizzle, fizzle. As the crowd ran into the cafeteria, all they heard was a strange noise. The sound didn't sound like a person could make, like some kind of large beast tearing its prey, accompanied by a horrible chewing sound in the meantime. When the crowd looked to the source of the voice, everyone froze on the spot. Only a tall, dark-haired figure was seen hooked up, the morning sun shining through the window and casting a shadowy shadow on the snow-white lacquered wall. The shadow was picking up a piece of bloody meat and feeding frantically, blood dripping from the side of his mouth and splattering on the ground, spilling magnificent, blood-red flowers. Lin Chie stood on the side, similarly holding back his nausea as he stuffed raw meat into his mouth. As he ate, he took a bun out of a nearby basin. Lin Chie also froze for a moment when he first came in, not expecting that their breakfast would be raw beef and steamed buns. There was still blood on this beef, and it had a strange taste in my mouth that made it hard to swallow. But Lin Chie knew that not eating would not work. Replenishing your energy is one thing, and on the other hand, if you don't hurry up and eat, you'll have nothing. He had no doubt that if he ate slowly, this mountain of raw meat could enter Lin Xian's stomach. This nascent stomach seems like an interspatial dimensional bag that shows no signs of filling up no matter how much it is stuffed. That's Lin Xian, right? Someone recognized the tall figure by the pile of raw meat. The other party seemed to have starved for 8 lifetimes. His lips and teeth full of blood, not like a human being, but like a wild tiger that had starved for 7 or 8 days. Hearing someone call him, Lin Xian turned his head and glanced at the crowd, then retracted his gaze and continued drying his meal. Obviously, he didn't open his golden pupils, nor did he deliberately try to release Nidhogg's dragon might. But just this glance alone made many recruits subconsciously take a step back. Bailey Chubby walked up to Lin Xian and looked at the raw meat in the basin with a slightly twisted expression. Is that all we're going to eat? Raw meat? And buns, nothing else? Chow Yuan didn't pay any attention to him, just took a large piece of raw meat from the basin and stuffed it into his mouth in 3 tries. Then he picked up 2 more buns and backed away. He remembered what Lin Chie had just said. Originally, he hadn't understood what Lin Chie meant, but now, looking at Lin Xian, who was devouring his food, as well as the rapidly decreasing amount of raw meat in the basin, he felt enlightened. Chow Yuan looked odd as he and Lin Chie exchanged glances, his eyes carrying a questioning look, and Lin Chie affirmed his thoughts. Chow Yuan, 7 nights. What are you guys doing here eyeballing each other? Bailey Fatty always felt that there was an additional tacit understanding between the two that he did not know, and it seemed that only he was excluded. Bailey Chubby was immediately alert. According to the ancient costume drama, he, Bailey Chubby, Lin Chie's roommate, was the 7 Nights Emperor's main palace, and Chow Yuan is just a consort. Now, there was a different kind of tacit understanding between the consort and the emperor, to the exclusion of him, the main palace. Concubine Chow was challenging his and Lin Chie's status as the best in the world. In response, Chow Yuan just laughed and said nothing. Hey, who's cooking? Get thee out here. Is this for ING people? Shen Qingzhu yelled, his voice spreading to every corner of the cafeteria. A moment later, an old man came out of the back kitchen, his face as heavy as water. What about screaming? Screaming? Screaming Nima? You're the one who called it. Look at this, is this human food? Shen Qingzhu pointed to the basin containing the raw beef. The old man's eyes followed and suddenly froze. And when Shen Qingzhu looked in the direction he was pointing, he actually froze in the same way. Where's all that raw meat? Chapter 41. No dude, your stomach is bottomless. He didn't look for a moment. Why is the raw meat gone? Shen Qingzhu's eyes went straight as he looked at the blood-stained empty plate and then at Lin Xian on the side. At this time Lin Xian is grabbing a steamed bun in his hand, carefully wiping the blood-stained corners of the mouth. After wiping, directly throw the steamed bun into the mouth. The main one does not waste food. Unlike Shen Qingzhu, the rest of the recruits had witnessed how Lin Xian had annihilated that mountain of meat step by step, and they didn't know who was the first to react, rushing towards the plate containing the steamed buns. Lin Xian hadn't stopped yet, and this forced thing was still eating. The old man was equally surprised, more so than Shen Qingzhu ever was. The point of his amazement was this were the recruits of this class so high quality that they ate all the raw meat in less than 5 minutes, and it felt like they didn't even bring hesitation. Something he doesn't even want to eat. Who would want to eat this stuff if they didn't need it for training? At that moment, a group of 7 people clad in gray cloaks walked over, and one of them, a youth with a jumpy face and bruises on the corners of his eyes, waved his hand at the old man. Elder son, is there any food? I'm starving. Even though they didn't wear masks this time, the crowd still recognized the true identities of the 7 people in the group. Mask Squad. And that youth with the jumpy face was undoubtedly Vortex. As for the bruise at the corner of his eye, don't ask. Ask is fall on your own. It's been so long since I left the camp, and I really miss your handiwork. The only one of the 7, the female, spoke up, a smile on her brow. So it's you little brats. The old man called Sun Lao also brightened up when he saw the comers. Come on. Sit down and sit down. I'll get you some food. Sun Lao pulled back his stool and turned around to bring out a sweet and savory meal from the back kitchen. Cassoulet prawns, elbows in sauce, crispy roasted suckling pig, served with greasiness relieving spicy cabbage and pickled cucumber, and a bowl of rice porridge. The sweet aroma instantly clutched the nostrils of the recruits. The crowd eyed the meal in front of the masquerade squad and their harumphs hit the floor. Isn't this a normal meal? Why give us raw meat? Some people felt indignant and didn't ask for anything more than a normal meal like the mask squad. Raw meat is disgusting as hell, and the buns are so hard they could pass for bricks. It's just not human food. Love it or hate it, that's all you're going to eat now. When you guys are done with your intensive training, come back and I promise you that your meals will be even better than theirs. Now, go eat raw meat honestly. But we didn't even get raw meat, one of the recruits said weakly. Sun Lao was very surprised, and then looked at the plate of raw meat that had long been bare, and then felt reasonable. Who's to blame for you not wanting to eat raw meat? When someone else beat you to it? Like I said just now, this new class of recruits is very good. How can they solve the raw meat so quickly? I think back then, Chance couldn't even eat a piece of it. Swirl teased with a smirk before Rose grabbed her ear. Dare to flirt with your aunt. Swirl, I think you're tired of living. Why don't you mention yourself? Ow! Ouch! 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 Sister Rose gently, call me Lily. As Chance and Swirl fought, the recruit spoke again. But the raw meat, the vast majority of people didn't eat it. It mostly went into one person's stomach. Silence. A short but deadly silence. Ha! Chance had stopped twirling his swirly ears, and everyone in the masked squad, as well as Sun Lao, had their eyes on the new recruit. Who? The recruit trembled and pointed to a tall figure. At this moment, Lin Xian was sitting on a side table, crossing his legs. At the time of being pointed out, he was rubbing his stomach and leaning back in his chair with a contented look on his face. It was as if this life was complete. Noticing that the crowd was looking at him, Lin Xian waved at them with a smile on his face. They could even see the blood that had been wiped dry from its teeth. A man who looks civilized, and when he smiles at you, you realize that the other person has blood all over his teeth. It's a scene that couldn't be more spooky. Are you sure that he was the one who ate almost all the raw meat? And buns? Lin Chia added in a timely manner. I'm sure, and everyone else can testify that I'm not lying, that it really was this guy who ate it all. Now it was Sun Lao's turn to be silent. That was 200 servings of food for 200 people, and even though they hadn't prepared that much considering that many of the recruits wouldn't eat it, it shouldn't be something that one person could eat. How did this young man get that much raw meat into his stomach? Not only did elder son have this question, everyone present had thought of it. It's not the right size, is it? Wang Mian took a look at a contented Lin Xian, and for some reason what was originally quite surprising but placed on Lin Xian somehow seemed reasonable. Lin Xian, Lin Xie, you two come over here for a moment. Wang Mian opened his mouth and turned his head to look at the old man. Elder son, see if there's any raw meat left in stock. At least we can't let the recruits go hungry. Good. Sun Lao nodded and turned around to go back to the back kitchen again. What? Lin Xian stepped forward and moved himself a chair to sit down in a big way. He was in a good mood now. Lin Xian ning sam 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 sam. Wang Mian looked at Lin Xian's appearance, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and asked, all that raw meat, did you eat it? Aang. Lin Xian nodded. A swirling aside, Swirl tried to spit something out, but was held down by chance. Want some more? King Face extended an invitation towards Lin Xian and Lin Xie. No, it's full. This is Lin Xian. I'll just eat what the recruits should eat. No need for a small meal. This is Lin Xie. Good. Wang Mian nodded his head, seemingly satisfied with the duo's answer. I called you here to tell you a little bit about the divine agents so that you can have a good understanding. Lin Xian and Lin Xie were divine agents just like him, and there were some things that it would be best for him to tell the two. Others may not know as comprehensively as he does. The whistle sounded and Lin Xian and Lin Xie returned to the group. Lin Xie recalled Wang Mian's words with a thoughtful face. According to the other party's words, the agent and the god should be in a contractual relationship. Moreover, not everyone was qualified to become a god's agent. Only the existence of certain qualities could be seen by the god. The essence of a contract is, by its very nature, an exchange. The gods give some of their power to an agent, and the agent is required to help the god with something that the other party is not good at stepping in for. But if he did make a pact with Michael, why would he not know about it? Thinking of this, Lin Xie glanced at Lin Xian again. This guy is still different from himself, where he has no idea what the contract entails. His is overly simplistic. Is it really a pact made by a god of supreme evil and wickedness to slay as many mysteries as possible? Or did Lin Xian hide the true contents of the contract? Lin Xie didn't want to think about it, and the month or so that Squad 136 had spent together made him willing to trust Lin Xian. This guy, Lin Xian, sometimes commits crimes, but is not a great traitor. And the other guy knows his place and doesn't joke around at all where he shouldn't. Lin Xie truly regarded Lin Xian as a friend. It's just that neither of the two people he'd made friends with before had ended up very well. One is still working for himself, the other sacrificed himself to guard his little family. If Nidhogg really gave Lin Xian some kind of difficult task, he was willing to do his part without violating morality. What are you thinking about? So absorbed? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, his tone flirtatious. Wondering why Micah chose me. Who knows? Maybe it's a case of the king looking at green beans and seeing eye to eye. Lin Xian made up his mind. If he remembered correctly, the reason why Michael had chosen Lin Xie was because the spiritual treasure Heavenly Father had made a deal with the other party. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell Lin Xie about this matter. Come on, don't think about it so much. If you really have a mission, you'll find out one day. As for now, get ready to train first. On the stage, an unfamiliar instructor who had never been seen before appeared in front of the crowd with a solemn face. P.S. Humble author. Online to ask for a good review and free small gifts. But also please lords and ladies send kindness. The small must try to update. Chapter 42. Chao Yuan goes crazy. Clueless instructor Han. Mysteries, mostly from myths or countryside legends. They come in all shapes and sizes, and most of them have strange and bizarre abilities, far more powerful than frail human beings. So who can tell me what we can defeat them on? The strange instructor asked from the stage. It's the Forbidden Market. Shen Qingzhu put his hands in his pockets and replied thus. The Forbidden Ruins are indeed a part of it, but it's impossible to rely on the Forbidden Ruins alone. Combat skills as well as strong physical fitness are the key to victory. It's hard to believe that you'll be able to solve your opponent with the move of a finger? He looked at Shen Qingzhu. Who would have expected Shen Qingzhu to nod? I can indeed. Your Forbidden Market is? Qi mean? The instructor was silent. Then he coughed lightly as if nothing had just happened and continued. Combat skills are divided into 3 types. Cold weapons, hot weapons, and empty hands, of which cold weapons are the most important. And in this class, we're going to teach you practical combat with cold weapons. What the Night's Watch uses the most is the standardized weapon, the Star Blade, so today I'm going to teach you the art of using a straight blade. The instructor was up there talking and the crowd was watching. Except for Lin Xian and Lin Chia. What the other party was speaking about, Chun Mai had long ago spoken about it I don't know how many times. Moreover, Chun Mai wasn't asking them to memorize with their brains, but with their bodies. That cut is still a phantom pain when I think back on it. Hey, that one over there. Yeah, that's you talking, the tall one, the one holding a bladder. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard someone call out to him and turned his head to look. It was found to be the very same instructor. Yeah, that means you. Get up here and help me with the demonstration. Instructor Han instantly picked out Lin Xian. This kid looked thin and tall. His body was well proportioned, but he didn't look like he had a few pairs of meat all over his body. Only, he hadn't seen the slightest bit of the crowd's odd expressions when he called Lin Xian up. Lin Chia's expression was the most odd. But he clearly knew how heaven-defying this born's combat talent was. I didn't realize that this instructor was so good at picking and came up with a heavyweight. Lin Xian went up to the stage, casually holding the wooden sword and stood to the opposite side, looking even a bit lazy. Instructor Han compared Lin Xian's height to his own and looked at the crowd on the stage. We all know that people who are taller generally have longer arm spans, and with that, longer attack distances. Among the mysteries you will encounter in the future, there is no lack of existences with a body length of 3 or 4 meters, or even longer, and the attack distance of these mysteries is even more exaggerated. But these guys also have the disadvantage of being too long, which can lead to a high center of gravity and reduce flexibility in many parts of the body. At this point, we just have to target their disadvantages. Speaking of which, Instructor Han swung out a blade without any warning. Snap! The crisp clatter of a wooden knife. Only to see Lin Xian casually wave his hand, pinning the wooden blade in his hand, making it difficult to inch in. Instructor Han? He still doesn't believe it. Another knife chopped out, this time he got serious and used 50% of his force, attacking from an extremely tricky angle. Snap! There was another crisp sound of a wooden blade clashing, and Lin Xian once again easily blocked it. Instructor Han, Fi mean Fi. All new recruits. Lin Chia under the stage had an expression of, I'm sure that's the case. In just 1 month, he had fought Chun Mai to a draw. It would be strange for this guy to not be able to catch it. On the stage, Instructor Han and Lin Xian were wide-eyed. It was a long time before Instructor Han spoke. You have practiced before? Aang. Lin Xian nodded. Who taught you that? The captain of Squad 136. Chun Mai. Instructor Han. The silence. Deafening. Chun Mai, how could he not have heard of this name before? That was one of the former 2 heavenly pride of Shangjing, the black and white of the black and white irregulars. Okay. That's the way to play it, isn't it? Instructor Han's competitive spirit was also raised. He wanted to see how well Chun Mai had taught this kid. Instructor Han made a series of sideways slashes. His wooden sword was like a poisonous snake, charging out from various angles that were completely unexpected, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. But they were all easily blocked by Lin Xian. Snap! The speed was getting faster and faster and faster. The wooden blade in Instructor Han's hand danced out remnants of shadows, and the group of recruits only felt that their eyes couldn't follow the trajectory of the wooden blade at all. But they were still being resisted by Lin Xian one by one. Finally, there was just a click. Knife broken. Instructor Han gasped slightly, his expression indescribably incredulous. He could feel a slight numbness in his tiger's mouth from the shock of the wooden blade. Instructor Han felt that he had really seen a ghost. If at the beginning, the 2 were still sparring with their swordsmanship, then later on, as Instructor Han's blade speed became faster and faster, it became a pure competition of speed and strength. As a result of their own did not spell. This is embarrassing for Instructor Han. To think that he, a master of arms, hadn't been able to spell a new recruit in a pure sword fight made him suspect that he had lived in a dog's stomach for so many years. Below, the recruits watched the scene, but with a sense of entitlement. It wasn't that Instructor Han was too good, but the instructor was too good at picking, and picked the sickest one among them all at once. There was no contempt in their eyes when they looked at Instructor Han. Instead, there was a hint of sympathy. This physical quality of your kid, it's a bit outrageous, obviously looks tall and thin. That's because you didn't see him undress. The people on the stage heard this and said in their hearts, Lin Xian belongs to the type of person who is thin in clothes and has meat in clothes just like the Reader Lord. It's also why he's extremely deceptive when he puts on the uniform, looking a bit thin despite his well-built frame. But in reality, it was not underneath that jacket was explosive power. You go down there and get someone else," Instructor Han said breathlessly, waving his hand towards Lin Xian, as if he had used up his last bit of strength. He then swept his gaze over the crowd. This time, he picked significantly more seriously than before, all the while praying in your heart that you don't pick a pervert, never in the middle of picking a pervert. Eventually, he noticed a mediocre-looking teenager, one of those types that wouldn't even get a second glance when thrown into a crowd. "That kid over there." "Yeah, that's you. Come up here for a minute." Lin Chia turned his head, and when he saw the person the instructor was referring to, the corner of his mouth twitched again. Simply because what he was pointing at was Chao Yuan. Almost everyone took a step back and looked at the instructor with sympathy in their eyes. Many of them had witnessed how Chao Yuan was in a state of madness, running after the masked squad's vortex and even accidentally destroying a dormitory building. Many of them are even still pro-lifers buried in it. That is, the instructor's rescue in time, otherwise it would have gone to hell. Lin Xian also raised an eyebrow and couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from curling up. "This instructor's a bit of a picker. Come on up here. Don't dawdle." Chao Yuan hesitated for a long time, but finally went on stage. "Have you ever studied knives before?" "No." He'd go crazy just holding a knife, and there was no way he'd ever get that chance to learn how to use it. "That's fine. Come on. Walk me through the demo." Instructor Han threw the knife. Snap. Chao Yuan didn't pick it up, letting the knife fall to the ground. "What?" Instructor Han raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding. "This kid doesn't look like a prick. What's going on?" "I can't hold a knife," Chao Yuan explained. "Neither can wooden knives, as long as they are associated with knives. If I tell you to hold it, then you hold it and obey orders." Instructor Han's voice got serious. Chao Yuan struggled for a long time, sighed helplessly and bent down. Below the stage, the faces of all the new recruits changed wildly, and they all retreated towards the back in unison. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Fatty Bailey. "Chubby, are there any more Chao Yuan chastity belts left?" "What's a Chao Yuan chastity belt?" Chubby Bailey was puzzled, but he quickly reacted. At this time, Instructor Han also noticed the abnormality of the recruits on the stage, and his expression changed slightly. He had a bad feeling about it. It was also the moment he turned around that he saw a scene he would never forget in this life. Black flames rushed to the sky, and the fury raged. In the center of the pitch-black flames, a teenager whose eyes were filled with pitch-black fury without a trace of eye whites stood there, and on the wooden blade was a blazing black fire. Instructor Han. Sigma Deck? Chapter 43. Why do I feel that Lin Xian is even crazier than Chao Yuan? Chao Yuan was in a state of madness, with pitch-black flames climbing up his body like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Without waiting for Instructor Han to react more, Chao Yuan had already swung out his sword, and the black fire transformed into sword light and chopped at Instructor Han, as if it was a beast that chose to devour people. The corner of Instructor Han's eyes twitched, and although he was inwardly surprised, he reacted extremely quickly, only to see him roll, pick up a straight blade from a nearby weapon rack, and find the right moment to stab out. Miso. Instructor Han's strike could not be described as subtle, completely grasping at the gap between Chao Yuan's incisive slash and the imminent retraction of his blade, the old force having been exhausted and the new force not yet born. But unexpectedly, Chao Yuan's reaction speed was extremely fast, and the moment Instructor Han stabbed this knife, he moved out a step to the side direction, while swinging out a knife, bringing up monstrous waves of fire. The gust of wind wrapped around the giant flames and quickly zoomed in Instructor Han's eyes. Chao Yuan's speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Boom! When the waves of fire dispersed on the martial arts stage, the person opposite Chao Yuan had been replaced. It was Lin Xian, and there was a person lying on Lin Xian's side, covering his waist, his face twisted. Who is it if not Instructor Han? If that hit was real, you'd have to take off your skin if you didn't die. Instructor Han covered his waist. Although he was grateful to Lin Xian for pushing him away, the other party's collision just now nearly shattered his waist. Why is this guy so strong? Instructor Han looked at Lin Xian, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Moreover, he didn't even see how this kid came up. It felt like a brush and he was created to fly. The straight sword that had been in Instructor Han's hand just a moment ago had been held in Lin Xian's hand, the tip of the blade pointing straight at Chao Yuan. He had long wanted to fight Chao Yuan, sequence 31, the forbidden ruin known as the closest thing to a divine ruin. The opponent's body was sealed with an existence called the Black King. However, unlike the Black King Nidhogg, the Black King in the other party's body was Gongyang Wan's younger brother, Gongyang Humble, who had turned into his current appearance due to his failed attempts to cross the threshold and was trapped in Chao Yuan's body. With such an existence sealed within his body, the energy emitted by Chao Yuan in his frenzied state was simply too much. Lin Xian looked at Chao Yuan, feeling the constant flow of energy pouring into his body, the corners of his mouth almost grinning up to his ears. Who? Chao Yuan, who was in a state of madness, didn't care who was on the opposite side. He held his sword with both hands. The pitch-black flames continuously surged towards the wooden sword. Even the recruits under the stage could feel the extremely high temperature. Whoosh! Chao Yuan instantly disappeared from his original position, and when the crowd regained sight of the other party's figure, he had already appeared behind Lin Xian. His huge force wrapped around the wooden blade, seemingly trying to cut the other party in two. Look out! I don't know who yelled out, trying to warn Lin Xian. Some of the female soldiers had covered their eyes and let out a scream. They didn't dare to look any further. Dang! The image that the crowd imagined of Lin Xian turning into Mu Xian didn't appear. The crowd didn't even see Lin Xian's movements before Chao Yuan was sent flying with a slash, the wooden sword in his hand snapping in two and falling to the ground. Ha 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 ha! Chao Yuan immediately climbed to his feet. The loss of the wooden blade did not affect him, still laughing and charging. Lin Xian, let me help you. Chubby Bailey and Lin Xie flew forward, wanting to help him, but they were stopped by Lin Xian. No, just let me do it myself. I want to try my hand with this guy. If they went together, within 10 seconds Chao Yuan would be tied up tightly by the chastity belt. So how could he absorb the energy himself? Seeing Chao Yuan pounce, Lin Xian simply threw away his long sword and rushed towards Chao Yuan. When Instructor Hong sensed the baneful aura and hurried over, this was the scene he saw. Two grinning maniacs fighting each other. The one covered in black flames was beaten back, but every time he was knocked to the ground by a punch, it didn't take a moment for him to struggle back up and lunge at the other one. And like teasing his prey, the man waited for his opponent to get up each time, then took him down with another punch. While hammering, the other party also let out a he sardonic laugh. And he laughed louder every time he knocked his opponent down. For a moment, the instructors wondered who was actually madder. One of the instructors gulped, his tone a little unsure. That one who's pressing Chao Yuan to beat him should be Lin Xian, right? Should, I suppose. Instructor Han replied, and he only felt his lips drying up terribly. Old Han, aren't you a weapon master? And amongst our knights watch, you're considered to be one of the premier existences in terms of combat ability. Do you think that you can be like Lin Xian? I can't give a... Instructor Han rolled his eyes. With the immense strength and that extreme speed that Chao Yuan was now displaying, it was difficult for him to even parry. But looking at Lin Xian's current appearance, it gave him a sense of vestigial vision of a hunter teasing his dying prey. Where did it seem like it was difficult to fight? If I have to put it this way, it should be the crazy Chao Yuan who is hard to fight. That said, Lin Xian shouldn't have any mental illness, right? How did he feel that the other party was even crazier than Chao Yuan? The other party looked like he was enjoying the pleasure of committing violence, and the smile on his face was even more unnerving than Chao Yuan's. Instructor Han was silent. He can't say it well. Instructor Han suddenly realized something, his eyes staring straight at the tiny little flames on Chao Yuan's body, a little confused. Why do I feel like the black flame on Chao Yuan's body is going out? Not only Instructor Han, even Lin Xie and the others noticed this. At this moment, Chao Yuan's body was lying in a big shape in the sand, and the few faint howls that came out from time to time indicated that the other party was still alive. It was obviously still in a state of madness, but it had no intention of getting up at all, and just lay there on the ground, posed, living like a salted fish with no dreams. Lin Xian kicked his opponent with his toes and realized that Chao Yuan didn't have the slightest intention of getting up. Feeling the increase in bloodline purity, the smile on Lin Xian's face grew even wider. After that battle just now, his bloodline purity had reached 25%, and he was able to unlock another ability. Chubby. Lin Xian waved towards Fatty Bailey, who immediately understood and pulled out of his pocket, throwing a scroll of sealing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian caught Chao Yuan's chastity belt and wrapped his opponent in a knot. Wrapped in a chastity belt, Chao Yuan let out a light breath and looked at Lin Xian. Thanks. You're welcome. Lin Xian smiled extraordinarily brightly, looking at Chao Yuan with a gaze that was too kind to be kind. It's not a crazy batch. It's clearly a humanoid self-propelled Chao Yuan brand rechargeable treasure. After saying this, Chao Yuan suddenly hissed. Why does my body feel like it's falling apart? And also my face hurts. I can't help it. You're so crazy. It took me a lot of work to restrain you. Lin Xian opened his eyes without blinking. When Bailey Chubby, Lin Xie, and Instructor Han, who leaned over, heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. You did waste a lot of effort there and almost wasted the other side as well. The three of them ignored it, and in the end, it was Instructor Han who called for a stretcher to be brought in to move Chao Yuan down. While moving, Chao Yuan also wailed. He felt pain everywhere in his body, and if he looked down, he'd see large swaths of bruises on his body. It was a pity that he could not even bow his head without involving his wound and grimacing in pain. Instructor, what's wrong? Lin Chia noticed that Instructor Han was in a rather low mood. Meh, nothing. Instructor Han just waved his hand. He didn't want to talk. What kind of cowards are the students here? Why are all of them so outrageous? Do not want a pill spicy. They called up two. One has had a small kitchen and one would go crazy holding a knife. Can't be such a coincidence that you picked these two to be extremely individual, can it? Instructor, it's fine. Those two you just drew are not exactly normal people. They can't be viewed in a normal way. Bailey Fatty patted Instructor Han's back and comforted him. Really? Of course. Kids from normal families like mine are the regulars in this camp. Those two are monsters. Lin Xie looked at Bailey Chubby, who claimed to be from an ordinary family, and then at Instructor Han. He can't say it well. Is that so? Then what do you think defeating mystery depends on? Just hit it with money. Question mark. Instructor Han was once again skeptical. Is that what all the normal people in the camp think? Instructor Han felt like his mind had been hit hard once again. Lin Xie finally couldn't watch anymore. Instructor, don't listen to his nonsense. He's not a child from an ordinary family. His family is a forbidden object family, very rich. So, Instructor Han felt quite a bit better as he looked at Lin Xie as if he was grasping the last straw. What about you, your family? My family is not rich. So you'll suddenly go crazy like that kid just now? No. So, have you ever had a little dinner? Lin Xie stopped talking. Seeing this, Instructor Han also fell silent. This time, his silence was especially complete. The little fat guy just said he just wasn't very good at picking people, and the two he picked were freaks. But now these two in front of themselves seem to be the same. Can't be that all four of the ones I picked are freaks. It feels like God opened a window for him before he got desperate and a mosquito flew in as a result. Chief Instructor, I don't want to teach anymore. I want to go back to playing mystery woo. So, what did you guys tell him? And why was old Han clamoring to see the Chief Instructor as soon as he got back? No. Really? I really don't know. Chapter 44. Lin Xian's Intent. The Emperor's Unity. Under Yuan Gang's good advice, Instructor Han didn't leave in the end. In fact, Yuan Gang didn't say anything, but only told him the real identity of those four people. Two divine agents, an ultra-high-risk forbidden ruin possessor with a very high sequence ranking, and a young master of the Bailey family. When he knew about this matter, Yuan Gang's expression was extraordinarily odd. This guy was good at picking, and the ones he chose were all demons among demons. While the young master of the Bailey family was doubtful, at least the other three were all demons among demons. Eventually, Instructor Han returned to the training ground and picked up the straight sword. Come on, let's get on with it. Your one move is standard, but something is missing. Instructor Han stared at Lin Xie, his brows slightly furrowed. Just by fighting Lin Xie for a bit, he noticed the problem. The movements were too templated and stiff. Your sword, it's missing its soul. Some people who have never learned the art of sword fighting have their own unique flavor when they hold a sword, while others are called masters of sword fighting. But they only have a template style of fighting, and only lack that spiritual flavor. Of course, I'm not saying you're the second one, it's just that have you ever considered a different fighting style or a different weapon, at least a straight blade like the star blade doesn't suit you. Lin Xie was in deep thought. He had also felt it during the knife fight with the other party. Instructor Han's knife skills were obviously much more flexible than his own. What about me? Lin Xian stood on the side with a curious expression. Instructor Han had real skills and had seen a lot, so Lin Xian was curious as to which one he was considered. You? You're kind of the other extreme with any weapon. I can feel that you carry an intent in yourself, and to you it seems that the type of weapon or even the skill of using it is unimportant. You only need the most basic of moves, and most importantly, it's still that intent. There was something that Instructor Han hadn't said. Proficient in 18 weapons and gifted in the use of weapons, he was most able to feel Lin Xian's state when he used them. It felt as if all the weapons were meant for him. It was as if the weapons were the generals leading the troops, and Lin Xian himself was the emperor. To the emperor, the generals only need to be obedient and good, and only need to bring victory for themselves. The rest, it doesn't matter. That intent in him was blood and fire, destruction, and the most extreme violence in the world. After a moment's hesitation, Instructor Han still said, "Can I ask? Have you ever studied fighting?" "No, why do you ask?" "I've noticed that when you fight empty-handed, you seem to have more flavor than when you use a sword, as if every move is natural, but when Lin Xian didn't use any weapons, but only his empty hands, he seemed to have more intent than when he used any weapons. According to the previous analogy, it's like holding a weapon, being a general under the emperor's command hanging on to a battlefield. And to fight empty-handed without weapons is like an emperor's imperial campaign. But when it came to facing a mystery, Lin Xian couldn't be allowed to go in empty-handed. How could a human's fleshly mortal body compare to a weapon? "I see. Thank you, Instructor." Lin Xian understood what Instructor Han meant, and also saw the other party's concerns. "Don't worry, Instructor. I'm not stupid enough to fight mystery with my bare hands." Lin Xian reassured Instructor Han a little while secretly adding in his heart, "Before I couldn't dragonize. Human flesh and blood is no match for mystery. I'm sorry, but I'm not your average guy. It's even hard to say if I'm still human after my bloodline purity rises to 50%. He had a feeling in the dark that after his bloodline purity had risen to 50%, he wouldn't turn into Deadpool like the hybrids and the dragons, nor would he be one of the super hybrids in Japan, but he could be sure that he would appear to have changed in a larger way by then. The feeling is too mysterious to say, but he was just able to be sure. It's like intuition. As for what changes would occur, Lin Xian had some guesses in his heart. As the purity of his bloodline rises, he will gradually move closer to that Black Emperor. So, is there a possibility that as one's bloodline purity breaks through 50%, one will become a dragon, or part of one's torso will be able to turn into a dragon? Such as growing hard-scaled armor that covers the entire body, sharp talons, and even membranous wings that belong to a dragon. If this could really be the case, was it that he counted himself as a fleshly mortal, or was it that his enemies were truly weak and unbeatable in the flesh? All the weapons of the world are a joke in front of Nidhogg's divine body. He does not need to resort to any weapon, for he himself is the most powerful and deadly weapon in the world. Noon. Unlike the morning when raw meat was put on a plate, this time it was the recruits who carried their own plates to receive their own food. As for why the change was made, let's just say it's obvious at a glance. Incidentally, Lin Xian was asked to be the last to receive his food. When all the rest had finished their meals, Old Sun pointed to the mountain of meat in the basin and the steamed buns in the other basin. "These are yours, and you don't have to serve plates. Just get on with it." Lin Xian knew. This time, the vast majority of them forced their way through the nausea and ate the piece of raw meat on their plate. They have realized that their future meals may be all of this stuff sooner or later. It's better to adapt early. Attention all. Instructor Hong walked into the cafeteria and instantly attracted everyone's attention. "This afternoon, your first extreme training will be held. After lunch, gather at the training ground immediately. Do you hear me?" "Yes." The crowd spoke in unison. Seeing this scene, Instructor Hong nodded with satisfaction. Finally, a bit of soldiering. When the instructor left, the crowd then talked. 7 nights. Do you know what extreme training is? Chow Yuan turned his head to ask Lin Chia. Should I say no? The physician of the intensive training camp is really powerful. Just one morning he started to live and breathe again. Lin Chia only shook his head at Chow Yuan's words. He was still thinking about what Instructor Han had told him that morning, that he wasn't cut out for straight swords. So what's the right fit for you? Lin Chia was pondering, when he suddenly noticed a figure sitting across from him in his afterglow. Lin Xian wiped his mouth and sat down across the table in a big way, crossing his legs like a grandpa. The corners of Lin Chia's mouth twitched, and he remembered Instructor Han's comment to Lin Xian, that the intent on his body was natural, and it didn't matter what kind of weapon he used. It's not even night yet. Why are you starting to think about life? Is it possible that you're fangirling over some pretty girl? Lin Xian had nothing to do after eating his fill and started talking. Lin Chia let out a huh and rolled his eyes. Who's as touchy-feely as you are? You take up 2 words. Lin Xian? So aggressive. That's what the other guy used to call himself when he was in Squad 136, especially when he had robbed the other party's meal, causing Lin Chia to go without food. Lin Xian. I'm proud. I'm proud. Lin Xian was equally unwilling to show weakness and compared a middle finger towards Lin Chia. There's one thing to be said for your handsome neck. Ha! Lin Chia was uncertain. It's just got a pig's head on it. Lin Chia, so want to explode with this. Chapter 45 Girl gives a gift of flowers. Lin Chia is clueless to the core. On the bus. On either side were the fast receding oniony mountain colors. Bailey Chubby sat in the car, a face to stick to the top of the window glass, not to mention how excited. They actually came out. After more than half an hour, the crowd reached a rolling mountain range, with smaller mountains surrounding it to encircle the central peak, like stars in a starry sky. Lin Chia recognized this mountain peak with a single glance. Surprisingly, it's Mtsunin. He sounded surprised. Mtsunin is not well known and has not been developed as a tourist attraction, and few people usually come here. The instructor brought them here. It's hard not to let them climb a mountain, but how can climbing a mountain be called extreme training? All of you, get out of the car. Instructor Hong pointed to the mountains in the distance. See this mountain. This extreme training is centered around this mountain. Next, each of you will be carrying 35 kilograms of weight. All you have to do is to cross this peak before dawn tomorrow. A cruel smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You will be pursued by drones as you traverse the peaks. As soon as he spoke, densely packed drones appeared in front of the crowd. Underneath each drone was a small, dark hole that was currently aimed at the recruits. The weights you are carrying come with a localization feature. The drones will keep following you and spraying paint at you. Once you are sprayed with paint on your body, it means failure. As for the punishment for failure, I can guarantee you guys definitely don't want to go through that. Instructor Hong laughed coldly, his voice chilling. And, of course, there are 3 rules I would like to inform. First, the loads on you can be exchanged. You can carry someone else's or have someone else carry yours. Second, no attacking drones or blocking drone attacks. Third, you can't attack each other. Just those 3 points. Do you hear me? Understood. The crowd shouted in unison. Very well, all come forward and claim your loads. Instructor Hong waved towards Lin Xian as if he remembered something. Lin Xian, come here. Saying that, the 2 officers behind him lifted down a huge hiking bag from the trunk left and right. Only a thud was heard as the hiking bag landed heavily on the ground. This is your load? It's specially made for you and weighs 130 kilograms. So I don't think it'll be a problem for you. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you can't carry it. The big deal is just being eliminated. Speaking of this, the corners of Instructor Hong's mouth almost grinned up to his ears. He was very much looking forward to the scene where Lin Xian would be tortured by them after failing to put on the ring of truth. Even the questions, they are ready. The rest of the recruits heard this and all of a sudden they were talking. 7 nights, isn't this load a bit much for Lin Xian? Bailey Chubby came up to Lin Chia's body. He felt the 35 pounds of weight he was carrying and his face was bitter. 35 pounds of weight just back on, they feel unable to straighten the waist. I really do not know Lin Xian, that will be nearly 3 times their own weight to do. Not much, probably less. Lin Chia replied. This forced physical quality, he was considered to be the most aware of it in the training camp other than Lin Xian himself, and this amount of weight was considered a burden to him, but it wasn't heavy. As for Lin Xian on the side, after hearing Instructor Hong's words, he immediately perked up. Unlike Lin Chia and the others looking at it, he was aware of what this so-called punishment for failure actually was. Putting a ring of truth on you and then asking you extremely humiliating questions, with a plenary broadcast and absolute social death. He doesn't want it. Let's put aside whether or not you'll die socially for a moment. You've got a lot of secrets about yourself. Although the instructors generally ask odd questions, it is not unlikely that some of today's instructors have been infiltrated. It would be a disaster if, when the time came, he took the cold shoulder and asked himself a fatal question. As the saying goes, you can't afford to be on guard, and no matter what, he can't afford to get caught. He picked up his load and weighed it. Feels okay. Lin Xian turned his head to look and realized that all those who had finished receiving their loads had been issued a tactical knife to use to overcome terrain obstacles. Except for him and Chao Yuan. The instructor watched Chao Yuan for a moment, eventually pulling out an iron spoon used for cooking and shoving it into his hand. You can't touch the sword, and you can't find anything else suitable for the time being, so make do with what you've got. After he said that, not caring about Chao Yuan's dumbfounded expression, he turned his head to look at Lin Xian, who was silent for a moment, a playful expression on his face. As for you, the chief instructor said you don't need a pocket knife, so if you run into a terrain obstacle, use your hands, and if you can't, it's okay if you get eliminated. Lin Xian. I'll believe the hell out of you. Why did he get the feeling that these instructors couldn't wait for him to be eliminated in a hurry so that he could make a fool of himself? However, Lin Xian didn't say anything, just shrugged his shoulders and returned to the group. Raising the intensity of training was something that he had originally proposed, so how could he possibly backtrack on it? The rest of the crowd gulped as they looked at Lin Xian's mountaineering bag that was half a person tall. With that weight, I'm afraid they'd be on the ground straight away. As a result, the other person not only can carry it but also seems to be quite easy. TCH less. Instructor Hong smacked his lips when he saw this scene. I did not expect this weight is still less, or next time directly get a 200 kilograms of weight. Instructor Hong was calculating in his heart and entered the tent that had been set up long ago. In front of him was a huge map and densely packed red dots on the map. However, it doesn't really matter how much weight you carry. After all, this mountain range had all been blocked off by forbidden objects. It was impossible for them to walk out, and they would eventually be caught and tortured by them. 7 nights, what do you think the punishment will be? I don't know, not in a good way anyway. Lin Xie shrugged his shoulders and suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Xian to the side. Lin Xian, you should know. Know what? Punishment. Lin Xie looked at Lin Xian with a burning gaze, but he saw that Lin Xian had a dumbfounded look on his face that didn't seem fake. 7 nights, how could Lin Xian possibly know that the training content of the intensive training camp is never kept secret? Bailey Chubby said in disbelief. Lin Xie didn't explain anything. He just stared at Lin Xian for a moment and only withdrew his gaze when he saw that he was looking at himself with the gaze of a psychopath. He was 80% certain that Lin Xian had a similar ability to foretell the future. But he didn't know how far the other's precognition could go. Is there nothing to know, nothing to see? Or can you only see vague fragments? So close. Seeing Lin Xie turn his head back, Lin Xian secretly said in his heart, at the same time praising his good acting skills in his heart. Thanks to his quick reflexes, or else he would have been really exposed. Although it was fine for him to know, Lin Xian was still used to keeping a hand for himself. The 4 of them were walking down the mountain road, and within a few minutes, they suddenly saw a girl running towards them. Without waiting for the 4 to react, the girl shoved a yellow mountain flower into Lin Xie's arms with lightning speed, then disappeared down the mountain path at a rapid pace. Lin Xie. The other 3. Chapter 46. Recruits of social death, is this punishment? You can kill me. Open up. This little girl. In the tent, Instructor Hong saw this scene through the drone and raised an eyebrow in shock. Although it was true that relationships were not allowed in the training camp, that was not what surprised Instructor Hong. He was just amazed at the courage of this little girl. If you want to go after very decisive, such a little girl on who will be high. Instructor Hong had read this little girl's information. Her family was really mineral, or she was an only child, and she was also very pretty. Very nice little girl, old Han. If you can learn from others, as to be single now, get lost. Instructor Han gave him a blank look without any good reason. Alas, who let old Han fiddle with those weapons of his all day long, usually staying out of doors except for killing mysteries. An instructor around the room picked up on this. That's right, old Han, you can't live with weapons for the rest of your life. The crowd laughed. That said, on the other hand, a small flower was stuffed in his hand, and Lin Xie's entire body was a bit numb and clawed. What's going on here? Seriously, he'd never received anything like that in all his life. If he was facing a fight, he could definitely handle it very calmly. But in the face of the young girl's love, Lin Xie didn't know what to do. He was also just a 17-year-old boy, and was somewhat at a loss when faced with this kind of thing. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian, wanting to see what the other party could suggest. Lin Xian just let out a light snort. What's the point of showing off? It's just a flower from someone else. It'll grow on our graves. Question mark. Am I trying to show off? Lin Xie's emotions were instantly incoherent. He felt that Lin Xian was doing it on purpose, but once the other party interrupted just now, he calmed down. Lin Xie looked at this small flower in his palm for a long time before he put it away. Although Lin Xie didn't intend to consider the affairs of men and women at this stage, this was after all a young girl's heart, so he couldn't throw it on the ground, right? Still need to find a chance to make it clear to this girl that she doesn't want a relationship. As Lin Xian looked at this scene, he suddenly remembered when he chased after Lin Xie and Jialan CP in his previous life. Some people fall in love. Some people look at the sea at night. Some people themselves stay up in the middle of the night knocking on their CPs, crying and drooling and yelling that they are both in true love. Lin Xian muttered. Lin Xie glanced at him and didn't say anything. Couldn't have been about himself anyway. He wasn't going to be in a relationship at all. On the side, when Chubby Bailey saw someone sending flowers to Lin Xie, he replaced Lin Xie with himself in his mind, and the girl who sent the flowers was replaced with Jasmine by him. If Jasmine does send him flowers, which way should he accept them? Hey, wake up! Chow Yuan saw that Bailey Chubby looked like he was wandering around, and used the spoon to shine a knock on his head. You can't tell, but the spoon feels pretty good when you knock your head on it. Hurry up and get out of the mountain as early as possible. Get out of the mountain as soon as possible. Lin Xian looked in one direction. He could feel a steady stream of energy pouring out of there, influencing the crowd. If he was right, there should be a forbidden object in that direction that could disrupt their sense of direction. But it doesn't work for you. He could sense the range of the forbidden objects, so naturally he wouldn't get lost. It's a simple fact that forbidden objects do nothing more than disrupt the sense of direction so that one cannot walk in a straight line. And since Lin Xian knew the orientation of the forbidden objects in disguise, he also knew how to walk in a straight line. It's like playing a game and getting lost when a very, very tall marker appears in the distance, and looking at the marker keeps you from getting lost. A truth. As long as Lin Xian headed in a direction away from the forbidden objects, he would always be able to get out of Mount Jinnan. Buzz. A sharp buzzing sound echoed from his ears, and Lin Xian looked up to find a dense swarm of drones chasing this way. Move. Don't let the drones catch up with you. Lin Xie reacted and took the lead in rushing towards the mountain forest. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the distance. One recruit was shot by a drone and fell straight to the ground, unmoving. Within moments, the three instructors carried the recruit back with a wicked grin, the odd hee-haw sound carrying a long way. Fatty Bailey looked at this scene and couldn't help but gulp. What the hell is this? Just spraying paint at them, why are they still fainting? And those instructors just now, they felt like laughing a bit pervertedly. It's hard not to. Bailey Fatty clenched his legs and busily followed the three people in front of him. However, they realized that Lin Xian and the others had stopped. What's wrong? Chubby poked his head out and realized that 4 people were standing across the room. It was none other than Shen Qingzhu and his 3 minions. Yo! Lin Xian waved his hand towards Shen Qingzhu with a playful expression. Tsh, what's that look on your face? Shen Qingzhu glanced at Lin Xian. Somehow, Lin Xian's smirk looked very beaten up, making his hands itch a little. Nothing, just glad to see you. If he remembered correctly, Drag seemed to be the most social one to die in this extreme training. It also allowed others to see Shen Qingzhu's true colors underneath his tugging. Obviously a gentle guy, but he had to wrap himself up in it. At that moment, a conversation suddenly came from the weights of the crowd. Name. Su Wei. What's the most counterintuitive thing you've ever done? When I was a kid, I was afraid to go to the bathroom alone, so I prepared a bottle of iced tea to fix myself. Turns out my parents thought it was a drink and left it on my desk the next day. You drank it. Drink. How does it taste? Is somewhat astringent. Ha 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 ha. Sue. I didn't realize that you used to drink to yourself when you were a child. Ha 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 ha. I can laugh at you for the rest of your life. There was laughter from the crowd among the hills, but soon the voices went down with laughter. They couldn't stop laughing. Silence, a long silence. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. So, the so-called harsh punishment is actually this? Bailey Chubby's voice trembled a little. Even with just the voice, they could hear the man struggling, but the other man ended up telling the most unseemly thing about himself. What does that mean? It shows that there is something that makes people tell the truth. This is not a punishment, it's a death sentence. The people examined their past for a moment, and then they all showed a look of determination. I can see that everyone has that 1 or 2 things they can't see. Let's split up. Our 2 groups together are too big a target. I'd do it without saying. The 2 groups of people soon went their separate ways, during which there were constant screams coming from the mountains and forests. What's the thing you've done that you regret the most? In elementary school, I and my class schoolgirl is a village. I often run to her home to borrow homework. When it was still summer, every time I went to her when she was guang, nothing to wear, said it was too hot. She was still shy about it, but I didn't feel like it was anything, and I was thinking to myself that it wasn't just LUO. I'm okay with it. What's there to hide? So now you regret it? Yeah, regret. As for what I regret, I'm afraid to say for fear I won't see you again. Name. Chun-Li. What's the most counterintuitive thing you've ever done? I was bullied as a child, And then I did what I was taught online and had the 3 girls who were bullying me snatch the gold necklace and jade bracelet from my purse and sent them both to juvie. Exempt. This is good. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This girl is good. Not only does she know how to ask for help, she also fights back so successfully. 7 nights. What's wrong with you? Bailey Chubby noticed that there was something wrong with Lin Chia's expression. Did you guys get the feeling that we've been going in circles? Lin Chia looked around with a serious expression. Something was wrong with the situation. The people seemed to have been going in circles, as if something had disturbed their sense of direction. At this rate, they won't be able to get out until they run out of steam. Ow, you mean this? There should be a forbidden object disrupting our direction. Lin Xian returned in a seemingly casual manner. Lin Chia? You already knew? Right? Then why didn't you say so? You can find out anyway. So wouldn't it be the same if I told you or not? Lin Chia, convex dish. While the guy is right, he's really good at getting beat up. Okay. I'll lead the way. Lin Xian appeased at the right time. If he didn't appease a bit more, he was worried that Lin Chia would explode with him even if he spelled social death. At that point, if one dared to fight back, it would be against the rules. And by not fighting back, it's easy for drones to take advantage of the situation. It's not worth it. Lin Xian turned slightly sideways and looked towards the sky. There, a full 7 drones had been parked. It was unusual to have one drone chasing 2 or 3 people. In his case, it became 7 drones chasing 4 people. He was sure that with so many drones, a large portion of them were aimed at him and Lin Chia. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. That's really looking up to me. If he was really in a desperate situation, he would have to die a Taoist death and use Lin Chia as a shield. Chapter 47. Tugger Name Scene 114 volumes. Volumes with her name on them. Name. Li Liang. Got a favorite? No. Admiration counts. Shen. Why? When my brother was in his first year of high school, he had gotten into trouble with a group of punks who would come and harass us every day, and it was Shen who couldn't stand to watch, picking off a dozen of the other side by himself, and even though he won the fight, he was kicked out of the school because of it, which led to him having to go back to farming. Shen was already a senior in high school at that time. It was May or June, and he was about to take the college entrance exam. But because of this, Shen, who originally had good grades, couldn't take the college entrance exam. Because of this, you and your brother decided to follow Shen Qingzhu? More than that, we also followed Shen for a long time before realizing that Shen is not as gangly as he seems on the surface. Shen is actually very gentle on the inside, and it's not too much to even say that he's the gentlest person in the world. He's always talking about threatening us and saying get out of here if you don't listen. But in reality, he's always been secretly concerned about us. Zout Tugger Name Scene. Lin Xian's eyes lit up and heat sked in his heart. Tug's experiences from his early years have led him to this current personality. Wrapping the soft inside with a prickly outer shell, like a hedgehog. Ha ha ha, why is it that the one who was obviously eliminated was Drag's little brother, and the one who died socially was Drag? Bailey Chubby scoffed viciously. The corners of Lin Chia's mouth also turned up. He also did not expect Shen Qingzhu to be such a person, obviously looking at a fearless appearance. In the tent, Old Hong, Lin Xian, and the 4 of them's whereabouts are a bit off. How is it wrong? If they go any further up the mountain, they're going to be out of the range delineated by the forbidden objects. Are you sure? Instructor Hong was busy calling up the positioning map, in which he could clearly see that there were 4 red dots that were about to go beyond the demarcated range. At this rate, they could really set a record for being the first team of recruits to cross MT Tsunan. Again, this means that some of them sensed that their sense of direction was being altered and responded correctly. Although this fact was shocking, but thinking about the configuration of that 4-man team, Instructor Hong was relieved. Also, with those 2 little monsters, Lin Xian and Lin Chia, isn't it normal for them to be able to detect it? Let them keep going, send a few more drones after them, give them a hard time, and if they do make it out of the Xinan Mountains, that's their skill. 7 nights. Don't you want to rest for a while? No. Lin Chia gasped as he felt like he could still walk. Lin Xian, what about you? I'm all for it. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Chia. This guy was obviously close to his limit, yet he was still fighting so hard. And he knew that obsession with the guy. Fight to live through the decade and then go back to that little home of yours. And then live out this life with my aunt and brother. It's just a shame that this has been a moot point since a decade ago. It was no wonder Lin Chia went crazy after learning the truth. 7 nights. What? Lin Chia turned his head. It was the first time Lin Xian had called him by his name in such a formal manner. and for a moment he was still a bit uncomfortable. Have you figured out where you're going to be in a year? What's the point of asking something like that all of a sudden? It's not up to me to decide. Lin Xian, you and 7 Knights are so outstanding. You're definitely going to be in the Shangjing squad. Need you ask? Chubby time is nameless. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at Lin Chia with a burning gaze, his expression extraordinarily serious. If you end up being assigned to Squad 136, you can't stay in Sangnan City for 10 years and not go back. There's no way the Night's Watch headquarters would let Lin Chia stay in Sangnan. And what the hell are you guys talking about again, what not going back? Lin Chia just stared into Lin Xian's eyes and didn't say a word. In the past, the other party always had a game-like appearance, and he had never seen Lin Xian so serious. Combined with his guess, Lin Xian was able to foretell the future. Perhaps he was seeing things. Lin Chia began to seriously ponder this question. Lin Chia was not a cutie. On the contrary, he's smart. He guessed that Lin Xian was able to foretell the future, and Lin Xian knew that he had guessed it. When the other party said that, it was almost as if he was explicitly telling him that he would return to Squad 136. Not thinking about why for the time being, if it was really as Lin Xian said, and he really returned to Squad 136 to Sangnan City, would he be able to resist not going back to take a look? The Night's Watch is also allowed to go home, as long as they don't reveal the Night's Watch to the commoners. Does that mean that if one really stays in Squad 136, one is able to visit home often during these 10 years? Lin Chia had made a wish to keep a vigil for 10 years before returning home, but what traveler would be willing to keep an empty vigil for 10 years if he could return home earlier? What traveler can bear to stay empty for 10 years? I'll leave you to your own thoughts. What Lin Xian said here could be said to be benevolent. Lin Chia's mortal dust divine realm couldn't last forever. The ant would always disappear. All Lin Xian could do was urge Lin Chia to go home and visit, at least before his ant disappeared. Some might say that Lin Chia ended up reviving everyone, including Auntie. But what about the frost in between? Lin Chia had long been more than just a protagonist in a novel once to him, but also his first friend in this world. The truth is that many times men's friendships are very simple and the main thing is a stinker. Brain waves match up, look at each other and joke about it, that's it. Not to mention, both he and Lin Chia were considered alternative monsters. What's not a monster when one owns a neurological hospital and the other has a tombstone in his head? Monsters and monsters to be friends. Thanks. It's okay. A big favor, just buy me dinner. The corner of Lin Chia's mouth twitched. He remembered that the Night's Watch was paid quite well. Eventually he nodded with difficulty. Step with the foot. First things first, no self-help please. The last time they ate at the buffet, several of them ended up being kicked out by the owner and blacklisted Lin Xian and his party. Supposedly his picture is all over the buffet owners, like a jungle manhunt. Lin Chia didn't say anything. He was considering whether he could pull Chubby over to help him advance. If you can't, just buy the materials yourself and bring them back for the captain to make. The captain was used to cooking for Lin Xian anyway. It would have been kinda sad to think of my aunt and brother just now. After Lin Xian's interruption, Lin Chia couldn't be sad anymore. He glanced at Lin Xian and felt that this guy was doing it on purpose, but he had no proof. Chow Yuan and Bailey Fatty on the side quietly listened to the whole thing, and wisely didn't express any opinion on the matter. That's a bit of emotional intelligence they still have. Can you still walk? Should I carry you? Lin Xian looked towards Fatty Bailey. No, I'll just carry it myself. Long pain is better than short pain. Chubby Bailey had already made up his mind to let himself pass out from exhaustion. And anyway, he couldn't be caught by the drone no matter what, or else he wouldn't be able to protect his reputation for the rest of his life. At that moment, another sound suddenly came from the weights. Yo, if it isn't Shinqing Zhu, you've been arrested too? How dare you attack a drone? Quite capable. Someone come. Give our young Master Shin a seat. We've finally caught you. Exempted. Tug fell into the net. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, his expression excited. I'm curious. Have you ever written a love letter to someone as soft on the inside as you are on the outside? Wrote. How many seals? 114 letters. Is it written to a person? Right? Promise. No. Chapter 48 25% ability unlocked. Ultra critical speech spirit. Lin Xian's body alteration. Night covers the land. The team of 4 had turned into a team of 3, and Chubby 100 gloriously fainted and escaped. At this, Lin Xian felt some pity. After all, he was a top-ranking rich kid, and he was still curious about Chubby's previous life. By the way, Lin Xia, I suddenly remembered that Bailey Chubby seems to like your feet. It's hard to. Lin Xian looked at the panting Lin Jie with a comical expression. Lin Jie directly stumbled when he heard this. Chao Yuan's eyes were rounded and his ears almost perked up to the sky. What's the deal? There's an adulterous relationship between Chubby and 7 Knights that I don't know about. Get out. Lin Jie held his tongue for a long time, but in the end, he only managed to hold out this sentence. It still suffers from too much quality. The bastard knew what was going on and ended up playing innocent here. It's almost out, are you okay? Lin Xian glanced at Chao Yuan. Thanks to the fact that from the very beginning several people were walking in a straight line under Lin Xian's leadership, they were not disturbed at all. But by now, it had also been nearly 7 hours of walking, and a normal person would have been paralyzed with exhaustion. Chao Yuan nodded. Of course he didn't have a problem. His load was still on Lin Xian right now. If I can't get out of here, I'll be ashamed of myself. But he was more concerned about something else. 7 Knights. Don't you need to take another break? No, I can still walk. If Lin Xian and Chao Yuan were carrying on hard with their physical prowess, then Lin Jie was relying on the Starry Night Dancer. His physical quality wasn't as good as Lin Xian and Chao Yuan, but he couldn't afford to recover at a ridiculously fast rate. From an hour ago he had reached his limit, but now he was still able to travel forward. Let's go. This guy is a creep. Speaking of perverts, which one of the 3 of us is not a pervert? Chao Yuan said while wielding an iron spoon to open the way. And Chubby 100, he's a pervert too. Indeed. That guy is rich and overly perverted. Lin Xian nodded his head in agreement. Also still always claims to be an ordinary person, but actually ordinary people don't say that. And only ordinary people can play with ordinary people, can't they? Chao Yuan shrugged. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard the dense buzzing of drones coming from behind him, and by the sound of it, there were at least 24 of them. Originally they were adorned from afar, but now they pounced towards the 3 as if they were an army. Is it unplayable? Lin Xian took a step forward. Run, the drones are following. When the 2 heard Lin Xian's words, they didn't hesitate and similarly sprinted forward with all their strength. They don't want to be outdone by drones in the neighborhood of victory. Miso, miso. With 3 soft thuds, the trio made their way through a dense jungle to a clearing. The next moment there was thunderous applause. Chao Yuan subconsciously covered his eyes, and when he adapted to the light and fixed his eyes on it, he realized that those in front of him were none other than the instructors of the trio. Congratulations. The 3 of you have managed to make history as the only 3 guys ever to pass extreme training. Instructor Hong came forward and shook hands with each of the 3. He glanced at Lin Xian. At this time, the other party was also drenched in sweat. After all, carrying more than 100 pounds across the mountain range, even with Lin Xian's physical fitness, he was tired enough. Under Lin Xian's leadership, Lin Jie and the others had been walking in a straight line, which had allowed them to cross the Jinan Mountain and arrive here in the shortest possible time. Obviously, this guy had secrets he didn't know about, but Instructor Hong didn't say much. How normal to have secrets. All people have secrets. He, on the other hand, is only interested in the secrets that can make the recruiting society die, and he doesn't ask about any of the rest. All right, since you guys won, get in the car, go back and take a bath and get some rest. Returning to the training camp, Lin Xian didn't rush to the medicinal bath prepared by the instructor, but found an excuse to go to the washroom. Lin Xian looked a little agitated. His bloodline purity had risen to 25% in the morning, but he hadn't been able to find the right moment to collect it. Every time one receives a new ability, there is always a large amount of information about the new ability flooding into one's mind in a flash. Add to that the fact that every time you receive a new ability, it is accompanied by a significant increase in physical fitness, and if someone else is there, it's easy to notice the anomaly. And this whole day he was with Lin Jie and the others, so naturally he didn't find the time to collect it. He was curious as to what his new ability would be. Closing his eyes, his consciousness sank into his mind and the huge tombstone reappeared before him. At the top of the black monument, the dragon head came to life as if it were a living thing. Next to the 25% line on the headstone, only 2 large letters are written. Trial. Huge amounts of information hit the brain, and with it, intense physical pain. Pain, bone deep pain. Bones crunched, and from neck to tailbone, the entire spine seemed to have been cracked and then reorganized, making tiny, numbing noises at the slightest movement. The pain that spread throughout his entire spinal column and traveled down his spine straight to his brain was like a cluster of tiny pieces of iron spiraling and churning inside his brain, irritating his fragile nerves. All the bloating from the huge amount of information seemed so insignificant in the face of this pain. After a long time, Lin Xian quieted down. He looked up at the ceiling and exhaled softly. It hurts. Lin Xian's voice trembled as he slowed down at this point and stumbled up, his vertebrae making a crackling sound, similar to the release of a falling cannon. His hands were shaking by now. Extreme training hadn't even made him look like this. But after the pain comes the excitement. Through the information given by the tombstone, he got not just one but two abilities for the trial this time. First up is Judgment, a high-risk speech spirit with serial number 111 inches the Dragon Clan, exclusive to Erica. Beings with judgment are known as messengers who punish the world on behalf of heaven, and are able to inflict mandatory death orders on enemies within their domain. Of course, this ability can also work selectively on targets within its effective range. It's one of those things where if I want you to die, you die, and if I don't want you to die, you're still able to jump around. Not only that, Speech Spirit Judgment also has some cutting properties and can control the four elements to some degree. Within his domain, if he wanted to, it wasn't impossible to cleave an iceberg with a sword like Aria did. Not only could he split icebergs with one sword, a landslide with one sword, a sea of fire, or even a giant wind blade with one sword would not be a problem. Of course, there is a prerequisite for either of the competencies in the trial. His spiritual power would have to be able to support the release of the Speech Spirit Judgment for it to work. Otherwise, it's pure nonsense about eunuchs going to greenhouses. As for the second ability, it had to do with this remodeled spine of his. In a way, Lin Xian's previous guess came true. His body composition really started to change towards that of a dragon. After the change in his spine, he gained an ability called keening. Remember that the super hybrids in the dragon race, such as the source of the child, when necessary, can open the dragon bone state so that the body of thousands of bones into a dense hole, forming a state of defense, this state of the source of the child, also known as the emperor. The dragon bone state not only granted him superb defense, but also unparalleled reaction speed, strength, and physical ability. And what Lin Xian had obtained now was a similar kind of state. Like Genjisai's dragon bone state, his spine would likewise change when he turned on his dragon bone state. In this state, although the resistance to blows didn't change much, the strength, speed, and reflexes would be greatly improved. Lin Xian tried to turn it on, and in an instant, the vertebrae began to crackle, and Lin Xian's golden pupil automatically turned on, vaguely transmitting a kind of crimson red, rather than a pure golden color. Gently clenching his fist, Lin Xian was amazed. This feeling so dominating. In the dragon bone state, Lin Xian felt that he could kill himself in seconds without opening the dragon bone. Even if one were to talk about physical fitness alone, 5 or 6 Lin Xian who didn't open their dragon bones together wouldn't be a match for him. Hiss, why does it feel like this is much more outrageous than the state of the dragon bone of Yuan Jishang in the Dragon Clan? But after feeling it for a moment, Lin Xian also discovered a drawback. Just by turning on the dragon bone state for no more than 3 minutes, the bones around his spine had already begun to faintly ache. It seems that in the keeled state, the spine puts pressure on the surrounding bones, so perhaps the surrounding bones will just crack if they stick open. To be honest, this Lin Xian was already somewhat looking forward to the changes he would make afterward. It does hurt, but the change is also really big. It can still be just changing the spine. What kind of scene would it be when one's entire body's bones evolved and the dragon bone state was turned on again? Also, the reason you can't keep it on for too long in the dragon bone state right now is because the surrounding bones can't take it. When one's entire body skeleton is altered, this will not be a problem. At that point, the keeled state, would that be his resident state? Lin Xian looked out the window. In the dark night sky, the only thing that was burning was a pair of golden eyes, like the stars in the sky, looking down on the earth. P.S. As you can easily tell from the time I posted, I really tried my best to code. Please, the author is here to beg for free swag and 5-star reviews, and really appreciate it. Chapter 49. Lin Xian is not a Nidhogg advocate? Lin Qia's jaw dropped. After collecting his reward, Lin Xian was about to leave the washroom when he suddenly paused again. There's something wrong. His spiritual power, it seemed, was on a higher level. The spirit, which had been feeling tired, was unusually active at this time. There was a sense of coolness that was traveling up and down his entire body. At first Lin Xian thought that it was a sensation brought about by his body's transformation, but after feeling it carefully, he realized that it wasn't the case. One's own realm breaking through to the pool realm. The quality and quantity of spiritual energy had increased very significantly. Originally, Lin Xian's realm was already at a critical level, and just now, at the moment of acquiring his new ability, his own realm directly broke through. Nowadays, the coverage area of the blood-sucking scythe had reached 100 meters, and the limit distance in one direction could even reach 300 meters. The sound of ticking water, various rustling noises, the sound of instructors whispering. So much information surging into the ear canal at the same time, straight to the brain. Lin Xian actually only feel a slight swelling of the head, no longer such as the realm of the marigolds. The full power of the opening will have a needle-like stinging sensation, as if the head is going to explode in the next second. It seemed that due to the increase in mental power, his ability to receive information had also greatly improved. The human word was that, after the realm was raised, he was able to turn on his blood-sucking scythe at will without worrying about his head hurting. Of course, if it's on all the time, it's still noisy. There's no avoiding it. Converting the blood-sucking sickle and quieting his ears again, Lin Xian's attention shifted to his other speech spirit. Speech spirit times 0. With a thought, the next moment, the whole world seemed to press the pause button. It was as if time had become a line that had been stretched infinitely, the sound of water ticking in the washroom had been stretched infinitely, and in this time and space that was as if it had been stood still, Lin Xian was the only exempt person. He could feel a field appearing within a 20-meter radius around him. It belongs to the realm of time 0. This meant that time 0 went from a single acceleration skill to a group skill. He can exempt others from the realm of time and bring them up to the same speed as himself whenever he wants. Lin Xian returned to his dormitory. At this time, Chao Yuan was lying on his back in the middle of his medicine bucket, his eyes closed tightly, and the other party's chest was trembling, rising and falling at an extremely slow pace. Lin Xian took out 2 stopwatches from the cabinet. With a movement of his mind, one of the pieces got exempted and resumed the normal flow of time. In the midst of this space, which seemed to have been stood still, the ticking sounded. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian finally felt mentally exhausted, and he realized that his time 0 had reached its limit. The stopwatch, the one that was exempted, eventually pointed to 283 seconds. The stopwatch, which was not exempted and had the same flow of time as its surroundings, was pointing at 7 seconds. In other words, time 0's duration changed from 3 seconds to 7, while Lin Xian's own time was accelerated by 40 times. 7 seconds passed in the outside world, while for Lin Xian, 280 seconds passed. Notably, the immunity stopwatch consumed a portion of his mental energy. Otherwise, he could have lasted longer. Of course, the amount of mental energy consumed would only be greater if one was exempt from being in the field. Canceling out time 0, Lin Xian soaked himself into the middle of the wooden barrel. The killing power of the skill judgment of speech was just too perverse for him to try here. Besides, now he had other things to do. That's what it is going to Niblungen to care for the old empty nester Cho. Don't let the wait be a pity. Hand slides. Early the next morning, Lin Xian climbed out of the medicine bucket early. I can't tell you how relieved I feel. Although Yuan Gang had said that he would only raise the intensity of his training and wouldn't give him special treatment in the rest of the aspects, his own medicine bucket was obviously several degrees greener than others. If the liquid in other people's medicine buckets was a soft green, his was a bright green. The medicine is also much stronger. The explanation given by the instructor last night was that he was physically different and that a normal concentration of medicinal baths wouldn't work for him. In response, Lin Xian just smiled and made a mental note of it. Last night I fought with old Zhao. The sun and the moon wore out the avenues. In the end, Lin Xian went one better with time 0 and managed to beat Zhao Kongqing's in-game character to his knees. Lin Xian got up and put on his clothes, and Chao Yuan, who was on the side, heard a rustling sound and woke up leisurely. Going to dinner? Aang. Take me one. Elbow, call 7 nights too. It's night. Lao Zhao, try the new skill with me again. Get out. Zhao Empyrean City blankly glanced at him without any good reason. He suddenly felt that the gap between people was really bigger than between a human and a dog. This scourge has a bunch of skills, and one mendicant flashing moon for himself. Originally, the opponent had more abilities except for time 0, which had a wind blade-like skill. As a result, there's now another one. Still such an outrageous skill. He recalled Lin Xian's slash just now. With one slash, the monstrous giant flame turned into a sword blade. Even the Nibelungen's mists were split in half. Lin Xian called this ability judgment. It was said that the strike just now was still only an additional ability of judgment, not its core ability. Lin Xian felt the spiritual energy in his body. Just that one strike just now had consumed most of his spiritual energy. Judgment is a skill that's good for everything, but it's just a little too consuming. The word judgment, which also means death in Dragonlance, represents the core power of the spirit. Although he hadn't tested it yet, Lin Xian could feel the perversion of this ability. As long as he could afford the mental power, as long as the opponent was located within the realm of judgment, whoever he wanted to die was a matter of words. Suddenly, Lin Xian looked as if he had sensed something and jerked his head. Lao Zhao, I'll go out for a while. He dropped the sentence and his consciousness quickly returned to his body. Just a moment ago, the divine might appeared in the assembly camp, and it was close to him, very close. Every cell in the entire body was yearning to invade and swallow that deity who emanated divine authority. It was a longing that originated from his bloodline. Lin Xian had a feeling that as long as he could swallow the other party, the purity of his bloodline would definitely be able to break through 50% in an instant. Restraining that longing within his heart, Lin Xian quickly calmed down and began to think about more important issues. Why is there an aura of godliness in the gathering? Wait a minute, Lin Xie. Lin Xian reacted to the fact that Lin Xie's mental hospital was home to several gods Dionysians, and that they could still come out and let loose with a treatment level of more than 50%. This divine Dion that appeared at the training camp at this moment, if he expected it well, should be Lin Xie's first patient, Nyx. Suddenly the aura disappeared, while half a dozen times it reappeared. With that, there was the buzzing of helicopters, and countless searchlights shone simultaneously toward the roof of the dormitory building. Lin Xian opened his blood-sucking scythe, and the sound of several people talking reached his ears. May I ask your honor? Nyx. So it's the goddess of darkness. I wonder what the purpose of the goddess visit is? I just came to see my son's kingdom of God. She means she's looking for an agent. Further down, Lin Xian couldn't hear. His blood-sucking scythe was shielded by some kind of power. Lin Xian was not surprised by this. It was a god after all, and it was more than normal to be able to detect his blood-sucking scythe. Moments later, in the asylum. Son, why is there a living cancer of the world around you? Cancer of the world? What is that? Lin Xie noticed that Nyx's face was serious, unprecedentedly serious, with some slight worry mixed in. From the time she'd been in contact with Nyx, she'd always been crazy, and she'd never seen the other woman this serious. But he didn't know what the cancer of the world was, and he didn't understand why it was around him. The cancer of the world and the world, only one of the two can exist, and this one around you is very similar in breadth to the one that has long been silent in Northern Europe, but obviously the world hasn't reached that level yet, and it's only right that that fellow doesn't come alive at all. She could sense that cancer of the world around her son, who was still in the juvenile stage at this point. Nyx was all set to directly strike out and strangle his opponent just now, but ultimately held back. She was worried that her hasty move would trigger a stress reaction from the cancer of the world, causing him to revive prematurely. Hearing the word Nordic, Lin Xie suddenly reacted to who Nyx was talking about. Mother, are you talking about Lin Xian? The other party is an agent of Nidhogg. It's normal to carry Nidhogg's aura. Seeing that Nyx's face remained serious, Lin Xie added, the other guy is my friend, and I trust him. He didn't want Nyx to go crazy and slaughter Lin Xian. As that guy was, it wasn't even close. He recalled Lin Xian's hints to him again. If he can return to Squad 136, is it really hard to wait 10 years? Lin Xie had a hidden answer in his heart regarding this point. Anyway, Lin Xian was a friend that he, Lin Xie, recognized. Being his friend is a high-risk occupation. One of them had been beheaded by him, and one had died to guard him, so he didn't want Lin Xian to die again. What's an agent? Nyx cocked his head. It's similar to the relationship between the two of us, where I'm your agent. Nope. Nyx shook his head. What's wrong? That guy is not an agent of Nidhogg. If I had to say, Nidhogg should be his agent, even if he is still weak. Huh. Lin Xie. What the hell? Nidhogg was the god. Lin Xian was perverted, but he was still immortal no matter what. How can you reverse the Big Dipper and have Nidhogg be Lin Xian's agent? It's not right. Something must be wrong. Lin Xie forced himself to calm down. Nyx's healing level was still only 51%. Her words couldn't be taken at face value. According to Nyx's understanding, Lin Xie was her son as well as her agent. So the agent equals son. Nyx says Nidhogg is Lin Xian's agent. Meaning, it's not. Ah! Lin Xie felt like he couldn't calm down a bit. Chapter 50. Lin Xie was exempted, so this is time 0. Lin Xie. Is there something on my face? No. Then why do you keep staring at me? Chubby time came over. It feels like the way you look at Lin Xian in Seven Nights is similar to looking at exotic beasts, the same way I surrounded the Siberian tiger at the zoo. Lin Xie remained silent. He didn't ask anything. Still, everyone had their own secrets, and Lin Xie had no intention of exploring them, not to mention that Lin Xian was considered one of his few friends. He was just, well, so surprised. Lin Xian is more like Nidhogg's dad or something than Nidhogg's agent, which is too bombastic by any stretch of the imagination. Who Nidhogg was, he knew, and because of Lin Xian he had made a point of learning about it. Wings of Death, Devourer of Terror, Black Dragon of Extinction, these were all his titles. Nidhogg's dad should be a god anyhow, right? At the very least, a dragon, right? Although this guy Lin Xian was perverted, physically speaking, he was at least a human being. Chao Yuan was silent for a moment and gave his assessment. Seven Nights looks at Lin Xian the same way the rest of them look at Seven Nights. In the past few days, things about Lin Xie had spread like crazy. The world's unique double god agent. The forest scum with his feet on two god ships. Well, that latter title was passed out by Lin Xian. Suddenly, the whistle sounded from outside the cafeteria. Several people got up immediately. Let's go. It's time to train. I just don't know what tricks the instructors can pull off for this extreme training. I remember the last time the boys' punishment was 2 days in women's clothes, and I don't know where the instructor got all those little skirts out of whole cloth. Seriously, I kinda wanna see 7 nights in women's clothing. Agreed. Get out. Heh, not me. I wanna see this guy female jump on New Treasure Island. You get out too. Time seems to be on fast release, and in the blink of an eye the summer is over. Songnan City is located in the south, and in the past the winter was not really cold, and there was no need to prepare thick blankets. But not this year. This winter has been exceptionally cold. The sky was pale, and the gusts of wind seemed like steel knives, scraping at one's skin and freezing it red in no time. The recruits assembled on the training ground and waited for the instructor on the stage to lecture them. Obviously only wearing short sleeves, but the body is straight like a flagpole, straight into the earth, pointing to the sky. Despite their stoic expressions, many eyes revealed disbelief. By all rights, training should have started at this point, but Instructor Hong called them out to the training ground, not knowing what to do. Instead of practicing physical fitness today, I'm here to make an announcement. Instructor Hong's voice echoed in the training ground, and he was similarly dressed in short sleeves. The first half of this intensive ended early, and at the same time we decided to give you a short vacation before the second half of the intensive begins. The 4 days from today to the second day of the Lunar New Year are your vacation. But be careful. No one is allowed to leave Songnan City. Violators will be dismissed from the vigil directly. When dismissed, all of you go to the dormitory and pack your things. In half an hour, there will be a bus at the entrance of the training camp to take you into the city. Now, on my command, dismissed. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, then dispersed in a flurry, and the surrounding area was instantly noisy, during which a few monkey calls could be heard. 7 nights. 7 nights. They actually gave us a vacation. Chubby Bailey exclaimed, his face ecstatic. 7 nights, what's wrong with you? And Lin Xian too. Why aren't you too happy at all? This vacation was so sudden. Lin Xie looked to the side at Lin Xian and voiced his opinion. Coming for the 3 of us. Which 3? You, me, and Chubby, 2 divine agents, one of which is an unprecedented double divine agent, plus Chubby, the young master of the Bailey family, is enough for certain people to take desperate measures. Lin Xie's brain turned so fast that he immediately reacted when he heard Lin Xian say this. So, the instructors are trying to turn the whole thing into zero? Well, if we stay in the assembly camp, it's easy to spill over to the other recruits, and in that case we can only be passive and wait for the enemy to make a move, and spread the recruits out so as to confuse the enemy even more. A few people quickly packed up their necessities. But there's really nothing to clean up. Chao Yuan had very little, just a bedding, a pillow, 3 pairs of socks, and 2 pairs of shoes, plus 2 sets of clothes. As for the 2 of them, Lin Xian and Lin Xie, one has a house in Songnan City, and one lives in the red-tasseled family. Many things are pressed without having to bring them back, prepared there. As for time, fatty, Chubby, don't you carry anything? There's no need, if you're short of necessities. Just buy another set? All the evil rich people. The crowd lined up in front of the bus, and Lin Xian saw with a sharp eye that the instructors had taken out stacks of black boxes from the bus. That's the box that holds the star blade. All listen to me carefully. The star blades that are issued to you now are for you to use in response to a crisis, and cannot be utilized until the critical moment. And, Even if you use it, you have to find a place where no one is, and you're not allowed to bring panic to the masses, you hear me? Understood. The crowd hugged the box and got into the car. Lin Xian, sure enough, you guessed it right. It's not right, it's even letting us go out with knives. Chao Yuan looked at Lin Xian with an astonished expression. I just don't know when the attack will come. Lin Xian held the box and didn't say anything. This black box is no different to him than a display. After all, he has the 7 deadly sins. The moment the bus left the training camp, the crowd suddenly felt a lightness in their bodies, followed by a burst of gasps. I broke through. Me too. Just now I was still in the marigold realm, but I suddenly broke through. Lin Chia looked shocked. Just a moment ago, he felt his body lighten up and the confinement that was originally pressing down on his body disappeared. What followed was a fountain of spiritual energy that flowed raw throughout his body, clearing his entire being. 7 nights. I've broken through. Chao Yuan's face was excited. Just now, his realm directly broke through to the pool realm. Normal, after all, there was always a forbidden substance suppressing the spirit during the training camp, and after being suppressed for so long, when it was suddenly released, it naturally gushed out. Lin Xian clasped his hands to his chest and explained. What about you, Lin Xian? Why don't you look like you've changed much? Oh, I've long since ascended to the pool realm. Lin Chia. He then asked one more question. It was true that Lin Xian hadn't made a breakthrough, but that didn't mean he hadn't improved. Although the forbidden object didn't seal his speech spirit, there was the same suppression of his spiritual power. And just now, Lin Xian only felt as if he had unloaded the weight that he had carried for a long time, and his mental strength had steeply increased by a large margin. Right? Lin Chia. Get ready. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Chia and said in a voice that only the two could hear. Ready for what? Lin Chia was uncertain. The attack. It's coming. Question mark. The moment Lin Xian's words fell, 6 black dots rapidly approached the bus in the distant sky. The flying object arrived close in the blink of an eye, and that was when the crowd finally recognized the flying object's true nature. That's missiles. Get down and find cover. The missile was fast to the extreme, arriving close in just the blink of an eye, barely giving Lin Chia any time to react. When he reacted and tried to move, the missile had already come close. 3 of them spanned the crowd and flew in the direction of the training camp. The other 3, however, landed on the sides of several buses and exploded with a bang. In the blink of an eye, flames shot up in the sky, sand and rocks rose up in all directions, and several buses were directly overturned on the ground. Violent explosions came from close by, shaking people's heads. It was also the moment the bomb exploded that the world seemed to be pressed into pause. Lin Chia's pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints as he saw cracks crawling inch by inch on the glass, and he saw countless metal fragments from the bursting of the missiles shooting towards the crowd as if they were going to wear them into a funnel. But the speed of it all was so slow. It was as if he could pick off the splinters that were shooting at the crowd with the slightest lift of his hand. Lin Chia was immersed in a great shock. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and block the debris. You want to die, don't pull me on. Lin Xian was on the side with his arms wrapped around him, teasingly watching the scene. There was a reason why Lin Xian had exempted the open time 0 Lin 7 nights. He remembered that Lin Chia had obtained the Supreme Darkness Divine Ruins after Nyx came out and was able to control all items within the realm. This Divine Ruin is just the right place to settle these fragments. No, this is time 0? Lin Chia quickly reacted, his eyes snapping wide. I didn't hear that this guy's time 0 can also give others time acceleration as well? And looking at Lin Xian, time 0 seemed to last for a long time. So, the same time aspect of the Divine Ruins, why does Kingface have such a short duration and starts to get weak after a few seconds of use? Come on. Don't think about that. Hurry up or we'll all have to karma. Lin Chia instantly retracted his thoughts and attempted to open the Divine Market. It took time for him to open the Divine Ruins, and if it were normal, perhaps he wouldn't even be able to open the Dark Divine Ruins in time before the missile fragments pierced through his body. But now, with the addition of time 0, Lin Chia felt that time was so abundant for the first time. Is this time 0, this feeling of the world hitting the slow play button? The Dark Divine Ruins opened up, enveloping all the debris that had struck the bus, all of which were turned around and directed towards the ground. The Dark Divine Ruins withdrew, and in Lin Chia's eyes, all the fragments changed direction and slowly descended towards the ground. That speed, it wasn't much different from a fluttering leaf. Determining that all the fragments had been turned, Lin Xian also lifted the time 0. Of course he could use the wind blade of the blood-sucking scythe to help fend it off, but with Lin Chia here not using it for nothing. Moreover, Lin Xian had long regarded Lin Chia as his future teammate, and Time Zero's immunity ability would definitely be used for the other party. So he would use it sooner rather than later to familiarize himself with it. Only after doing so, Lin Xian realized that Lin Chia had actually tilted his head and collapsed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian subconsciously dodged. Bang! 7 nights. What happened to you 7 nights? Lin Xian. Nothing just happened. Yeah, that's right. Chapter 51. The blood-sucking scythe first showed its power, Nibelungen's new discovery. Lin Chia opened his eyes to a familiar ceiling. This seemed to be the mansion of the Red Tassel, and he was now in the very room he had been living in for a month. Yo, awake? Congratulations. The surgery was a success and you've become a girl. Lin Chia. He turned his head to the side. Why are you here? At this moment, Lin Xian was sitting next to him stoned on melon seeds, crossing his legs and looking at him with a leisurely face. Nonsense, we're both in squad 136, and I sent you back, so of course I'm here. Lin Xian looked like he remembered something. By the way, I told Instructor Hong that you did all that on the bus, and he wanted to give you a medal for it. What about you? Lin Chia didn't feel that he was the only one to take credit for this. If Lin Xian hadn't opened Time Zero, he wouldn't have been able to stop it in time, and he might have had to get hitched himself. Don't say anything about me. They don't know that my Time Zero can put others into a time-accelerated state. Lin Xian paused as he slightly adjusted the angle of his teeth and proceeded to get high. Besides, I can't trust them, of course. If it's the captain and the others who ask, you can tell them. I see. Lin Chia nodded. It had only been a short time since he had awakened, but he was already able to figure some things out. Why was it such a coincidence that they could be hit by a missile attack just as they were about to leave on a bus? Besides, it was a missile, not anything else. Such things were bound to be strictly under the control of the Night's Watch, but 6 missiles were literally in sight again. This can only mean that there is a mole within the Night's Watch. So it made sense that Lin Xian couldn't be trusted. Lin Chia could also understand Lin Xian's mind. The other party was trying to hide this ability, perhaps giving the enemy a fatal blow at a critical moment. Okay. Since there's nothing else for you to do, I'll go back first. Lin Xian waved his hand and directly left. A few more months had passed since the bloodline had been raised to 25% and the dragon bone had been unlocked. And with that forbidden item that sealed the crowd's forbidden ruins, as well as the mortal dust divine ruins and the supreme darkness divine ruins in Lin Chia's body, his bloodline purity had risen to 27%. If he remembered correctly, the enemies that appeared in this assassination were former night watchmen from the Lenten Institute, mercenaries, and even people from the Church of the Ancient God. If done correctly, he could completely use this opportunity to make the bloodline purity leap past 30%. There is one thing to keep in mind though. This is not the original, and because of his presence, the Church of the Ancient God has one more target this time. The other side might send a tougher enemy to invite him or kill him. He needs to be more vigilant. However, there was no need to worry too much as soldiers came and went. After leaving the villa, Lin Xian turned around and entered the store, and when he came out again, he already had a stack of sticky notes and a piece of paper in his hand. At this time, Qingyu should have already grasped the entire underground rat colony, and at the same time it was also a disguised way of grasping all kinds of information about Songnan City. He wanted to make a deal with Qingyu, exchanging his blood for information about the enemy, and instead of sitting on the sidelines, he should take the initiative. It's also a way to get acquainted with your future teammates ahead of time. Moreover, he was curious as to what Qingyu could research with his own blood. Lin Xian wrote several post-it notes all over the place, and through the blood-sucking scythe, he found the rats in the shadowy alley and gave them the post-it notes. Lin Xian picked several locations to cast a wide net, in order to be able to pass information to the other party as soon as possible. I want to make a deal with you with my blood. I want information on the location of all my enemies. If agreed, have the rats come to my villa. Lin Xian. Lin Xian returned to the villa, and in less than an hour, 2 rats crawled into the villa and appeared in front of Lin Xian. One of them had a post-it note in its mouth and the other held a 10-centimeter test tube. On the sticky note, besides Lin Xian's words, there was one more word. Good. And Qingyu didn't ask Lin Xian how he knew of his existence. He just returned a good word. The handwriting is so beautiful that it doesn't even look like it's written by a boy. Lin Xian looked at the other party's words and then looked at his own. The one advantage of your own writing is that you can see what is written. Without hesitation, Lin Xian drew out the lust from the Nibelungen and made a cut on his arm. The scarlet blood fell like red tumblers one by one into the test tube. But rather embarrassingly, the wound stopped bleeding before the test tube was filled. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched, and he could only cut one in. He handed one of the filled test tubes to one of them, and the other took short, quick steps and quickly disappeared from sight. The other remained in place. Lin Xian picked it up and placed it in the palm of his hand. You just need to show me the way, starting with the best take. The mouse's head points in one direction. In the middle of traveling, Lin Xian caught a glimpse of a McDonald's next to him. Oh wait! As if remembering something, he turned and went into the McDonald's store and bought a bag of fries. Of course, it wasn't the fries that mattered most, although they were certainly good. The important thing is that McDonald's bag. Lin Xian found a deserted alley, poked 2 holes in the bag and put it over his head. All right, let's go. Today we pay homage to a wave of dragons. Visible to the naked eye, Lin Xian's excitement rose. The rat didn't understand what Lin Xian was doing and just dutifully completed his work. A moment later, under the guidance of the rat, Lin Xian arrived at a remote alleyway. The sky was getting dark, and the gusty wind blew the hem of Lin Xian's coat, grunting. The middle of the alleyway was dim, and through the car window, Lin Xian couldn't see inside at all. Putting down the rat, he walked towards the van, and in the next moment, 2 knives appeared in Lin Xian's hands. One cut is emerald green, the other pale green. The air was terribly quiet. Click. Vampiric Sickle heard the sound of a bolt being pulled, and having trained with Lung Xian in a special training program, he was very familiar with the sound. The opposite side is pointing a gun at him. Lin Xian stopped. He could hear the breathing of several people in the van, and although they were already doing their best to keep it down, it was so clear in Lin Xian's ears, as if someone was exhaling hard in his ears. 2 total of 9. It's also thanks to the van, otherwise it wouldn't have fit so many people. In the van, Scorpion 1, how? Scorpion 3's face twitched as he looked at the strange man in front of him with a McDonald's bag on his head. What bad luck to meet a psychopath. What else can I do? Wait for the other guy to get a little closer and just rush out and restrain him and kill him. Remember, don't use a gun if you can, and don't draw attention to yourself. Although Scorpion 1 said that, the gun in his hand hadn't even been lowered. He always had a feeling that the man across from him was wrong, very wrong. 1 step, 2 steps. The man stepped on the ground and seemed to knock on his heart. With every step the other party took closer, that feeling of ill will grew stronger. 10 meters from the van, man stopped. Scorpion 1 clearly saw the man raise his hand, 5 fingers spread wide, and aim it at them. In that moment, the feeling of badness was put to the maximum. Scorpion 1 raised the gun in his hand, his mouth wide open as he tried to shout something. From the 2 empty holes snapped out of the McDonald's bag, a pair of gold-colored vertical pupils dazzled, and uniquely belonging to Nidhogg, the Black King's pressure erupted in an instant. Miso, miso, miso. It was as if countless tiny blades had been compressed into the van and instantly burst open. It was really only an instant, from the time the man's eyes lit up to the time the wind blade burst into flames. Not even a fraction of a second. Ho ho ho! Scorpion 1 covered his neck as he realized that he couldn't speak, but when he tried to use his hands, he realized that his hands were already soft and rotten like mud, exposing the pale bones of the hands inside. Even the bones of his hands were full of scratches. He turned his head to the side and his pupils contracted violently. The entire inside of the van, from the bottom to the roof, was covered in blood, mush, and countless tiny scratches. A steady stream of flesh mixed with blood fell from the roof of the car, snapping and splattering. Several of his companions, on the other hand, had long since fallen to the ground in an unrecognizable state. All over his body, he was densely packed with tiny wounds. It was only at this moment that horrible sharp pain surged to his brain, all over his body, and for a split second the pain simply drove him completely insane. I'm sorry. I wasn't in control. I didn't realize you had a breath left in you. The voice came from his side, and the owner of the voice seemed genuinely sorry. Sorry for not ending him outright and instead causing him futile pain. Scorpion 1 no longer had the strength to turn back, or rather, the muscles that controlled the rotation of his head had been severed at this point. What exactly is this, what monster? Scorpion 1 was trembling all over, not sure if it was from pain or fear. Since you're almost out of it, help me test one thing, just as a last remaining effort. The demon still whispered in his ear, and the other's tone suddenly became solemn, as if an emperor on high were proclaiming to a sinner. Death. oddly pronounced in a language he had never heard before, but suddenly he understood the meaning of the word. He's declaring himself dead, as if it were a gift. Miso, as if an invisible blade had cut through his neck, Scorpion One's head fell to the ground with a thud. It didn't consume much mental energy. Is that why the opponent was supposed to die? Lin Xian muttered. 9 people in the van dead as a doornail. In a moment ago, Lin Xian had compressed the wind blade of the blood-sucking scythe to the extreme and then instantly exploded it. Huge amounts of tiny wind blades, bursting in a small space like the van, one could imagine how terrifying the power would be. And in the end, that person's head fell off because Lin Xian had experimented with the spirit of speech judgment. Sure enough, as mentioned in the message, the skill judgment had some cutting properties. The so-called judgment is like death wielding an invisible scythe, and with a single stroke, life fades away without a trace. Looking at the corpses in this van, Lin Xian was in a bit of a bind. But suddenly, as if he felt something, he reached out his hand towards the pile of mush and bones. The bodies in the van instantly faded into nothingness. Just a moment ago, Lin Xian's blessing came to him, and he remembered the Nibelungen's introduction. Bury the dead of war, and the souls of the unjust. The corpses, the wronged souls, all feed the Nibelungen. Lin Xian brought the corpses of the 9 into the Nibelungen along with their unjust souls. As Lin Xian's mind moved, a river appeared before his eyes. A clear river. Flop, flop. He threw in the corpses and grievous souls, and the moment they were thrown in they disappeared into thin air, without a single change in that clear river. No, it's not no change. The river seemed to darken a little, but only a little, almost imperceptibly. At the same time, some sort of unspeakably odd substance appeared in the river. Very, very little. Lin Xian suddenly thought of a rumor about the Nibelungen in Norse mythology. It is said that in the Nibelungen flows a river of great poison called the Huigmire, and that when Nidhogg throws the skeletons of the dead of battle into this river of great poison, the strong power of death and toxins change these skeletons into alien monsters. It's hard to. PS1. The most homage to the dragons I've ever seen from the internet. Gangnam, your horse is gone. PS2. Really thank you for your support. As the saying goes, a big favor. The kid will definitely try to update, with the actual action to repay you. Chapter 52 Dead Water's ability, the 4 great monarchs will finally arrive. Lin Xian decided to call this river stagnant water. As for Herwigmire or something, the foreign phonetic name, stinky and long, not good to remember, do not. The stagnant water is somewhat similar to the mythological descriptions, yet somewhat different. The corpses and wronged souls he put in didn't alienate into monsters. Instead, they were directly melted by the river and disappeared. And after melting the corpses and ghosts, there was an additional strange substance in the river. Lin Xian could be sure that it wasn't a toxin. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian still decided to touch something. As the owner of this piece of Nibelungen, it was only right that he should not be hurt by his own. And there was no warning from his intuition when he intended to touch the river. Lin Xian's intuition was accurate now, and since his intuition didn't call the police, it meant that there was something going on. Fingers lightly touched the river, sending ripples. The moment Lin Xian's finger touched the surface of the river, the substance seemed to return to the nest as if it were a milky swallow, directly swooping up and swimming around his fingertip without stopping. In this instant, Lin Xian understood the ability of this substance. This substance is capable of transforming beings in the Nibelungen, transforming them into dragons. He immediately thought of old Zhao. He had pondered how to transform Zhao Kongqing into the 4 great monarchs. Ultimately, I stopped for the time being because I didn't find a way to do it. Now it seems that this substance that transforms living beings should be the key to it. As long as he could accumulate huge amounts of that substance, transforming Zhao Kongqing into the 4 great monarchs would not be difficult. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, and he suddenly felt like he was really a devil. Killing an enemy, one would devour some kind of esoteric thing and forbidden ruins from the other party to enhance one's own bloodline, and now the Nibelungen still needed the enemy's flesh and soul as sustenance. It was really the best use of everything. Squeeze it all out, inside and out. Consciousness returning to reality. Lin Xian turned around to leave when he suddenly noticed a folding knife resting underneath the van. This is... Lin Xian bent down to pick up the folding knife, and it was only then that he remembered that there seemed to be such a thing in the original. A forbidden item called blood boiling on the Scorpion's one hand. In other words, he or she killed the Scorpion squad early. Well, not much feeling, the other side lead the box too fast. Picking up the blood-red folding knife, Lin Xian took a closer look. Blood boiling. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 209. Capable of absorbing the power of dead beings around you for a short period of time and superimposing it on yourself. Scorpion 1 didn't even have time to utilize this forbidden item before Lin Xian killed him in seconds. But folding knives? Folding knives plus times 0, and he thought again of the rather charismatic old man with the tawdry personality. Including the folding knife in the Nibelungen, Lin Xian bent down to pick up the rat. Go on. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was an explosion in the distance. Lin Xian gazed with a frown as one of the best hotels in the entire Cangnan city suddenly exploded on the highest floor. If he remembered correctly, Chubby seemed to live there. It seems that no guidelines are needed. Re-dropping the rat, Lin Xian took a step towards the direction of the explosion. Chao Yuan, don't tug on my bathrobe, it's about to fall off. If I don't tug, I'll fall to my death. With a flash of golden light, Bailey Fatty and Chao Yuan landed peacefully. Phew, thanks to my little master's quick wit, or else the two of us would have become mincemeat by now. I'm more curious about the other thing than this. Chao Yuan's eyes stared straight at Bailey's chubby bathrobe. Where did you hide the self-sustaining space? You stay out of this. The two men looked around the room, their expressions suddenly serious. The surroundings were wrapped in a transparent barrier, isolating the interior from the outside world. Ringless hollow. The two immediately recognized the object. When did you mess with the Night's Watch? How would I know? Bailey Chubby rolled his eyes. He could guess that someone would come to attack him, but he also didn't expect it to be the vigilantes who came. In the dimly lit intersection, the sound of clattering footsteps echoed around as two silhouettes, one in front of the other, pinned Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby in the middle. The streetlight shone on their backs, casting a shadow. The man in front of him was stout, with a country face and a serious countenance. The man in the back, who was carrying 3 knives on his back, smiled playfully and looked at the two of them like they were looking at 2 panicked rats. The burly man in front of him suddenly shrank in size under the two men's gaze, suddenly transforming into a skinny man who was only 1 meter tall. What's this? How come it's still changing size everywhere? Forbidden Ruin Sequence 214. Muscle restructuring. The ability to compress and restructure one's muscles. The harder the compression, the more terrifying the speed and strength. Chao Yuan explained. I just don't know who's tougher between this guy and Lin Xian. No matter how strong Lin Xian's physical body is, it's not so strong that he can be compared to the Forbidden Ruins based on his physical qualities alone. Not to mention, the opposite side is at least the Pool Realm, the same realm as us. The short, thin man didn't say anything and stamped his paws. Boom! The earth shattered, leaving only a foot on the ground, and its figure transformed into a black residual shadow, as if a sharp arrow pierced through the sky. The skinny fists quickly zoomed in front of the two men's eyes. Bailey Chubby subconsciously shrieked in alarm, and the Yao Guang shield on his body opened up. Bang! There was a muffled sound, but that sound, it didn't sound like it came from the Yao Guang shield. Bailey Chubby looked up, only to see a tall figure with his back to him, the shadows enveloping him completely, making people feel safe. Just, Bailey Chubby looked odd. Why is the other guy wearing a paper bag on his head with a McDonald's logo on it? Are you serious when you wear that thing? Is it possible that this guy is actually a supreme powerhouse who ran out of some mental institution? Isn't that how it's always played out in the movies? So many crazy and stupid old men who were locked up in mental hospitals or prisons looked unkempt on the surface, but in fact they were invincible heroes of the world. Chubby Thousand's thoughts were racing, and then he saw McDonald's freak turn his head and look fixedly at the two of them through the 2 holes in the bag. I just heard you guys calling me. A familiar voice came from the bag. Lin Xian. Both Bailey Fatty and Chao Yuan had 2 round eyes. What's going on with you? Don't you think it's funny? I feel more like a psychopath than fun. Bailey Fatty spat, turning his head to look at Chao Yuan. Old Chao, what do you think? It seems to look good. Old Chao. He realized that Chao Yuan was looking fixedly at the bag on Lin Xian's head, and there was actually approval in his eyes. Hey, did you guys forget about us? A skinny fist wrapped in a gust of wind came crashing down. The veins on the skinny man's forehead rippled. These 3 people even chatted to themselves, completely not putting themselves in their eyes. Snap! Lin Xian raised his hand and caught it easily. What the hell? The skinny man tried to pull his fist out of the other man's hand, but the other man was like a mountain. No matter how hard he pushed, he didn't move didn't even move his feet. This guy, something's not right. Lin Xian, be careful. Chow Yuan and Bailey Fatty spoke in unison. The man behind him who was carrying 3 swords was now holding one of them with both hands, while the other 2 were suspended in mid-air. The 3 knives came out in unison, chopping at Lin Xian from 3 directions at the same time. Lin Xian didn't make any movements. Bailey Chubby was so anxious that he directly threw the Yao Guang shield out, wanting to save Lin Xian, but it was too late. Dang! The sound of blades colliding rang out one after another, and when the crowd fixed their eyes on them, they found that the 3 blades were actually blocked at half a meter in front of Lin Xian, unable to inch in any further. The man only felt his arm tingle and jumped back, looking surprised. What's going on? Just a moment ago, he felt countless invisible shards of blades swirling around the man, deflecting his attacks with ease. Lin Xian glanced at the other party, his golden pupils blazing and burning, endless pressure enveloping him, only to see him loosen his grip on the skinny man's fist, and a wakizashi appeared in his hand. Pest! All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and Lin Xian was even fast enough to swing out a residual shadow. When the skinny man reacted, the pale green rib difference had already been thrust into the man's neck. Ho ho! The man covered his neck and his form suddenly swelled and reshaped into a burly man. The man with the 3 blades sweated when he saw this scene. He hadn't even seen how his opponent moved just now, and, feeling the life force coming from the lust, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Just the moment he killed the other party, the entirety of the other party's life force had surged into his body. Crime and punishment as an ability. That's nice. The stamina that used to require a lot of eating to recover was not only directly replenished after killing a person, but there was even some left over. That said, isn't one a little too devilish? Lin Xian secretly smiled. Following the flesh, soul, and forbidden ruins, even the life force was going to be absorbed by him. The man with the 3 blades was already sweating profusely as he watched the McDonald's monster take care of one of his companions at a speed that even he couldn't react to. As former vigilantes, their wealth of experience goes without saying. In the same pool realm, facing these little brats should be a handful. But now it's clear that's not the case. It's in front of that McDonald's freak that they're more like powerless chickens in a chokehold. It was also at this time that he reacted to the fact that since the strange man was able to come here, it meant that old Han, who was guarding the ringless airspace, was in dire straits at this time. It had only been a short time and they were already 2 dead. The 3 blades man's face was cloudy. He didn't expect that the enemy would be so tricky this time. After hesitating for a moment, he clenched his teeth and ran wildly towards the distance. Trying to run? Lin Xian's figure seemed to be pulled out of a straight line, clearly in place 1 second. The next second he had already appeared in front of the 3 knives man's close proximity, the rib difference in his hand raised high. Fooled! The man with the 3 swords turned around, still with his 3 long swords out in unison, his face grim. At the same time, a feathered arrow wrapped in the night and gale, whistling. The strike from the 3-dagger man was just a cover-up, and that feathered arrow was the killing blow. This time, let's see if you can still block it. The 3 blades man's face was ecstatic, but it was this instant that Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Is truly gone. The figure that had clearly been there the previous second seemed to have been wiped away at the moment, vanishing into thin air. Just now, no matter how fast Lin Xian was, the crowd could at least see the remnants. Where are the people? Hundreds of meters away on a tall building, a female archer gazed around with her eyebrows raised. But she couldn't see Lin Xian's figure at all. That arrow just now the other party was able to react to it, and it was clear that he had even used the forbidden ruins. What a monster! The woman cursed. Are you talking about me? A teasing voice reached the woman's ears, only to hear a chilling cracking of bones as she felt a ripping pain coming from her shoulders. I'm sorry. I didn't learn the means to dislocate someone quickly enough to crush your shoulder. I hope you don't mind. The owner of the voice seemed to apologize, and at the same time, a sharp blade sliced through the neck across the chest, spinning clockwise for a week. The vision became blurred and the body was rapidly getting cooler. What when? It was the last thought the female archer had before her consciousness faded. To her death, she hadn't figured out that clearly in the last second. Lin Xian was still 100 meters away, but as a result, in the blink of an eye, the other party had come to a high building and came behind her. Looking downstairs, at this time, the 3-knife man was being stopped by Bailey Chubby, unable to escape. Including the female archer's body in the Nibelungen, Lin Xian gently wiped his knife and pressed the elevator button. Took time 0 to get up there, but there's no need to rush down there. Going downstairs, Lin Xian took a step towards the three-sword man. Chubby Time stepped aside and stopped, preventing the three-dagger man from escaping. You killed her? Lin Xian didn't reply. The blood splattered on his body already said it all. The man gently rubbed the emerald green blade as he took a step towards the three-sword man. The way he wiped the blade was almost like a gentleman finishing his dinner, tidying up his cutlery. And the gentleman, who was about to enjoy his dessert. Blood sprayed on the McDonald's paper bag, and the man's otherwise comical outfit was particularly oozing at this point. The pair of golden vertical pupils amongst the hollow of the paper bag were a little too bright in the thick ink like night. When Lin Chia heard about the explosion and rushed from the distant villa, this was what he saw. Tall men with bloody paper bags on their heads embraced a thin man. The tall man tilted his head sideways, as if he were saying something, one of his hands resting in front of the thin man. It looked like a gift, and the thin man pushed it outward with both hands, as if to politely decline. At first glance, it looks like a cozy scene of old friends reuniting after a long absence. One party gives a gift and the other politely tries to decline. But helplessly, the tall man is really generous. Hard to send the gift to each other's arms. The skinny man had no choice but to accept it. All that could be seen in the blood-colored paper bag was a pair of blazing golden pupils. At this time, the owner of those pupils also finally noticed Lin Chia. He flung his hand and the lean man fell to the ground. Only then did Lin Chia see that the other party's abdomen clearly inserted a long emerald green knife. The man lay on his back, twitching a few times and then still. The knife, the gift. 7 nights, you're a bit late this time. I've finished killing. The man with the blood-colored paper bag on his head had his arms spread wide as if greeting a friend or showing off his work. Lin Chia could hear that. He's laughing. Chapter 53 Cowed Lin Chia. Thinking about it is still a little exciting. Omega. Can you stop being so sick with the whole thing? I almost thought you had a mental illness too. Lin Chia rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. Obviously, he wasn't frightened by the maneuver Lin Xian had just made. Although Lin Xian had just acted really perverted, Lin Chia didn't feel much. It's not like this guy's been jerking off for a day or two. Get used to it. I didn't think anyone would do it tonight. Normal, after all, we're only on vacation for 4 days, so they won't have a chance if they don't make a move. Say, what's going on at the top of the building? Lin Chia looked towards Chubby Bailey, where the hotel room he had rented was. I don't know who ambushed me and Chow Yuan there, trying to sneak attack me and Chow Yuan, and set off an explosion, but it was blocked by the instructor, and from the sound of it, there's still a fight going on. Do you need to go over and help? We shouldn't be needed. The instructors themselves can handle it. And if not, there's still Chief Instructor Yuan Gang to press the issue. So what are we going to do now? Why don't you have some? Chubby Bailey rubbed his stomach and offered. It's okay. Right, Lin Xian? Lin Chia looked like he remembered something and took out a piece of azure prismatic crystal, a small box from his pocket. This is something Instructor Hong asked me to bring you. He said he had thought to give it to you when he got off the bus. He also said that this thing was actually prepared a long time ago, but considering that wearing it would weaken the suppression on you from the forbidden object that seals the forbidden ruins and suppresses spiritual power, he didn't give it. Thanks. Lin Xian took the box and opened it. A blue prismatic crystal, the size of a fingernail cap, was lying quietly in the middle of it, emitting an eerie blue light in the darkness of the night. A post-it note was placed below the prismatic crystal. Azure Heart, able to open the Forbidden Market Sequence 278, Azure Guardian. At all times within a 1-meter radius around it, to ward off most mental attacks. Sure enough, it's this forbidden object. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Chia. Originally this was Lin Chia's thing, but at this time it was handed over to him by Lin Chia himself. How is this not a? Why are you looking so weird? Lin Chia looked askance at Lin Xian. For some reason, he just had the urge to embed his fist into Lin Xian's face, preferably the kind that couldn't even be pulled off. Ahem, you're overthinking it. Go eat. Led by Lin Xian and Lin Chia, the 4 of them made 7 turns and arrived at a noodle shop. Lin Xian, 7 nights, the noodles you guys were talking about. Is this where you came? Chubby Time looked around. The buildings around him were in disrepair, old neon lights flickering on and off. The alleyway was so quiet that the occasional moth fluttered and fanned itself on the lamp, making a noise that could carry a long way. The store was neat and tidy, except for a couple with aprons sitting on stools, picking away at their cell phones in boredom. Bailey Chubby didn't mind the surroundings. He felt more of a novelty. After so many years, it's the first time I've eaten at this kind of small restaurant, and I feel it has a different flavor. I'll have a bowl of noodles with shredded pork. One large meat noodle. I'll have the shredded pork noodle too then. By the way, boss, you can add food here, right? Sure. Then add everything you can for me. Okay. Lin Xian looked at the sign for the order and hesitated for a moment between the big pork chop noodle and the big meat noodle, but still chose the big pork chop. You want a copy? Lin Xie looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Anan, what's the problem? What's the problem? It's a big problem. Okay. At this moment, not only Lin Xie, even Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby looked at Lin Xian. With their understanding of Lin Xian, this guy didn't feel anything without eating 10 bowls of noodles at a meal. What was wrong with him today? Lin Xian, what are you losing your love? Bailey Chubby asked cautiously. No, don't be ridiculous. Lin Xian blankly glanced at Chubby. The three exchanged glances. Lin Xian is often sick on weekdays, but tonight he was extraordinarily sick, and he even found himself a McDonald's paper bag as a head cover. So I don't know what to think. It's hard to believe that he's gotten worse. What disease was so powerful that it could make Lin Xian unable to even eat? The three suddenly felt the severity of the matter. Come on. Don't think about it. I just ate at McDonald's before I got here. Lin Xian explained. If they didn't explain, these three people were afraid that they would think they had some incurable disease and would soon pass away. So, the three of them nodded, and by then the noodles had been served. Just then, 4 more people walked into the restaurant. It was Shen Qingzhu with his 3 little brothers. Yo, Drag, you're here for noodles too. Chubby Bailey greeted Shen Qingzhu. The name Drag Brother was first brought up by Lin Xian, and then a few people realized that it was very smooth to call, and Shen Qingzhu's outward appearance was still very much in line with it, so it spread. Shen Qingzhu looked at the pile of things in Bailey Chubby's bowl, and the corner of her eyes obviously twitched. Boss? For bowls of noodles in clear soup. Shen Qingzhu shouted. Still 4 bowls of clear soup, ah. Little brother, you 4 have been ordering clear soup all day, and you're still eating this? Shen Qingzhu looked at the 3 people who were staring at the meat in Bailey Chubby's bowl and looking at them, and clenched her teeth. Then, 3 bowls of shredded pork and 1 bowl of broth. When he finished speaking, he pulled his wallet out of his pocket, pulled a few bills out of the bag and handed them to the owner, then quickly took the wallet back. Shen Qingzhu's speed was so fast that basically no one could see what was in the wallet. However, Lin Xie had the mortal dust divine domain, so he could naturally see that after paying, the wallet was already empty inside. He was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke. By the way, Tug Cough, Shen Qingzhu, are you free? Straight to the point. I have a deal here, see if you need it. For the next few days, you are responsible for protecting Chubby, and then Chubby pays you a salary of 15,000 per day. Shen Qingzhu froze and looked at Chubby Bailey. Bailey Chubby was obviously stunned as well, but then he directly nodded his head. What 7 Knights wanted to do, he would absolutely cooperate unconditionally. Even if he lets himself be seduced, well, let us forget about this one. He has his heart set on Molly. Chubby serious face. JPG. Seeing Bailey Tu-Ming nod his head, Shen Qingzhu similarly nodded his head. I'm fine with that. That's $1,000. How can I get 3 or 4,000 in a few days? It's enough for me to treat Deng Wei, Li Jia and Li Liang to many barbecues. Just me, not the 3 of them. Shen Qingzhu pointed at Deng Wei's trio and added, Sure. That. Shen Qingzhu suddenly became embarrassed. Can we get a partial advance? Bailey Chubby opened his mouth. He can only swipe the card now, and Shen Qingzhu is now like this. How to look at it does not look like you can take out the card machine. I'll do it. Lin Xian got up and took out 2,000 from his wallet and handed it to Shen Qingzhu. Thanks. Shen Qingzhu took the money and directly stuffed this money into Deng Wei's hand. You guys spend this money for me and give me the rest when we get back to the camp. Shen Qingzhu paused for a moment and instructed again. If there's anything you want to buy, just buy it. You guys have heard it. This bodyguard of mine is 1,000 per day. Not bad money. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xian's 4 people, several of whom had already finished eating. Go. 7 Knights. Why did you let Tug be my bodyguard? Bailey Chubby came over to Lin Xie and asked. It's impossible for Lin Xian and I to be by your side all the time, and with Chao Yuan going crazy and not recognizing his 6 relatives, it's still necessary to find a normal combatant to protect you. Lin Xie gave an explanation. Of course, that's not all the reasons. Another part of it was that he saw that Shen Qingzhu had no money in her pocket and thought that it would be better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Besides, even if he wanted to teach people to fish, he doesn't have that kind of money. So, where are we going now? Shin Qingzhu looked at the four people. Don't look at me, the hotel I just booked was bombed. If the other side can bomb once, they can bomb twice. Those big hotels are impossible to stay in. Bailey Chubby turned his head to look at Lin Chia. 7 nights? Do you have any recommendations? Lin Chia looked at Lin Xian and didn't say anything. Then, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was silent for a long time. Before going to my house, let's go buy a set of mahjong, just so for people can make a table. Makes sense. Touch. 30,000. Touch again. Lin Xian, can you stop feeding Chow Yuan cards? You think I want to? Missy. And touch. Chow Yuan, you step on the horse. The lights of the villa cast several figures onto the windows, and the clamor carried right outside the villa. Snowflakes fluttered down from the darkened firmament, decorating the land in silver. Canyon City rarely sees snow because of the weather, and the snow was the first in a decade in Canyon City. On a hillside a kilometer away from the villa, a young man set up a sniper rifle and lay on his back in the snow. Through the scope, he could see that Lin Xian's face in the villa had been plastered with notes and was somewhat furious. It was rare to see Lin Xian with this expression, but it was a pity that he was too far away to capture it with a camera. The creaking sound of footsteps gradually approached, and Lin Xian was still scanning around, guarding against any enemies that might appear. It's cold. Wu Xiangnan's voice rang out from Lang Xian's head, and with it came a thick military coat that was laid directly on Lang Xian. The captain is watching from Lin Chia's side, so it's up to the two of us to come over here. I thought you guys said you were tired and were going back to bed? Heh, you didn't sleep either. Instead you're here on watch. The two no longer speak. Let the whistling wind blow on their faces. The snow buried them, motionless, as if sculpture. The only proof that the two were still alive was the exhaled white breath. They are the guardians of the thousands of lights in Daxia, and tonight, they are guarding the one of their own team members. That's homegrown lights. P.S. I'm a little short today. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Chapter 54. At least, call home. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Go out and take care of something. You guys play with yourselves. If you're hungry, there's a bun seller down the street. Help yourselves. Lin Xian turned around and left until he disappeared from the crowd's view before he pulled out a mouse from his pocket. Go on and lead the way. Last night he lost the whole night playing mahjong. Literally the whole night. Not a single game won. The kind of resentment that builds up overnight and desperately needs to be vented by someone. This direction. Lin Xian sensed something and quickened his pace. This direction seems to be the direction of Lin Chia's house. He's already killed the entire Scorpion squad. Who else could it be? No, he had to hurry up. If he was one step slower, maybe the other party would become the little black mange's ration. When Lin Xian arrived at speed, he saw a gentlemanly man with glasses tilting his head, looking in the direction of the first floor of the small, dilapidated building across the street. Noticing someone approaching, the man turned his head to look at Lin Xian with a teasing expression. But when he looked at the visitor, he suddenly turned to reverence. I didn't expect that you would be the one to arrive first. I thought it would be that legendary spokesperson of the twin gods. However, it would be just as well if it were you. Introduce yourself, Lu Liang. Believer seat 16. Lu Liang bowed slightly, his face respectful. Not like he was facing an enemy, but like he was facing a god of the Church of the Ancient God. Lord Rumor has entrusted me with a message for you, esteemed Agent Nidhogg, asking if you would leave the Night's Watch and enter the arms of the Church of the Ancient Gods. As long as you are willing to throw yourself into the arms of the Church of the Ancient Gods, you will instantly become the new god of the Church, enjoying the same power as the three gods. To be honest, when Lu Liang heard these words that Lord Raving had asked him to convey on his behalf, his entire being was shocked. I didn't expect that Lord would think so highly of Lin Xian that the other party wouldn't even become a believer, but would directly leap into the most supreme existence of the Church of the Ancient God. However, when you think about it, it's understandable. After all, this teenage surrogate deity was so special. Deathwing Nidhogg, terrifying, powerful, and perched at the bottom of the world tree. Even Odin, the main god of Norse mythology, can't do anything with him. The other party is indeed qualified to become a new god. Not interested. Lin Xian placed the rat on the ground, his eyes cold and penetrating. Lu Liang or something, I've never even heard of him. Is the other person really a character that appeared in the original Zhanshin? In fact, Lu Liang is the unlucky one who went into the belly of Xiao Hailai only due to the too short death. It was not remembered by Lin Xian. Believer 16 seats, just don't know if the other party is the Sea Realm. Maybe it will be a bit tricky. but you have to try to find out if you can beat it or not. Snowflakes were still falling, hitting the two men. In an instant, a wild wind swirled, and Lin Xian instantly arrived in front of Lu Liang's close proximity and punched out. Ugh, why bother? Lu Liang doesn't even want to fight his opponent. It was reasonable that the Church of the Ancient God would only give the other party one chance. Once the other person refuses, the only thing that will greet that person will be death. But this time, Lord Murmuring's attitude was very ambiguous, not saying that he couldn't be killed, but not saying that he could be killed either. Lu Liang was a very cautious person. Otherwise, there was no way he could have survived until now. He tries not to offend anyone who might become his top boss in the future if he can. If you have a grudge, when the other party really becomes your boss, wanting his head is just a matter of words. Lu Liang slightly sidestepped, brushing the extreme distance to avoid Lin Xian's strike. Lin Xian's speed was fast, but as a powerhouse who had taken half a step into the sea realm, he was naturally not a vegetarian. If he didn't have the strength to back it up, how could he sit in the 16th seat of the believers? While dodging, LV Ling Ling was still secretly sighing in his heart. Obviously only at the pool realm, but so fast, worthy of being the future new god that Lord Rumor valued, truly a future to be reckoned with. But it's only the future that's predictable. The other side was still nothing until they had grown up completely. A few punches in a row didn't hit each other. Lin Xian seemed to be a bit anxious. His speed was getting faster and faster, but more and more unstructured. And Lu Liang avoided brushing against Lin Xian's fists every time, as if a cat was teasing a mouse. Lin Xian was unconvinced and swung his right fist again. This time, his speed was faster than the previous times, but he was still dodged by Lu Liang. I've been guarding against this for a long time. The corner of Lu Liang's mouth hooked as he paralyzed his opponent with a constant speed, then suddenly increased his speed by a notch so that his opponent would not be able to react in time. As expected of an adult who could become a new god, he did have a mind, but alas, these were leftovers from his play. Just as Lu Liang was complacent, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. A long emerald green blade made up the little distance between the two and plunged straight into Lu Liang. Lu Liang could feel that on that knife. A steady stream of liquid was pouring into the veins through the wound. The ability of Tao Tai is to inject toxins into the enemy's body through the densely packed cavities in the blade. Nowadays, there are only 3 kinds of poison among the Tao Tai: a virulent toxin, a paralyzing toxin, and a chronic toxin. The third poison, which is not fatal, is extremely painful and extremely difficult to exorcise. This kind of poison can always stay in the other person's body. Either change a body or beg Lin Xian to use Tao Tai to suck it back. There are only these 2 solutions. Of course, this toxin would still not be enough if they were facing a god. But against the District Chuan realm, it was already enough. Not to mention, the moment he inserted himself into the other party's body, Lin Xian had injected all 3 toxins in one piece, not just one of them. What have you done? Lu Liang's eyes were glazed over. From the moment that liquid invaded his body, he only felt chills in his hands and feet, and the infinite pain felt like it was going to completely engulf him. It felt as if he had become a corpse that still retained his senses, and he could clearly feel worms crawling and gnawing on every inch of his skin, and the intense pain continued to stimulate his spirit. In a matter of seconds, he was on the ground, nearly collapsed. Ironically enough, after a lifetime of caution, he ended up falling on the side of not being cautious enough. But then, who would have thought that Lin Xian would still be able to conjure up a sword out of thin air? As Lin Xian looked down from his height, he saw that Lu Liang's face was rapidly turning purple and black. It was that intense poison that had struck. Putting away the emerald green blade, Lin Xian took out the lust again. Lust has an ability to control the high-frequency vibration of the blade, just like Molly's forbidden market. Now is the perfect opportunity to test the power. In the middle of the day, Lin Xian got up once again. The body was already empty, leaving only a trail of struggle. The snow was dyed red with blood, as if it were a crystal-clear blood crystal, but it was quickly buried by the drifting snow. Lin Xian noticed a small black figure amongst his remaining light and turned his head to look. It's a little black mangy dog. It was obviously the snarling dog in Lin Chia's house that had run out. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. The corner of his mouth curled up and he crouched down. Sip, sip, sip. The little black mange visibly paused for a moment before running over to him with his tail wagging da-da-da-da-da. Lin Xian ruthlessly Rua the little black dog. In this way, we are also Rua who have snarled the dog. When the intensive training is over, I'll try to have Lin Chia go back and take a look. Woof! The little black dog bounced happily and even stuck out its tongue and licked Lin Xian, as if it was happy with Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian jacked another handful of small black mange before he got up and left. In the distance, Lin Xian retrieved the sniper scope. They had been guarding Lin Xian, and naturally witnessed the entirety of Lin Xian's actions. And naturally, Lin Xian knew that they were watching and had absolutely no intention of avoiding them. I didn't expect the brat to grow up so fast. He's already able to stand on his own. When Chima sat on the sidelines with binoculars in his hand, smacking his lips. It's that the boy's methods are a bit cruel, but that's good. Being cruel to your enemy is being kind to yourself. Let's go. Let's help him with the aftermath. Although we don't know what method the kid used to collect the body, the trail is still somewhat obvious. Wait! Lin Xian suddenly called out to Wen Qiemo, and through the scope, he saw an unexpected figure. After a long time, Lin Xian suddenly opened his mouth. 7 nights is coming over. You told 7 nights? When Chima was referring to the matter of Lin Chia's family almost being attacked. No, I don't know why 7 nights came. Is the captain coming? The captain is right behind Lin Chia. That'll do. When GMO exhaled softly, Lin Xian and Lin Chia had gathered together, and he was worried that someone would want to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe the two out. With the captain sitting in on whatever these 2 boys were going to do, they would be able to protect both of them. Yo, 7 nights, you came for a walk too? When Lin Xian saw Lin Chia similarly saw him. Why are you here? Lin Chia was surprised. Lin Chia returned here just to take a look at his aunt and brother from afar. He couldn't go home, even if it was just for a quick look. But why was Lin Xian here? Would you believe me if I said I came for a walk to kill some food? Lin Chia looked at him with false eyes and didn't say anything. What happened? Lin Chia asked directly. He wasn't a cutie. For Lin Xian to appear here, something must have happened that he didn't know about. The two looked at each other for a long time, but in the end, it was Lin Xian who sighed. This Lin Chia guy was shrewd, he couldn't hide it from the other party. I was chasing after the people who wanted to do something to us in reverse, and I ended up chasing them to your doorstep, and I saw a man who had been looking in the direction of your house, sneaking around. Lin Chia's expression immediately sank as he glanced at the bloody color buried by the snow for a long time before he spoke hoarsely. Thanks. This thank you, Lin Chia sincerely couldn't be more sincere. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to his family if Lin Xian didn't happen to find out. Jin, Auntie, and the 2 are his weaknesses. You're welcome. Lin Xian sat on a stone pier by the side of the road and looked in the direction of Lin Chia's house. This angle was just enough to see Lin Chia's aunt's busy figure. Lin Chia similarly sat down and tilted his head to look at the home he had longed for. He was silent for a long time and spoke hoarsely. Lin Xian, I'm wondering if I should stay away from them and let the others think that I don't care about my original home. Maybe that's the only way that Auntie and the others can be spared from disturbances. Thinking too much, your character, destined to be never ungrateful, much less to leave your aunt, who has been so nurturing, in the lurch. You try to be patient and keep yourself away. And in the end, the only ones who get hurt are you, your aunt, your brother, and at most one more little black dog, which has no effect whatsoever on your enemies. As Lin Xian said this, that little black dog ran out again, and when it saw Lin Chia, it immediately wagged its tail like an electric fan. Lin Chia gently stroked little black Lai's fur without saying a word. Lin Xian didn't say anything more when he looked at him like this and just sighed. At the very least, you should call home, even if you're really in the army. It's not like you can't even use the phone on New Year's Eve. Sometimes a loved one can be happy all day just hearing your voice, and even work is energized. Lin Xian thought back to his previous life with his grandmother. On this matter, he was most vocal. By all means, go home more often or you'll only be left with regrets. Lin Xian got up and went far away. Behind him was Lin Chia's trembling voice. Hey Auntie. Well, I'm fine. The blood-sucking sickle was withdrawn by him, and Lin Chia's words, blurring in the midst of the wind and snow, could not be heard. Lin Xian quietly strolled in the middle of the vast snow, like the only black spot on a blank canvas. Chapter 55. Unlocking abilities again, meeting and Kinjiu raising a drink. Go! Lin Chia patted Lin Xian's shoulder, his eyes showing gratitude. He was grateful to Lin Xian for leaving a separate space for him to talk to his family. For the record, my sexual preference is for plump, gentle older sisters, so please don't look at me with that strange look. Lin Chia rolled his eyes. Given that this guy had just been a returnee, he couldn't scold him and just spat. Why are you like Chow Yuan? It's still different. Old Chow likes young married women. What about you? I'm more fraternal than Old Chow. I like any voluptuous imperial lady as long as she's plump. 6. Where to now? I'm going to have a quick breakfast first. Huh. The corner of Lin Chia's mouth twitched. But it's already afternoon. What time did you sleep anyway? I went to bed pretty early. After 5. Question mark. And I've been wanting to throw up for a long time. They say good morning, who's really good in the morning? Ignoring Lin Xian's lousy words, Lin Chia shrugged. Never mind, whatever. It's just that Red Ruffles asked me to tell you not to forget to come to her villa for a get-together tonight. Good. Lin Xian nodded. The two of them separated, and Lin Xian walked into a dark alley, turned into a dark corner, and used the blood-sucking sickle to make sure that no one was around, and only then did Lin Xian close his eyes. Before his vacation, his bloodline purity had reached 27%, and after killing Scorpion 1 and the others, as well as a Chuan Realm believer, his bloodline purity soared directly to 31%. Seriously, it wasn't until Lin Xian killed Lu Liang that he realized that the other party wasn't an ordinary Chuan Realm, but a powerhouse with half a foot already in the Sea Realm. It's also the key to him being able to break 30%. However, the other party's death was so hasty and childish that he didn't even see the other party's forbidden ruins. This was also sideways proof of how terrifying the Taotai poison was. It should be said that it deserves to be a weapon that can poison even a giant dragon in the middle of dragons. But he was more concerned about two other things right now. One is a bloodline purity breakthrough of 30% and receives another ability. The other one, the 7 deadly sins, should pull out another one, and that next one should be greed. As his consciousness came to the tombstone, Lin Xian raised his head, and his afterglow suddenly glimpsed something, and his entire body froze in place. In the distance, the withered world tree suddenly changed. The world tree was still withered, but the root part of it had turned black. Pitch blackness stained the huge ash tree that held up the sky and the earth, to devour it without an inch to spare. Lin Xian noticed that the pitch blackness seemed to have eroded a third of the giant tree. How similar it was to Lin Xian's current bloodline purity. But before that, it was clear that there hadn't been this change. Lin Xian always felt that something would happen when the pitch blackness completely infested the world tree, but it didn't seem to be a bad thing for himself. Unable to figure it out, Lin Xian secretly kept this in his heart and ignored it for the time being. He turned his attention to the massive tombstone that ran through the same vault as the world tree. Bloodline purity 30%. Don't die. What followed was a sea of information and a succession of cracking bones. This time it was the bones in his torso section that were shattering and reorganizing. After a long time, Lin Xian rose from the ground and patted the dirt on himself. The narrow alleyway wasn't covered in much snow, and Lin Xian was stained with a lot of dust. Phew! Lin Xian let out a light breath. Don't die. Surprisingly, this is the exclusive skill of Lumini in the Dragon Clan. After unlocking Don't Die, Lin Xian also completely understood what the hell this was. This was not a spirit of speech, nor was it an ability similar to that of sin and punishment. This turned out to be a law that belonged solely to the king. For the Black King, his every word is a law. All the words of his mouth have become reality. This Torah that Lin Xian had obtained could be used on himself as well as others, and it was highly prioritized. As long as he uttered these words, even if the other party used the ghost god's lead and drained all the potential from his entire body, he would be able to allow the opposite party to keep a breath and snatch the person from the hands of the King of Hades. However, the law Don't Die, when used on another person, would only keep them from dying, and would not restore the other person's injuries to their original condition. Only when used on yourself will you recover from your own injuries. But it's outrageous enough. Not to mention, his torso area, sternum and ribs had now been remodeled, and the power that could be exerted by the dragon bone state was even more perverse. Afterwards, Lin Xian summoned the 7 deadly sins, and with a gentle tap, the sword box unfolded in front of him. He reached his hand towards one of the blood-red long swords and gave it a slight push, only to hear a buzzing sound. The blood-red longsword was exposed to the air. Greed. Looks like a hideous dragon with a sword in its mouth, both hideous and beautiful. It is a sword of absorption and devouring. Any enemy that was scratched by the blade would have a certain amount of blood drained away from them at intervals and stored amongst the sword. The extraction ratio is based on the extent of the opponent's injuries, and an existence killed by greed will have the blood in the opponent's body completely drained. After storing blood, Greed was able to swing a blood-colored chopping blow through the air, and the more blood that was stored and the higher the quality, the greater the range and power of the chopping blow. Moreover, there seems to be no upper limit to the storage of greed. That's a bit of a stretch. This means that with enough blood, even the gods can behead you. In addition to devouring blood from enemy wounds, Lin Xian could also actively provide blood to greed. It was also at this time that Lin Xian suddenly remembered the forbidden object of the folding sword that he had obtained from Scorpion One. The forbidden item, blood boiling, is capable of mobilizing the blood from the bodies of those who have just died around them. And the stronger the user's spiritual power is, the wider the range of mobilization will be. He could use this forbidden item to focus the blood of those around him on himself, or he could put the blood into greed. Retrieving greed back into the Nibelungen, Lin Xian closed his eyes and opened his blood-sucking scythe, spreading it out in all directions. A few moments later, he found the rat he had left behind from another alley. The mouse stayed quietly in place and didn't move, just like dead. Until Lin Xian arrived, it only regained its movement and crawled towards Lin Xian. Lead the way if there are any left in time for darkness, and if you can't find them, why don't we meet? I'm curious to see what you look like now. Lin Xian had a smile on his face. Squeak! The rat quietly listened to Lin Xian's words for a long time before it suddenly squeaked at Lin Xian and burrowed into the sewer. Lin Xian followed closely behind, the smile on his face growing even wider. So, what is the purpose of your visit to me? Perhaps, just to get acquainted with you. Say, how dare you actually bring me to your secret base without fearing that I will rise up and hurt someone? I don't think you're going to kill me, after all. I think I'm still of use to you. Makes sense? Lin Xian nodded fervently. My blood, how's the research going? And Kinjiu held up his glasses as the light hit his face through the mesh grill overhead, illuminating his cheeks and his slightly flushed complexion. Honestly, it's amazing, your blood, it's completely different from normal human blood. It's overloaded with all kinds of blood cells, and no, the form of those cells can't even be called blood cells. Moreover, your blood contains several unknown special substances. It's just a pity that the test equipment I can get at this stage is still too rudimentary. Perhaps with more advanced instruments I will be able to understand their nature even further. When it comes to Lin Xian's blood, and Qingyu obviously talks a lot, can you imagine the feeling of having all three views turned upside down when he sees a sample of Lin Xian's blood? He had dissected the corpse of a Nandu snake demon, and the snake demon's body structure was indeed precise, but it wasn't this unbelievable. Lin Xian's blood was a mist that had never been explored to him, filled with mystery from head to toe. In that case, have you tried injecting my blood into other organisms? How could I use such valuable experimental material so easily? How about I give you a couple more tubes of blood? What is the requirement? Do as much research as you can, and in the meantime you can try injecting my blood into animals, though I should warn you to remember to take precautions ahead of time if you do attempt to do so. Lin Xian had allowed Qingyu to study himself, not without the idea of using Qingyu to understand his body structure in it. He felt like he was just feeling his way through the river right now, and what came from the Nidhogg blood in his body shouldn't only be powerful physical qualities. Those abilities that were unlocked due to the increased purity of the bloodline, although they were also related to Lin Xian's own flowing bloodline. In the final analysis, it originated from that tombstone. But Lin Xian himself had the blood of the Black Emperor flowing through him. He wanted to see if there was something else, something he hadn't discovered yet, in there. As for why Lin Xian trusted the other party so much, one had to know that Qingyu had another identity, the key to the gate. And Qingyu's forbidden ruin, the only positive solution, was the embodiment of the power of the gate of truth. If there was anyone who could help him answer these doubts, it was none other than Qingyu. Say, have you been staying underground for the past 6 months? Lin Xian asked, while not forgetting to look around. In front of the sickly young man there was only a chessboard, on which the black and white parties were killing each other. I'm human and still need to go get food, but the vast majority of the time it does go underground. So, got anything to drink? Why don't we touch one, just in time for New Year's Eve? It's okay. And Kinjiu nodded, and soon saw 2 rats dragging a bottle of Sprite each closer. Come on, go one. It's not like it's wine. And Kinjiu was going to say that, but he ended up just raising his glass and clinking it. The splash of water reflected the 2 men's appearance. Those are 2 smiling faces. On New Year's Eve, the night covered the earth as if thick ink had dripped into clear water, and the clear sky was dyed black. Tonight, bursts of firecrackers ring out in all directions, and the fireworks are brilliant. They are either dotted with stars or tilted like waterfalls, coloring the dark sky into a flowing canvas. Fireworks of all colors blossomed under the night sky, shining on people's joyful faces, illuminating their joy and anticipation. Looking forward to a happy and prosperous year ahead. Lin Xian, you're finally here. Sister Hong Ying yelled so early that she wanted to start dinner. But the captain insisted that she would wait for you to come. Si Xiaonan said playfully when he saw the visitor. The seats were already set up, 9 tables and chairs neatly arranged around a large round table. The extra one is reserved for Lao Zhao. I'll serve the food. When Chun Mai saw Lin Xian arrive, he turned around and came into the kitchen, bringing out a dish in no time. With Lin Xian around, they weren't worried about wasting it all. So this year's meals were extraordinarily sumptuous. The round table was even a little too big for the entire 27 dishes. Several people sat down in unison, with only one chair remaining empty. That was the one in the middle of Lin Xian and Lin Chia, the chair that belonged to old Zhao. There, where a big grinning middle-aged man with a scraggly beard was supposed to be sitting, telling jokes he'd heard from nowhere. The crowd raised their glasses and smiled. Only, they didn't see that on the empty seat was sitting a bearded middle-aged man with a big grin, but it looked like he was crying. Zhao Kongcheng sat in his seat and raised his hand along with the crowd. Happy New Year! Lin Xian has gone to look for 7 nights. It seems that we can only make do with the 3 of us tonight. It's just a pity that we can't play mahjong with 3 missing. Tug! Come on, let's go. I'm your escort now, I can't drink. Hey, where's the fuss? I'm ordering you in the name of the boss to show off one for me. It's so lively, how about taking me one? Lin Xian, why are you back? Didn't you go to the gathering? After the potluck, of course I'm coming back to stay. What did you expect? Lin Xian laughed and patted Bailey Chubby. Don't mess with those useless things. Give me a can as well. Just now during the gathering the captain said that Lin Chia and I were still underage and didn't let me drink. Isn't it New Year's? 18 already? The captain is stuck dead, saying something about not being 18 until tomorrow and still being 17 today. Lin Xian said with a smile, and he remembered the captain's serious look when he said this, and the way old Zhao sat on the side, covering his stomach and laughing. In the villa are 4 laughing teenagers. Outside the villa, it's all lights and fireworks. The teens raised their glasses and laughed freely. Happy New Year! In the underground cavern, Anqing Fish shook what little root was left of Sprite, as if remembering something. In front of him lay a dozen bottles and jars, all of which had been hawked by the 2 of them. This one in his hand was the last bottle. Ryoga tilted his head back and drank the last remaining bit in one gulp. And Qingyu's mouth was tinged with a smile. He hadn't laughed so happily in a long time. Happy New Year! Chapter 56, Greed Sheathed. Lin Xian's true anger. The night passed quickly, and Lin Xian struggled to get up from the ground, shaking his head vigorously. He glanced at the crowd of people still huffing and puffing as they fell to the floor, crossed over to the bottles and cans randomly littering the floor, and turned his head out of the villa. As his eyes swept around, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Will I ask you to come out, or will you come out on your own? The moment Lin Xian's words fell, a huge fireball came face to face and exploded in front of Lin Xian. The flames dispersed, and Lin Xian just stood there quietly, unharmed. In front of him was the scorched black pit. This scorched blackness extended all the way to 1 meter in front of Lin Xian, as if it was blocked by some kind of invisible barrier, unable to inch in any further. At the same time, 3 Chuan realm powerhouses appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. I didn't expect to be able to detect our presence, worthy of being a divine agent. Be careful. This kid has something fishy going on. Just now old Wang's fireballs hit him as if they were disintegrated out of thin air. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to the trio and just shouted towards the open space. Not coming out yet? What is this kid talking about? Is he not confused? The 3 men were unsure of what was going on, and all they heard was a swish, and 3 knives were on their necks like that, unable to move. Behind the 3 others had appeared at some point and were holding their blades to their necks. Another person appeared in front of Lin Xian and clasped his fist at him. Greetings, young Master Lin. Forbidden Object Envoy? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was just as he had guessed. It was these 4. For these 4 traitors who betrayed Bailey Chubby and thought of driving them to extinction, Lin Xian naturally didn't have much of a good face. Young Master Lin really does have a keen eye, and I'm the fire envoy of the Forbidden Envoys. All right, don't kiss ass. Chubby and the others are still sleeping. Take those 3 and follow me. Lin Xian turned around and led the crowd to a wasteland. He turned and lifted his chin toward one of the men being held up. Release him. It was the one who had thrown fireballs at Lin Xian. The forbidden envoy behind the other party was a bit hesitant. This young Master Lin was only at the Qi realm, while the other party was at the Chuan realm. Not to mention, the other party was a very good friend of their own little master, a point that the little master had emphasized many times on the phone, and they wouldn't dare to let the other party have the slightest damage. It's just that the forbidden object envoy suddenly thought of the other party's performance just now. One must know that they were able to become invisible, but they had utilized a stealthy forbidden artifact of a rather high grade. Even these 3 Chuan realms couldn't detect their presence. Yet they were easily pointed out by this young Master Lin. It was truly shocking. Let go. Eventually, the fire messenger waved his hand, and the man instantly felt the pressure from his neck disappear. He felt like he was being belittled by a junior. Damn. The district pool realm also dares to be so arrogant. I'll let you know how to write the word death. The man knew that he definitely wouldn't survive, and even if he could kill Lin Xian, he would be grilled on the spot by the forbidden object envoy. Even if I'm going to die, I'm dragging you with me. Huge fireballs were generated out of thin air in the palms of his hands and were continuously thrown out, like meteors cutting through the sky, blasting towards Lin Xian. This one, far bigger than the previous one by more than a few times. Water envoy, always keep an eye on the battle, and strike immediately if anything goes wrong. The fire ambassador commanded, frowning as he looked at the battlefield with a slightly worried expression. The other party was really planning to go for broke, and with the intensity of this attack, even he would have to avoid it for the time being. The fireball smashed his face, but Lin Xian was indifferent. He didn't even have the intention of reaching out to fend it off. He just took a step forward. The water ambassador's body tensed, gripping the forbidden object in his hand about to strike, when suddenly he froze. Not just him, but everyone in the room had their jaws dropped. There was still an invisible barrier that firmly blocked the fireball. Still a meter away, not a single inch closer. On the wasteland, Lin Xian was the only one who remained bland. When the man saw this scene, he gritted his teeth and the fireball exploded violently. A violent explosion traveling for miles. As the flames dispersed, Lin Xian frowned. It's hard to believe that it worked. Not waiting for the man to be ecstatic, he saw that the other party remained unharmed, and the only thing that had received an impact was perhaps only the lapels of his coat that had been blown up by the waves of air. TSK, making so much noise, the follow-up treatment will again trouble Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian was very dissatisfied. Originally, on the New Year's Eve, the captain and the others were able to take a break and rest. However, because of the influence he and Lin Chia brought, it resulted in Squad 136 having to be on constant alert, not to mention resting. It was already quite tiring, and the other party even added to the workload of Lin Xian and the others. This time, Lin Xian was truly unhappy. He directly turned on time 0, and without anyone reacting, he drew greed and lorded his head with a single slash. And looking at the crowd, it was a different ghost-like picture. Only to see Lin Xian suddenly disappear from his spot, and with that, a head shot up into the sky. What was even more bizarre was that the head, along with the body, was sucked into dryness in an instant, as if it had been emptied of its body by some kind of monster. The whole process happened in less than 0.1 second, not even a blink of an eye for the gap. When Lin Xian reappeared, he had already arrived behind the man, and his head hadn't even hit the ground yet. And in Lin Xian's hand, at some point, there was an additional blood-colored longsword. In the entire room, only the fire messenger could barely make out Lin Xian's movements, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I had heard that this young Master Lin's forbidden ruin was time acceleration, but this kind of speed, it was really a bit terrifying. Without using a defense-type forbidden artifact, even he didn't dare to pack his bags and say that he could block the other party's blow. Fortunately, since the other party was a time-type forbidden ruin, they shouldn't be able to hold out for too long, just like the leader of the mask squad, Kingface. Especially since the other party was still only in the pool realm, the time they could hold out might not even be a second. Just hang in there and everything will be fine. Release those two. Lin Xian looked at the other two, his expression still gloomy. The forbidden object envoys behind the two men instantly let go of their hands and flew back. Just a moment ago, they felt a monstrous killing intent, as if as long as they didn't spread their hands, the other party would behead them along with them. And the moment the two were released, without waiting for them to open their mouths, Lin Xian swung out a spaced-out slash. Clearly separated by a distance of more than 10 meters, A blood-colored blade mark appeared out of thin air in front of the two men, and in the blink of an eye, there were two more dry corpses. Hiss! The four of them sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Lin Xian in unison. Two of them even subconsciously took a step back, afraid that Lin Xian would give them such a blow as well. This kind of move, how it looked like Chopper White, but it was even more evil than Chopper White. The fire messenger's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the long sword in Lin Xian's hand, and he didn't say anything. Lin Xian pretended not to see it and turned towards the villa. Lin Xian, who messed with you? Why does your face look so foul? Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu were both woken up by that explosion, while Bailey Chubby was forced up by them and came to the door. At this moment, he happened to collide with Lin Xian. Nothing, dealt with a few annoying mice. How dare they disturb the people like that in the morning time? It's really hateful. At this time, Bailey Chubby noticed the forbidden object envoy behind Lin Xian and waved his hand. Hi! The four forbidden object envoys immediately kneeled down on one knee. The four forbidden object envoys of earth, fire, wind, and water. Meet the little elder master. Please get up, please get up. Bailey Fatty pretended to put his hands in vain while introducing towards Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu. These four are the four forbidden object envoys of our Bailey family, and my personal bodyguards. You should know that many forbidden objects can only be used by specific users, and the forbidden object envoys are the very existences that are in charge of such forbidden objects. By the way, why was Lin Xian so angry just now? Can it be that it was you guys? The fire messenger knelt on one knee and busily explained, Young Master Tai, things are not what you think. He explained the causes and consequences and listened to the three of them being secretly staggered. Lin Xian, this guy, means and become more, even able to kill the Chuan realm powerhouse in seconds. Really outrageous. His mother to outrageous open the door, outrageous to the home. It wasn't hard to understand why Lin Xian was so grumpy. That explosion just now was really loud and directly shook Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan. Guess Squad 136 has its hands full with the follow-up. Whether it's a gas explosion or something else, there has to be a reason. Lin Xian returned to the villa and had just sat down when the blood-sucking sickle heard a squeak. He followed the sound and there was a mouse crouching in the corner of the table, squeaking at him. Found a new enemy? Lin Xian copied the mice, got up and walked outside. After killing those three just now, his bloodline purity rose to 33%, and he would soon be able to make another breakthrough. It was just that, as the bloodline was raised, killing a Chuan Realm Ghostface King could raise 8% when the bloodline purity was 10%, while killing a Chuan Realm today could only raise 1%. Although there was the reason why the Ghostface King was mysterious while still mastering the Forbidden Ruins to look at, this ratio was enough to prove that Lin Xian's ascension would become harder and harder. Let's just hope that this next one I run into will provide a little more energy. Lin Xian took a step and flew off into the distance. And when he stopped, he saw that Lin Xie was standing on the opposite side of the street, and around Lin Xie were scratches of various colors crisscrossing the street, like a single eye. Yo, what a coincidence! Lin Xian waved his hand towards Lin Xie, his mouth grinning. He recognized the enemy this time. I didn't expect it to be the snake woman. What a coincidence, really. I just don't know how much the purity of my own bloodline can be raised by killing her. Chapter 57. How did you, a Chuan realm, dare to fight the Qi realm? The moment Lin Xian appeared, the bizarre snake eyes made up of black lines began to spread towards Lin Xian, and he didn't have any intention of hiding. The ground and walls were crawling with large or small bizarre snake eyes, and even the water stains from the melting snow were transformed into snake eyes. Even from a certain angle, the branches of the old tree overhead were transformed into the appearance of snake eyes. The two were in the middle of someone's forbidden ruins. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the two from behind a tree. It was an enchanting woman, with a water snake-like waist, a plump figure, and seductive cheeks, all emphasizing her charm. I didn't think my luck could be this good. Meeting two agents at once, and even one who is a dual god agent. The woman smiled coquettishly and scanned the two back and forth, winking. Originally, I wanted to kill you all, but now my sister has changed her mind. It's too much of a shame to kill such handsome Tulongji just like that. So much that I want you to kneel at my feet and kiss the tops of the feet, and then inch by inch up and up. The woman rested her hands on her cheeks and flushed. Just thinking about it excites me to no end. Become my slave and share supreme pleasure with me. Without waiting for the snake woman to say anything else, Lin Xie slashed out, and the snake woman instantly disappeared in place, instantly arriving a few meters away from Lin Xie. Don't be so quick to say no. I'm doing you a favor. The snake woman's face was playful. But why are you still alive when you're clearly doing us a favor? Lin Xian suddenly spoke. Does this mean that you're not good enough for us? Question mark. The snake woman was a bit incoherent, and without waiting for her to say something, her figure disappeared in place once again, dodging Lin Qia's attack. This time, her expression went cold. You guys, are you rejecting me? Of course I'm rejecting you, and if you can't hear me, I can still carve you on the tablet. The moment Lin Xian opened his mouth, he made a grip in the air towards the snake woman and countless wind blades struck towards her. How quickly the snake woman reacted, teleporting away the moment she realized something was wrong. Lin Xia, the opponent's teleportation can only be done through snake eyes. Pay attention to the location. Lin Xian shouted towards Lin Xia, and the moment he said it, the snake woman's face changed wildly. So what if you know, go to hell? The snake woman's eyes blossomed. Come on, look straight at me. Sorry, deaf eyes, can't hear. Snake lady. Lin Xian didn't forget to talk flirty while closing his eyes. Fighting with his eyes closed was not at all difficult for him and Lin Xia. The snake woman hissed, her beautiful black hair transforming into a pitch-black python as she lunged towards the two. Extreme darkness spread across Lin Qia's body, and knowing what was going on with the snake woman's instantaneous shift was much better. The supreme darkness divine ruin eroded towards the snake woman, and at the same time, the blade awnings appeared in Lin Qia's hand, carrying a tumbling gale towards the snake woman's body. The snake woman immediately disappeared in place, and just in the moment that the snake woman disappeared, a pale green blade appeared in Lin Xian's hand and stabbed out towards a certain location that was originally empty. Pest! The blade pierced into her flesh, and the snake woman twisted her body extremely hard, narrowly avoiding the vitals. She teleported again, but the moment she did, Lin Xian raised his hand and gently clenched it towards a tree branch to the side. Countless wind blades, and the snake woman's body collided, and blood splattered. It looked like Snake Woman was playing a fake match, deliberately going to catch Lin Xian's wind blade. Huge amounts of wind blades tore through the snake woman's clothes and even her flesh in a split second, and blood flowed horizontally. The snake woman's eyes were wide open, and she only felt that her body was being put into an extremely fast revolving blender, churning her flesh and blood to pieces. The snake woman knelt on the ground, her body trembling violently, but she couldn't say a word. The pain was so intense that she lost her voice outright. Blood gurgled, and in the middle of the day, she went limp and silent on the floor. To her death, she didn't understand how Lin Xian had predicted that she would appear in the branches of the tree. The time Lin Xian stabbed her with the knife was understandable. That was because Lin Xia used the Supreme Darkness Divine Ruins to reverse erode her Divine Ruins and force her there. But the second time, he had changed the coverage of the Divine Ruins and the location of the snake's eye, so how did Lin Xian anticipate his position? Lin Xian retrieved lust back to the Nibelungen as he glanced at the snake woman who was lying on the ground like a piece of rotten twine. I really don't know where this guy got the guts. He was obviously just a Chuan realm, and he actually didn't run in the face of two of their pool realm's divine agents. The stab that he had just made at the snake woman, Lin Xian had used none other than lust. One of lust for colorless abilities is to mark enemies. As long as he let him stab him once, the opponent would be marked by lust, and wherever the snake girl teleported to, she would be instantly detected by herself. This ability, which had never come in handy before, after all, the enemies he encountered had no chance of escaping. They were all killed on the spot. There wouldn't be many people to help him experiment with the skill. Wait. Lin Xian suddenly realized that as long as he stabbed, he could mark. Did this mean that he could actually mark his teammates as well, thus clarifying their movements? Lin Xian felt that this matter was very messed up, and waited for an opportunity to give Lin Xia and Bailey Chubby all of them a bit. While thinking about this, Lin Xian suddenly felt his sweaty hairs stand on end, and he was busy dodging away from his original spot. It was also the moment he left that a halberd came crashing down, smashing a large pit in the ground. As the smoke and dust dispersed, a man stood where Lin Xian had just been, his face calm. Han Xiaoyun. Believer seat 13. Surprisingly, it was the 13th seat, and the other party had likely reached the sea realm. Lin Xia was like an enemy, but just at that moment, an invisible fluctuation spread out from 3 directions, enveloping the area. Unrestricted airspace. Unfolding. Several footsteps appeared behind the two. Turned to look. 6 figures clad in dark red cloaks walked slowly. The one among them, who was it if not Chen Mai? He drew his sword and pointed it at Han Xiaoyun, his face cold and solemn. The night watchman is here. Who is it? Who dares to violate my great Xia territory? The other side. The three Bailey chubby people were wandering around the mountains and forests, and Lin Xian didn't know where he had gone. So he couldn't play mahjong? So Chao Yuan proposed to come out and take a look around. Chubby? Chao Yuan, do you eat sugar oranges? Shen Qingzhu magically pulled out 2 oranges from his hand. Eat. Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan took it at the same time. Say, where did you get this orange? Don't you care? Just eat it, the medicine won't kill you. The 3 of them walked along, and when they passed a grave, Shen Qingzhu suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Nothing. Are you still eating cake? Chubby time? Chao Yuan. Mausoleum purchase, right? Chapter 58 The Killing Move of the Great Wind Disaster. You dissolved it with a grip in the air? Playing. Let's go, let's go. Why are you a living person robbing people of their dead food? I'm valuing food. Shen Qingzhu bristled. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth. Chubby, is it really okay for us to wander around like this? Don't worry, with the protection of the Forbidden Envoy, we are just absolutely safe, unless the opposite side is a Sea Realm powerhouse. Chubby Bailey waved his hand, and just at that moment, a dark light as if a sharp arrow pierced the sky, stabbing towards Chubby Bailey. Watch out, little master. The fire messenger appeared out of thin air on the side of Chubby 100, yanking hard and narrowly dodging. Boom! The huge vibration directly lifted several people to the ground, and when the crowd reared up, they saw a man covered in shimmering ebony light hovering in mid-air, looking down at the crowd. It was as if the gods were looking down on the ants. Judging from the aura emanating from the other party, this was a well-deserved Sea Realm. Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan didn't know what to say. They just stared at Bailey Chubby, their expressions indescribably odd. This guy, he's not a crowbar, is he? Looking at this Sea Realm who was recklessly emitting his aura, the hearts of the crowd all sank to the bottom. The man looked to the back of Bailey Chubby and the others and sneered. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. In the back of Bailey Chubby and the others, a middle-aged man in military uniform was already standing there. As if it was a mountain, letting the wind and rain shake him, he was still. The extremely oppressive domain centered on him and spread out in all directions, enveloping Bailey Chubby and the others, along with the man from the Sea Realm. Ha ha ha! I didn't think you'd actually come. I thought you'd choose to save those 2 agents. The corner of Yuan Gang's mouth turned up. Do you really think that I'm the only one in this city who can tackle the Sea Realm? The ebony man's brows furrowed, but without waiting for him to say more, Yuan Gang had already bullied his way forward. A punch that shakes the heavens and shakes the earth. Captain. Lin Xie looked toward Chun Mai with a worried expression. They were touched that they were able to come, but Captain, they only had the Chuan realm at the highest, while the opposite side was full of the Sea Realm. The difference between the high and the low was immediate. Captain, did 7 Knights tell you about Time Zero? Well, he told me. He also agreed with Lin Xian's approach. It was unwise to expose Time Zero's immunity ability for the sake of a medallion when there might be spies among the Night's Watch hierarchy. Chun Mai instantly realized why Lin Xian had asked him this question. Han Xiaoyun didn't care what a few people were saying, pointing his halberd at Lin Xian and Lin Xie, his expression still calm. No, not so much calm as numb. These 2 are the only ones I'm targeting, and if you leave now, I won't pursue. Han Xiaoyun said. The only orders given to him by his superiors were to kill Lin Xie and take away Lin Xian, and there were no orders against Squad 136. So he was exploiting a loophole in the order, and that was the biggest concession he could make. But it's clear that no one is backing up. Or maybe that's the norm for the vigilante squad, to whom, to their former selves, their teammates are something as important as family. Han Xiaoyun, I know you, you're the former Gusu vigilante squad leader. Years ago when the Gusu City squad was completely wiped out, I thought that you also died in the midst of that calamity, but I didn't expect that you would have become a traitor to the Church of the Ancient God. Traitor? I am indeed a traitor. A damned traitor. Han Xiaoyun smiled to himself. But why on earth you joined the Church of the Ancient God is beyond me. If you're like me, and you've seen your teammates die horribly one by one in front of you, maybe you'll understand. Chun Mai was silent, his blade pointing towards Han Xiaoyun from afar, the gusty wind blowing by, his clothes grinning. There's no point in talking too much about it, it's still a fight to be had anyway. If you want to touch my brother, go through me first. Red Tassel snorted coldly, the black box flung out. A red tasseled lance instantly popped out. The red tassel flung out a gun flower. Magnificent flames in the body of the gun linger. When Qima crossed his fingers, his eyes glittering. Han Xiaoyun only felt a blur before his eyes, and red tassel turned into the maiden he had longed for in his eyes, the one who had died at the hands of the Church of the Ancient Gods, his lover. Just in the moment Han Xiaoyun froze, the invisible field spread across the entire field, and it was as if the world had been pressed into pause. In this stagnant space-time, Lin Xian and Chun Mai were the only two exemptions. At the same time Lin Xian opened time zero, Chun Mai had already moved. The deep blackness spread out in a circle around him, and with it, a bone-chilling coldness. The coldness could simply penetrate the flesh and freeze the soul, as if it was not like earth. Behind Chun Mai, a blood-colored palace quietly emerged, and on the plaque of that palace, 3 pale and powerful ancient characters stretched across it. Hades, Sequence 037, Black Impermanence. The forbidden ruins that belong to Chun Mai, the top-notch forbidden ruins that belong to that former supreme heavenly pride. A cold and treacherous aura filled the space, and everything within his domain turned deep black. Chun Mai rushed towards Han Xiaoyun with his sword, stabbing forward at a tricky angle. In the other's viewpoints, a blood-colored palace suppressed in the blink of an eye, and a treacherous aura enveloped the entire scene. When they reacted, their captain had already arrived in front of Han Xiaoyun. An extreme sense of crisis enveloped Han Xiaoyun's entire body, and he fought to awaken from Chima's mental control. But Chun Mai had already arrived close to him, and there was no way to avoid it. The star blade gradually enlarged in his eyes, and he didn't even have time to raise his halberd to block. However, Han Xiaoyun was in the end the Sea Realm, a large realm higher than Chun Mai, only to see him instantly push his power to the extreme, the gusts of wind transforming into barriers to block Chun Mai's attacks. Buzz! The long blade pierced through the gale, bringing up an ear-piercing buzz. Chun Mai stabbed into Han Xiaoyun's body, and in an instant, a fierce wind slapped at Chun Mai, trying to send him flying out. Han Xiaoyun's reaction was indeed fast, and through the gusts of wind, he managed to deflect Chun Mai's blade a bit, but still didn't avoid it. Chun Mai's blade flipped and pulled out horizontally. Blood splattered and drew a semicircle on the ground. Han Xiaoyun immediately pulled away, looking surprised. There's something odd about the other guy's speed. It was clearly the Chuan realm, but even he, the Sea realm, couldn't react to it. This feeling was like what had been mentioned in the intelligence Lin Xian's Time Zero Divine Ruins. At that thought, Han Xiaoyun instantly realized something and looked at Lin Xian in shock. But in the deepest recesses of the pupils, a wave of elation hid. Maybe he could actually die here too. Due to the control of the Church of the Ancient Gods, there was no way for him to let loose in battle or commit suicide. But he's wanted to die for a long time. He had long wanted to go down and redeem himself, wanted to go down and meet his crew, wanted to go down and meet her. Han Xiaoyun's body became tired, and when he looked down, he saw that his originally broad palms had become dry. His skin had become wrinkled, and his veins were rippling, revealing the black veins inside. At the same time, a fiery sensation was spreading towards the whole body from the knife wound, and that pain was not on a physical level, but from the spirit. It was as if there were flames constantly searing his soul, and the pain was unbearable. Chun Mai's knife just now, although it didn't hit the vitals, it also injured him quite a bit. As for the impermanent sword, chopping the flesh is its insignificant effect. Its most deadly is to chop the soul, to chop the young life. That blow just now had directly drained away most of Han Xiaoyun's young life, causing the other party's body to rapidly age down. Han Xiaoyun pulled away and took a deep breath. Under the acceleration of time zero, Chun Mai's speed was simply too fast to react on his own. He wrapped his hands around into a ball. Just 3 centimeters away, Chun Mai could stab through the heart. Pity. The moment Han Xiaoyun raised his hand, the gale broke and the world quieted down. In the center of his palm, a cyclone was taking shape, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It was a wind eye. Now, let me show you what a true great wine disaster is. Han Xiaoyun's eyes closed as the eye of the wind in his hand flew high into the sky. Above the firmament, the clouds suddenly spread out in a circle, and the winter sunlight drooped down, shining on Han Xiaoyun's face. The crowd below felt the eye of the wind high in the sky and looked grave. They could feel the terrifying energy contained in the eye of the wind, which, once formed, was enough to destroy half a city. Han Xiaoyun looked down at the crowd below and couldn't help but want to remind. But in the end, he just opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. The time left for you is short. As soon as the words fell, a long spear wrapped in flames rushed towards the eye of the wind, but it was blocked out by an invisible barrier. Several people tried several more times, and without exception, they were all blocked by the invisible barrier. Red Ruffian looked eager. "Captain, is there anything we can do?" Once the other party succeeded in releasing it, it would then be a true disaster for the living. This was the power of the sea realm. Chun Mai similarly furrowed his brows as he looked toward the ever-expanding wind eye. Clouds in the sky began to swirl around the eye of the wind, and the gale picked up as the trees lining the streets slapped against each other, making a crackling sound of trees crashing. Lin Chia clenched his fists, and after a moment of hesitation, he only clenched his teeth, and his consciousness was about to sink into the mental hospital and call Nayaks out. It was also at this moment that the crowd saw Lin Xian suddenly raise his hand and gently grab it towards the cyclone in midair. Boom! The eye of the wind directly burst apart, bringing up a ripple centered on the eye of the wind, which was ultimately blocked within by the ringless airspace. The world is silent again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xian. There was confusion, shock, and skepticism. Lin Qian, crowd Ning Odaab, Han Xiaoyun, Sigma Dep. Han Xiaoyun looked straight at Lin Xian, dumbstruck. "I'm such a big eye of the wind. Your kid grabbed it in the air and it's gone." Chapter 59 Han Xiaoyun's death, unnoticeable means. Han Xiaoyun hopes beyond hope that the crowd will solve the eye of the storm. But he never expected that it would be in this form, that it would be so easy to write. He could clearly see that the other party really only held it in a false grip, and the eye of the wind collapsed. That was the strongest killing move of the sea realms, Great Wind Plague. And it was so easily dissolved, it was really fantastic. The corner of Han Xiaoyun's mouth lifted into a pleased arc. Although dismayed, Han Xiaoyun felt more relieved. "Lin Xian, you're fantastic." The red tassel flew at Lin Xian and hugged him tightly. The remaining few surrounded him as well. "Good job." Chun Mai rarely showed a smile on his face. "Nothing." Lin Xian smiled. It really wasn't anything to him. The eye of the wind was also just a high-speed spinning cyclone, while Lin Xian's blood-sucking scythe was a myriad of disorganized tiny wind blades. When he shoved the wind blade into the eye of the wind, its rotational trajectory was disturbed and it collapsed. Buzz! With a soft sound, a corner of the ringless airspace was pulled open, and Yuan Gang and Shun Qingzhu's trio appeared in the crowd's line of sight. He stared at Han Xiaoyun dead in the face, his fists clenching tighter and tighter as his figure flashed to Han Xiaoyun's body and blasted him out with a punch, breaking a few large trees. Han Xiaoyun was already at the end of his rope, and after receiving a punch from Yuan Gang, he was completely powerless to resist. "Han Xiaoyun, former leader of the Gusu City Vigilante Squad, you are under arrest. For the rest of your life, go to a fasting house and repent." Yuan Gang's face was cold and solemn. When Han Xiaoyun heard this, his pupils dilated violently, and his expression was filled with pain as his eyes filled with blood. Just now, he had not even changed his color when he had hardened himself against Yuan Gang's punch. Han Xiaoyun looked towards Lin Xian and the others, a look of supplication surfacing in his eyes. He's looking for death. Then he saw, in the middle of Squad 136, the tall teenager who had easily erased the eye of the wind, spit out two words wordlessly towards him. "Death." The other party clearly didn't vocalize, but Han Xiaoyun actually heard the words. It wasn't a human language, it was an ancient kind of speech that contained supreme majesty. Han Xiaoyun gladly closed his eyes with a smile on his face. At the left side of his chest, a chop through his heart appeared, as if it had been there in the first place. Lin Xian didn't cut off Han Xiaoyun's head, but instead left the whole body for the other party. He also considered whether or not to incorporate Han Xiaoyun's soul into the Nibelungen, but in the end, he gave up. For Han Xiaoyun, death is the best place to be. Every second he was alive was torture. What a guy! Yuan Gang's eyes were wide with anger. Just a moment ago, Han Xiaoyun had died silently, and there was a neat cut at the other party's heart. When he didn't even notice who, and in what way, had killed Han Xiaoyun. Yuan Gang was shocked and furious that the other party had killed Han Xiaoyun under his nose. The amazing thing was that he didn't even notice a thing the whole time. Wouldn't this mean that if the other party tried to make a move against him, he would be powerless to fight back? Yuan Gang's eyes swept around, and there was dead silence in the ringless hollow, with no one responding, as if everything just now was an illusion. As for the culprit of this matter, Lin Xian, it was clear that he had just unleashed judgment against a Sea Realm powerhouse, but the amount of mental energy consumed was minimal. This was both because Han Xiaoyun was already at the end of his rope, and even more so because the other party was bent on death. And at this moment, Lin Xian only felt an unprecedented amount of huge energy filling his entire body. Together with the energy gained from killing the snake woman just now, the purity of his bloodline was directly pulled up to 39%. Seriously, it's like riding a rocket. Sure enough, deciding to follow Lin Chia's side to Woolgather was definitely an incomparably correct decision in the first place. The guy is always playing at the high end of the game, so much so that most of the beings he can devour are strong. For example, Han Xiaoyun, it was very difficult to meet a sea realm normally, let alone kill the other party. After only 4 days of vacation, the purity of his bloodline skyrocketed like a rocket. 7 nights, this is... Bailey Chubby looked toward Han Xiaoyun, who had fallen to the ground. The other guy was so weird, he was still smiling before he died. And he was smiling so brightly and happily. Lin Chia shook his head. Honestly, he was also a bit confused. He could sense that the other party was clearly unwilling to fight them, even to the point of reminding them when it came to the final release of the Eye of the Wind. Yet again, the other side did their best when fighting them without a hint of letting up. A poor man. Chan Mai took over the conversation and explained towards Bailey Chubby, and also towards Lin Chia and Lin Xian. The pacts of the Church of the Ancient God are able to compulsorily change people's behavior from the level of thinking. Just like a living puppet, you have a soul, a consciousness, but you can't dominate your own body. If that's the case, why doesn't the Ancient God Church let Han Xiaoyun work as an undercover agent? Wouldn't that be more useful? Is there a possibility that there already is, so there's no need to press Han Xiaoyun? Lin Xian said in a half-joking manner. His eyes fixed on Yuan Gang as he said this. Everyone was dryly silenced by Lin Xian's words. There was no reason why the Ancient God Church couldn't think of what Lin Chia could think of. Yuan Gang's brows were tightly locked. He didn't bother to look at Lin Xian, nor did he refute Lin Xian's words. He was just silent. Lin Chia still remembered what Han Xiaoyun had said. When you see your teammates die one by one in front of you, you might be able to understand why he did what he did. He didn't even dare to imagine what a desperate scene that would be. If Chun Mai, Red Tassel, and Fatty were captured, and the other party killed the crowd one by one in front of him, would he really be able to hold on and not collapse? Well, except for Lin Xian, the scourge of 1,000 years, he himself was caught, the other party could not be caught. Shen Qingzhu also learned about the life of this person, Han Xiaoyun, from Lin Chia, and he bristled. It's true, one still needs to be ruthless, or else one can easily be kidnapped for ransom like this. Drag. Just keep your mouth shut. Who in the entire training camp doesn't know that you're all that's left when the universe explodes? Bailey Chubby rolled his eyes. Having spent so much time together in the training camp, they had long known what kind of person Shen Qingzhu was. Hard-mouthed, soft-hearted Virgo. Love letter 100 Shen Qingzhu. Chao Yuan suddenly remembered something. 7 nights. I remember there wasn't a girl who sent you flowers. How is it now? Blah blah blah. A girl sent flowers to my 7 nights brother. Which girl is so discerning? Is it pretty, warm, and gentle? When Chao Yuan said this, all the members of Team 136 gathered around, and even Chan Mai perked up his ears to listen. I've already explicitly approached the other person to say no, and I have no intention of getting into a relationship right now. Lin Chia waved his hand. What the hell? The redhead deflated, momentarily disinterested. Her Lin Chia was a real treasure boy. Whoever could chase after him would definitely be the other person's blessing. Ugh. I'm so envious of 7 nights. Being able to have a girl take the initiative to pursue. Chubby Time sighed, remembering Molly, who she had longed for. Opportunity comes to those who are prepared. Chao Yuan interjected. You mean you need me to take the initiative? No, I mean don't prepare blindly if you don't have a chance. Question mark. Right, how about you Lin Xian? Did you get a girlfriend in the training camp? Hong Ying turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Chun Mai lightly coughed. After all, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang is still here. It's not good to ask like this in front of him. Lin Xian replied, after a long moment of contemplation. The most touching thing my girlfriend has ever done was to not bother me by not showing up so far. Hong Ying lightly patted Lin Xian, the corners of her mouth bringing on a smile. Poor mouth. But it shouldn't be. Lin Xian and 7 Nights are both good kids and good-looking, and Lin Xian is still a big tall guy. It shouldn't be that no one likes them. Bailey Chubby also thought back. Indeed, hey, I haven't seen any girls confessing with Lin Xian, but rather there are quite a lot of girls confessing with Lin Chia, but they were all rejected by Chia. Speaking of this, Bailey Chubby sighed. Could it be that the 7 Nights is all the rage right now? Ugh, when will the double chin catch on? The double chin he's ready for, it's just about to catch on. Right at this moment, A gurgling sound came from Bailey Chubby's stomach, which was exceptionally loud in this quiet environment. Hungry? Do you want to go to my villa and eat something? I'll have the captain make it for you. Chun Mai slightly sidestepped his head and did not object. Yeah. Chubby 100 clapped his hands happily. You guys go ahead. I'm going to go home and get a few things first. Lin Xian waved his hand at the crowd and got up to walk in the direction of his house. He certainly wasn't looking to take anything. He just wanted to find a quiet place to check out his new abilities. Back home, Lin Xian came to the sofa and sat down, opened the blood-sucking scythe, and closed his eyes after confirming that no one was around. Consciousness returned to the tombstone, and unsurprisingly, the eroded area of the world tree in the distance had risen again, and right now the tree had turned black in all 4 segments. Lin Xian shifted his attention to the tombstone in front of him, and in the 35% line were engraved 2 dragon characters' keys. Pain ensued. This time Lin Xian had already prepared himself mentally, but he still almost screamed out in pain. What was altered this time were the limbs. The pain dissipated and Lin Xian sat up again. The spirit of speech key claimed to be able to open all doors or locks in the world. This is it hard to pick the lock yourself with this speech spirit? And so on. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. The door of truth, does it count as a door? Hush, no way. Lin Xian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. If it was really the same as his guess, then it would really be outrageous. But the current him was certainly not in touch with things on that level, so it was better not to think about it yet. Lin Xian turned his attention to another matter. That is the change in the bones of one's limbs. The bones that had been reconstructed were far more 10 times and 100 times harder than before, and as his bloodline continued to rise and his bones changed, his body seemed to undergo some amazing changes. Lin Xian slightly raised his hand, and as he moved his mind, dense black scales unexpectedly surfaced on the surface of his skin. The scales extended from the palms all the way up the arms, then the torso, then the legs, until everywhere but the head was covered in a fine layer of scales. Through the mirror, Lin Xian realized that his eyes had turned from golden to crimson at this point, and the pressure emanating from his body had risen geometrically. It's kind of like a surprise? Lin Xian muttered secretly. After having strengthened his limbs, he was able to grow scales on his body, which he hadn't expected. Thinking for a moment, Lin Xian pulled out the star blade from the Nibelungen and swung it down with force. Dang! Lin Xian struck with all his might, but it only left a white mark on the scales. He then switched to the 7 deadly sins and tried again. This time it managed to cut in a bit, but still didn't cut into the flesh before the scales got in the way. That defense is a bit outrageous. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Lin Xian tried the dragon bone state again, and then he realized that the scales on his body seemed to have changed again under the dragon bone state. In the dragon bone state, when he covered his entire body with scales, an additional layer of thin, cicada-like transparent scales would appear underneath the original scales. Although this layer of scales looked thin, the degree of hardness was no less than that of the black scales. Now that really is a knife and gun. Lin Xian stared and pondered. If anything, at 50% he'll have a big metamorphosis, a metamorphosis from man to dragon, and all of these previous changes are a prelude to that 50% shiver. The 40% of the parts that would change he had been able to anticipate. Definitely the skull didn't run. But what's next? If it was a dragon, Lin Xian had a general direction in his mind and could only say that he was looking forward to it. P.S. At one time I thought all these ordinary people in front of the screen could give me 5-star reviews and small gifts, until later I realized that, wow, every single one of them is a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Chapter 60 Chun Mai's Call. Can it save Lin Xian? Lin Xian, do you know what happened to the wounds on Brother Xiong Nan's hands? How would I know? I'm not omniscient about that. Why don't you ask someone else like the instructor and the others? Lin Xian rolled his eyes and didn't tell him directly. He's not a Doraemon. What's the point of coming to him for solutions whenever there's a problem? However, thinking about Wu Xiangnan's eventual end, he fell silent again. That Blue Rain Squad survivors' request to return to the team was still fresh in his mind. Lin Xian, what are you standing here for? Come and eat, or they'll all be gone for you. Sister Hong Ying, you're saying the opposite. Clearly it's us who are going to be eaten up by Lin Xian if we don't eat quickly. The atmosphere was lively throughout dinner, which was the last meal before the crowd headed back to camp. Waving goodbye to Chun Mai, Red Tassel, and the others, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the predetermined boarding location. Just as soon as he got into the car, Bailey Chubby saw Molly sitting at the back of the car and came up. The remaining 3 people all pretend that they don't know with Bailey Chubby. Lin Xian sat in the car seat, his eyes closed in contemplation. During today's battle against Snake Woman, he realized something. That is, the duration of Lust's tracking ability is much longer. He had purposely gotten a rat to test it before he came, and the duration of the Lust mark had been extended from 2 days to 200 days. If there was any change in himself during this period, it was only the purity of his bloodline. When he obtained the 7 deadly sins and the ability Sin and Punishment, his bloodline purity was only 20%, but now it was already 39%, close to 40%. In other words, the 7 deadly sins are growing with him. That's a good thing. But if you want to track it for a long time, a mere 200 days is not enough. For example, Lin Xian, when Chima. Lin Xian hadn't forgotten what would happen in Songnan City after the training camp ended. The outer gods invade, Loki tricks Lin Xie out of Songnan City, the captain disappears, and Sister Nan and Lin Xian leave. What's more, he wouldn't forget Lin Xian's line, "Xiao Nan went home for me." There was no way he was going to let all this go. Squad 136, which allowed him to experience the warmth of family for the first time since the death of his grandmother in his previous life. He also really treated the people of Squad 136 as his family, and it was impossible to just watch them die like that. The first is the captain. The miracle that has lasted for 10 years will disappear one day, but he can pull Chen Mai into the Nibelungen the moment the miracle disappears. It's just as well to be a companion to old Zhao, who is also lonely in Nibelungen alone. Then there's Wu Xiangnan. For brother Xiangnan, Lin Xian was more inclined to give him a choice. Wu Xiangnan is a lot like Han Xiaoyun in a way, both being the only one left in the squad. For Han Xiaoyun, going down to be with his crew is the best place to be. Living is a pain for him. Lin Xian wondered if it was the same for Wu Xiangnan. Or, if he could give his opponent a chance to live, would Wu Xiangnan choose to die gladly? Or would he choose to live and return to Squad 136? He didn't know, but he was inclined to let Xiangnan Wu make his own choice. Of course, this matter is rather far away and need not be considered for the time being. There were 2 things before him now. One is a man-made natural disaster, flash floods and mudslides. Several villages were directly flooded. If he remembered correctly, this was a bureau of the Church of the Ancient God targeting the training camp. Lin Xian also remembered that he had also encountered an Inferno Vein Earth Dragon during the rescue. Still a female. He'd have to see if he could find an opportunity to take the other into the Nibelungen for company with the old Zhao. If we add that gargoyle and Chen Mai, there would be 3 people in the Nibelungen, and if we get one more together, we can play Mahjong Kof. No, we can get the 4 great monarchs together. Old Zhao is the king of sky and wind, and with the Inferno Vein Gargoyle, it feels like the king of bronze and fire, or the king of earth and mountain. On the contrary, the captain, whose forbidden market is black impermanence, doesn't go well with any of the 4 kings. Rather, it fits quite well with the Nibelungen itself. The Nibelungen is the place that carries the war dead and the grieving souls, and isn't the black impermanence used to control the dead? Maybe it's really something. In addition to the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, the ancient God Church had also sent several Chuan realm and a sea realm to surround them in this rescue and relief effort. Shen Qingzhu's follower, Li Jia, was killed as a result, and Shen Qingzhu also used the ghost spirit guide and was later taken under Rumor's wing. Then came the later, glorious battle of Drag destroying Believer and handily killing Raving by himself. However, with him around, it shouldn't be Tug's turn to move the ghostly lead. But who can say? With him being such a butterfly, who knows if the other side will send more troops? It's better to take it as seriously as possible. In this regard, Lin Xian was inclined to give Yuan Gang a sideways reminder so that he could make preparations early. However, Lin Xian felt that even if he reminded him, it wouldn't do much good. Due to the fact that there were ancient God Church spies in the higher echelons, if Lin Xian really told Yuan Gang about this, Yuan Gang would inevitably have to report it to the higher echelons if he wanted to make a big move. By then, it might be worse. Not only was the person not saved, but his ability to predict the future might be exposed. One might ask why Lin Xian didn't denounce the spies. The point is that what he says, the other guy doesn't necessarily believe. How do you know the other guy is a spy? There has to be proof, right? But he couldn't produce any tangible evidence. So there was a high probability that the matter would be left unsettled, and he himself, on the contrary, would be focused on by the Church of the Ancient God. And then, there's the battle for Shiva's grudge. That kind of level, Lin Xian didn't feel that it was something he could get involved in. He still had a bit of a pussy in his own heart compared to the human ceiling and Loki these gods. He was too weak. It wasn't like Lin Xie, who had a bunch of gods in his head and could invite the other party into his body in times of crisis. So if it really came to that, Lin Xian was more inclined to live meticulously and stay by Chen Mai's side. At the very least, save the captain's soul for another day. Still, he's no saint, and he's not going to try to force his hand. There are many things to try your best and help if you can, but you should not be ashamed of it. If he can't help, he'll tend to be a little selfish and only preserve himself and those close to him. The bus was far away in the night. High above the building, Red Tassel poked Chen Mai. "Captain, go back." "You go on back. I'll stay a while." Chen Mai waved his hand toward Red Tassel, and he stood solemnly in the cold wind for a long time. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Chen Mai picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone was the voice of a majestic man. "Mako, it's been hard on you for so many years." Chen Mai was silent for a long time before he spoke hoarsely. "I have nothing, but Commander, the miracle will always disappear one day. Lin Xian really can't help it. I'm sorry, after all, he's a native of Changnan City and also experienced the same catastrophe 10 years ago. The moment the miracle disappears, both you and Lin Xian will disappear, and there's not much we can do about that. We can only hope that since Nidhogg chose the other side, he should have a way to keep Lin Xian alive." "I know." Chen Mai hung up the phone, and he sat dumbly on the wooden chair, looking out the window at the moonlight. Changnan City, a small third-tier city, the light pollution is not too serious, especially since it just snowed, the weather is good, and you can still see the moon and the stars in the sky. As if a pair of eyes watching the earth. After a long time, Chen Mai lifted the phone again and dialed a number. "Tinko, it's me. I want to ask you to do me a favor." Chapter 61, the type of novel old Chow loves to read. "I didn't expect you to be such a Chow Yuan." Ding 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 ding. Sharp whistles echoed through the training camp, and Lin Xian and Chow Yuan got out of bed at almost the same time, getting dressed and running towards the training ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, 7 nights, help! Lin 7 nights in the dormitory, Bailey fat struggle to take off the body of this set of pajamas, the result of a hurry, pajamas directly stuck, his head covered inside, in and out. He thought there would be no set in the mornings afterward and slept in his own pajamas last night. This led to him having to change his clothes in a hurry this morning. Ooh, why is it that everyone else undresses gently? But in my case it's untie the pigs. Told you to lose weight. Lin Chia spat while helping Bailey Chubby change his clothes. In the end, stuck before the 3-minute time limit, the two managed to arrive at the training ground and meet up with Lin Xian Chow Yuan. Today's atmosphere is extraordinarily serious, and the instructors stand solemnly on the martial arts stage, motionless, as if they were statues. On most of them, a few medals were pinned. Among them, the medals on Yuan Gang's body were the most numerous, a dozen of them in 3 different styles. One is a light red color, as if burning with a torch. A light blue with a starburst cross glow in the center. The most delicate kind is a deep blue color with grains of starlight dotting it. All the medals are cast from crystal. Not a single impurity can be seen in them, and the light shines brightly and beautifully. I think this is the Starfire and Starburst as well as the Star Medal. Lin Xian said in his heart, should I say no, these 3 medallion designs are all very good looking and very atmospheric. Once the 3-minute time limit was up, Instructor Hong counted the number of people and nodded towards Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang opened his mouth, his eyes looking down at the crowd below, his voice like a bell. There's no training this morning. There's another thing going on this morning, and that's ordination. During the vacation period, 2 reserve vigilantes saved the day and did a great deal to protect their peers and the city of Canyon South. Once Yuan Gang said this, everyone looked at Lin Chia. The crowd now knew that it was Lin Chia who had saved them when the bus ride encountered a missile. The other side is well deserving of being honored. But besides Lin Chia, there was someone else who was similarly honored? Next, Yuan Gang explained the grades of the medals to the crowd. Whereas Lin Chia protected the fresh blood of the Night's Watch by saving all the recruits in the 3 buses with his own strength during his vacation. And together with Lin Xian in the subsequent battle, assisted Squad 136 in resolving the 2 followers of the Church of the Ancient God, the Snake Woman and Han Xiaoyun, and is hereby awarded the Order of the Star. The words fell, and all of a sudden there was thunderous applause. Lin Chia turned his head to look at Lin Xian. What are you looking at me for? Get up there. They're all waiting. Lin Xian pushed him. Lin Chia quickly walked up to the martial arts stage and came in front of Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang opened a black locket and took out a dark blue medallion with twinkling stars from it, pinning it on Lin Chia's chest. Another round of applause. Next, second place, Lin Xian. This time, Everyone's gazes shifted from Lin Chia as the crowd murmured. Lin Chia was honored because he saved a busload of people, so what was Lin Xian honored for? Lin Xian, together with Lin Chia, assisted Squad 136 in resolving the two followers of the Church of the Ancient God, the Snake Woman and Han Xiaoyun, and at the end managed to destroy the Eye of the Great Storm, resolving a city-destroying level of plague and saving 100,000 citizens of Cangnan City, is hereby awarded with the Order of the Starry Glory. Awesome Lin Xian. Bailey Chubby stood on his tiptoes and patted Lin Xian's shoulder vigorously. Lin Xian didn't say much. After all, there really wasn't much to say about this thing. Even if there wasn't him, there was Xin Qingzhu. After receiving their medals, several people went to the cafeteria together. It was worth mentioning that due to Lin Xian's presence, the cafeteria master's workload had skyrocketed, and it was rumored that he had received a wave of salary increases as a result. Lin Xian Beast got plenty of food, the cafeteria master got a higher salary, and a world where only logistics were injured was born. In the second half of the year, it was no longer boring physical training, but more lectures and training for the Forbidden Ruins, and all-round training courses on first aid, wilderness survival, strategic guidance, and so on. Interspersed with this is the learning and use of hot weapons. It was worth mentioning that Lin Chia shocked everyone when he managed to hit the bull's eye at 30 meters during a firearms training session. Lin Xian's target. In the morning hours after breakfast, the group went to the training ground. Most of the classes are now in the classroom, and they generally go to the classroom after eating. But today is different. At this time, the new recruits have not yet come together. There are still people eating. The instructor has not come. The crowd in groups of 2 or 3 together talking. Lin Xian, what is considered moral kidnapping? Chao Yuan opened his mouth and asked. I know. Bailey Chubby came over, and he coughed lightly twice, trying to keep his voice low. I have your son. Now immediately call $10 million into my account. It's a ING physical kidnapping, and why are you so skilled at it? Chao Yuan squinted at him. Why did you think to ask that? Lin Xian asked strangely. It's just that I recently read a novel about moral abduction in which the heroine is morally kidnapped by her husband's boss. Question mark. When I put a question mark, it doesn't mean I have a problem, it means you have a problem. Are you sure it's a moral abduction? Chao Yuan recalled for a moment and nodded with less certainty. I think sort of. That boss even said to the heroine, ma'am, you don't want a husband either. What the hell kind of novels are you reading? Lin Chia spat from the side. That's right. I can't believe you didn't share this with us. Old Chao, don't you think you're being selfish? Lin Xian began to engage in moral abduction. Let's not talk about this subject anymore. Lin Chia slanted a glance at him, expressing contempt for such behavior. Just say if you want to see it or not. You hesitated. Lin Xian pointed at Lin Chia with a comical expression. Skip this topic, Chao Yuan, with your character. You don't need to worry about being morally kidnapped. So, Chao Yuan nodded. But Chubby Time had a different opinion. I think old Chao is overly honest, moral abduction and all. Such as. Chao Yuan looked towards Bailey Chubby, his eyes full of curiosity. Bailey Chubby came up to Chao Yuan with an expression that owed him a beating. Chao Yuan, you don't want 7 nights either. Chao Yuan. Normal people around the 4. The girls. Elemental perception. Stop. Why is this conversation getting worse and worse? Lin Chia hurriedly called a halt as he felt the eyes of the girls around him looking at him and Chao Yuan get out of place. Don't worry. The Night's Watch respects every true love and no one will laugh at you. Lin Xian patted Lin Chia's shoulder, his tone teasing. Get out of here. Now the girls around him were looking at him in a completely wrong way. Lin Chia even saw the girl who had once sent him flowers. That girl first looked like her dreams were shattered. But then, without knowing what she thought of, her expression actually turned from pale to flushed, covering her mouth with one hand and giving a thumbs up towards Lin Chia. Lin Chia, tired, destroy. Right at this moment, the instructor finally appeared on the martial arts stage and disguised himself as a relief for Lin Chia, and the crowd immediately stood up straight when they saw the instructor arrive. The training ground was instantly quiet. Only 3 instructors were seen, one holding a large box. One of the instructors took a pocket watch out of it and displayed it for all to see. This thing is called an ACE, of course, you can also call it an acrobatic detonator, and when it is turned on, it will constantly release a kind of mental current towards the user, requiring you to use your mental power to counter it. This current will not harm your body, but it will make you perform all sorts of mind-boggling acrobatics including, but not limited to 1080-degree back flips, 360-degree lateral aerial spins and forward rolls to catch flips to catch splits. The intensity of this spiritual current changes constantly and is irregular. You must utilize equal mental power against each other, and a high or low output of mental power will cause the ACE to output a current to circulate through your body, allowing you to perform acrobatic feats. It is important to note that whether you are eating, sleeping, or even going to the restroom, you will have to wear them and are not allowed to take them off. Huh. No, it's too much if you can't take it off in the restroom, right? This is not an acrobatic detonator. This is clearly a social death detonator. Now, no one was paying attention to Lin Chia and Chao Yuan's little scheme. Polite 7 Knights, author you. They're all concerned about something else. How can they sleep with this thing on them? Or, when going to the toilet, suddenly do a cartwheel hiss, the picture is too beautiful to see. Now, line up and come up for your forms. Lin Xian, you first. Lin Xian went forward, only to see the instructor pull out 2 wristwatches from the case. These 2 watches are far larger than the ones previously shown. You have a special medical condition, so we have a special wristwatch for you, and 2 of them. The instructor looked at him with a wry face, as if to say, how about it, touched or not? Don't dare move, not at all. Lin Xian wanted to train more than others, but in this aspect alone, he wanted the instructors to treat every recruit equally and not be special. Regarding Lin Xian's treatment, the rest of the people did not have even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. All they had was the steely eyes that watched the strong man walk away. Lin Xian, take your time. Lin Chia gloated. This guy had finally planted himself. Everyone else wears 1, but he's the only one who wears 2, and they're still reinforced. He didn't usually laugh at people, but this was a two-way situation. Lin Chia had never seen Lin Xian suffer defeat before. You kids have had your day. The moment Lin Xian put on the 2 wristwatches, 2 extremely strong currents emanated from the wrist position, instantly penetrating the entire body. Lin Xian directly flipped down the martial arts platform with a side flip plus a front flip, his movements extremely standard. He tried with all his might to control both wristwatches, but 2 wristwatches were far more difficult to control than 1. This means that you have to use 2 minds and control your mental energy to resist 2 currents at the same time. There is still no pattern to the changes in these 2 currents. Maybe the left hand is a strong current and the right hand is a weak current. And the next second, it becomes a weak current in the left hand and a strong current in the right. Lin Xian's tumbling didn't stop. He did a cartwheel onto the ground, and then another push-up to vacate the air plus a twisting roll of 720 degrees plus a push-up, directly shocking the crowd. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian, you ha 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 ha. Bailey Chubby scoffed mercilessly, but when he put on the watch, he instantly stopped laughing. Again, a cartwheel down the martial arts stage. You can't even imagine how this chubby body is able to make such unbelievable moves. Lin Chia couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth turn up. Then he saw the instructor pick up 2 wristwatches and smile at him. Instantly, the corners of Lin Chia's mouth pulled down. He couldn't stop laughing. Chapter 62 Acrobatic Smackdown triggered by Lin Xian. Lin Chia wildly chasing Lin Xian for 3 miles. Go 1, ignore. 7 Knights, save me. Bailey Chubby rolled over while shouting at Lin Chia. I can't save you, help yourself. Lin Chia came to Bailey Chubby's side with a Thomas pirouette, his expression helpless. He never thought that he would be treated the same way, wearing 2 wristwatches. Oh, I'll let you laugh at me. Now the wind and water have turned, haven't they? Lin Xian did a Thomas pirouette and traded Lin Chia to the ground with an extremely arrogant expression. Lin Xian, you step on a horse. Lin Chia was not willing to show weakness and flew forward with an inverted golden hook. On the contrary, Lin Xian dodged Lin Chia's attack with a flip, while stomping on Chao Yuan's face the moment the flip was about to land. Thus Chao Yuan joined the battlefield. It's kind of fun, tug. Do you want to join? Bailey Fatty flipped while looking to the side of Shin Qingzhu, who had been initially controlled. Heh, childish. Snap. Bailey Tu Ming. I'll kill you. Heh heh. Couldn't hit it. Die for me. 7 Knights help. The field instantly made a circle of chaos. More and more people, either active or forced to join the battle, have used acrobatics to attack. The 3 instructors sat on the stage, watching the scene below, their mouths twitching like they had Parkinson's. I've never seen this before. How can you fight with acrobatics? No, I'm going to film this scene for the chief instructor. One of the instructors didn't hold back his laughter. This bottom is now a real group of demons. What moves are out, and even some people jump to a few meters high to turn over face down, make a palm from the sky, to the instructor to see the dumbfounded. They hadn't thought about it either, but it turned out that this thing could be played like this. He looked towards the culprit in this matter, Lin Xian. That's the guy who jumps around the most. And Lin Xie chased after Lin Xian, making a gesture to avenge the blow just now. And the other guy manages to dodge it every time with unbelievable acrobatic moves. Just as Lin Xie was about to corner Lin Xian suddenly stopped and rushed out with an arrow step. Lin Xie? Play me right. In the cafeteria, Chubby Time rubbed his face and hissed. Tugger is not a martial artist, he actually punched his face. Wasn't that because you sat on him with a Tarzan and almost killed him? Chow Yuan spat out, but he clearly saw that when Bailey Fatty went down with a Tarzan press. Shen Qingzhu's eyes directly rounded up, and the whole person almost went over. A very perfect illustration of what it means to be in the eye of the beholder. That's right. I don't know who's so played down that they're chasing after others. Lin Xian agreed as he stuffed meat into his mouth. Lin Xie looked at him with false eyes. Lin Xian suddenly hissed as he ate. This guy, Lin Xie, is a real kicker. The moment Lin Xian was about to run into the cafeteria, he felt like he tripped over something. At the same time, Lin Xie arrived in front of him at the fastest speed in his life and kicked out. Lin Xian even felt the aura of the supreme darkness divine ruins. Born evil Lin Xie brat. Wait for me. No good juice for you. And so, several more months passed. During this period, Lin Xie went to Yuan Gang and learned part of Wu Xiangnan's and Chun Mai's deeds from him. He didn't realize that his captain and co-captain both had hidden identities. One was a former member of the Special Squad, Blue Rain Squad. One was a former black and white irregular, the absolute pride of Shangjing City, and the owner of the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 037, Black Irregular. But he couldn't understand why the captain had come to the middle of such a small town, and why the Night's Watch had allowed such a genius to be buried in such a small place. Yes, in Lin Xie's opinion, the captain was indeed buried. He also learned something else. 10 years ago, there was also a divine war because of a forbidden object called Shiva's Grudge. 10 years ago, another 10 years ago, the captain disappeared from public view after receiving a special order one day 10 years ago. And when he reappeared, he came to Tsangnan City to become a captain. Is there some kind of connection between this? Lin Xie was smart, he easily guessed the possible connection through time. Again, this is because he is sensitive to the number 10 years. Because that's when he went blind 10 years ago. Thinking of this, a bold guess suddenly appeared in Lin Xie's heart. Could it be that he himself had something to do with that divine war? How could it be? If he himself had really been affected by that divine war, how could he have survived until now? Lin Xie told Lin Xian what he had learned from Yuan Gang and said something about his own guesses. Then he saw that Lin Xian glanced at himself. Those eyes were very complicated. On top of that, something else happened. That is, Professor Gu from Beijing University was successfully driven crazy by Lin Xie's question of whether our world is real or not. Lin Xie also managed to get a treatment plan from the other party and turned his head to use it on Merlin. In fact, before asking Professor Gu, Lin Xie first took this question to torment Lin Xian a few times, and then in Lin Xian's "Are you seriously ill?" gaze, helplessly shifted the object of torment. One day, in the office, Lin Xian sat across from Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang gazed at Lin Xian with a serious expression. Lin Xian, you should understand what you're talking about. If something goes wrong, you're the one who has to take responsibility for your words. Just a moment ago, Lin Xian had approached him and then told him that a flood was likely to occur when the closing was imminent, and that it was the kind that someone was maliciously manipulating behind the scenes, in order to lure these people out of their training camps in one fell swoop. It did sound like something the Church of the Ancient God could do, but the question was, how did Lin Xian know about it? I certainly understand what I'm talking about, and can take responsibility for my own words. Lin Xian had the same serious expression. As for how I know, you can consider it one of my secrets. Instructor, you know me, I wouldn't say such a message for no reason. With this time, I might as well go to the shooting range and mock a wave of Lin Xie. The corner of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. Having you is really a blessing for Lin Xie. Lin Xian sighed. Honestly, I feel like even if I told you, it wouldn't change much. Why do you say that? Yuan Gang crossed his arms in front of him, his eyes staring straight at Lin Xian. There are spies at the top. The air was instantly quiet. Yuan Gang stared deathly into Lin Xian's eyes while Lin Xian didn't budge, and the two of them began to stare wide-eyed in the office like this. Lin Xian keenly noticed that Yuan Gang's expression stiffened for a moment when he said that there were spies at the top. After a long time, Yuan Gang let out a long sigh and his shoulders instantly collapsed. Just instantly, Yuan Gang seemed to have aged several years. He had long realized this problem, but he hadn't expected that it would be directly pointed out by Lin Xian today. If it was really like Lin Xian said, that there would be a disaster artificially controlled, targeting the intensive training camp when it was about to close, it would be very difficult indeed. With spies at the top, everything he reported would be learned by the other side, which would then change its actions in response to his report. Even more, that spy could influence the final decision and lead them to a worse outcome. Not to mention, once he reported it upwards, Lin Xian's special nature would be exposed. This stuff wasn't child's play, and he'd always have to explain to the top where this information came from. I know, don't worry. I won't reveal this to anyone else. After all, everyone has secrets. You believe me? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was prepared for it to be taken as a joke. After all, he couldn't even explain his sources. I just trust my soldiers. In the cafeteria, Lin Xian's 4 people gathered together and chatted. After a few months, the crowd had adjusted to the current of the wristwatch, and no one was juggling like they did in the beginning. I heard that there will be a score test before we leave the training camp. Chubby Time picked up the conversation, which he had inquired about from the others. It seems that before the end of each year, the instructors grade each individual based on their performance. And the rankings affect the final distribution results, with those who rank well going to mostly key areas, and those who rank poorly going to remote areas that rarely appear mysterious. No one will say anything about such a distribution. The Night's Watch isn't there to enjoy themselves. Focus areas, which means more dangerous, face stronger mysteries and more frequent dangerous events. Is that so? Lin Chia nodded and looked at Lin Xian. His score, how could it not be too bad for him? Well, except for the shooting scores. So that's why this guy is so sure that he will return to Tsangnan City. But no matter how much he asked, he just wouldn't say. If you really can't, find a chance to tie up Lin Xian and ask him. Lin Chia pondered the feasibility of doing so. He gained summoning magic by healing Merlin, being able to sacrifice items to summon something else. These days, several ropes have been successfully summoned by sacrificing fat slippers, toothbrushes, and other items. I'm afraid it's still not enough if it can be used to tie up Lin Xian. While sparring with him, Lin Chia could clearly feel that this guy's flesh strength had reached a terrifying level. Don't even talk about removing steel plates with your bare hands. You can flip a floral rope with rebar no problem. Without using the star blade, his own punch hammered on him with no effect at all. It's a complete turnaround from when I first came to the camp. But nothing much happened in between, except for something at New Year's Eve. So how did this animal grow to be where it is now? Lin Chia was puzzled. P.S. No, I feel like I need to adjust my routine and try to write more PWP in the morning as well. For the sake of the author's efforts to update every day, give a free gift and a 5-star review, you big, smart, beautiful people. Epsilon 3. Chapter 63. The examination begins. Spider Boy flees in disarray. In the early morning hours, when the sky was still silent in the pre-dawn darkness and tranquility, Lin Xian and Chao Yuan had already gotten up. The 2 men looked at each other and then at the time. 5 o'clock in the morning. Something's wrong. The whistle is usually blown at this hour, but today it's frighteningly quiet. Lin Xian first froze for a moment and quickly reacted to what had happened. It does happen in the original. It is a test of their ability to respond to a crisis in an unexpected situation. The instructors will release 3 mysteries to test them and grade them on their performance. The 2 walked out of the dormitory and ran into Lin Chia, who was also out in the corridor. 7 nights. Chao Yuan nodded at Lin Chia as a greeting. Where's Chubby? Still sleeping. Lin Chia replied in the same way, then turned his gaze towards Lin Xian. It's a bad day. Go out and see what's going on. If something did happen, there's no way to know by staying in the dormitory building. After saying that, Lin Xian walked towards the outside of the dormitory building. Lin Chia and Chao Yuan followed closely behind. Meanwhile, in the basement, the instructors looked at the images in the live broadcast and nodded frequently. Not bad. This Lin Xian kid is very executive. As soon as he senses something is wrong, he immediately takes action. An instructor commented, while lowering his head and scribbling on the paper in his hand. I'm already looking forward to the look on their faces when they realize there's no one but themselves in the training camp. I'm more interested in what they'll look like when they see the bodies of their companions. On the devil, it's you that's doing the damage, old Hong. After a round of searching, Lin Chia and Chao Yuan were surprised to find that there was no one in the entire training camp. Even the grandfather who cooked in the cafeteria and the sweeper who cleaned up the floor had disappeared. And it doesn't look like it's been through a fight. Same as disappearing into thin air. This should be a test. Lin Chia inferred. All of the instructors and staff had disappeared, leaving only them, the new recruits, and Lin Chia was 90% certain that this was an elaborate trial by the instructors. As for the content of the trial, it's too early to tell. Lin Chia turned his head to look at Lin Xian and realized that the other party was frowning as if he was thinking about something. What's wrong? Lin Chia asked. I'm wondering if we'll have to cook for ourselves if the cafeteria master isn't here. I hope there are still ingredients left. No shame. Chow Yuan spat. Man is iron and food is steel anyway. We haven't found anything unusual so far. Let's eat first. Lin Xian said as he searched for frozen meat, flour and eggs from the back kitchen and skillfully began to operate. You are really in no hurry at all. Lin Chia leaned on a side refrigerator and flirted. So are you going to eat it? Eat. Give me one too. Chow Yuan raised his hand. In the basement, the glow of the screen shone on the faces of a group of instructors, illuminating the corners of their twitching mouths. This guy, should I say overly scatterbrained or too big-hearted to eat at a time like this? Instructor Hong didn't know what to say. He was in a dilemma for a moment, not knowing whether Lin Xian's move should add or subtract points. It still counts as a plus by definition, right? After all, prioritizing stamina is really the top priority. However, because they had to carry out the setup, the instructors pressed to eat, but gathered here to watch the three people eat. Instructor Hong suddenly understood what the internet meant by late-night poisoning. Yuan Gang, who was sitting in the center, watched this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. He always felt that this kid Lin Xian had already seen through the instructor's setup. Just like at the beginning of the training camp, in the middle of the match with the mask squad, the other team didn't have the slightest intention of removing their masks. Yuan Gang suddenly remembered the conversation between the two in the office. Lin Xian asserted that there would be a manually manipulated natural disaster. Perhaps the boy had not seen through the setup, but rather, more outrageously, had been unaware of it. Is it hard to believe that this is one of the abilities of Nidhogg's agents? Soon, the omelette, noodles, and roasted meat came out of the oven and were placed on the dining table by Lin Xian. Just as the three of them were enjoying their breakfast, Lin Xian and Lin Chia suddenly raised their heads and looked in the same direction. BVN. There was a giant grayish-white spider that had appeared at the entrance to the cafeteria and was creeping in. Obviously so huge in size, but the other party's movements seemed a bit clumsy and cautious, afraid of disturbing them. Seeing two people seem, the spider is 3 pairs of scarlet pupils instantly open to the maximum, a spiritual impact toward the two people attack. At the same time, the spider tail sprayed out of the spider web cover to Lin Xian 3 people. The moment the spiritual attack came, an azure shield appeared within 1 meter of Lin Xian's body, covering the 3 of them. Azure Guardian automatically activated. Lin Chia instantly drew his sword and slashed at the spider web, slicing the sheet of gray-black spider web in half. By this time, the spider had fought its way up its stout 8 spider legs and was running out of the cafeteria at a surprisingly fast pace. It was just a matter of turning around and disappearing from sight. Run away? Lin Chia raised an eyebrow. If he hadn't felt it wrong just now, this spider should have the Chuan realm. But why didn't the other party attack them instead of running away? Lin Chia was puzzled, but he had a feeling that this spider should be the key to this test, or at least one of the keys. As for Lin Xian, he was considering another matter. He remembered that this spider, in the original, seemed kind of funny, like a kid who hadn't grown up. Let's find a chance to get him inside the Nibelungen as well. That way, counting the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon and the captain, it's just enough to make a mahjong table. While thinking about this, Lin Xian had already finished his breakfast like a windfall and got up to walk in the direction that the spider had left. It had to be said that the spider was still very fast, and in just the blink of an eye it disappeared a few hundred meters away, so that even his blood-sucking scythe couldn't be tracked anymore. But that wasn't a problem. As long as he was close to his opponent, the blood-sucking scythe was bound to be able to detect it. I'll go along and look for it. Lin Xian waved at the two of them and got up to leave. 7 nights, we? Chow Yuan looked toward Lin Chia. Lin Chia pondered for a moment. Let's go back to the dormitory and take a look. We can't rule out that there are other mysteries roaming around the training camp. It would be bad if they took advantage of fatties and their slumber to strike. Both men likewise rose to leave. And after the two left, 3 silhouettes came into the middle of the cafeteria. How did these 3 boys get here so fast? The scene hasn't even been set up yet. That spider boy is a bit timid. Lin Xian and the 3 of them are only in the pool realm anyways. It's a Chuan realm. It's not so bad that it doesn't have the power to fight back. Why did it pull out its legs and run? Several instructors murmured. I just don't know. What's going on with the setup over at the girls' dorms and weapons storage? In the middle of an inconspicuous warehouse, the grayish-white spider shrank inside, its body trembling slightly. He thought again of the 3 guys he had just seen. Those 3, they all looked so scary. Especially those 2 guys who had detected themselves. If they were caught, they wouldn't be chopped finely into bashfulness and made into a fragrant spider bibimbap, would they? And obviously there were still hundreds of meters between them, and they had done their best to conceal their own aura. So how did those 2 find themselves? So scary, why don't you just run away yourself, the test and all, why would he let himself take part in it? He's just a harmless little spider and he's never hurt anyone before. But the bad guys in the capes threatened him, saying that if he dared to run he would make himself into a spicy spice spider. Oh, bad guys, you're all bad guys. Spider boy, QAQ. It's okay, Arachnid, this place, those bad guys can't find out. All one needs to do is to cover those who are still sleeping with a big net, and then wait until the test is over. Spider hung upside down at the top of the warehouse, a red light flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, his spirit immersed into a marvelous ocean in which there were countless floating soul dots, and to each of them, a spider silk was attached. Hundreds of spider silks were connected together, forming a huge spider web that enveloped the entire training camp. The spider's spiritual body, on the other hand, was lying on its back in the center of this large web, its eyes curiously observing the still sleeping soul bodies. His forbidden ruins belonged to the spiritual category of forbidden ruins, capable of stripping out the soul bodies of sleeping beings, which could not be awakened by conventional means. In the middle of the warehouse, the spider similarly weaves a large soft web for itself and rolls over onto it, its 8 legs stretched out casually and comfortably. So cozy. Let's just sleep like this, and when we wake up, the ordeal should be over. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the warehouse door. Lin Xian's voice came from outside the warehouse and stopped in the spider boy's ears like a devil. Anyone there? Open the door. The community is warming up. Chapter 64, Nibelungen. Is this heaven? The moment he heard this sound, the spider boy covered his mouth while looking around in a panic, trying to find a place to hide or escape. But unfortunately, this small warehouse is very empty, and there is only one entrance and exit, so there is no way to hide. With a loud bang, Lin Xian walked into the warehouse. Then he saw that, on the large web woven at the top of the warehouse, there was a giant spider lying on its back, its 4 forelimbs covering its head and its mouth full of words. Can't see me, can't see me. Lin Xian, what should I do? I feel a bit down, like bullying a child. But even if he didn't kill it, it was impossible for the spider boy to survive this trial. The instructors threw these mysteries out for them to kill, and the so-called test was to kill these mysteries. At least if they were killed by him or Lin Xie, they could still go into the Nibelungen and play. Come on. You come down and we'll discuss something. Lin Xian beckoned towards the spider boy. I don't want to hear it. You humans are all bad. The spider boy tried his best to cover his eyes, but naturally, he had 3 pairs of eyes but only 4 front limbs, so he couldn't cover them at all. The spider boy apparently realized this, and tried trying to cover the last pair of eyes with his hind legs, but it was a bit out of reach and looked especially clumsy. It resulted in this action of the spider boy appearing stupid and foolish in Lin Xian's eyes. After Lin Xian looked around to make sure there was no surveillance equipment around, he looked towards the spider boy and his lips lightly parted. Death. Meanwhile, in the middle of the boys' dormitory. What's the situation? How these people can't scream, this looks a lot like one of the situations the instructor's class talked about. The odds are that all of these people are controlled by some sort of psychic forbidden market. Is that so? Lin Xie nodded and looked at the surrounding crowd. At this moment, all the people who were awake in the boys' dormitory building were gathered together by Lin Xie. What time do you all get up? I'm 5:15. 5:50. I was called up by my roommate at almost 6 o'clock. After a report, Lin Xie realized that everyone woke up before 6 o'clock. That means that all the recruits who hadn't gotten up after 6 o'clock were unconscious at this point. It wasn't just Lin Xie, the rest of the crowd also realized this problem. This feeling, how so much like the style of the instructor, not waking up at the point there will be punishment. Lin Xie observed 3 seconds of silence in his heart for Fatty Bailey. This incident was most likely a test, the kind that would determine their final score. And like Chubby Bailey, who hadn't woken up by 6 o'clock, the final score was afraid to be very low. But just at that moment, the door to Lin Xie's dormitory room suddenly opened, Bailey Chubby ran out from inside in a hurry and went out to see a group of people gathered there, not knowing what they were doing. 7 Knights, what are you guys? Bailey Chubby, a little confused, he just woke up to look at the point 6:15. Thought it was the 7 Knight is not righteous did not call their own. He could all but imagine the extremely severe punishment that would greet him, a gift pack of running laps. But when he went out the door, he saw that Lin Chia and Tug and the others were gathering to discuss something, and when they saw him come out, they all had a look of having seen a ghost. Why are you looking at me like that? And 7 Knights, why are you guys still here? It's already 6:15, you're going to be late. More than that, I want to know how you woke up. Chow Yuan spat. How do you wake up? Just naturally, what else? Bailey fat unknown, Chow Yuan just want to say something else. See other dormitory also one after another out of a few recruits, anxious and panicked look, and Bailey fat the same. Now, it was Lin Chia and the others' turn to be confused. For a moment, the crowd finally figured out what was happening now. It would have been impossible to wake up, but just now, that mind control suddenly disappeared. The sleepy recruits then awakened one after another. So is something happening that they don't know about? The crowd was puzzled. Only Lin Chia and Chow Yuan lowered their heads in thought. 7 Knights. Do you think it could be Lin Xian who did something? Quite possibly. Lin Chia nodded his head. He had a gut feeling that this matter had nothing to do with that guy Lin Xian. But now is not the time to think about it. Now that he's awake, it's time to act. There can't be just one mystery within the set. Underground. Mind control lifted. How come it's so fast? Lin Xian hasn't entered the warehouse for a few minutes yet. That spider, no matter how timid it is still a Chuan realm. How did Lin Xian solve it? Hong instructor looked shocked. Then again, is only Chuan realm mysterious? Even if you do not dare to do it, Run should still be able to. But from the time Lin Xian went in to the time the mind control was lifted, it was only 3 minutes before and after. How he did it? Is it possible that the spider didn't resist? An instructor offered his opinion. Instructor Hong was about to retort, but then he thought of Spider Boy's character and the corner of his mouth twitched. It might be that Lin Xian was making the spider let down its guard through his words, and then taking advantage of its defenses to decapitate it with a single slash. With that spider's personality and intelligence, it's a real possibility. Regardless of the means used, Lin Xian has after all resolved a Chuan realm mystery in such a short period of time. This is a definite plus. Instructor Hong wrote a big +10 in Lin Xian's column. The initial score for all recruits is 10. And Lin Xian's score directly changed to twice that of the other recruits after killing the Spider Boy. Lin Chia and the others, it seems like they're going to the weapons depot. That's smart. As I recall, the arsenal is already set up, just waiting for them to come to the door. More than that, the gophers have already passed, and when Lin Chia and the others enter the weapons depot, I'm afraid they'll be able to come at us from both sides. Originally, I thought that releasing 5 Chuan realms at once was a bit much, but seeing as Lin Xian resolved one so quickly, I'm afraid it's still less. Not necessarily the other 4, they're not as easy to deal with as the Spider Boy. Among the Nibelungen, surrounded by endless gray mists, not a single light could be seen, and only the faint sound of running water could be heard. In the middle of the mist, a boy was sitting on the ground, wailing. The boy had long gray hair and aggrieved red pupils.
呜呜呜呜！我想回家，明明我啥都没做，你非要追着不放，大坏蛋！你们都是大坏蛋！呜呜呜！哥。
After crying for a while, Spider Boy suddenly realized a problem. He should probably be dead. But why is he still conscious? The Spider Boy rubbed his reddened eyes and scanned around. Is this the world after death? Why is it so foggy? I can't see anything. The Spider Boy walked forward, and then he saw a figure lying casually on the ground. His eyes closed and his face bearded. A look of a disheveled, middle-aged man. The Spider Boy came closer and crouched down to poke the other, looking curious. Feeling the touch, the man lulled back to life. Brat, are you idle? Zhao Kongcheng swallowed back the words that came out of his mouth before he could finish his sentence. The person in front of him was not Lin Xian, but a little boy he had never seen before. The age estimate was only a 12 or 13. Zhao Empyrean City looked puzzled. Where did this kid come from? Did you die here too? Is this the legendary underworld? Spider Boy asked with a curious expression. What do you mean by dying here? Zhao Kongcheng felt that this kid's language skills weren't very good. He was about to open his mouth when he saw Lin Xian appearing there on the other side of the mist. The moment Lin Xian appeared, the Spider Boy directly hid behind Zhao Kongcheng. looking at him with a wary expression. I didn't kill you, you died on your own, you can't blame me. In the Spider Boy's opinion, since Lin Xian had managed to come here, he must be dead as well. But there's a right to be wronged, and it wasn't him who killed the other guy. Lin Xian? With just a slight stare, Lin Xian understood what this guy was talking about. You're overthinking it. This isn't the underworld. It's the Nibelungen. Nibelungen, what's that? Well, you can understand it as a place to be able to play and sleep and sleep and play. Lin Xian thought for a moment and explained thus. As far as Spider Boy's character was concerned, Lin Xian didn't expect the other party to help him fight. The role of the other party was still more of a companion to the widowed old Zhao, and to make up the four to play mahjong after the arrival of the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon and Chen Mai in the future. Ugh? Really? How can it be so wonderful to be able to play and sleep and play? This was something he could not even think about before. Spider Boy's eyes glazed over. He changed his mind. The guy in front of him wasn't a bad egg. He was a good egg. Sure. Lin Xian nodded. Right, you should have a name, right? Yes. My name is Aju. Aju? Good name. Lin Xian nodded as he turned his head to look at Zhao Kongqing again. Old Zhao, you usually have nothing to do anyway. So think of it as bringing up newcomers. Got it. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand with a smile on his face. How could he not know Lin Xian's intentions of bringing this little guy into the Nibelungen? There was a moment of silence before he spoke. Lin Xian, thanks. It's okay. If you really feel sorry for me, you can give me the ancient dragon set you just swiped off. That took me a month to brush up on. Zhao Kongqing laughed and cursed. This Lin Xian guy was always like this. Once someone used a thank you tone, he would always make a joke to bring your emotions out of it. Tch, petty. Lin Xian bristled. Let's go. He waved his hand and disappeared into the fog. Lin Xian didn't leave the Nibelungen immediately, but instead came to the side of the stagnant water. Now a dozen bodies had sunk in the stagnant water, but the strange energy was still scarce. Unfortunately, the killing of those 3 Kawasaki during the New Year's vacation and the later killing of the snake woman were watched and not very well stowed away in the Nibelungen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad that there was still only so much strange substance in the stagnant water until now. With this amount of matter, it felt like it would be a struggle to transform a lizard, let alone transform the 4 monarchs. However, he shouldn't need to go one step further and just remodel the full version of the 4 monarchs. Can be done step by step. This place, the Nibelungen, is extremely good for the soul. This was something Lin Xian had discovered a long time ago. And Zhao Empyrean City itself was a soul body, so the bonus it received was especially significant. When he first entered the Nibelungen, old Zhao's soul body was still very faint, and he even struggled to pick up the game console. By now, the soul body was very solid. It's even outrageous to be able to briefly manipulate items through space. Although he didn't know what realm old Zhao was in now, he thought that it wouldn't be too low. There is a downside, which is that it is very sleepy, sleeping 14 or 15 hours a day. However, sleeping was also the time when Zhao Empyrean City's mental power improved the fastest. Rattling the stagnant water with his hand, Lin Xian pondered in his mind. Remodeling doesn't have to be done in one step, it can be done slowly. First, try to mold a dragon-like flesh body for old Zhao, and then enhance his bloodline step by step. Lin Xian was very much looking forward to old Zhao appearing in front of Lin Chia one day. He could imagine Lin Chia's extremely confused expression. Chapter 65 True Dragon Bone State. New Speech Spirit. Lin Chia and the others went straight to the weapons vault. Since we're going to face the mystery, we definitely need a weapon to do so. So the first thing the crowd did was to come to the weapons depot. Opening the door, a rush of blood suddenly hit him. A dozen corpses, both male and female, were stuck horizontally and vertically on all sides of the armory. And while the door was open, a sinuous stream of blood was flowing down and over the feet of the crowd. Most of those people were nailed to the ground or the wall by their swords, their eyes glaring roundly as if they had seen some horrible picture and died in peace. In the open space in the center of the weapons vault, a massive black figure sat crouched. It was a true black figure, and although the other party was in human form, the entire body seemed to be poured from black mud. The sunlight shone through the door of the vault on the other side, and the figure seemed to be aware of it, slowly turning his head. The dark figure's face was smooth with no features, but as if it saw the crowd, it slowly got up and picked up an RPG from the ground. Get out of the way! Lin Chia let out a shout while lunging to the side direction. Boom! Rewind the clock back 10 minutes. At this moment, Lin Xian had just resolved the spider. Returning to the training camp for more than 3 months, Lin Xian's bloodline level was still stuck at 39% at this point, located at a position like 39.9%, which was enough to force any obsessive-compulsive disorder to die. The energy gained from absorbing the forbidden ruins was less than even 1%, and the reason for this was that the recruit's realm was still too low. The level and sequence would affect the energy Lin Xian obtained. And after killing a Zhu, a Chuan realm, Lin Xian's bloodline purity had finally broken through 40%. As it happened, there was no one in the warehouse and no cameras, so Lin Xian leaned in the corner and closed his eyes. The tall stone monument reappeared in his sight, as well as the huge world tree that ran through heaven and earth in the distance. He looked to the 40% of the monolith. Speech Spirit Meditation. That's the name of that ancient line. At the same time, creepy and strange noises came from Lin Xian's head. Probably because the bones of the whole body were just short of the skull, this transformation was very rapid, and in the twinkling of an eye, it was completed. The moment the transformation was completed, Lin Xian only felt his ears and eyes were bright, as if before this, his various senses were covered in a fine veil, belonging to the fog and not being able to see truly. And now that the veil had been lifted, the world was suddenly clear, and all 5 of his senses were greatly strengthened. Lin Xian first focused on the new ability he had acquired, meditation illumination. This is a skill that does not excel in dragons. The representative is Mai Sakudaku, who has a supermodel body. It was able to form a small field around it, and in the middle of the field, light would be refracted, creating an effect similar to invisibility. However, information like sounds and smells cannot be refracted, while a faint black mist is created during the movement of the meditation. Its naming principle is based on the legend that the deepest part of the underworld is absolute darkness, and it is called the candle of the underworld, meaning that even if there were a candle in the underworld, its light would be consumed by the absolute darkness. However, from the information instilled into his brain from the tombstone, the meditative illumination that Lin Xian had obtained was different from the original meditative illumination of the dragon race. Lin Xian felt it. His meditative illumination range was a full 20 meters, and he was able to bring other people along with him to become invisible. In this realm, light is similarly distorted. The difference is that smells and sounds are similarly masked. This is quite a bit better than the original medieval photo. However, this version of the medieval illumination generates the same black mist while moving. This cut off Lin Xian from some sort of daring thought, manually slipping. However, the function of Stygian illumination did not end here. In addition to the invisibility function, Lin Xian was also able to use Stygian illumination to envelop the enemy, causing the opponent's field of vision to be plunged into absolute darkness. It's the equivalent of losing vision right in the middle of a fight. Needless to say, the importance of vision, the human body receives about 80% of the information from the vision. The loss of vision, for many people, is the loss of the means of perception of the outside world, can be said to be quite fatal. Of course, guys like Lin Xie didn't count. Actually, Lin Xian had always had a question. You said that this guy, Lin Xie, was able to mentally perceive everything within 100 meters after his realm was raised to the pool realm. Does that also mean that he can look up a girl's skirt with a straight face ahem? Good you, Lin Xie. On the surface you are a human being and a serious person, but I didn't expect to be such a person. What an enviable, infuriating thing to do. Lin Xian stood on the moral high ground and pointed at Lin Xie, while secretly resolving in his heart that when Jialan came out, he would definitely have to sand this kid. After criticizing Lin Xie in his mind, Lin Xian shifted his attention to another matter. Now, the purity of his bloodline had reached 40%, and the bones in his entire body had been remodeled. Today, even the skull has been remodeled. Does that mean that the dragon bone state has been able to serve as its own resident state? Lin Xian opened the dragon bone state and felt it carefully, realizing that there was no discomfort. The only change was that the beating sound of the heart almost condensed into substance, while the dragon's might on his body went up by more than an order of magnitude. The current him, if he were to run into some Chuan realm existences whose minds were not firm enough, such as Aju, he was afraid that he would be able to directly crush the other party to the ground through his mighty pressure, making it difficult for him to move. Azu wanted to say something, then stopped, then wanted to say something, but finally did not say anything, and silently retreated to the corner. In the dragon bone state, the strength of his physical body, along with his reflexes and resistance to blows, were enhanced in all aspects. Lin Xian tried the blood-sucking scythe and was surprised to find that in this state, his consumption of using the speech spirit would be greater, but accordingly, the effect would be more significant. For example, originally, the range of the blood-sucking scythe's domain was 200 meters, and extending it as far as it could go in one direction, it was 700 meters. The farthest the wind blade can travel is 200 meters. In the dragon bone state, the range of the field changed to 300 meters, and in one direction it directly broke 1,000. The casting distance of the wind blade became 300 meters, while the number of wind blades as well as their speed were strengthened to a certain extent. However, the mental energy consumption is about 1.5 times higher than before. It was thought that other abilities would be enhanced to some degree in the keening state. Lin Xian's mind moved. The scales covered his entire body. His face seemed to be covered with a mask, and even the eye area was covered with a transparent film, which could not be seen at all without a closer look. He scrutinized his current state. Obviously scales covered the whole body, but it was not ugly at all but had a weird beauty. Lin Xian raised his hands to feel it for a moment. Then suddenly his mind moved, only to see sharp claw blades suddenly popping out from the fingertip portion of his hands. He shined a light slash at the warehouse wall, and the wall made of unknown material was directly sliced neatly, revealing a smooth cut. This unknown material was not a normal metal, but an alloy with extremely high hardness and toughness. But when faced with the claw blade, it was like tofu touching a blade, and it easily went through. This sharpness is more or less an exaggeration. On top of that, Lin Xian also found an unexpected delight. His skull seemed to have a certain degree of mental resistance after the remodeling was completed, able to resist a certain degree of mental attacks and even bounce back at his opponents. In combination with the Azure Guardian, Lin Xian felt that he could even resist the mental attacks of a Sea Realm powerhouse. Of course, he hadn't tried exactly how. After attempting all of this, Lin Xian was about to sink into the Nibelungen and pull out the fourth weapon inside the 7 deadly sins when he heard a violent explosion suddenly come from outside the warehouse. Leaving the warehouse, Lin Xian saw a huge mushroom cloud rising from the distance. That direction, it looks like a weapons cache. What is this? Lin Xian was briefly confused for an instant. The first thing to rule out is that Shen Qingzhu couldn't think of anything else and blew up the weapons depot again. So what the hell was going on? He remembered that, in the original story, the remaining 2 mysteries besides the spider weren't in the women's dormitory building. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that he had entered a thinking error. That's true in the original, but not necessarily in reality. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile to himself. Obviously, I keep reminding myself that a lot of things will change with the butterfly that I am. But it's still easy to be rigid in your thinking and take the original as the only standard. Lin Xian ran in the direction of the weapons depot, and soon, a badly damaged warehouse appeared in front of him. The walls of the warehouse tin, at this point, turned into fragments, scattered in all directions, inserted into the surrounding trees and building walls. Lin Xian was able to imagine that, in the instant of the explosion, the scene of these fragments shooting in all directions like bullets was no different from knives falling from the sky. If this power were to hit a person, I'm afraid it would go straight through them. Lin Xian turned his head to look at the gray-headed crowd on the side, and sure enough, the bodies of some of them were directly pierced by pieces of iron, and they directly lost their voices. The man on the sidelines stared blankly at the scene, his lips trembling, clearly stunned. Just moments ago, that mystery had aimed a bazooka at the pile of explosives next to them, and a huge explosion had sent everyone flying. A portion of them that were closer were directly blown into charred black pieces of corpses that spilled out all over the ground. That scene, it was very drop-san. Not to mention the follow-up shot of metal shards that hit some of them again. Some people were directly seriously injured, while others had their lives directly ended. They had thought before that this was a test. But now, all dead, where is the test? Shen Qingzhu sat there on his knees, staring blankly at Deng Wei, who was lying on the ground, having been passed directly through his chest by a piece of iron, and had lost his voice. His expression was indescribably terrifying, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was about to explode. Chapter 66 Deng Wei killed in action? Raging Shen Qingzhu, calm madness. Li Liang and Li Jia stood at the side, their fists similarly clenched and their faces twisted. Didn't you say, this is a trial, why are people still dying? A recruit's voice trembled. Trials your ass. Have you ever seen such a trial? Shen Qingzhu directly roared out. He gently flattened Deng Wei, turned his head to look at the warehouse, the intact black clay figure, his eyes bloodshot. Surprisingly calm, he stood up and took a step toward the figure. All get out of the way. I want to personally kill this and avenge Deng Wei. With that, he also turned his head to look at Li Liang and Li Jia. You too. Take Deng Wei and stay away. Don't get caught in the waves again. Lin Chia stood on the side, wanting to speak. In that instant, Lin Chia clearly saw through his spiritual perception that an instructor appeared in front of the opponent and teleported him away the moment Deng Wei was about to be hit. That instructor was still holding a strange square in his hand, and with a wave of his hand, a body identical to Teng Wei's appeared in place, with a dead look on his face. Then he saw the shard run through the torso chest in an instant. The duration of the process was so short, coupled with the explosion, that no one reacted at all. He wanted to remind Shen Qingzhu, but he stopped in a whirlwind. If he was right, this would have been the scene the instructors wanted them to experience. The instructor wanted them to face life and death head-on, not as a well-prepared test by the instructor. If simply as a test will not be so important, after all, the test, the instructor cannot harm us, right? A lot of people think that way. But if they see someone die in front of your eyes, they don't think of it as a test, but an accident. One slip-up is a death sentence. The mentality of the recruit is completely different in both cases. By this time, Lin Xian had also arrived close by, and when Lin Chia looked up, he saw that Lin Xian had a look of disbelief and his body was slightly trembling, as if he had been shocked. What the hell is going on here? Lin Xian swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. Lin Chia, you're pretty good at pretending. But what the hell is wrong with you only starting to act scared when you come close? Do you think my mental probes are for show? Lin Chia didn't say anything. He just shook his head and turned his head to look at Shen Qingzhu. At this time, Shen Qingzhu had already arrived beside the silhouette, and the explosions blasted towards the silhouette like it didn't need money. Shen Qingzhu was unusually calm now as he paid attention to the silhouette's every move, breathing steadily without a single change in his expression, only his eyes cold and scary. As for the anger, anger doesn't help at all except to diminish judgment. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, and a large hole directly exploded in the silhouette's abdominal cavity, revealing the swords inside. Black mud flowed around them, quickly patching up the wounds. No wonder the armory was a bit empty, almost only hot weapons were left. I guess the cold weapons all went into the other side's stomach. Combined with the death of those corpses in the arsenal before, it is not difficult to judge that this attack means is related to these weapons in the body. It should be noted that this has some intelligence, at least it knows how to bombard the pill pile with bazookas. The thoughts in Shen Qingzhu's mind turned electrically. But what he didn't know was that the other party would do so, thanks to the instructors who had taught it carefully, and had taught it many times for fear that the other party wouldn't know how. For the purpose of surprising recruits who might come to the weapons depot. Of course, it could be shock. Except for that bazooka, which itself doesn't actually use heat weapons. While Shen Qingzhu was pondering, the silhouette suddenly accelerated and came in front of Shen Qingzhu. A 3-meter-tall black mud silhouette closed its arms towards Shen Qingzhu, and if one ignored the size, it was more like a hug. But the moment the figure unfolded his arms, countless blades penetrated through his body, from his chest to his arms, all densely packed and glistening with cold light. Now if this is hugged solidly, the upper part of one's body becomes a fishing net straight away. Shen Qingzhu grabbed out of thin air, the ground suddenly collapsed, and the black silhouette fell directly toward the side. Underground, the instructors looked at the image and nodded frequently. This Shen Qingzhu is not bad. His companion died in battle and still managed to remain calm. Not at all like the usual hairy and gangly. It's really rare. After nearly a year of getting along, they also already knew Shen Qingzhu's temperament. This guy is cold on the outside, hot on the inside, and extremely kind to those around him. As Shen Qingzhu's follower, Deng Wei undoubtedly occupied a very important position in Shen Qingzhu's heart. And after Deng Wei's death, Shen Qingzhu didn't lose his mind due to anger. Instead, he kept his cool, which was good. Many full members of the Night's Watch who are normally calm are simply unable to keep their cool after their teammates are killed, and just charge blindly with a fit of rage, and end up just getting killed for nothing. One instructor commented. No one thought this instructor's comment was cold-blooded, because it's a lesson in blood. The Night's Watch is a profession that often comes with sacrifice, and the rate of sacrifice is very high. The path was filled with blood and sacrifice, and the death of teammates in battle became almost the norm. For the Night Watchmen, the time spent with their teammates is longer than with their families, and for them, their teammates are not only comrades in arms but also family. When a teammate is killed in action, the pain is simply unbearable. The ground floor fell silent for a moment. Many people clenched their fists as if they were thinking of something. The vast majority of instructors in the training camp had experienced situations where their teammates were killed by the enemy, and many had even watched the enemy kill their teammates with their own eyes. That anger they could understand. It was precisely because of this that they understood more about the preciousness of this calmness. Even if they were in their own shoes, they could not guarantee that they would remain calm in this situation, but Shin Qingzhu had done it. Instructor Hong wrote a +6 in Shin Qingzhu's column. Simply for Shan Qingzhu's calmness, 6 points were added. It's worth noting that this +6 is preceded by a 1, for giving the middle finger to surveillance. Chapter 67. Space blockade. You tell me to twist the doorknob and the door opens? Lin Xian, where did you go before? Bailey Chubby came over to Lin Xian's side with a puzzled expression. Lin Xian was just about to reply when he suddenly looked in a certain direction underground. Lin Xie and Lin Xian were almost synchronized and also looked in that direction. Get out of the way. The two of them spoke in unison, and Lin Xie tugged Bailey Chubby's collar and ran off to the side. The moment the crowd left their spot, the solid ground turned to sand, the ground sunk in, and a colored creature could be vaguely seen traveling through it, like a rat, but comparable in size to a medium-sized dog. Although the two shouted this, they were not the only 4 people in their location. There were still people who hadn't reacted, and by now they were half buried in the sand. The sand devoured them so fast that, in just a few breaths, many were left with only their necks exposed. Not only that, but the sand was expanding, trying to involve those around them as well. What the hell is this? Bailey Chubby's heart palpitated, if not for Lin Chia pulling him. At this time he had also sunk into the yellow sand and died in peace. It looks like some kind of mystery. It should have used some kind of forbidden ruin to transform the soil into sand and devour others, Lin Xian said. He took a step back and protected Lin Chia in front of him, without the slightest intention of making a move. He himself could of course use his judgment or blood-sucking scythe and kill him directly, but one had to give the others a bit of room to perform, didn't he? This was after all a test that examined all the recruits, not just him. The big deal is that you end up using the trial to grab heads again. Lin Xian thought shamelessly. In the distance, the sand turned back into land, and the recruits were completely buried underneath. Seeing their companions die with their own eyes brought some to their knees in pain, but nearly a year of training always paid off. More people, despite the anger in their eyes, still forced themselves to calm down and looked at the ground vigilantly while the forbidden ruins in their hands were poised to fire. Underground, the instructor's eyes were full of relief when they saw this scene. This is a good class of soldiers, both in terms of mentality and quality, the best batch in the past few years. You guys look at Shin Qingzhu. Suddenly, an instructor opened his mouth, and upon hearing this, all the instructors looked at the screen displaying Shan Qingzhu's picture in unison. In the picture, Shin Qingzhu and the black clay figure were still fighting, and there were all kinds of weapon remnants stuck around the feet of the one man and the mysterious one, reflecting brilliant light under the sunlight. But the black mud figure's height at this point had changed from more than 3 meters to 2 meters, and his entire body was tattered and torn, revealing the cold weapons inside. In the battle just now, the cold weapons inside the Black Shadow's body had already consumed most of them, and only a small amount of them remained in his body. It wasn't that the Black Shadow hadn't thought about picking up the weapons scattered around him, but every time he was stopped by Shin Qingzhu and articulated a small explosive combo. At this moment, around Shin Qingzhu floated something like a bubble, which was filled with surging black mud that was surging madly, trying to break through the bubble. Shin Qingzhu realized that the exploded black mud would automatically return to the silhouette's body, so he had the bright idea of using the vacuum barrier to trap the black mud in it. He just blew up while trapping the scattered black mud, and within a few moments, the black silhouette had shrunk by a large circle. His whole body was tattered and torn, and Shin Qingzhu could even see the weapons inside through the other party's body. The figure could have shrunk even smaller if it wasn't for the weapon inside it holding it up. With this weakening, it would soon be possible to imprison all the black slime. This way, even if they couldn't kill, they could still imprison each other. On the other side, a ground revert to sand. The crowd towards instantly reacted, jumping towards one side, forbidding the market to greet towards the sand like no money. What everyone didn't expect was that several tentacles constructed out of sand suddenly surged out of the sand to entangle the few people who were closer to the sand. The moment the tentacle acted, extreme darkness expanded out from Lin Chia and spread towards the tentacle. The tentacles turned deep black in an instant and stabbed into the sandy soil with a stir. Only with a swish sound, a mysterious shape like a groundhog was grabbed out by the tentacles and thrown high into the air. Seeing this, Bailey Chubby pulled out a golden-colored luster banana fan from his self-space and slapped it towards it. A tornado of lightning swept by, and the groundhog instantly convulsed. The others also reacted, and in a flash, dozens of forbidden ruins greeted together, and the surroundings were instantly splendid. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the violent explosions, Lin Xian similarly raised his hand, and dozens of tiny wind blades were compressed into a single point, which Lin Xian shoved into his opponent's chest before instantly exploding. Under Lin Xian's control, the opponent's interior was churned to pieces in an instant. The body fell straight to the ground without a sound. Lin Xian closed his eyes and felt for a moment, realizing that after the bloodline purity had been raised to 40%, the bloodline boost obtained from killing a Chuan realm was only 0.5%. Well expected. Lin Xian turned his head in the direction of the weapons depot. At this time, Shin Qingzhu was standing frozen in place, his head lowered, his face hidden in the shadows, unable to see his expression. In front of him were stacked weapons of all colors. Around him there was a small black ball floating, and that black figure was completely packed into one of the small balls by him. It was also the moment all the black slime was loaded into the small ball that all the black slime that tried to break through stopped moving and fell silent. It seemed to have literally turned into a puddle of black mud. Lin Xian could feel that the mystery within was dead. The moment Shin Qingzhu encapsulated all the black mud, the other party was already dead. Shin Qingzhu, alone, had single-handedly killed a Chuan realm mystery. Shen, Li Jia and Li Liang came to Shin Qingzhu's side, wanting to speak. After a long time, Shin Qingzhu picked up Deng Wei from Li Jia's arms and took the lead in a direction. Go! He spat out a word and strutted away. From the beginning to the end, Shin Qingzhu kept her head down and didn't say a word. Everyone moved out of the way for him and watched the three men carry the body away. The air was at a standstill for a moment. It was a long time before someone broke the silence. All grab your weapons and hurry to the girls' dormitory building. One word woke up the crowd, and they grabbed their weapons and ran in the direction of the dormitory building. Earlier they had noticed that there was something wrong with the third floor of the girls' dormitory. It was a little too quiet. If this is still an instructor's test, at least no one will be killed. But now, who dares to call this a test? Dozens of people will die in your family ordeal to help? So the recruits in the third floor of the girls' dormitory were, more than likely, in danger. The crowd ran furiously towards the direction of the third building, hoping to arrive earlier and save one more. Among them, Bailey Chubby was the most anxious. He used a hood to cover the three of them with Lin Xian, and urged his flying sword under his feet to the extreme, and dashed furiously in the direction of the third building. Molly, you must wait for me. Bailey Chubby was so anxious that he was about to cry out. It was hard to like one, and he didn't want to send a black hair to a red hair. Molly's a redhead. When they came to the dormitory building, it was a little eerily silent and seemed to be empty inside. But they do know that they haven't seen anyone come out of it since morning. Arriving in front of the door, Bailey Fatty pushed hard, resulting in the door not moving. He pulled out his big golden sword and swung it down hard. As it turned out, the door didn't even move, it was simply unharmed. What is this? Chubby Time was in a hurry. Why can't I open this stupid door? The space here should be partitioned. Lin Xian gave an explanation. He had read the original and knew what it was like. Space partition. I see. Wait for me to find it. Bailey Chubby rummaged around in the self-space, but was interrupted by Lin Xian. Don't bother. Let me try. Lin Xian arrived in front of the gate. Either way, it's a door. And he had a spirit of speech called a key, which was claimed to open every door or lock in the world. It shouldn't be a problem to open this door that is separated by space. In the basement, the instructors looked at the clueless few and discussed. As I recall, it seems that the few little ones of the spatial type of forbidden ruins were all affected by the explosion and the swirl of sand and gravel just now. So how are they going to get in? I also don't know if this Bailey Tuming kid has any spatial type props. If he doesn't, then he's really screwed. The girls within the third building are still performing well, responding very quickly and calmly. Wait, what's Lin Xian doing? Instructor Hong was commenting on the girls within the third building when he saw Lin Xian walk up to the door and gently reach out his hand. Then, a scene that made all the instructors' jaws drop just appeared before their eyes. Just a click. The gate opened in response. Chapter 68, The Terror of the Dragon Bone State, Magic Cube, directly crushed. The gate was opened just as easily as if there was no space blockade at all. This isn't right? The instructors' mouths were open in disbelief at the sight. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing what method they would use to open the door if Lin Xian were to do so, when they turned their heads and saw Lin Xian directly walk up and twist the door handle. The door opened straight away. You kids open? Is it hard to believe that the Tesseract suddenly closed the space blockade? An instructor tries to give a rational explanation. No, I'm pretty sure the space blockade is still in place. A space-type forbidden marketplace instructor spoke. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, who had unscrewed the handle and was breezing through the silence, and it was deafening. In front of building number 3, Chubby Bailey looked dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. Lin Xian, how did you open it? I'll open the door how I normally open it, or what? He spread his hands with an innocent expression. All 3 of them had an I believe you damned look on their faces. But Bailey Chubby didn't have time to ask more questions and directly rushed into the dormitory building. Lin Chie and Chao Yuan followed closely behind. Lin Chie gave Lin Xian a meaningful look before entering the door. This guy Lin Xian, his abilities were one more bizarre than the other. First, the ability to foretell the future, then the different colored blades he pulled out of nowhere, and now a whole ability to ignore space blockades. Lin Xian looked up at the 3rd building and similarly stepped into it. The doors were open like that, like an invitation to the crowd. Entering the room, Lin Xian subconsciously surveyed it with some novelty. He wasn't a pervert, but he did seem quite curious about women's restrooms and girls' dormitories, having never been there after all. Entering it, the 1st floor staircase is in front of you. Suddenly, a woman's scream resonated throughout the building, and it felt like the kind of hysterical shriek that comes from a person who has encountered something extremely terrifying. The voice was coming from upstairs. The moment they heard the scream, several people's faces changed and they rushed towards the upstairs. But as they ran up the stairs, the crowd suddenly froze. By all rights, stepping from the stairs on the 1st floor to the 2nd, they should have the stairs on the 2nd floor in front of them. But now they actually appeared in front of a dormitory door. The dormitory was neat and tidy, with only 2 quilts in disarray, almost saved in a ball. It's hard to imagine what a girl who sleeps here at night would look like in her sleeping position. Other than Lin Xian, several people were all confused. I think this is the Rubik's Cube that can displace space. Lin Xian pondered in his heart. The transformation of space is based on the rotation of the Rubik's Cube. It's not hard to find the Tesseract proper once you figure out the patterns. Lin Chie reacted with a slight frown. It's obviously not right. Up the stairs is a dorm room. What kind of designer could have created this kind of hellish architecture? Lin Chie thought again about the spatial blockade he had just encountered. There should be a space-type mystery in this dormitory building that also displaces space in the dormitory building. Lin Chie took the lead towards the other end of the dormitory, which was originally the direction of the balcony, but was now a wall with a door embedded in it. Opening the door, Lin Chie was the first to enter it. The people came to a corridor which was very strange, like the word non, and was made up of several different corridors put together. At the end of each corridor, there is a door. Which way? Bailey Chubby looked towards Lin Xian and Lin Chie. Don't bother. Lin Xian waved his hand and raised it, aiming at the wall of the corridor. Boom! With a loud bang, a hole was cut in the wall, and on the other side of it was another sleeping room. Lin Chie raised his eyebrows in surprise, and he was just about to say that there were also sleeping quarters behind these walls, and that he might be able to try to destroy the walls to get past them, when Lin Xian made his move. Lin Xian was the first to step into it, and he didn't stop there, blasting away a few more walls. He heard the sound of a blade cutting across the floor, like someone dragging a large knife across the ground. If he was right, this should be a sound hunter, and once someone made a sound, it would attack in the direction of the sound. And it's the louder the voice, the stronger the strength. Upon blasting the 3rd wall and stepping into it, suddenly, space shifted. Lin Chie's trio disappeared. The sound of the blade cutting the floor also became distant. It seems that the Tesseract's regular spatial transfers are taking effect. Lin Xian punched through all the surrounding walls. He changed his mind. He was going to solve that Rubik's Cube first. Lin Xian memorized the spatial arrangement around him, then sat down on a porch and quietly waited for the space to transform again. When the space is converted, repeat the operation you just did. After repeating this 3 times, Lin Xian already had a general model in his mind. He walked straight into the middle of a dormitory room. Still, it's not hard to figure out that Rubik's Cube once you find the pattern. If the dormitory building was a giant Rubik's Cube, that Rubik's Cube mystery which manipulated space was the center of this Rubik's Cube, located in the very middle. He just needs to figure out what position he's in and the pattern of the cube's rotation, and go to the corresponding location before the next spatial shift, you will be able to surprise the other party by coming directly next door to the tesseract after the spatial shift. And where Lin Xian was now was the location where he had calculated that he would encounter the magic cube. Space shifted again. The moment the spatial transformation was completed, Lin Xian directly made his move. The left wall directly burst open, and before Lin Xian's eyes was no longer a room, but a void. In the center of the pitch-black void, there was a third-order silver magic cube silently suspended. And in the middle of the hollow and Lin Xian, there were still 6 fast-moving walls separating them, constantly changing their positions and blocking those who approached. The moment he saw the cube, Lin Xian directly turned on time zero, breaking through the wall in front of him, arriving in front of the other party at a speed that the cube couldn't react to at all, and grabbing it in his hands, not giving the other side the slightest chance to deflect themselves. Being held by Lin Xian, the Rubik's Cube trembled violently, trying to break free from his hands. However, Lin Xian's right hand was crawling with pitch-black scales, while the light in his eyes turned from gold to red gold. Lin Xian instantly switched to the dragon bone state. Click! On the silver-colored magic cube, fine cracks appeared. The quivering of the Rubik's Cube became even more violent, but unlike before, Lin Xian seemed to feel it from a Rubik's Cube fear. Lin Xian didn't stay his hand and continued to exert himself. Click, 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 click. The cracks continued to extend, eventually spreading all over the tesseract's body. Eventually, all that could be heard was a crunching thud, as if glass was breaking. The Rubik's Cube, after all, was directly pinched and burst by him. If anyone else saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be too shocked to speak. The other party, no matter what, was also a Chuan realm mystery, one hand pinching to death or something. It was a bit too heavenly. But Lin Xian just did it. In the dragon bone state, Lin Xian's flesh strength was horrifying. As for how much it was, Lin Xian couldn't measure it. There weren't many measuring devices in the modern world that could withstand Lin Xian's trashing. But now it seemed that it was still easy to crush a Kawasaki mystic if you used your grip alone. Spilling Tesseract's corpse into the stagnant water, Tesseract's soul Lin Xian didn't let it go, and it was thrown into the Nibelungen by him. The opponent's ability is still quite useful. It can work wonders in many cases. At the moment of solving the Rubik's Cube, the surrounding space shook violently, and when the shaking disappeared, Lin Xian returned to the middle of a dormitory room. Out of the dormitory, there was a corridor in front of them. On either side of the corridor, there were rows of dormitories with stairs at either end of the corridor. Space is back to normal, and the sound of that blade dragging across the ground was just downstairs from Lin Xian. However, in addition to the sound of the blade dragging along, what came at the same time was the sound of the collision of gold and iron striking each other, as well as a burst of Jie's odd laughter. The laughter was so crazy, but to Lin Xian's ears, it was so kind. Isn't that old Chao's voice? Realizing this, Lin Xian's eyes snapped open. Chao Yuan's state of insanity was a Chao Yuan brand rechargeable treasure to Lin Xian. As long as it's still insane, it's a constant source of massive amounts of energy for him. Especially since Chao Yuan had already reached the pool realm. The Black King's chopper was even stronger and would be able to last longer. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth pursed up into an arc as he hurriedly turned around and went downstairs. He really couldn't stand it for a second. When he came downstairs, he saw Chao Yuan and a headless man with a decapitated machete in his hand fighting. The black flame straight sword and the chopper great sword clashed together with a violent sound. And the louder the noise, the faster the headless man went. Lin Xian also noticed that at the other end of the corridor, there were a few other people who were poking their heads around, lying on the edge of the room's door, their heads stacked high and short, and were looking over at this side with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Among them, he even saw Chubby 100 and Molly inside. When Bailey Chubby saw Lin Xian, his eyes swished brightly and he waved hard at Lin Xian. The rest of the female soldiers similarly recognized Lin Xian, and like Bailey Chubby, they also looked excited. In the training camp, if you said who was the most capable fighter, almost everyone would answer without hesitation that it was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's terrifying force value had been evident to them since they first entered the training camp. The other party is like a giant pillar in the sky. As long as he is there, he will be able to hide to the side without worrying. Not to add to the chaos is the biggest help. All they had to do was wait for the other side to finish off the enemy and then go home for dinner. This was Lin Xian, the absolute force ceiling of the training camp, a fierce man who could even be equal to Instructor Han simply by competing in fighting skills and knife skills. Carrying a load that was 4 or 5 times heavier than theirs, he could still run faster than them without turning red in the face. When the new recruits had practical exercises among themselves, it was even more so because no one was willing to fight against him, or rather, they didn't dare to fight against him except for Lin Chia, fearful that if the other party punched down, he would become a quintuple merchant's harness, a piece of this and a piece of that. P.S. I hate transferring. Bullwinkle's transferring. Thought I'd be able to get more done early today, Saturday, but I ended up with transferring classes in the morning and afternoon. Forget about spreading negative energy. Let's all take advantage of the vacation to rest and have some fun. I hope everyone is happy. Chapter 69. Why is Lin Xian more of a lunatic compared to Chao Yuan instead? That's not right, is it? The crowd stared at Lin Xian's figure, crossing their fingers, wanting to see how the other party resolved the voice hunters. Then, they were shocked to realize that Lin Xian had disappeared into thin air. It's a real disappearance, like a bubble that melts out of thin air. On the other side, Chao Yuan and the voice hunter were still clashing. But this time, their weapons clashed together without making a single sound. The voice hunter declined instantly. It was also in this instant that Lin Xian appeared behind the voice hunter, his blade penetrating his body. When the crowd's eyes went round. What was this situation? Why had the sound disappeared? And why was Lin Xian able to instantly move? In this moment, the crowd thought a lot, from the Big Bang to the origin of mankind, and finally came to a conclusion: mom-born bushy. Bailey Chubby's mouth was so open that he could stuff several eggs in it. Lin Xian's tactics, I haven't seen them before. It's like a heifer on a wire, awesome with lightning all the way. If this is according to Seven Knights, it should be Lin Xian Beast Re-Evolution? In the absence of sound, voice hunters are very vulnerable and can be killed easily. But having killed the voice hunters, they needed to face another problem. Bailey Fatty looked towards Chao Yuan, who was heatedly grinning. At this time, the other party's eyes were scarlet. His body was burning with abyssal flames, and he could feel the blazing heat even from a long distance away. Hideous and horrible. Bailey Fatty always felt that when Chao Yuan, who was in a state of madness, saw Lin Xian, his expression actually changed. That demeanor was rather like gnashing of teeth, like he wanted to dismantle the other party. I think I'm looking at it wrong. Old Chao is in a state of madness and unconsciousness. As Bailey Chubby thought this, he saw Lin Xian copying the beheading machete on the side, laughing maniacally as he rushed towards Chao Yuan. Jie jie jie. Old Chao, I want you to help me cultivate. From this angle, he could see that Lin Xian actually had a smile on his face, the corners of his mouth almost grinning to the base of his ears, revealing bright red gums. Dang! With an even more violent collision sound than just now, Chao Yuan was directly slapped away, smashing the wall and flying out of the dormitory building. Lin Xian similarly leapt down from the third floor of the dormitory building, his decapitating greatsword raised high in his hand. Boom! Rumbling sounds continued to resound, but the crowd could no longer see the two figures. Bailey Chubby was dumbfounded in place, not knowing what to say. The way Lin Xian looked just now, it always felt a bit perverted. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was Chao Yuan or Lin Xian who was crazy. Bailey Tu Ming, Lin Xian's mental state? Is there really no problem? Molly looked at the smashed wall, then turned her head to Bailey Chubby, hesitated for a moment, but still asked these words. Lin Xian's mental state has always been quite normal before. Bailey Chubby was just in the middle of his words when he suddenly felt the house shaking violently, and along with that, there were two sardonic laughs. That voice of Lin Xian even suppressed Chao Yuan's voice. And Lao Chao's voice, it actually sounded a bit exasperated. The women soldiers looked at him with eyes that revealed only one thing. You call that no problem? Chubby 100 swallowed the words back down again. Seven Knights, come on. If you don't come, Old Chao and Lin Xian are going to tear down the house. Don't end up winning the mystery and dying at the hands of your own people. As expected, when there were no enemies, Lao Chao and Lin Xian were the most dangerous. Chubby, chastity belt. Lin Chia ran to Bailey Chubby's side. Just a moment ago, when space returned to normal, Lin Chia similarly detected Chao Yuan and the sound hunter who were fighting. Before he could make a move, he saw Lin Xian easily resolving it. And in a very weird way, in his mental detection, there was only a faint black mist at Lin Xian's location. He then saw the black mist idly come behind the voice hunter, reappear as Lin Xian, and stab out with a knife. The sound hunter didn't notice a thing the entire time, allowing Lin Xian to come behind him. Lin Chia could be certain that this was definitely not time zero. If it was time zero, one couldn't see it even with spirit detection. In other words, this guy has a new ability. So worthy of you. Lin Chia lamented in his heart while running towards Bailey Chubby's direction. The Chao Yuan chastity belt is necessary if you want to bring Chao Yuan back to his senses. Lin Xian definitely knew this, but the other party only seemed to want to fight Chao Yuan, with no intention of taking the chastity belt at all. Last time too, as soon as he encountered old Chao going crazy, Lin Xian was just like playing chicken blood. Like a demented man who had been forced to abstain from sex for several months, had encountered a fainting world-class beauty, and couldn't wait to bring up his gun and go to war. Basement. The instructors were speechless for a moment as they looked at the two men who were in a battle. The two of them had been fighting for about 10 minutes. The flames on Chao Yuan's body were getting smaller and smaller, while Lin Xian was like a perpetual motion machine, without a hint of fatigue, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. Lin Xie sat on the side, holding the scroll of sealing in his hand, bored. In the dormitory building, many men and women poked their heads out and watched the scene. This scene was somewhat similar to when the training camp had just begun, when Lin Xian had fought alone against Lin Xie and the crowd of Wang Mian. Do you think this kid is idle, having to physically fight with Chao Yuan and not letting Lin Xie help? What is this? A rat licking a cat's bee. Nothing to get excited about. Old Hong, be civilized. Che, we're all grown men, what can't we say? Instructor Hong bristled as the screen showed that the battle was nearing its end. The flames on Chao Yuan's body completely withered down and flopped softly against his body. Why do I feel like Chao Yuan is looking at Lin Xian with gnashing teeth? Didn't he say he was unconscious? Instructor Hong scratched his chin. Chao Yuan's expression was exactly the same as the way old Han looked at him when he touched his precious weapon with his bare hands without gloves. It felt like raising your ashes and all but cricketing you all day while squatting next to your ashes. What a grudge. Bang! Chao Yuan fell to the ground and lay on the ground, unable to get up again. The scarlet pupils of those eyes were still dead set on Lin Xian. If the gaze could kill, then Lin Xian would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. Gee, that's it, no? Lin Xian issued a provocation and realized that Chao Yuan was still lying motionless on the ground before waving towards Lin Xie. 7 knights. Give me the chastity belt. Taking the Chao Yuan chastity belt tossed by Lin Xie, Lin Xian wrapped it around Chao Yuan and tied it in a beautiful bow. Then he met Chao Yuan's lifeless gaze. Chao Yuan really wanted to curse his mother. Everywhere on his body hurt right now, and when he moved, his muscles felt incredibly sore. This guy Lin Xian, he's really not human. It's been 2 whole times. Chao Yuan stared at Lin Xian and didn't say anything. There's no need to say thank you. They're all friends, as they should be. Chao Yuan. He turned his head to look at Lin Xie with pitiful eyes. 7 knights. Can you do it next time instead? Lin Xie sighed lightly. I'll try my best. It was not clear whether the try in his mouth was to try to be gentle, or to try to keep Lin Xian from coming. Maybe it's both. Chapter 70. Shun Qingzhu. I want to escape from Earth. In one test, Lin Xian killed 3 Chuan realm mysteries. With the addition of the Chao Yuan brand rechargeable treasure, his bloodline purity was now at 43%. It should be said that he deserved to be called Old Chao, and the energy gained from 10 minutes of fighting him in his frenzied state was worth 4 Chuan realm mysteries. Just outrageous. It was also the fact that Chao Yuan's forbidden ruins were special, and the Black King was sealed in his body, which allowed him to suck it up. When Chao Yuan regained consciousness, the instructors soon appeared in front of everyone, and along with them, there were hundreds of dead recruits. Many of them flew straight forward and hugged tightly. They were really thinking that the other person died and they would never see each other again. Of course, it was mostly female soldiers who rushed over and hugged each other. Men, after all, are not able to pull this face. Plus, it always feels weird to cuddle together. It was also at this moment that Shun Qingzhu, Li Jia, and Li Liang returned from the other side. Their hands and faces were covered in mud, and one of Shun Qingzhu's pinky nails even lifted outward, dripping blood even now. Shun Qingzhu did not have any expression on his face, just lowered his head, and the sunlight shone on his military cap, casting a shadow. He'd gone to dig a hole for Dunwell. Hand dug a standard grave pit for him. It's my fault why I reacted so slowly. Why I let my guard down and thought it was just a normal drill. Shun Qingzhu, you can't even guard your companion. Why don't you go to hell? Shun Qingzhu clenched his fists and cursed his incompetence. He hated that he hadn't realized sooner that this wasn't a drill, but a fight to the death. The duo of Li Liang and Li Jia on the side were similarly downcast. Li Liang looked up at the crowd in front of him. Chief Instructor, Instructor Hong, Instructor Han, and a host of other instructors, and next to the instructors were their familiar compatriots, including Chao Yuan, Deng Wei, Lin Xie. Wait, what seems wrong? Li Liang turned his head violently and looked to the leftmost side. At Deng Wei, who was scratching his head with a silly grin on his face, his expression indescribably wonderful. It's bad. I've seen a ghost. Shin, look. Brother, why don't you leave Brother Shin alone? Let him be by himself for a while. Li Jia pulled Li Liang's sleeve and whispered, No, look at that one over there. Does it look like Deng Wei? Hearing the word Deng Wei, Shin Qingzhu immediately looked up. Then he saw that some guy who was obviously dead and buried in the dirt by his own hand was scratching his head and waving at him, and he remembered that he had kowtowed a few times at the guy at the end as a sort of send-off for him. Shin Qingzhu froze and looked at Deng Wei, who was waving at him in the distance, and muttered, Living hell. In the distance, the crowd looked at Shin Qingzhu's trio and then at Deng Wei on the other side, their expressions indescribably odd. Brother Shin, that's what happened. In fact, I didn't die. I was saved by the instructor at that time. The one lying in the same place is the fake body that the instructor made with the forbidden substance. Deng Wei sat next to Shin Qingzhu and explained to him. Deng Wei looked a little embarrassed. He had watched the surveillance when he was in the basement and knew what Shin Qingzhu's trio had done. Seriously, looking at Shin digging his grave with his own hands and kowtowing to him, he really felt like he couldn't say anything without dying a death. Shin Qingzhu sat on the ground and stared at the ants on the ground, not saying a word since just now. Nothing else, it's too humiliating. Digging a grave for a fake corpse with his own hands and kowtowing 3 times to that fake corpse. How can you think of it as a loss? Shin Qingzhu didn't feel angry for being deceived. He only felt grateful. I'm glad it was all fake, and I'm glad that this one woke me up. Without this incident, he probably wouldn't have been able to realize that they were in fact in constant danger and had to be on guard at all times. The cost of a moment's negligence may be life. Shin Qingzhu patted Deng Wei's shoulder and took a deep breath. I'm glad it's okay. Are you hungry? I'll buy you dinner. Brother Shin, we're still in the training camp. Shin Qingzhu almost forgot. After that big upheaval earlier, he subconsciously felt it was time to take the 3 of them out for some good food to calm them down. It's okay. Even at the camp, you get extra meals. I'll turn around and blackmail the stinky old man. If he doesn't call in more meals, I'll blow up his kitchen. Shin Qingzhu reverted back to his gangly appearance, as if the bitter and hateful look he had before was all feigned. Lin Xian, where is the corpse of the spider boy? Eat. Lin Xian spoke nonsense in a serious manner. You gave it to eat? Yeah. I was kind of curious what a braised spider hand tasted like, so I ate it. Yuan Gang was silent for a long time and suddenly asked, Is it good? It's okay? Yuan Gang looked straight into Lin Xian's eyes, wanting to see if Lin Xian was lying. Lin Xian's eyes at this moment, he couldn't quite describe it. It felt stupid in its clarity. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Then there should always be a corpse of the Tesseract, right? The cube crumbled right into powder when it died, and now it's spilled nowhere. Lin Xian scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Yuan Gang was silent again. For a moment, he shook his head and turned away. Forget it, if you don't have it, you don't have it. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xian sat on the bed and couldn't wait to close his eyes. His bloodline purity is raised to 40%, and he is able to unlock another handful of the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins this time are laziness. Lin Xian gripped the hilt of the blade and gently pulled it out. Only a buzzing sound was heard as this sloth was easily pulled out by Lin Xian. It was a katana with a clear, icy blue color, as if it were an endless ocean in a place of extreme cold. Laziness. The moment one grips this weapon, its relevant information has been known to Lin Xian as much as possible. This weapon, capable of utilizing the water element of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, the ice element was also included in the water element. The cold ice released by sloth is capable of sealing off space and also freezes the mind, slowing down the thinking of those in the cold. The ability is unbelievable. The water element? Lin Xian pondered. Sloth was the water element, so did the several handles of the 7 deadly sins behind it similarly control 1 element each? In the dragon world, the 4 elements, earth, fire, wind, and water, were the 4 basic elements that made up the world. Well, it could also be said to be the 5 elements with a spiritual element thrown in for good measure. Lin Xian still remembered the Black King's description of using the spiritual element to control the domination of the remaining 4 elements, thus controlling the world. That's the Black Emperor Nidhogg. If I had to say pushy, the Black King of the Dragons is much higher than Nidhogg in Norse mythology. After all, one was the world's lord, and the other could only be considered a deity of a certain divine lineage, and although equally powerful, it was ultimately no match for the world's lord. can be a tall order. And if Lin Xian wanted to become the Black Emperor, he was bound to truly master these 5 elements. A long way to go. Chapter 71. Lin Xie, who decided to go home to see the children can be taught. The test was over, and the next thing that should come next would be that natural disaster flood that was artificially created against the training camp. In the original, the Church of the Ancient Gods had sent a total of 1 sea realm, 4 Chuan realms, and a ravishing doppelganger in this operation. Sort of 2 sea realm and 4 Chuan realm. But this time, with yourself as a variable, there was no telling how many would be sent. It wasn't out of the question to send 1 or 2 additional sea realms. Plus, that Inferno Vein Earth Dragon seemed to be in the sea realm as well. I'm afraid there will be a lot of sea realms this time. If one was able to kill a sea realm, one could easily bring the bloodline purity to another level. If we could kill a few more. Of course, Lin Xian was only thinking about it. Killing the Chuan realm was simple no doubt, but he wanted to cross 2 steps to challenge the sea realm. He still didn't have a clue. The gap between the Chuan realm and the sea realm could be described as a heavenly rift. The sea realm could pinch the Chuan realm to death with a single finger, just like pinching an ant. There was an element of exaggeration in this statement, but it was enough to see the gap between the 2 realms. It's still about preserving yourself, everything else is secondary. Stay in the mountains to have wood to burn. He had already warned Yuan Gang beforehand that even if he was unable to make an upward report and obtain assistance, there must be other channels. Let's hope it's reliable. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed by. Early summer. Lin Xian's 4 people sat side by side on the stone pier outside the training ground, looking in the direction of the training ground and chatting with one another. Whether it's a boy or a girl, when they get together, there are only a few topics that they flip-flop on. For example, heterosexual. As the saying goes, 4 boys for a pack of cigarettes, 1 mention of women for a day of fun. 4 women and a box of wine, 1 mention of men cursing half the night. 7 nights. Do you prefer little kittens or wildcats? Bailey Chubby asked with a lewd face. Lin Xie was silent for a long time. Can't it be a person? Chubby 100 was silent. Don't mind him, the guy's just a prude. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Girls nowadays like him in that tone, very proper in front of people, and afterward teacher-student bondage role playing with a lot of flowers. Lin Xie looked at him with false eyes and didn't say anything. Ugh. If I had half the face value of 7 nights, I would have chased Molly by now, Bailey Chubby said despondently, turning his head towards Lin Xian. Say, Lin Xian, don't you have a favorite? Not for the moment. But I'm convinced there's that one girl who doesn't want my money or my room. As soon as Lin Xian said this, Chao Yuan and Lin Xie instantly straightened up and listened with sideways ears, a gossipy light flashing in their eyes. She doesn't want me either. The corners of the 3 men's mouths twitched. What about you saying a hook 8? According to reason, Lin Xian, your face value is also quite high. Why haven't I seen any girls come to express their love for you? But it's 7 nights, love letters after love letters. Chao Yuan was puzzled. Obviously Lin Xian still has quite a lot of good qualities. Such as, for example, Chao Yuan pondered for a moment, trying to find a suitable adjective from his mind. Like, you're kinda golden looking. So aggressive. The 4 chatted for a while, then suddenly stopped again. Lin Xie stared at the training ground in a daze, somewhat dazed. The time has flown by and it's been almost a year. The day after tomorrow is the day they leave, and after they leave, they basically don't come back. It's kinda hard to think about it. I remember there was a convention coming up this afternoon to announce where we were going based on our scores. Old Chow, have you ranked out yet? It's out. I totaled 93 and placed 3rd. I already know who the first 2 are. Bailey Chubby looked towards Lin Xian and Lin Xie, his hands clasping his chest. 7 nights. Where do you rank? 2nd. I'm a 95. Where's Lin Xian? 1st. 98. Hiss, I'm curious as to where you lost points. Lin Xian was silent. Lin Xie answered the question for him. The class on combat strategy, the questions about strategic interpretation, this guy didn't get a single point. Who would have thought that the intensive camp exams also test reading comprehension? You can't necessarily get a perfect score even if you let the author do it himself. Then you can't fill in the expression of the author's homesickness. I'm a little hungry, let's go eat. That's a diversion, isn't it? Seconded. 2 rice buckets. Correction. One of the inside is a rice bowl. Are you polite? Lin Xian looked askance at the 3. Afternoon. The crowd stood in square formation, like a straight flagpole, rooted in the earth and pointing straight up to the sky. Each one spoke with a solemn expression. In the training ground, only the sound of whistling wind echoed. Yuan Gang looked at the scene below and was satisfied. Finally, a bit of soldiering. He first stood at attention and gave a military salute to the crowd on the stage before picking up the cowhide pouch in his hand and pulling a document from it. Next, start announcing your respective transfer orders. Molly, transfer to Squad 017 in Gushu City. Bailey Tu Ming, transfer to Squad 010 in Guangshen City. Chao Yuan, transfer to Huaihai City Squad 007. Xin Qingzhu, transfer to Team 006 in Shangjing City. Lin Xie, transfer to Squad 136 in Tsangnan City. Lin Xian, transfer to Squad 136 in Tsangnan City. Everyone was stunned. They could still understand the previous transfer orders, but what was with Lin Xian and Lin Xie's transfer orders? Generally speaking, it was rare for two recruits coming out of an intensive training camp to be transferred to the same city. Not to mention, this was Lin Xian and Lin Xie. The first and second overall scores, surprisingly, were both transferred to Tsangnan City, a small third-tier city. On what grounds? Some were puzzled, some were indignant, but even more stared in contemplation, considering the deeper meaning. Some people instantly associated it with the fact that the place where they were organizing this intensive training was also Tsangnan City. In the past, the training camp was held in Shangjing City, but this time it was held in Tsangnan City, a small, unheard-of city. And Lin Xian and Lin Xie, who had likewise been transferred to this small city, was there some sort of connection? As for Lin Xie, the moment this result was announced, he turned his head to look at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with shock. Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan did the same. It really let Lin Xian say the right thing. But how did he conclude that Lin Xie would return to Squad 136? The transfer order wasn't even out in that time frame. And then there was Lin Xian, who himself had been transferred to Squad 136, which was not right by any stretch of the imagination. Lin Xian didn't have any changes on his face, as if he had expected it. He just turned his head towards Lin Xie and raised an eyebrow at him. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but Lin Xie understood what the other party meant. Don't forget what you said. Auntie Jin, Lin Xie murmured in a low voice. He sensed something was wrong. Many things strung together in this moment. Whether it was the fact that he and Lin Xian had been transferred back to Squad 136, or the fact that the training camp was located in Tsangnan City, all of this revealed that something was wrong. And Captain, why is he in Tsangnan City? The captain is the Black Impermanence who holds Sequence 037. How could he be living in a small third-tier city? Lin Xie looked at Lin Xian. He was certain that Lin Xian was bound to know information that he didn't know, and that this information was so crucial that it could tie everything together. But obviously, this Lin Xian fellow didn't want to tell him. Going home? Lin Xie raised his head to look at the sky, a bit dazed. Lin Xian, this person, if you have to Lin Xie to give a comment, is that small things do not look for him because this guy likes to add to your problems in irrelevant places. But if you're in a big situation, as long as he really treats you as a friend, he'll take the initiative to help you even if you don't look for him. After spending a whole year together, Lin Xie thought he still understood each other. Don't look at Lin Xian, who didn't have a proper behavior on weekdays, but Lin Xie could notice that the other party's eyes showed a kind of indifference from time to time, and he didn't care too much about many things around him, as if he was a god who was playing with the world. There were very few people and things that could truly make Lin Xian feel valued. But Lin Xian's expression was serious as he urged him to go home and take a look. Lin Xie wasn't someone who didn't know any better. He nodded heavily towards Lin Xian. Again, without opening his mouth, Lin Xian understood Lin Xie's meaning. I'll go back. Well, the children are teachable. If Lin Xian had a beard, he would have stroked it lightly and come up with such a sentence. The rest of the crowd looked at each other when they saw that Lin Xian and Lin Xie were eyeballing each other. But they didn't have the slightest intention of opposing the transfer order. But someone else stood up for the two. Report. Shun Qingzhu's arm was raised high in the air with an indignant expression. Speak. I'm ranked 4th overall and I'm able to get into the Shangjing City squad. So why are Lin Xian and Lin Xie, both of them 1st and 2nd, all transferred to Tsangnan City? I'm not convinced by this result. Yuan Gang nodded. I know you're unconvinced and think that this is burying talent. But the transfer orders regarding Lin Xian and Lin Xie weren't arranged by us. They were orders from the higher-ups. Lin Xian and Lin Xie's excellence is in everyone's eyes. Such talents, who should obviously be placed in an important area to fight against the mysteries and guard their homes, are instead placed in this third-tier small town. We are more angry and dissatisfied than you are. But there's no way around it. We're soldiers. Military orders. What I can tell you is that every transfer order concerning a new recruit is personally looked over by the commander-in-chief to make sure it's correct before it's issued. Since it is so arranged, there must be a deeper meaning. Yuan Gang looked down below, at the still furious crowd, and let out a long sigh. That's it, dismissed. Yuan Gang turned to leave, and before he left, he glanced at Lin Xian subtly. He could still remember Lin Xian's words that there would be an ancient god church operation against the prepared vigilantes. Perhaps just in the last few days. He had used all the connections he could and was very stealthy throughout, just waiting for the fish to bite. He was so prepared on the one hand because he knew this soldier he had brought with him, the other party was very good at taking a degree, and would never joke about such things. On the other hand, substituting the perspective of the Church of the Ancient God, this is really a good opportunity to fight the Night's Watch. If this group of reserve vigilantes could be wiped out in one go, it would definitely break the vigilantes' power, which would in turn hit the vigilantes hard. Snap! A drop of rain fell on Yuan Gang's shoulder. He tilted his head back to look at the sky. A cool touch across the cheek. Heavy rain in a moment. Wait, stormy. Yuan Gang thought of something. He remembered that Lin Xian had said that the natural disasters artificially created by the Church of the Ancient God were flash floods and mudslides. The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth turned up. Fish bite. Back at the dormitory, the peppery rain, crackling against the windows and balcony railings, played a stirring symphony. Lin Xian, what are you staring at here? Bailey Fatty elbowed Lin Xian. Also, how did you know that Lin Xie would be transferred back to Cangnan City? It doesn't make sense at all. At this moment, the four of them were in the middle of Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby's dormitory, either standing or sitting, and when they heard Bailey Chubby's words, Lin Xie and Chao Yuan similarly looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian just shrugged his shoulders, and after a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth. Coming. What's coming? A natural disaster. Lin Xian got up and came close to a few people, while a pale green-colored rib difference appeared in his hand. The crowd was not surprised by this. Lin Xian didn't carry a few of them at all, and they guessed that Lin Xian should have an ability or forbidden object like temporal storage. All hands out for a second. Without any hesitation, Lin Xie and Chao Yuan extended their palms without even asking Lin Xian what he wanted. Chubby Time gulped and reached out in the same way. So what? Lighten up. Lin Xian glanced at Bailey Chubby, and his rib difference gently scratched across the back of his hand, leaving an extremely shallow wound on it, bringing out a faint blood stain. It then did the same thing to Lin Xie and Chao Yuan, similarly leaving a shallow mark. With this wound, I will be able to track your location for a duration of about 200 days. Lin Xian explained slightly. Bailey Chubby nodded. He hesitated for a moment and once again passed his meaty hand in front of Lin Xian. Well, why don't you scratch deeper, and if it heals in a while, won't you have to make another scratch? Lin Xian, even if the wound heals, you'll still have the markings in your body, so don't worry. So, Chubby Time nodded. Lin Xian, what happened? Chao Yuan looked at Lin Xian. He knew that Lin Xian wasn't aiming for nothing. The other party must have his intentions for doing this. Maybe something bad would happen. Of course, it could also be that Lin Xian simply wanted to give them a stab and commit a cheap shot. But the probability of such a thing is relatively small. Lin Xian was just about to reply when suddenly, a sharp voice came from outside the dormitory building. The voice was so familiar that the first time they heard it the crowd had rushed out. Not just them, everyone rushed out. It was a whistle. P.S. I'm done writing 2000s and 4000, but I'm so awesome that I'll cross my arms. Love you guys, go to bed early and don't follow the dog author's example of unhealthy work and rest. Chapter 72 The Open Card I just want to kill your soldiers, what can you do? Heavy rain poured down, and a curtain of rain covered the sky. At the entrance of the training camp, several Army Green off-roads were parked there, and next to the off-roads were a cloaked instructor. The rainstorm dampened their hair and cut across their serious cheeks. Instructor Hong held a whistle in his hand and looked at the recruits assembled in front of him. Everyone, get in your vehicles and prepare for disaster relief immediately. No one voiced a question as the recruits lined up neatly in formation and quickly boarded the bus. Only a roar was heard as the Army Green off-road sped off toward the distant mountains. Now, let me briefly tell you the specifics. Instructor Hong got up and came into the middle of the crowd. Just 5 minutes ago, a massive mudslide and flash flood hit Mount Zinan, killing 6 surrounding villages. And our mission, which is to rescue and relief, must put the lives of the people on the front line. Instructor Hong took a deep breath. This is also my last lesson for you. Remember that no matter where you are part of the Night's Watch and a daxia soldier. The safety of the people is always above all else, and wherever you are needed, you must go. Having said this, he took a worn snakeskin pouch from a concealed compartment in the buggy and drew from it a long strip of articles wrapped in white cloth, which he delivered one by one into the hands of the recruits. Shen Qingzhu unraveled the white cloth and found that inside was actually a star blade, and immediately frowned. Something's wrong. Instructor, aren't we going to rescue and relief work? Why? Instructor Hong was silent for a moment. This natural disaster, which came too coincidentally at the point where you are about to finish your studies and go your separate ways, is most likely an attack carefully prepared by the enemy. During this rescue, you will likewise be on constant alert for possible attacks. Instructor Hong looked serious, even he had only just learned that there were star swords on the buggy, and that he had to distribute them to the new recruits. Head Yuan Gang seemed to know something, and looking at the other party, it was obvious that he had prepared for it earlier. The chief said that this natural disaster was probably a setup against the training camp. But in the end, Yuan Gang sent the recruits. Yes, he knows it's a setup, but so what? For soldiers, whether he is a bureau or not, rescue and relief to protect the people is the natural duty of soldiers. Since you want to go after the new recruits, go ahead and put up a fight. If you dare to make a move, be prepared to have your hand chopped off. Instructor Hong subconsciously stroked the metal on his chest, and on the back of the metal, there were 4 lines of small letters engraved. If a dark night falls, I shall stand before 10,000 men, crossing the sword to the abyss. Blood stains the vault of heaven. Instructor Hong's gaze was icy cold as he stared at the dense rain curtain outside the car window. If you want to move my soldiers, go through me first. Suddenly, the SUV lurched violently, and Bailey Chubby flew directly into Chow Yuan's arms on the opposite side, giving Chow Yuan a double glare. What just happened? Why the sudden tremor? Earthquake. As the crowd murmured, Instructor Hong pressed his headset and listened to the voices coming from across the room, his face sinking. He turned to the driver and said, Old Chin, the destination has been changed to village number 11. Good. The driver called Old Chin didn't say much, just twisted the steering wheel and drove in another direction. Instructor, aren't we going to those villages before? Those villages, some people have already rushed over ahead of us, but the earthquake just now happened in another mountain range in the Tsunan Mountains. Initial estimates are that at least 5 villages were affected and houses collapsed outright. Is that so? Lin Xian nodded. Someone had already rushed ahead of them to rescue them, and if he wasn't wrong, it should be Yuan Gang who had made the arrangements in advance. The earthquake, on the other hand, was a countermeasure by the Church of the Ancient God to draw them to those villages at the epicenter. It was a phallic plot because as soldiers they were bound to go to the rescue, and they took the opportunity to do it all in one fell swoop. Yuan Gang must have known that this was a Yang conspiracy as well, he just didn't know what kind of backstabbing he had. By now, both sides have made their cards clear. The competition is now about who has the better hand, who has more undercard and leverage. Brother Shin, what do you think is going on here? Could it really be a game against us like Instructor Hong said? Li Liang asked from the sidelines. I think it's very likely. In a few days we people will be going our separate ways and won't be able to get together again like we are now. If I were the enemy, I surely wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Deng Wei analyzed. Shen Qingzhu was silent for a long time and suddenly spoke. You 3, don't leave my sight when you're rescuing later. He remembered how Deng Wei had died in front of him. Heavy rains and mudslides that come so out of the ordinary, and the earthquake just now, which erupted out of nowhere. There's no such coincidence in the world. Combined with Instructor Hong's words, Shen Qingzhu was 99% certain that this was definitely a game. The other party had most likely sent an expert to hunt them, the reserve night watchman, not to mention the Chuan realm. He wouldn't be surprised if the other party sent the Sea realm. Then it was even more important that he himself could not let the 3 go alone, in case he bumped into each other. There was no need to even think about what the outcome would be. This is not a drill. If Deng Wei and the others die, they're really dead. Brother Shin, don't worry, we'll definitely follow you around. The kind that we can't even drive away. If you tell us to go east, we'll never go west. Shen Qingzhu wanted to stiffen her mouth for a few moments, but in the end, she didn't say anything and looked away from the car window. On the other side, Lin Xie gently caressed the long sword in his hand and glanced at Lin Xian, saying nothing. Dark clouds covered the earth, and the whole world was like water dripping into ink, so chaotic that it was impossible to tell day from night. Rolling rocks, broken trees, and rushing mudslides engulfed the village in an instant. Everything seems to converge into a picture of hell. A pickup truck pulls up in front of the village, and a man bursts out of it, rushing toward the collapsing village, looking panicked as hell. This is the village where he grew up and his mom and dad are still here. No, no! The man stumbled in the direction of his home, which was in ruins. Extreme pain instantly invaded his whole body. He had long wanted to bring his parents to the city, but they were not willing. But who would have thought that this would happen? The man tripped over a mud puddle and stumbled back up, taking one step in the direction of his home. Mom and Dad, wait for me, wait for me. You guys are going to be okay. For sure. His voice was so shaky that he couldn't tell, at this point, if it was tears or mud on his face. Hey, comrade, don't go near there. It's dangerous. An officer in a blue rescue suit ran from a distance and grabbed the man by the shoulders to prevent him from doing anything stupid. You let go. My parents are still in there. I'm going to save them. The man's eyes were bloodshot and he looked insane. He couldn't understand why the other man, who was obviously from the rescue team, was doing nothing about it. His parents were crushed under the room, and the other party thought it was dangerous, so even if they saw death, what right did they have to block themselves? Calm yourself. The village has been moved. There's nothing down there. Huh. We were on the rescue team when the mudslide happened, and the whole village has been moved to safety, so you don't have to worry. Really, really, are my parents still alive? The man's eyes instantly lit up, and his hands clasped the man's hands with a hopeful look. Don't worry. Even the houses with locked doors we went in and searched. Even if the other party didn't want to leave, we forced them to take them away. The rescuer said, always feeling that his statement was similar to kidnapping, coughed lightly and added, you know, there are a lot of old people who are very stubborn and just won't go extraordinary times. Extraordinary means, so I hope it's understood. Understood, of course. The man took the other man's hand and shook it hard. He knew all too well how stubborn his parents were, and it would kill him to get them out of their old house. Which rescue team are you? Turn around and I'll send you a banner. No, sending a banner is a bit too vain. Look at it like this, you give me the number, I'll turn around and donate some charity money to you over. No. The rescuer sipped his teeth and led the man in the direction of the campground while holding down his headset. Boss, what rescue team are we on again? There was silence on the other end of the headset for a moment. It should be Blue Sky, we're wearing their clothes. What about the number? Clothes are all cheap from, and you, and you want fandangos? Also, the man sighed and looked away. Is this a natural or a man-made disaster? Those of them had to rescue 6 whole villages, and manpower was already in short supply. There was also a sudden earthquake, which added to the already tight manpower situation. Heavy rains, mudslides, flash floods, earthquakes. There was something wrong with all of this. In the distance, rumbling sounds came from time to time. The earth kept trembling, and the world shook. The rain fell like a waterfall, slapping the man's face so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. The visitor is not good. Under Mount Tsunan, in the Interim Rescue Command. After the satellite communication network was built, Yuan Gang picked up the communication equipment. All squads, report back. Squad 7, arriving at target, rescue in progress. Squad 9 arrived at the target and is in the process of rescuing. Number 10. Squad 11, not yet at target. Yuan Gang stared at the satellite map, and the positions of all the squads were clear on the map. Only Squad 11 has yet to arrive. Squad number 11, he remembered, Lin Xian and Lin Chia were amongst this squad. The whole 11 villages, Yuan Gang did not expect that there would be so many. Originally, there were 6 villages affected by the mudslide, and the rescue teams were already understaffed. Now, 1 earthquake and 5 whole villages suffer. Yuan Gang frowned. I'm afraid the fish caught this time will be huge. No matter who you are, if you dare to make a move against the people of Xia, you must pay the price. The sound of the rain around him became muffled, and the noisy sound of machines running faded away, as if there was an invisible membrane separating him from the world around him. Yuan Gang turned his head to look outside the tent. There stood a man wearing a gentleman's hat and a black tuxedo. The man had a purple kite brooch on his chest, and when he saw Yuan Gang looking at him, he took off his hat and bent down, making a gentleman's salute. Hats off to you, Mr. Chief. It's been a long time. The corners of the man's mouth brought up a curve, and his eyes were full of teasing as he looked at Yuan Gang. Obviously, every move was very elegant, like an English gentleman, but one just couldn't help but want to punch him in the face. Murmuring, "It's really you." Chapter 73. The Daxia soldiers are here, death retreats, survivors will live. By the looks of the chief, he doesn't seem to be surprised by my appearance. Rumor was still grinning. But I'm the one who's surprised that there would be vigilantes showing up around MT Tsunin and pretending to be a rescue team. Even, these actions of yours, the Night's Watch hierarchy is surprisingly unaware of them at all. Privately mobilizing the Night's Watch, aren't you afraid of being court-martialed? Higher-ups of the Night's Watch, you do have your insiders. Yuan Gang snorted coldly while his heart sank. If it was just speculation before, it was now being hammered solidly by the other side. It seems that you are not willing to tell me these things for nothing. How about this? If you can answer this query of mine, I'll spare the rest of the rescue teams and kill only Team 11. How's that for a deal? Yuan Gang snorted coldly. Do you really think that trapping me will solve my soldiers? You also have a backhand that I know, but so what? The Sea Realm powerhouses among the Night's Watch were numbered, and it was impossible for them to leave the garrison without the approval of their superiors. I, on the other hand, have arranged for 2 whole Sea Realms and 6 Chuan Realms. Honestly, I'm feeling a little too big for my britches. Murmur still had that smirk on his face, as if he had everything under control. Yuan Gang's heart sank. 2 Sea Realm. This was indeed beyond his expectations. As the ravings say, the Sea Realm is counted. There were only a few Sea Realms in the Church of the Ancient God, and the other party had actually sent out 2 Sea Realms at once, which was really a bit tricky. His expression on his face was unchanged. Are we done with the bull? No, of course not. I was genuinely curious how you knew. Was it unforeseen? Rumor was genuinely curious. He was confident in his pact. There was absolutely no way a believer could have revealed this information. But then, is it hard to believe that the other guy guessed it himself? It wasn't out of the question, but his gut told him it wasn't that simple. Yuan Gang stopped talking nonsense with the other party, and his aura exploded around him, as if 10,000 pounds of mountains were pressing down horizontally. Oh, you are in such a hurry. Murmuring nodded a finger remotely towards Yuan Gang. Enjoy the nightmare, Chief Yuan. The SUV crashed through the curtain of rain, braked hard, and came to a halt on the mountain road. The road ahead is broken. The car can't get down there. You're on your own. Instructor Chin, who was driving, said, All hands, get out of the car and sprint up the hill as fast as you can. Instructor Hong turned his head and instructed the crowd. The moment Lin Xian and the others jumped out of the carport and were exposed to the rain, they only heard a crackling sound, like large pearls falling from a jade disc. It felt as if someone had thrown a large pot of cool water in the faces of the crowd, and their hair and faces were instantly wet. Instructor Hong put away the map in his hand and waved his hand towards the crowd. Go! As the words fell, he took the lead and ran towards the mountain forest. In the entire mountain forest, the only sound left was the continuous rain and the dense sound of footsteps. Rumble! The silver serpent climbed up into the sky, and for a moment the world became glittering, illuminating the figures that climbed upward. They were just silent, and the world was so quiet when it was clearly pouring rain all around them. Lin Chia ran at the front, using the mortal dust divine realm to lead the crowd to dodge one obstacle after another. Lin Xian didn't unfurl his blood-sucking sickle. With such dense rain, it would definitely be unbearable if he opened his blood-sucking sickle to collect the sound. The earth suddenly began to shake, and Bailey Chubby was turned upside down and stumbled, about to fall to the side, but was held up by Molly. Thanks. Bailey Tuming nodded towards Emily at this time. He did not have the kind of immodesty that he had in the past days, nor did he care about the private feelings of men and women. All he could think of now was to get to the village as soon as possible in the face of disaster. One must race against time, and arriving a second earlier might save one more life. Molly gave Bailey Tuaming an extra glance, a little surprised. At times like this, the guy is unexpectedly decent. Without saying anything more, Molly turned her head and proceeded to run forward to keep up with the large group. The rumbling and shaking didn't stop. Something was rolling downward high above. Lin Chia swept through his mental probes and shouted towards the crowd. Upper left, watch out for boulders. The moment the words fell, a huge boulder that was 5 or 6 people tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Without waiting for the others to react, Lin Xian casually flicked his hand, and as if the boulder had been hit, it changed direction straight away, brushing past the crowd. Keep going. Seeing the crowd looking at him, Lin Xian just said something and continued to run forward while trying to control his speed as much as possible. It wasn't that he didn't want to run fast, but the mountain was too fragile now, and if he pushed too hard, it could easily cause a landslide. Aside from Lin Chia's three, the rest of the crowd was shocked, but they quickly gathered their emotions. At a time like this, there was no room for them to be surprised. Mud, rain, and sweat mixed together. They didn't even know how long they had been running until at some point a village appeared in front of them. It was a crumbling ruin of broken masonry and collapsed houses, none of which were intact. Next to the ruins, a little girl covered in mud was trying her best to move the collapsed building. The girl tried her best, but she couldn't move the broken beams with her strength. The rain washed over her cheeks as it pummeled frantically against the collapsed short house, and in the distance was a rolling thundercloud, like a threat, more like a taunt. "Somebody help my mom." Chow Chow wipes her tears as she drags and pulls a tile in an attempt to save her mom, who was buried in the room. Her small hands had long been scratched. Her body was bruised and purple, but she didn't even realize it. Chow Chow's father died a long time ago, and it has always been the two of them, mother and daughter. Mom has a leg problem and can only make handmade items to make ends meet. When the natural disaster struck, she was the only one who escaped, but her mom was buried inside. "Chow Chow, you can't cry. Mommy's still under the house." Even if there was a police uncle, the police couldn't have arrived so soon after traveling such a long way. "Chow Chow, you can only rely on yourself." Thinking about it, Chow Chow still cried out. But she's really so useless. Why earthquakes? Why such things had to befall them? Why was her strength so small? Why can't someone come and save Mom? Suddenly, in the midst of this downpour, Coquette heard a dense footsteps, and a tall figure held Coquette aside as he turned toward the ruins, letting out a growl. "The Dasha soldiers are here, death retreats, and those who survive will live." Besides Chow Chow, there were several other people in the distance who kept moving their houses, trying to save their loved ones. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone looked up. When they heard the words that came out of Lin Xian's mouth clearly, the excitement was simply impossible to describe in words. It was as if the sun cast down and the gloom in his eyes was dispelled. "Soldiers, soldiers are coming. You guys, can you save my dad? My dad is still buried in there." Without waiting for Instructor Hong's order, several people came to the collapsed building and started to rescue it. Running continuously for several hours, at this time most of their physical strength is exhausted, but looking at the pair of expectant eyes, even if there is no strength but also have to grit their teeth and squeeze out. Lin Xian hugged Chow Chow to the side and whispered comfortingly, "Don't worry, I'll get your mom out." No one noticed that Lin Xian's eyes flashed red and gold and reverted back to pitch black. That shout of his just now was not only to give the crowd a shot in the arm, but also to impose the law belonging to the Black King in it, "Don't die." Today, even if the King of Hell comes, he won't be able to take even one of them from my hands. Lin Xian grabbed the thick beam and exerted a fierce force, and the beam was instantly thrown out. Chow Chow sat in the mud and froze as she watched the big brother toss the bricks and mortar, burying her mom out one by one, so fast that she could barely see. Heavy rain poured down on the black coat, splattering it with crystals. Thunder serpents instantly crawled across the sky, reflecting the man's back in snowy light, and that tall figure, in front of the girl, held up the entire sky. The girl's eyes reflected the tall figure of the man who, in that moment, saved the girl's whole world. "Is it still okay?" Chow Yuan sat down next to Bailey Chubby. "It's okay. I'll continue after I take another break." The two of them looked towards Lin Xian and Lin Chia, who were busy setting up their tents. "Say, aren't these two tired?" By now, all those buried under the rubble had been rescued. Those who were rescued, although all of them had some degree of injuries, and many of them are still unconscious, are still alive, as if a force in the underworld is sheltering them. That's one of the unfortunate things. Lin Xian and 7 Knights, the two of them, their stamina is really good. At this moment, other than Lin Xian and Lin Chia, the rest of the people, even Instructor Hong, were exhausted and off their feet as they sat down to rest in place. The people leaned in and let the rain fall on their faces, soaking their bodies with it. The coats that could protect them from the rain had long since been put over the wounded. These two, they really deserve to be the first and second. This physical strength is really absolute. Lin Xian is simply good at physical strength. As for 7 Knights, his physical strength is great once night comes. These two are like two perpetual motion machines. The girl Chow Chow sat quietly on the side, listening to the crowd's conversation. Her eyes kept staring at Lin Xian's back and froze. Through their words, Chow Chow learned that big brother's name was Lin Xian. Very nice name. Mom hadn't woken up yet, but the big brother and the uncle had assured her that it was nothing serious. They said it would be better to wait for the mother to wake up on her own, rather than forcing her to wake up so that she could rest a little longer as well. So Chow Chow just sat there quietly, not knowing what to do for a moment. All she could feel was that these people were so good that they could move things with one hand that they couldn't lift at all themselves. Especially that big brother who saved not only her mom, but also that grandfather from the next house and Auntie Wong and Granny Song. In the girl's eyes, Lin Xian was simply a god-like existence. Simple tents were quickly nailed down, and the crowd moved the wounded into the midst of the tents, many of them looking out the window at the rain and freezing. With the rescue complete and exhaustion finally setting in, I don't know who started the light snoring. Molly suddenly felt her shoulder being leaned on and turned her head to see that it was Bailey Tuming. Staring at Bailey Tuoming's tired cheeks, Molly looked at them for a long time, then turned her head back and said nothing. Forget it. Let him be this time. The next one is not an example. The corner of Bailey Tuming's mouth lifted up in a slight arc, wondering if he was dreaming of something. Or maybe it was simply the pleasure of smelling something that made him like it. The branches of the trees lapped at each other and the mountains were shrouded in darkness. It was still raining heavily, clattering on leaves, tree trunks, in pools of water, and in the mud. The various sounds of rain form a symphony of nature. It was as if there were two worlds inside and outside the tent. Outside the tent, it was a raging storm. And inside the tent, a crowd of people resting with their eyes closed. Piece of peace. P.S. Only 6,000, as usual, to be made up tomorrow. Author's shred. I should be cured of this damn procrastination. I put it off until the end every time. Chapter 74. Answer my question, I can consider, let you die a painful death. Instructor Hong stood in the middle of the forest, staring in the direction of the tent, alert for possible enemies. He's an instructor. His soldiers can rest, but not him. Suddenly, the communication device connected and a voice rang out from it. Old Hong, Chief Yuan is out of touch. What did you say? Instructor Hong frowned, favoring this time. As a matter of common sense, it is impossible for the chief to be out of touch at a time like this, unless certain special circumstances are encountered. In all likelihood, it's the enemy in the shadows who has made a move on the chief. Now, it was already 100% certain that this natural disaster was a setup against the training camp. They had stalled Chief Yuan, and it was self-evident what they were going to do next. They, Squad 11, were definitely the opponent's primary target. Mudslides and earthquakes have blocked the way for regular rescue teams to enter the mountains. It will be at least a day later. The night watchman will stand guard until help arrives. That means the enemy has only one day, and I'm afraid they'll make a move soon. Instructor Hong undid the long white strip around his waist, revealing the star sword inside. He grunted coldly. No one will harm my soldiers until I'm dead. Instructor, you're here too. A voice rang out from beside Instructor Hong, and when he turned his head to look, it was none other than Lin Xian. Aren't you going to take a break? I'm not tired. Just in time for a patrol. Lin Xian shook his head. He had been waiting for a possible enemy to arrive. Or rather, a possible experience pack. His bloodline purity was now at 43%, and he would reach 45% after killing 4 more Chuan realms. In the near future, the city of Cangnan would once again trigger a divine war because of the Shiva grudge. Loki, the god of lies and trickery, Poseidon, the god of the sea, Indra, the god of thunder and rain in India, and even the gods belonging to Daxia, will be present in the midst of this battle. As for Lin Xian, he wished to become as strong as possible. He always had a sense of urgency after all. Loki was a god in Norse mythology and belonged to the same divine lineage as Nidhogg. Hell knows if the other guy would do something to himself if he ran into him. Not to mention a godly war that chaotic, starting with all the Klein, one's carelessness could karma in it. Although behind this divine battle, there was a heavenly father of the great Xia who was holding down the fort and was able to lend a helping hand at a critical moment. However, Lin Xian didn't like putting his fate in the hands of others. In Lin Xian's opinion, for every point he became stronger, the probability of being able to survive was 1 point greater. In the short term, only this game set up by the Church of the Ancient God would be able to help him rapidly increase his strength. What needed to be noted was that if he made a move, he would probably attract a powerful person from the Sea Realm, which was not something he could handle at this stage. But even if he didn't make a move, the opposite side would still come when it should. Lin Xian pondered in his heart and looked at Instructor Hong. On the contrary, you, Instructor, why don't you go take a break and let me keep watch? You're all my soldiers, And what kind of officer lets his soldiers stand guard while he goes off to rest? Instructor Hong waved his hand. On the contrary, you kid, you're a bit too strong physically. Is it possible that this is one of the benefits of being an agent? Sort of. Lin Xian said. He leaned against a tree, his blood-sucking scythe turned up to maximum. The rain will break and the mountains will be quiet again. It was late at night. Leaden clouds still pressed down on the earth, and the mountains were out of reach. But to Lin Xian, the world around him was so clear. The sound of loosening dirt, the movement of small animals in the trees, the ticking of running water, all sorts of sounds mixed together. And in the midst of it all, a few discordant footsteps suddenly appeared. 1, 2, 3. 3 in all. By the sound of the voices, these 3 should be gathered together. 3 in 1. Good. Saves me looking around. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he turned his head and entered the woods. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Going to the bathroom. Be right back. Instructor Hong watched Lin Xian enter the forest without saying much. After all, people have 3 urges. Only, is the kid on a big one or a small one, and if it's a big one, does he have paper? Instructor Hong suddenly thought of this. Lin Xian was wearing the clothes that the training camp was equipped with, which had no pockets. In other words, it was impossible for Lin Xian to have paper on him. It should be a P if it was a big one. Lin Xian would have borrowed it from him. Instructor Hong was convinced. The moment he disappeared from Instructor Hong's view, the invisible field emanated from Lin Xian's body. When he took one step, his entire person directly disappeared into the middle of the mountains and forests without a sound. It was as if there was a pair of large hands in the underworld erasing all traces of Lin Xian's existence. The only thing left was a faint black mist that blended in with the darkness of the night. Crunch, crunch. In the oppressive darkness, only the sound of footsteps was particularly clear. The 3 were silent as they tracked the footprints of the Night's Watch all the way here. The man at the head wore a duck-tongued hat, had a thin figure, and had a long knife at his waist. He saw the muddy footprints on the ground, and ignoring the rain, he plopped right down and took a deep breath into the jumbled footprints. That's right, this is it, Shisaki said to the 2 behind him. It's not far ahead. Heavy rains could wash away and bury the tracks of the Night's Watch, and trying to find the target based on a few scattered footprints would undoubtedly be a bit difficult for the average person. But he, Shisaki, was a senior hunter before joining the Church of the Ancient God, and this kind of thing could be said to be simple for him. Hehehehe. I can't wait to take the dolls' heads off. Behind Zhuangqi, a burly man laughed nervously, revealing a mouthful of snowy white teeth, a look of an honest crop farmer. On his shoulder, he carried a blood-colored giant axe. The heads of those dolls, they're ripe for picking. Really, I'd say that you 3 have the most ripe, all ripe and rotting heads. The moment the voice rang out, the icy blue blade awnings cut through the night sky. Miso. Blood splattered as the Hanyo's left arm instantly flew high into the air. Oh! The Hanyu covered his left arm and fell to his knees, letting out a wail of pain. Who? The other 2 reacted instantly and pulled away from the Hanyu. Shisaki immediately drew his sword, and the moment he drew it, the blade changed into countless tiny blades that surrounded his body. Damn, what a time! In just an instant, Shisaki's back was already drenched in sweat. The other party was actually able to appear in front of them unknowingly, which likewise meant that the other party wanted to kill a few of them with ease. On the other side, the other tall man who had been silent turned bright silver as he pulled away. Its hands transformed into sharp blades, aimed in Lin Xian's direction, poised to strike. The burly man quickly slowed down and stood up, grimacing. Disobedient little doll. Dare to cut my old man. Let's see if I don't kill you. With that, he slashed out with his axe. Boom! Lin Xian just slightly sidestepped and easily dodged as the giant axe smashed to the ground with a muffled sound. Don't be so nervous. Lin Xian pressed his hands down with a smirk. Don't worry, as long as you guys answer a few questions for me, I'll make sure you die a painless death for a while. Big talk, little thing. You're afraid you don't understand the situation. Shisaki sneered. With that, he pulled a wooden staff out of his pocket. The wooden staff was pitch black, with a desperate human face carved on it, as if countless souls were trapped in the middle of the staff, wailing and trying to escape. Zhuangqi pointed remotely in Lin Xian's direction. Lin Xian only felt that there was an additional black skeleton mark in his soul. Lin Xian instantly judged that this was a soul fragment. This mark was so fragile in Lin Xian's senses that it only required a thought of his own to cast this mark into the Nibelungen and destroy it. Is this supposed to be like some kind of tracking device? Lin Xian judged. On the side, seeing Lin Xian froze, Zhuangqi couldn't help but sneer. Kid, you're stupid because you have to show up when you can sneak in by stealth. It must be admitted that the other party's ability to hide his figure was indeed tricky, and the three of them, the Chuan realm, hadn't even noticed a single thing. But the other party was stupid in that they could clearly sneak up on them silently in a stealthy state, but they had to show up to meet them. This kid's realm was clearly only the Pool realm, and the three of them are Chuan realm. Marked by my tracing soul staff, you're useless even if you're invisible. The one-armed man carried a huge axe and approached this way with a fierce smile. Stay out of this, both of you, and let me do it for a disobedient meat hog. You have to scrape it piece by piece for good measure. I love torturing geniuses. Huh? What's the point of banning ruins that high? Old Mi's forbidden ruin is sequence 356 mega power, and it's not still easy to take off the heads of you dolls. As the words fell, the Hanyu violently rushed in with an arrow step, clearly looking very bulky in stature, but his speed was so fast that he could not be seen. In just the blink of an eye, the blood-colored giant axe came whistling with a gale, as if it wanted to split Lin Xian in half vertically. Lin Xian was still smiling, raising his hand and waving it the moment the giant axe attacked his face. The one-armed man only felt icy blue streams of light pass by his eyes, and his entire person was directly slapped out. Strangely, the sound of the clash of blades that should have existed dissolved as if it had been wiped away. The Hanyu slapped heavily in the mud, bringing up countless mud spots. He looked up, his eyes full of disbelief. In the extreme darkness, a pair of reddish-gold vertical pupils burned faintly, as if an emperor was looking down on a mortal ant. Lin Xian just stood there, looking down at the one-armed man. Extreme pressure erupted from him. The dragon might belonging to the Black Emperor almost condensed into substance, making people unable to help but prostrate themselves on the ground and pray for forgiveness. Even the soul was screaming and wailing and shuddering. The one-armed man looked down, and he realized that his body was actually shaking. Even when facing one of the three highest gods of the Church of the Ancient Gods, he was not as bad as he is today. This is not a realm suppression. What was in that teenager was a true god, the most supreme deity of a world, the absolute king who controlled everything in the world, ruled the world by destiny, and enslaved the living beings in the world in the name of God. This is the true power of God. It's just that with giant power, coincidentally, I have it too. The young man spoke, so the world fell silent and listened to him. Chapter 75, 1 against 3, more evil than the evil one. What the hell kind of monster is this? Shisaki's voice trembled as he couldn't understand why he had encountered such a monster. Right at the moment the other party lit up his crimson vertical pupils, Shisaki had already roughly identified the other party's identity. Lin Xian, the Nidhogg agent, the person Lord Rumor named. But isn't the other party a golden vertical pupil? How did it become crimson? And this kind of might, is it really a pool realm that should be there? If the invisibility like means just now could still be explained by the effect of time zero, then what about the strange force that had just sent even Old Man Song flying out? One must know that Old Man Song was in possession of the forbidden ruin giant strength, and his realm was still the Chuan realm for his strength to be so great. But this one in front of him, surprisingly, was able to carry Old Man Song's strange force with only his physical strength, and even gained the upper hand. Shisaki's teeth clenched. Looking at those vertical pupils, he felt like he wasn't facing a milquetoast brat, but an abyssal dragon that was still in its formative years. Even dragons that are still in their infancy are still dragons. It is an ultimate creature that is rare to see even in today's age when the gods are active. Zhuangqi forced his shaking legs under control and raised his sword towards Lin Xian. He didn't choose to run away. Years of combat experience had taught him that turning and running away was the only way to completely shove his life into his opponent's hands. Just like an ordinary person is not far from death once he shows his cowardice in the face of those large and fierce beasts. Die for me! Shisaki roared in anger, his forehead veins bulging. The blade shattered into the size of gravel, like a breeze, blowing towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the man covered in silver on the other side moved. His hands transformed into silver-white blades, as if he was a silver beast, and he pounced towards Lin Xian. Two sides. But just as the two came close, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. The gravel-sized blade was cut in all directions, leaving fine scratches all over the silver beast's body, and the two hands that had been transformed into blades were strangled to pieces. Even a metal like silver couldn't be put into a meat grinder made of wind blades and remain unharmed. The smile on Lin Xian's face remained unchanged. He just gently raised his hand and put his index finger up to his mouth. Shoo! In an instant, blackness that was so deep that it instantly enveloped the three of them, as if thick ink had dripped into a deep pool, coloring the already black night into a ghostly depth. The true meaning of meditative illumination is that even if a candle did exist in the underworld, its light would be swallowed up cleanly by absolute darkness. The light in the eyes of the three was now consumed by absolute darkness. They're blind. In the realm of meditative illumination, all sounds and smells are obliterated. Sight and hearing play no role. Until this moment, along with their vision, they were plunged into darkness. They are like lambs to the slaughter with their eyes and ears blindfolded, waiting silently for death to raise its scythe. A voice suddenly rang in Shisaki's ears, a voice that carried some interest, as if it had discovered something very interesting. This ability of yours is indeed a bit interesting, much like my wind blade, but unfortunately, it can't break my wind blade's defense. The moment the voice rang out, Shisaki swung out a blade, but it pounced. He was a little too much to handle. In this environment of absolute darkness, where you can't even smell the sounds and smells, it can absolutely drive a person crazy. It had only been less than a minute, and he was already a bit overwhelmed. Remember what I said at the beginning? The voice sounded again. Just answer me a few questions and I'll make sure you die without pain. Now, let me ask you how many of you have come? The moment the words fell, without waiting for Shisaki to reply, a knife was plunged directly into the abdomen. With sight, hearing, and even taste useless, Shisaki's sense of touch was put to maximum use. It was ripping pain. Not only that, he could clearly feel that a cold liquid was flowing out of that weapon, injecting itself into his body and flowing through all parts of his body along with his blood. In a few breaths of effort, a tingling sensation began to appear all over his body, and soon, the tingling sensation dispersed and extreme pain swept through his body. It was as if there were countless ants and insects, greedily eating his flesh and blood, along his veins, inch by inch, bit by bit. Lin Xian pulled out the taotai and left Zhuang Qi where he was, not caring what the other party said, and came straight to the other two, repeating the same trick. After doing so, Lin Xian picked a stone pier and sat down, pulling out a Rolex from his pocket and began to determine the time. Well, it's only been less than 5 minutes, so it's a good control of time. Lin Xian rested his hands on his cheeks and began to quietly admire the agonized appearance of the three rolling all over the ground, their faces twisted. When confronting bad guys, the good guys have to be more brutal than the bad guys in order to checkmate each other. Well, it's definitely not that he has any bad taste in watching people get abused. After waiting for almost 3 more minutes, Lin Xian came to Zhuang Qi's body and plunged another knife in. The knife's fine holes began to suck, and a moment later, Zhuang Qi stopped struggling and let out a long breath. Think about it. Big brother, I have a contract on me, so even if I wanted to talk, I couldn't. It's okay, you can hint. Of course, Lin Xian knew that they couldn't say it directly, but sidestepping it, he could know some information. In the end, after a sidebar and a little bit of interrogation techniques, Lin Xian knew the information he wanted. The number of sea realms sent out this time was more than 1, meaning that there were at least 2 sea realms as well. But the whereabouts of the sea realm believers, they didn't know, nor did they deserve to know. On the other hand, the number of Chuan realms was more than 4, and as for the exact number, Lin Xian didn't know. What can be known is that several other Chuan realm believers had gone to target other rescue squads, and the only ones targeting them were these 3. Perhaps in their minds, as long as they stalled Instructor Hong, killing the Pool realm would be as simple as killing Kuan Kuan for a few people. It is indeed as easy as killing a chicken, but in reverse. Lin Xian killing them was as simple as killing a chicken. Throwing the bodies into the Nibelungen and covering up the traces around them, Lin Xian walked towards the makeshift camp. Having killed 3 Chuan realms, his bloodline purity was now at 44.5%, just 0.5% short of gaining another ability. These abilities that Lin Xian had acquired now were all very useful. For example, Sin and Punishment had just used greed to repeatedly pierce at Shizaki and poisoned all 3 of them, and their own vitality had directly returned to full, and their hunger had subsided. So he was looking forward to what he would get at 45% bloodline purity. Then again, his entire body's bones had finished changing, and he had grown dragon-like scales as well, and he felt like he could already vaguely guess what would happen to him at 45%. Lin Xian returned to the camp and found Instructor Hong looking at himself with a very odd gaze. He was seen walking to Lin Xian's side, shoving an unopened bag of tissues into his hand, patting his shoulder, and saying in a serious tone, "Don't worry. I've done this kind of thing before and can understand how you feel. Leaves are not a good taste, generically, especially if it has just rained or is a humidified version." He had experienced this kind of thing, so he could naturally understand Lin Xian's feelings. The moment of sadness when you happily finish going to the bathroom only to realize that you forgot to bring paper can literally overwhelm you. You can keep this bag of tissues for a while and take care of it yourself when you find the time. I'm not going to tell anyone. Instructor Hong looked resolute, as if he was guarding a heavenly secret for Lin Xian. Lin Xian? What happened? P.S. There's one more, but I can't finish it before 0QAQ. Chapter 76 Giant Dragon. Bow down. Lin Xian looked at the tissue in his hand and began to ponder. Could it be that he didn't dispose of his body cleanly enough and was discovered by Instructor Hong? It shouldn't be. Instructor Hong is only at the Chuan realm as well. It's impossible for him not to notice if he was also at the scene. But what was with Instructor Hong's meaningful look just now, and telling him to deal with it on his own? Just as Lin Xian was thinking, the earth suddenly shook violently. There's no exaggeration. It's true, the whole earth is shaking. The mountains in the distance began to tilt dramatically. The rivers backed up, the rocks crumbled, and everything began to flip over, as if the world had been turned upside down. This is the legendary Earth Dragon turning over. Lin Xian let his body be turned upside down, clasping his hands to his chest as he watched this with interest. At this moment, the people in the middle of the tent had come to their senses and rushed out of the tent. At first, the crowd thought it was an enemy attack, but when they looked at the trees tilted 90 degrees, their eyes cleared instantly. The crowd. What the hell? Shin Qingzhu's expression was shocked. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. The rest of the few people did not share his expression. But it was Lin Chia who reacted the fastest and shouted, "Everyone, shield yourself." As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden blackness in front of their eyes, and in this moment, it was as if they were on an extremely fast roller coaster, and the originally vertical gravity suddenly failed, throwing them back and forth. With a rumbling sound, the crowd was turned upside down, and when their vision stabilized again, they had already arrived in the middle of a cave. Lin Xian turned his head to look and realized that there were only Lin Chia, Bailey Chubby, and Shin Qingzhu around. The rest of them went nowhere. Lin Xian closed his eyes and felt something. The traces left behind by lust were still in effect. Left front, about 2 kilometers. What is this? Shin Qingzhu's heart palpitated. That scene just now, it was like the end of the world, as if the whole world had turned upside down. In that instant, Shin Qingzhu thought that the world had finally gone mad. The Earth Dragon turns over. Lin Xian explained. There is supposed to be an Earth Dragon in this realm, and legend has it that when the Earth Dragon rolls over, it transfers the creatures on its back to the underground caverns where it resides. This time, the coverage area is only a few peaks of the Jinan Mountain. According to this, that Earth Dragon should be in the Sea Realm. Drag, you must protect me. Bailey Chubby hugged Shin Qingzhu's thigh tightly. Why don't you look for Lin Xian and Lin Chia? They both need to fight, and I can't hold them back. ? Shin Qingzhu felt that Bailey Fatty had insulted his personality and wanted to retort, but then he thought about the force value of the 2 superscalar monsters, Lin Xian and Lin Chia, and finally shut up. So, where are we going now? Lin Chia looked towards Lin Xian. At this moment, they were in the middle of the underground cave, which was connected in all directions, making it extremely easy to get lost. He remembered that Lin Xian had marked him, Bailey Chubby, and Old Chow before. Follow me. Lin Xian turned around and ran in a direction. I didn't expect that in this kind of environment. I would still be able to run into an Earth Dragon. It's really an unexpected pleasure. Rumor looked away into the distance, where, in the middle of the day, the Earth Dragon was turning over. This Earth Dragon or one of his followers found it. I was thinking of playing with you for a while longer, Chief, but alas, I have business to attend to, so I apologize for not accompanying you. Murmuring pointed towards Yuan Gang from afar, and the moment the words fell, a dark cloud pressed horizontally above Yuan Gang's head, and in an instant, thunder snakes danced wildly, and thunder gathered into thunder slurry, pouring down towards Yuan Gang. His forbidden ruin is the one that makes all nightmares into reality, and this time, it's the thundering sky. Murmuring turned around to leave, and it was at this instant that Yuan Gang's body erupted a majestic wave of qi around him, and golden ripples rippled out, as if a mountain was suppressing it. At the same time, in Yuan Gang's hand, A strange talisman paper came out at some point and threw it towards Rumor. Did I let you go? Invisible confinement rose up on Yuan Gang and Rumor at the same time. Soul-binding talisman, you actually prepared something like this. Murmur's face sank, and his grace ceased. He didn't expect that Yuan Gang had prepared this kind of thing. Soul-binding charms, this kind of thing, is actually kind of a chicken scratch in a lot of cases. This kind of talisman can forcefully bind two people, binding them in the middle of a certain area and not allowing them to leave. And the duration varies depending on the realm of the user and the user being used. What he was staying here now was not his main body, which was still being hunted by the psychic squad. And his silhouette belonged to the sea realm just like Yuan Gang. In other words, the duration of this talisman was at least 20 minutes. As for why this talisman is chicken ribs, the reason is simple. This talisman will not only bind him, but will likewise bind the caster, that is, Yuan Gang. Pure and simple, it hurts the enemy 1,000 times. You seek death. Rumination's face turned cold as he pointed one hand at Yuan Gang. In the next instant, even more violent thunder boomed. A huge gray geoduck was coiled in the scorching lava hollow. This giant dragon was as tall as a 20-story building, and its body length was even closer to 300. The giant dragon was covered in magnificent patterns all around its body, and there was lava flowing through it, emitting scorching heat. At that moment, the dragon was roaring, bursting pillars of lava fire spewing out of its mouth, blasting towards the two annoying fleas below. Those two silhouettes reacted very deftly, and the moment the pillar of fire blasted at them, the two of them immediately dodged away to the sides, bringing up gusts of wind. This inferno vein earth dragon is so powerful that even the two of us together can't subdue it. Mai Tim looked excited to the extreme. Few humans could beat Mystic in the same realm. After all, most of the mysteries carry mythological elements or have weird abilities or a strong physique, unlike humans who have a weak physical body, not to mention only one ability such as the Forbidden Ruins. As long as such a powerful being could be subdued, the Church of the Ancient God would be able to add another natural disaster level general. He had already reported the situation to Lord Rumor, and he thought that Lord Rumor was already on his way. When Lord Rumor had subdued this giant dragon, it would be a great achievement for the two of them. At this moment, beside Ma Etienne, there was a gray-haired man wearing a hood, silently dodging the attacks of the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon. There was no reaction to Ma Etienne's words. Ma Etienne had also become accustomed to the character of this colleague of his, the other being another strong person among the believers with a similar ranking to his own. If you ask him, Lord Murmur just takes the Night's Watch too seriously and has to send an extra sea realm to act as insurance. Luckily, though, this fellow officer was a bore, and it was best if the other kept quiet, so that he could take a little more credit on himself. At the thought of the possible reward, Ma Etienne trembled with excitement. This gargoyle, plus the double god agent, and that most important of all, Nidhogg's agent, as long as one could accomplish all three things, one would be able to rake in 3 top-tier credits at once. At that time, there will definitely be a place for me in the top 5 seats of the believers. In the moment he was thinking, another powerful claw strike slapped. Ma Etienne couldn't dodge in time and was directly slapped out. His left arm was directly crushed and fractured. Lord Raving will be here soon. Just hold on for a little while. Right at this moment, the gray-haired man suddenly moved, only to see his blood chi surge around his body, and blasted out a punch towards the unoccupied corner of the wall. In an instant, the rock wall crumbled, and Lin Xian's few people showed themselves. Rats! The gray-haired man let out a cold snort. His hand movements were unceasing, striking towards Lin Xian. In this instant, Time Zero unfolds directly. But even in the Time Zero state, the gray-haired man's speed still flew. This was pure realm-crushing. In a split second, Lin Xian's dragon bone state was fully opened, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. The gray-haired man paused for a moment visible to the naked eye, while Lin Xian seized this moment and dodged towards the side. Cam was discovered, and worst of all, they were now facing 2 sea realms. Chief Yuan, where's the promised assistance? Lin Xian was messed up. He had always thought that his own head Yuan should be prepared, or at least have a sea realm powerhouse and be able to fight against the ancient god church's sea realm for a bit, but now it was a bit tricky. Lin Xian's face sank slightly as he forced himself to calm down. With a grab of his hand, a blood-colored long sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand, and it was none other than greed. Any corpse killed by Lin Xian and sent into the Nibelungen would have his blood drawn first with greed. The blood stored in greed today is extremely substantial. Lin Xian's mind moved. In the next second, Lin Xie only felt the world slow down as Lin Xian exempted him from Time Zero. Then he heard Lin Xian speak extremely fast. Lin Xie, you're a dual god agent. Is there any way to take care of them? Lin Xie didn't hesitate and nodded towards Lin Xian. Cover me. After saying that, Lin Xie directly closed his eyes and fainted. The moment Lin Xie fainted, Lin Xian kicked him off, barely dodging another attack from the gray-haired man. At this moment, Ma Yitian had already reacted to what had happened, his face reddening with excitement. It's really hard to come by. He didn't expect the two of them, Lin Xian and Lin Xie, to be sent directly to him. Can it be that today is actually his Ma's lucky day? Be sure to guard him. Kicking Lin Xie aside, Lin Xian shouted towards Shen Qingzhu and Bailey Chubby and turned his head towards the gray-haired man. The moment he turned his head, black scales covered his entire body, and the Dragon Bone State and Time Zero were even pushed to the extreme. Blood mist steamed around the gray-haired man, and blood-colored patterns gradually crawled all over his body. Apparently, the other side is equally starting to get real. This was a character that had never appeared in the original story, and the other party's blood mist seemed to be able to enhance their physical qualities. Do you consider yourself to have met your peers? Lin Xian smiled to himself. Of the Sea Realm, or a forbidden ruin of the strengthening physical qualities category, it was no wonder that the other party's speed and strength were so terrifying. Although his own flesh was equally strong, he was still some distance away from the Sea Realm. The world slowed down as Lin Xian raised his sword, the blood-colored blade pointing straight at the gray-haired man, and the speech spirit judgment was unleashed in an instant. I grant you death. Black scales covered Lin Xian's entire body, and there he was now, as if he were an emperor mercilessly pronouncing cruel laws and bestowing death on his subjects. Dozens of meters of blood-colored blade, as if to split the entire grotto in two, and attached to it, was the verdict of judgment, was the invisible scythe of death. The crimson pupils of his eyes glowed in the cavern as if they were a fiery burning furnace, and the light of the magma was so dim in front of his pupils. Everyone was attracted by that majestic pronouncement, along with the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon. The blood-colored blade and the gray-haired man collided together, and the man's pupils tightened violently. At this moment, he actually really felt the aura of death. On the originally expressionless face, a shocked emotion appeared at this time, and if one looked closely, one could find that there was even a hint of panic that was well hidden. Yes, panic. The gray-haired man simply found it hard to imagine on what basis a mere pool realm could make him feel fear. It's no longer reasonable or unreasonable. It's ridiculous. The huge bloody blade collided with the gray-haired man, and the man fell to the ground. A horrific penetrating wound ran from his right shoulder until his left ribcage, and blood boiled across his body. Through the stab wounds, one could even see the white bones and the beating heart. Monster. The man staggered to his feet, his lips actually trembling a little. He was actually afraid of a teenager who was only in the pool realm. It was really just that close, and the man could feel that the other man was finally running out of mental energy. If the teenager on the opposite side was Chuan realm, he would definitely die an ugly death. Blood mist steamed around him, attempting to eliminate the wound on his chest, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't get rid of it. This penetrating wound was like a maggot attached to the bone. Just like that, it climbed over his body. He could only control it to barely stop the bleeding, but he could not repair the wound. The gray-haired man stared straight at the teenager. He realized that the other man was laughing, a reckless, open-hearted laugh. The gray-haired man felt fear. He was so afraid of his horse. He didn't even feel fear when he was a normal human, when he killed his parents and brought their heads to Lord Raving. But now, he was actually in fear of this teenager in front of him. What a joke! The gray-haired man rushed towards Lin Xian and swung his fist. The astral wind cut through Lin Xian's cheeks, and the moment the man's fist was about to reach Lin Xian's face, a pair of white hands held it against him. Lin Xian turned his head to look and realized that the person blocking the man was none other than Lin Xie. No, now it should be called Goddess of the Night. In an instant, Lin Xie's skin became delicate and fair, and her long hair was like a waterfall, hiking right up to her ankles. What attracted the most attention was those eyes, dark eyes, as if reflecting thousands of stars, bright and dazzling. Lin Xie raised his hand and gently waved it, and the gray-haired man and Lin Xie instantly disappeared into thin air. Only Lin Xian and the others were left wide-eyed. Suffered. Bailey Chubby's face changed. Although he didn't know why Seven Knights had changed sex and why he had suddenly become strong, the other party had obviously forgotten that there were two sea realms in this cave, in addition to the gray-haired man. The smile on Ma Yi-tim's face was almost impossible to hide. Although he didn't know what tricks that Lin Xie had pulled, it was obvious that the other party had given up on the few people in front of him. It had to be admitted that being able to use the pool realm to harden against the sea realm, Lin Xian's methods were truly amazing. But so what? The other party's spiritual power had already been depleted. Without the power to resist, was it not meat on the chopping board, to be slaughtered? You and the gray-haired man fought to the death. But in the end, it wasn't me who got the cheap end of the stick. The corners of Ma Yi-tim's mouth were almost grinning up to his ears. But in this instant, a fierce wind suddenly came crashing down on his face, and the huge dragon's claw directly slapped him out, and the right half of his bones directly shattered, crashing into the stone wall with a toothsome sound. Not waiting for Ma Yi-tim to wail out, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. That Sea Realm's Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, that Inferno Vein Earth Dragon that was claimed to be the most haughty and could not be tamed by the two of them no matter what, actually slumped down towards that teenager clad in black scales. The giant dragon, surprisingly, bowed down to the teenager. Chapter 77 Ma Yi-tian perishes on the spot. Bloodline purity breaks through again. What the hell? Shin Qingzhu's jaw dropped as he looked at Bailey Chubby to the side, attempting to find out from the other party what exactly had happened. However, Bailey Chubby was also confused. First there was the Seven Knights suddenly turning into the Seven Knights' sister, and then there was the Yen Vein Earth Dragon kneeling in front of Lin Xian and singing conquests. This world, has it finally gone crazy? Not only the others, even Lin Xian was surprised. He was a little confused as to what Earth Dragon was doing. The geoduck brought its head to the side of his face, its searing nostrils spewing into his face as if a hot wind was blowing in his face. The other man seemed interested in something on his face. Face. Do I have anything on my face? First rule out faces that are as handsome as the reader's lord. Lin Xian was first a bit puzzled, but suddenly, as if reacting to something, he wiped a hand on the left side of his face. It was faint blood. Lin Xian remembered that the gray-haired man's last strike, although it was blocked by Lin Xie, the astral wind generated by the other party's attack still left a shallow scar on his face. The wound had now stopped bleeding, but a small amount of blood still flowed out, running down the scales of his face and leaving dried bloodstains. Is it the blood? Lin Xian looked at the hideous earth dragon in front of him, and when the other party saw him looking at him, he once again buried his head in the ground. This Inferno Vein Earth Dragon was able to undergo such a change because of its own blood. And to talk about what is special about his own blood, Lin Xian can only think of one thing. That was what was contained in his own blood, the dragon blood from the Black Emperor. Figuring this out, Lin Xian stepped forward and lightly patted the head of the Earth Dragon while pointing one finger towards Ma Yi-tim. Kill him, Timothy Ma? At the first moment of Lin Xian's order, the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon didn't hesitate, turning around and pouncing towards Ma Yi-tian. The fiery red patterns on the Earth Dragon's body shone brightly, and in this instant, the entire dragon seemed to turn red, and in its mouth, extreme heat was brewing. The magma in the grotto seemed to have a consciousness, transforming into a fire snake and winding towards Ma Yi-tian. The earth trembled once again, and the entire grotto began to lurch, except for the giant dragon and Lin Xian, who was being protected by the giant dragon, who stood peacefully in place, unaffected. Ma Yi-tim barely managed to control his form and turned around with a roll to avoid the fire snake. His forbidden ruins are at one with their surroundings. In this lava-strewn underground environment, it should have been his home turf. How could he not? He was only facing the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, with a ridiculously high heat resistance and very thick scale armor. Magma and ground spikes couldn't hurt it at all. All of his own means of attack could not get on the other side, but the other side's attack, he rubbed that is crippled, touched that is dead. Gotta take care of that wacky kid first. Ma Yi-tim looked towards Lin Xian, although he didn't know how the other party had managed to do so, making the Yen Vein Earth Dragon obey his orders, but as long as he was killed, the problem should be solved. Ma Yi-tim had just thought of a countermeasure when he saw the Earth Dragon use its tail to gently roll up Lin Xian and place him on its back. It wasn't over yet. After doing so, the Earth Dragon used its tail to bind Bailey Chubby and Shin Qingzhu as well, throwing them onto its back, not giving Ma Yi-tim any little room to maneuver. The corner of Ma Yi-tim's mouth twitched. This is pretty smart. Ma Yi-tian now is really no trick. How can he not understand? Obviously just a moment ago was a good situation. How suddenly become so? Not one of the 3 credits that came to my lips. The double god agent who suddenly turned into a woman and took his teammates away, and the little monster who was able to seriously injure the sea realm and still make the Earth Dragon bow down. Ma Yi-tim felt that these two were no longer explained by genius. The attack came again. Ma Yi-tian once again rolled over and dodged. At this time, his left arm had been crushed and fractured, and the right half of his bones were also directly shattered. He was already at the end of his strength. The reason he was able to carry on until now was because he was able to merge himself with the earth to avoid the dragon's attacks. To remain here is undoubtedly choosing to dance on the tip of a knife, and the slightest mishap is death without burial. But as long as he could hold off the earth dragon and wait until Lord Raving came over, by then that little monster and the earth dragon, none of them would be able to escape. Ma Yi-tian struggled for a moment and eventually chose to be rich and famous. More than 5 minutes had passed since he had notified Lord Raving, and by all rights, Lord Raving should have already arrived by this time. The fact that it hasn't come by now can only mean that something has attracted his lordship's attention. As for whether or not there was something holding back Lord Raving, meh, absolutely not. That's Lord Raving, the god of the Church of the Ancient Gods. What in this world could hold a god? Or perhaps Lord Raving has come. This is actually that Lord's test for himself. As long as you can hold your own, the future will be wide open and flat. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Fatty Bailey. Chubby, is there anything that can control him? Yes, there is. Bailey Chubby was busy pulling out a black ring from his self-interested space and pointing it toward Ma Yi-tian. Tug! Help! Chubby 100 shouted. Shin Qingzhu sniffed and raised his hand with a ringing finger. Snap! An explosion suddenly occurred around Ma Yi-tim, forcing him in the direction of Bailey's chubby finger. In the next moment, a long black blade rushed out from the ring and turned into a black mane that surged towards Ma Yi-tim. How quickly Ma Yi-tim reacted, controlling a sideways movement of his badly injured body. Miso. The blade only left a tiny wound on his body. Just at the instant the blade slashed through, Ma Yi-tim's entire body fell straight backward, falling to the ground with a thud, his face pale. The intense pain from his soul caused his body to keep convulsing, and even his thinking stopped a little. Heh, you really dare to take my little master's soul-severing blade? Bailey Chubby rolled his eyes. This soul-severing blade of his, it only cuts souls and ignores all defenses. As long as one was chopped, the kind of pain that originated from the soul was bound to scream unbearable. Chubby Bailey retrieved the soul-severing blade, but it was important to realize that the other protagonist of this battle, the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, had been poised to strike since just a moment ago. The Earth Dragon seized the moment when Ma Yi-tim was chopped and grabbed his opponent in one claw. Ma Yi-tim's forbidden ruins were able to merge with surrounding objects, no doubt, but not with living things. Being grasped in the hands of the Earth Dragon, this time, the other party was truly unable to escape. The Earth Dragon slightly exerted its strength, and the fiery red lines crawling all over the dragon's claws continuously scorched Ma Yi-tim's body. Waste him. Just leave him with his last breath, but don't kill him. Lin Xian patted the Earth Dragon underneath him. He still had to kill the other party so that he could purify his bloodline. Anon! The Earth Dragon let out a low cry. To his surprise, Lin Xian realized that he could understand the other party. What that sentence means is, yes, King. King? Regarding this name, Lin Xian only felt that it was unexpected and reasonable. Nidhogg, the well-deserved emperor of the dragon clan. And it's not an exaggeration to say that his own self, who has Nidhogg's bloodline, is considered the king of the dragons. The Earth Dragon's claws holding Ma Yi-tim turned red. After a scream of pain, Ma Yi-tim drooped like rotten mud between the cracks of the Earth Dragon's claws, his eyes empty. He was covered in burns. His charred skin connected to the reddish flesh inside, and all his bones were crushed. Just as Lin Xian had ordered, there was only one last breath left. Lin Xian looked down at the other party, and a blood-colored longsword appeared in his hand. He exerted himself and threw himself at his opponent. He didn't even get close enough to go over, although Ma Yi-tim has already left his last breath. But who knows whether the other side has any underhanded means, can drag one down to cushion the back. The long sword chopped down, hitting Ma Yi-tim's head with precision. In the blink of an eye, the other party turned into a dry corpse. In a flash, majestic life force and energy filled the entire body, and the purity of the bloodline, once again, broke through. Chapter 78 Earth Dragon turns over, encounters the sea realm again, one wave after another. The bloodline purity didn't stop after breaking through 45%, but instead came all the way to 49%, just shy of breaking through the 50% level. For every 5% increase in bloodline purity, the difficulty goes up another level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like killing a sea realm and not even breaking 50%. Still close. Killing Ma Yitian with the 7 deadly sins. A huge amount of life force washed over Lin Xian's body, and Lin Xian's stamina regained. But spiritual power is still in short supply. Jumping down from the dragon's back, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the three. It was none other than Lin Chia. At this moment, Lin Chia, still with her long hair draped over her shoulders, her brilliant star-like eyes swept over the faces of the three, and then lingered on Lin Xian for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. When Lin Chia opened his eyes again, his long hair suddenly dissipated in midair, leaving only a short head of black hair. The teenager glanced at the three and realized that there were no major injuries on their bodies, and was just about to let out a sigh of relief when he glanced behind the three and saw the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon that was also looking at him with a puzzled face. Lin Chia? He had just resolved a sea realm, and at this point, his body had already reached its limit, and there was no way for him to be dealing with this tyrannical Inferno Vein Earth Dragon. Leave me alone, go, go! Lin Chia fought with the last of his strength and blocked in front of Lin Xian's three people. The Inferno Vein Earth Dragon cocked its head, not understanding what the man was doing. Turned its head to look at Lin Xian. Tug. Please carry him for a bit. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Shen Qingzhu. Good point. Shen Qingzhu came straight to Lin Chia and carried him on his back. And before Lin Chia fell unconscious, the last scene he saw was Lin Xian walking up to the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon and raising his right hand. As for the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, it actually bent down and stuck its head on Lin Xian's hand, rubbing it gently. It was as if the owner was teasing a large dog. Lin Chia's eyes snapped open and slowly closed again. He fainted after all. Only if one looked closely, one could notice that the corners of his mouth were still twitching. You're too big for me to take you straight out, Lin Xian said. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon lying on the ground, actually rolling around like a child. In a flash, the ground shook. Stop, stop, stop. Didn't say I wouldn't take you. Lin Xian said soothingly. I can take you on one condition. You need to go inside my Nibelungen and stay there. You can't just come out. Anon. The Inferno Vein Earth Dragon seemed to have only heard the 4 words that could take it away, and none of the rest. It brought its head up and rubbed against Lin Xian, directly arching him to the ground. Lin Xian patted his clothes and stood up again. I'll take that as a yes. Lin Xian came to Ma Yitian's corpse and threw it directly into the stagnant water. He then placed his hand on the forehead of the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon. The Inferno Vein Earth Dragon seemed to realize something and quieted down, closing its eyes and remaining motionless. The current Inferno Vein Earth Dragon is unable to enter the Nibelungen. Because the Infernal Vein Earth Dragon is not a soul body, it does not meet the criteria for Nibelungen accommodation. But Lin Xian possessed stagnant water. The strange substance in the stagnant water is capable of changing the living. To put it another way that's understandable, the geoduck itself doesn't have a Nibelungen pass, so it can't get in. However, Lin Xian could create a pass out for the Earth Dragon by altering its body with dead water. At this time, after melting the corpse of a Sea Realm powerhouse, the strange substance increased significantly, enough for the Sea Realm of the Earth Dragon to create a pass. After being transformed by the dead water, the Earth Dragon's physical body does not disappear, but instead becomes a metaphysical state, somewhere between a physical body and a soul body, with the touch of flesh yet able to travel amongst the Nibelungen. Not only that, after being transformed, the soul strength of the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon would be greatly strengthened, and all of its attacks would have the effect of a soul attack attached to them. Suffice it to say, there are only pros and no cons. The strange substance surged into the body of the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, and soon its body became faint until it finally disappeared. Bailey Fatty and Shen Qingzhu glanced this way in surprise, but did not ask anything. Everyone has secrets, and what they should be doing is respecting other people's secrets, not pursuing them. Moreover, Lin Xian had shown so many secrets today that they had all become numb. The dragon scales that covered his entire body, the crimson pupils of his eyes, the blood-colored longsword that could cut out dozens of meters of slashes, and the ability to make the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon willingly submit. Each one singled out could make their jaws drop. At this time, seeing the Yen Vein Earth Dragon disappear, they were no longer shocked and were even accustomed to it. And Lin Chia, who could tell them why Lin Chia was able to turn into a woman and still fight against the Sea Realm? That's not even the point. The point is that it's still so good-looking after becoming a woman. Hello, brother. Let's catch up first, early enough to get back to the ground as well. Shen Qingzhu carried Lin Xie on his back and opened his mouth. No need. Lin Xian shook his head. Get ready, you two. And be careful not to fall in a moment. Wait, are you trying to? Shen Qingzhu suddenly realized something and shouted towards Bailey Chubby. Bailey Tuming, where's your defensive forbidden object? Hurry up and use it. Although Bailey Chubby didn't understand the current situation, he very much listened to the advice and enveloped the four people with a golden shield. Only to see Lin Xian waving his hand, a behemoth reappeared in the middle of several people's line of sight. Is that Inferno Vein Earth Dragon? The Earth Dragon at this moment was again slightly different from what the crowd had seen before. The fiery red magma flowing on the body of the Earth Dragon actually changed into a ghostly blue color, and the pupils of the eyes also changed into golden yellow vertical pupils, in the Earth Cave, as if two huge lanterns. The Earth Dragon turns over. Lin Xian ordered towards the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon. The moment the words fell, the entire world shook once again, and it was as if the crowd had gotten into a slide that spiraled downward, and everything began to turn upside down. Gravity suddenly disappeared and flipped as the crowd felt it. After a few moments, the vibrations finally stopped. The moonlight shone on the ground through the sparse trees, and there was silence all around. Lin Xian's four people dropped to the ground. After such a violent bump, any person would feel a little dizzy. At this time, the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon had returned to the middle of the Nibelungen, and they have come to the surface. Lin Xian closed his eyes for a moment to feel, and realized that Chao Yuan was at a place about 500 or 600 meters away from him. Go! Saying that, Lin Xian took the lead towards Chao Yuan's direction while pondering in his heart. He remembered that there was another man behind the scenes in this game. Murmuring, the opponent hadn't even shown up now, so he should have been held back by instructor Yuan Gang. But the problem was that Lin Xian didn't know how long the other party could drag it out. If the other party really wanted to go after them, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to stop them. Even if he escaped, he definitely couldn't escape. Lin Xian had already thought about it. If Rumination came, he would just push Lin Xie out and let Rumination enter Lin Xie's spirit world and touch the gods inside. Lin Xian. Let's string together a confession as we walk. Bailey Fatty looked towards Lin Xian. Both Lin Xian and Lin Xie had big secrets on them, and they were the kind that they definitely didn't want other people to know. Good. Lin Xian nodded happily. He naturally didn't want his secret to be known by others. Bailey Fatty looked at Shen Qingzhu again. He will not go to betray his brother, and Lin Xian and Lin Xie are also unlikely to leak their secrets, so the only thing left is, without waiting for Chubby Bailey to open his mouth, he saw Shen Qingzhu open his mouth. Don't worry. The old man's got a stiff upper lip. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. Which brings us to a certain Virgo big boy who is obviously delicate on the inside, but has to pretend to be fierce. Shen Qingzhu slanted a glance at Lin Xian, always feeling that there was something in Lin Xian's words. After stringing out their confessions, the few people had just walked a distance when they suddenly saw a woman dressed in green clothes come before them. Lin Xian's cold hairs stood on end for an instant. In the other party, Lin Xian felt the fluctuation of spiritual power like an abyss. This was surprisingly another sea realm. Chapter 79. It's actually a friendly party. Hyrule inner mini-theater. In this instant, Lin Xian quickly went through his memories of this life and his previous life, wanting to see what heavenly wrath he had done to run into 3 sea realms in a row. Then he came to a conclusion. And no, the most birth thing he had ever done was once when he was cooking. He put shredded ginger and potatoes together and squeezed some cilantro juice into the green bean soup before serving it to Lin Xie. The crime is not punishable by death, big brother. The woman in green scanned them up and down, and let out a sudden sigh of relief. She seemed to see the tension in the crowd and was busy calming them down. Don't be nervous. I'm a vigil too, sort of half a friend of your chief instructor. You're a vigil too? Shen Qingzhu had a face of disbelief. Then why don't you wear the uniform of the Night's Watch? I'm here on a personal note, and as for whether I'm friend or foe after all, I haven't made a move on you guys until now, have I? The woman spread her hands. She couldn't tell them that it was because old Yuan suspected that there was a mole in the hierarchy that she contacted herself and asked her to sneak over for a trip. She had been patrolling around earlier, and had taken care of a few stinkers from the Church of the Ancient Gods in the meantime, and was about to arrive at Rescue Team 11 when she suddenly encountered an Earth Dragon turning over. Then it started going around like a headless fly until now, and somehow it got flipped back by the geodesic dragon. You guys, run into the enemy? Right? Lin Xian nodded, his face not changing color. We ran into members of the Church of the Ancient God down there, 2 in total, both in the Chuan realm. 2 Chuan realms. The woman's voice instantly rose. These 4 children could only be at the Pool realm, while the other party had the Chuan realm. The woman didn't ask about the end result, that's obvious. But that's what makes it so shocking. Are you saying that you for Pool realm killed 2 Chuan realm? For Pool realm counter killed 2 Chuan realm, and these 4 teenagers couldn't see any injuries on their bodies yet, and only their clothes were tattered and torn. This is a bit of a departure. For a moment, the woman even had some suspicion that they were deliberately exaggerating. Immediately, she thought of what Yuan Gang had said to her. Rescue Squad 11 is full of monsters. Monster words, that's not surprising. People like Xiaopinga, Wang Mian were also monsters, and it was rumored that there were 2 brats in Rescue Team 11 whose future accomplishments were not below Wang Mian's. Those were old Yuan's exact words. Right? Shin Qingzhu nodded as he looked at the woman's surprised expression, and suddenly a thought surfaced in his mind. If the other party knew that what they had killed were not 2 Chuan realms, but 2 genuine sea realms, what kind of expression would they have? Of course, he was only thinking about it. Hey, that kid over there. Show me that teenager on your back. The woman rushed at Shin Qingzhu. No. Shin Qingzhu was resolute. He wasn't completely sure that the other party was the Night's Watch yet, and there was no way he could hand Lin Xie over to the other party. Hey, I'm already very sincere. Okay, if I really wanted to kill you guys, I could have done it a long time ago. There's no need to wait until now. Guangchan looked at Lin Xian. You tell me if I'm a good person. Lin Xian's figure paused for a moment, eventually nodding and shaking his head. I don't know. Lin Xian could guess that Yuan Gang would invite a helper, and based on the woman's words, he was 70% sure that that helper should be the other party. However, Lin Xian still didn't dare to be sure. Lin Xie wouldn't be able to die anyway. At most it would just be a mental energy overdraft. A corpse is a corpse. It would be embarrassing if there was a lapse in judgment and the other party was really an enemy, and they were snatched away the moment Lin Xie was handed over and taken home as a suppressive wife. As the saying goes, guard your hand if you can. Tisich, what a bunch of stubborn boys. The woman bristled, stepped aside and clasped her hands to her chest, and said no more. If you don't save it anyway. That kid lying on his back is just a coma caused by the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. At most it's hard for a few days and he can't die anyway. On this point, the 2 sides unexpectedly agreed. As for the only victim in this matter, Lin Xie, well, he said he had nothing to say. Lin Xian's 4 continued to rush, and Guangchan followed behind the few, staring at their backs and thinking as they walked. Humph, when I get back, I'll make sure that old Yuan gives me a proper name so that you few brats will know what it means to be a medical sage. Listening to Yuan Gang, these few brats are likely to form a special squad in the future. Even the few brats of the masked squad were injured, and she was the one who healed them so many times, and if these boys were to set up a special squad, they would more than likely have to fall into her hands as well. You guys wait and see if I give you anesthesia when it's time for treatment. Hirakan thought maliciously. She could already imagine the image of Yuan Gang's shock as he introduced her to a few people. Just thinking about it made her pick at her feet with pleasure. P.S. I have nothing better to do than to give you all a confession. Gentlemen, I love you, Anajizeno. I wish you all the best, and a lot of wealth every year, Omega. Chapter 80. Seeing you're a bit embarrassed, giving you a nod of approval. Lin Xian. Look at that man, he's smiling so lewdly. Bailey Chubby came to Lin Xian's ear and whispered. That woman in the back, from time to time, she would heave a strange smile, and Bailey Chubby always felt that the other party did not have good intentions. Lin Xian's face was expressionless. He noticed it too. Obviously the other party was also quite good-looking, but that expression, how it looked, was not right. It felt like bumping into a positively weird auntie, or a cute, catty lady Shurji. Lin Xian tried to find a suitable adjective for the other party. Through the dense jungle, a village ruin soon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Next to the ruins, there was a collapsed tent. Next to the tent, Instructor Hong, Chao Yuan, and the others were gathering together, exchanging something. Chao Yuan was the first to notice the few people and hurriedly walked towards them. Lin Xian, you guys have finally returned. Before Chao Yuan could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the unconscious Lin Xie lying on Shan Qingzhu's back, and his face instantly changed. What happened to 7 nights? Chao Yuan's figure shivered slightly. He couldn't live without Lin Xie, just like the West couldn't live without Jerusalem. It wouldn't have been able to die, but if you had to hold him like this, I reckon Lin Chia would have been sent away by you even if he hadn't died. Lin Xian glanced at Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan immediately loosened his arm around Lin Chia. At that moment, the crowd also noticed this side and rushed over. Brother Shin, you're still alive, great. Li Liang. What the hell are you talking about? How could Shin be all right? Brother Shin, you're not hurt, are you? Deng Wei looked around Shin Qingzhu and made sure that there were no wounds on the other party's body. Then he sighed in relief. Shin Qingzhu lightly coughed twice. What can I do? You guys just need to mind your own business. Don't worry about me. Lin Xian, what did you guys run into? Instructor Hong asked with concern. Obviously resolved to guard them even if they gave up their lives. But as a result, they were suddenly teleported underground, and there was no Lin Xian's 4 people around. To be honest, he was in a panic. Lin Xian's 4 people only had the Pool Realm, and right now there was an enemy preparing to plot against him. If they had anything long or short, he himself really had no face to explain to the chief. We ran into 2 Chuan realms. You escaped. We killed those 2 back. Ha! Instructor Hong was dumbfounded. Soon he forced himself to calm down. For Pool realms killed 2 Chuan realms at the cost of just one of them having their spiritual power overdrawn. This kind of battle record, no one would even believe it on the outside. After all, the difference between the Pool realm and the Chuan realm was like the difference between a pond and a river. It wasn't normally large. But something so outrageous, placed on these 4 people, Hong Hao felt inexplicably reasonable. With 2 divine agents, a super high-risk forbidden ruin, and a young master of a forbidden artifact family, it wasn't impossible to deal with 2 weaker Chuan realms. At this time, Instructor Hong suddenly noticed that there was a woman in green following behind the 4. The moment Hong Hao looked at him, Guang Chan puffed out his chest. Since he's an instructor, he should know himself, right? Come on. Let's show these boys what I'm made of. Who's this? Instructor Hong asked. I don't know. The other guy claimed to be a friend of the chief, but couldn't confirm it. Hearing this, Instructor Hong immediately showed a wary face, holding his sword in one hand and stopping the crowd behind him. If you can't verify your identity, you're still invited to leave, or I'll have to take some coercive measures. It's really a means of testing the waters. Based on the other party's expression and response, Hong Hao was also able to initially determine whether the other party was a foe or a friend. But before the woman could reply, Lin Xian spoke first. Instructor, the other party is the Sea Realm. So what if the Sea Realm can? Hong Hao suddenly choked. What realm did you just say she was in? The Sea Realm. This is the Sea Realm. Why do you sound like a cabbage on the ground? Instructor Hong spat madly inside. Maybe it's even friendly. Of all of them, he was the only one who was in the Chuan Realm, and it was simply easy for the other party to kill them, and at such a close distance, he himself couldn't even open the Ghost Spirit Guide. But by now, the other party still had no intention of making a move. The woman just leaned against a tree, playing with her nails in boredom. Couldn't be helped that this instructor obviously didn't recognize himself, and the chance to play hard to get was gone. Say, where are the villagers? Lin Xian looked at Instructor Hong. The Earth Dragon rolled over, and the wounded and villagers should have been affected as well. I don't know what's going on now. The villagers are all fine, although their wounds have deteriorated a bit due to the violent bumps. But fortunately, none of them are life-threatening. It felt like there was something dangling for them, and even if they were injured more severely, they would be fine. Instructor Hong mentally added, Ha! Severe concussion, broken ribs, crushed arm, and this is still alive. The woman's surprised voice sounded from another place. Lin Xian and the others quickly turned around to look, only to see that at some point, that person had already arrived in front of Jiang Chaochao's mother and squatted down, his plump human heart resting on his knees, attracting attention. When Instructor Hong was shocked, he didn't even react to how the other guy went over. You, who are you? Jiang Chaochao shielded her mother behind her, looking wary. Relax, little one. I'm here to save your mother. The woman rubbed the girl's dry hair and gestured toward the other mother distantly. In the next moment, countless vines broke out of the ground and scrambled towards the other party, entangling them into a cocoon. Without waiting for the crowd to make a move, the cocoon wrapped around the vines began to emit a glowing green light, and at the same time, an overflowing vitality spread out from it and surged into the crowd's bodies. The crowd only felt a sense of relief, and the fatigue accumulated from running around continuously for more than 10 hours disappeared at this moment. In its place was a feeling of fullness, as if his body was filled with power. Chubby Bailey waved his fists. He felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. In just the blink of an eye, the vines unfolded, revealing the rosy-cheeked woman inside. Jiang Qiao immediately jumped to her mother's side, checking back and forth, and found her mother breathing long and steady, with a peaceful face. The whole thing was not like the previous frown, a look of pain. How could Jiang Qiao not realize that the other party had used her supernatural powers to heal her mother? Thank you, thank you. The girl tried to kowtow in thanks, but Hiro-chan held her back. Don't wake her. Let your mother sleep a little longer. With that said, Hirakan walked straight to the rest of the injured. Another reason she was so slow in coming was to go to the aid of the inhabitants of the other villages. When she began to heal, her face instantly became serious, no longer jumpy as before. Medical treatment saves lives and saves the world. It's a matter of life and death, no jokes. It wasn't until the last of the injured were all healed and their faces were back to red that Hirakan relaxed again and crossed her arms. Guangchan, oh to the power of O. Humph, now you know what I'm capable of. Hirakan looked to the crowd and realized that their attention wasn't even on herself. Deng Wei and the others surrounded Shin Qingzhu. Talking and laughing Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan surrounded Lin Chia, poking Lin Chia's face with a curious expression, and Moli and Xiao Qiao were whispering, not paying any attention to her at all. Of all the people, only Lin Xian and Instructor Hong had watched the whole thing. In the end, Lin Xian hesitantly gave a thumbs up towards the other party a thumbs up. Chapter 81 Murmuring appears. The real crisis. After a few more hours, the crowd finally waited for the rescue team. Go! Instructor Hong waved his hand towards the crowd.
就在这时，名叫巧巧的女孩突然哒哒哒跑到林轩身前，拉了拉林轩的手。
What's wrong? Lin Xian crouched down and was at eye level with Jiang Qiao. Big brother, can I know your name? I want to repay you and the other big brothers and sisters when I grow up. Jiang Qiao was a little nervous. Her mom always told her that she would repay any kindness. She wished to know the other person's name and wait to repay them someday. Lin Xian. Lin Xian rubbed Jiang Qiao's little head. After the matter was over, Jiang Qiao would inevitably have this part of her memory erased, much less remember herself. But he couldn't possibly ignore the girl's enthusiasm because of it. Rubbing the girl's hair, Lin Xian turned to leave. Lin Xian? The girl murmured as she looked over at Lin Xian's tall back, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. By the way, where did that woman go? Chao Yuan scanned around and realized that the other party had lost track of him at some point. Who knows? Maybe it's because we're about to return to the training camp and the other side thinks we don't need protection. So they went back. After a few hours together, the crowd also realized that the other party really didn't seem to mean them any harm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happily come along and nattered to them for hours and eventually disappeared without a hello. And one more thing, that woman in green, not too smart Subzi, it seems. Is this what is often referred to as a bear cough? Lin Xian hurriedly stopped his thoughts. It's not polite to think down the line. Meanwhile, a lush wooded area. Yuan Gang was wrapped into a dumpling by the vines, lying horizontally on the ground, with green light flickering on his body from time to time. The woman in green stood with a wry expression. Tisk, TSK. Old Yuan, you're hurt. I can smell the paste. How did you get it? Running into ravings. Murmuring, the woman instantly raised her voice a few pitches, while quickly glancing around, with the vestigial feeling of a little mouse looking around before stealing food. Seeing that no one was around and that she hadn't been pulled into the middle of a nightmare, Hirakan breathed a sigh of relief. She was just a paramedic, not that powerful, and if she touched the ravings, she'd have to designate herself as GA. Raving that dog, isn't he being chased by the psychic squad? Why did he run to your side? The woman was very confused. The one who came here was the doppelganger. So, the woman nodded. With a flash of green light, the vines slowly unraveled. Yuan Gang tried to move his wrist and lamented. It's worthy of you. This hand of vitality transformation makes you play like a god. That's right, and don't look at who I am. The woman's nose instantly turned up to the sky when she heard the compliment, and she held her head up in a proud little manner. By the way, old Yuan, can you help me clarify that I'm in our vigilante organization? I've explained it so many times, but those brats just don't believe me. And of course, it would have been better if you'd taken me with you when you explained it. As the saying goes, there are pussies who do not pretend that she, Guangchan, is to pretend ruthlessly in front of these juniors. It's okay to be okay. Yuan Gang opened his mouth. But how do I remember you have an assignment coming up at noon today, and it's already 10 a.m.? Is it too late if you don't leave? As Yuan Gang's words fell, he only saw the woman's face stiffen. Damn, how could she have forgotten about this? He was on a mission himself and had come here originally on the way. The superiors asked to be there at 12, but it's already 10. Not good, my paycheck. Guangchanda. A breeze brushed by, and the woman instantly disappeared in front of Yuan Gang. Looking at Yuan Gang, he shook his head straight, but the corner of his mouth brought a trace of arc. This guy, always so fluffy. Off-road. The people sat together and closed their eyes. Running all night long without much rest for a whole day, coupled with the fact that in the middle of the day they also bumped into an earth dragon turning over. At this time, all of them were already physically and mentally exhausted. Lin Xian similarly closed his eyes while calculating in his heart that when he returned to the training camp, he would find an excuse to go to the restroom and first claim the ability unlocked by 45% bloodline purity. But thinking about it, Lin Xian suddenly noticed that something wasn't quite right. Around, is it a little too quiet? Lin Xian snapped his eyes open, and then he saw a young gentleman dressed as a British-style gentleman who was slightly bent over and looking at himself with a smile on his face. At that moment, the other party was standing on his side, just an arm's length away. Everything around them froze, as if time had been stood still. The outside world became a blur, and the sky turned back to night, black and complete. When Lin Xian sweated for an instant, but still maintained the most basic calm. He immediately judged that the one in front of him at this moment should be one of the famous ancient god church's three gods. Raving. Formerly known as Chen Erniu. Based on the original story he had read, Lin Xian could tell that the other party should have pulled himself into the middle of a nightmare, just like Head Yuan. Who are you? On the other side, a voice suddenly came. It was none other than Lin Chia. Not only Lin Xian, but the rest of the few people were also pulled into the middle of the nightmare by the other party. Allow me to introduce myself. The man took off his hat and bowed gracefully toward the crowd. You may call me Murmur. I know you, one of the three gods of the Church of the Ancient Gods. Hong Hao's face was serious and his body was tense. No other reason than the other party's name was too loud. Instructor Hong suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. He couldn't save his pawns from such a being, not even if he used the demon guide. Oh, I see you know me. Rumination made a fake salute towards Instructor Hong and spread his hands. I'm actually helpless because of your chief. It caused me to miss out on an earth dragon and lose 2 sea realms. I have to earn it back from somewhere else. Murmur said, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. 2 divine agents, a young master of the Bailey family, and a super high risk. Even if I can't turn you all into my followers, just killing you would be the equivalent of snuffing out the future high-end power of the Night's Watch. Gee, just thinking about it makes you excited. Rumor looked at Lin Xian and narrowed his eyes. Originally, you had the opportunity to become the 4th god of the Church of the Ancient Gods. But alas, you have repeatedly refused my invitation, so I can only send you on your way. By the way, there's that twin god agent. You two are just right for company on the Yellow Springs. The corners of his mouth turned up when he said this, but there was no smile in his eyes at all. Do you think the others would voluntarily join the Church of the Ancient God if I held you two's lives hostage? This is the kind of drama that he really enjoys. Chapter 82. Welcome to my home turf. Why do we both have to die? Can't we just become believers like everyone else? Lin Chia asked. Your souls have already contracted with the gods, and I will receive a backlash if I make another contract with you, unless it is of your own free will. Murmuring grinned. Seriously? I'm curious as to how you became an agent of the twin gods. Before you die, can you tell me? Lin Chia just looked at him and didn't say anything. Even if you don't, it's okay. I'll go to the depths of your soul and taste that myself. After saying this, Rumination looked at Lin Xian again and didn't notice the flash of excitement in the bottom of Lin Chia's eyes. Lin Xian, compared to Lin Chia, I'm actually more curious about you. What exactly did Nidhogg order you to act like a good old boy until now? Aren't you tired? How could a world-destroying monster like Nidhogg and his agents be any good? The only explanation is that the other side, up to now, still wears sheep's clothing. The rest of the people also looked at Lin Xian when Rumor said this. To be honest, they were also curious, but the crowd knew that now was not the time to talk about it. If you can satisfy me on this, I may consider not invading your soul and letting you die in peace. Yes, come on, you get over here. Lin Xian beckoned towards Rumor. Murmuring came up to his head. He wasn't afraid of Lin Xian making a move at all. In the middle of his own nightmare, nothing could harm him. Lin Xian came up to Murmuring's ear and whispered quietly, "You seem like the price of a bungalow in that upcountry city. It didn't go down and went straight up." After saying that, Lin Xian even gently patted Rumination's face. What's surprising is that I don't know if the other guy froze and actually let him draw. Rumination did freeze for a moment. He was truly surprised that Lin Xian would just start cursing. Divine agents, in his eyes, were supposed to be graceful, and even when they died, they were magnificent and elegant. Originally, I wanted to invade Lin Chia's spirit world first, but now I've changed my mind. The ravings were still smiling. "Don't worry, I'll torture the soul of the dual god agent into pieces, inch by inch in front of your face, so that you can watch him die with your own eyes, and then I'll come back to torture you." The ravings pointed towards Lin Chia. "I'm so scared." Lin Xian had a pompous face. Rumination turned her head to look at Lin Chia and realized that the other party also had a disinterested look on his face. Seeing the ravings seemingly, Lin Chia first paused for a moment before clasping his arms tightly and making a scared face. "So scared." Lin Chia cupped and read, his tone without a ripple. There was even a hint of anticipation under the eyes. Raving was truly silent this time. He kind of didn't get what was going on with these two. Obviously dying, but a look of indifference, as if putting life and death at risk. And looking at the expressions of the two, it wasn't like they were pretending to be spontaneous, but they really didn't care. Murmuring was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Xian. "I've changed my mind. I'm going to search your soul first." "Lin Chia? Don't." "Big brother." Lin Xian. Manhwa. For a moment, the ravings took in the micro-expressions of the two men. He smiled, and his eyes bloomed with a piercing ghostly light in an instant, as if two sharp swords were stabbing into Lin Xian's mind. "If you have the balls to let go of him, search my soul first." Lin Chia roared angrily towards Rumor, his face even a bit grim. Lin Chia was really anxious. He usually didn't use foul language except to scold Lin Xian. With a mental hospital of his own, he could certainly carry it off and possibly even counter it. But Lin Xian can't. Even if, in the end, the ravings entered one's mind and were countered by one's own self. But before that, Lin Xian's soul had already been stirred into pieces. Lin Xian was considered his most important friend. Many times, it's thanks to the other person helping them. It was also the other person who persuaded himself to come home and visit. Even if he was often and liked to take his picture to post marriage announcements and dog search notices when he was in Sangnan City, the crime was not to death. But no matter how much Lin Chia shouted, it was to no avail. The ravings had entered Lin Xian's mind. Lin Chia clenched his fists. "Murmur, I will kill you," he murmured in a low voice. The surroundings were quiet, and the people looked at Lin Xian, who was lying on the ground with a mournful expression. Watching your friends go to their deaths with your own eyes and not being able to save them is a very cruel thing for anyone to do. Bailey Chubby hurriedly ran to Lin Xian's side and stuffed a jade piece into Lin Xian's hand. This was the Back to Heaven jade, capable of resisting a single mental level attack regardless of realm. He wasn't sure if it would be too late to give it now, but one had to try, didn't one? Stuffing the heaven-returning jade wasn't enough. Bailey Chubby directly flipped the self-interested space over, and the sea of treasures instantly flooded him. "Old Chow 7 Nights, come help and put this string of beads on Lin Xian. Come on, let's help out too," Shen Qingzhu said to the three people behind him. His nails snapped into his flesh, and his eyes glanced malevolently at the place where Rumor had just been, wondering what he was thinking. At the same time, in the depths of Lin Xian's soul, Rumination strolled through the gray mists, looking surprised. "I didn't expect that in this kid's mind. There are so many fogs. It seems that this kid still has some secrets that I don't know." Raving was very excited, especially when he realized he couldn't even crack this gray mist, and his grin was almost ear to ear. This alter ego of his own had the strength of the sea realm, yet he couldn't even parse a fraction of the gray mist. This means that there are high levels of gray fog. It's okay. The bigger the secret the better, because soon it will be mine. Rumor continued to walk forward, and after an unknown amount of time, he suddenly broke through the mist. In front of him, there was a black stone monument made of unknown material, with a huge dragon head carved on it, and unintelligible characters carved on the monument. Just gazing, Rumor felt a wave of vertigo and hastily averted her gaze. "As far as I could see, I could also see a strange giant tree in the distance with the upper half of the trunk white, but the lower half was black. Both of these things were excessively large, and Rumor stood in front of them, looking up like an ant looking up at the heavens. Rumination's eyes were filled with shock. He suddenly remembered that Lin Xian was Nidhogg's agent. That tree in the distance, it couldn't be the world tree from Norse mythology, could it? But why is this world tree dead, with only a few scattered dead leaves on it? What about this monolith in front of himself? Murmur didn't understand, but he could feel his heart beating wildly. This is, perhaps, a great opportunity. Suddenly, a person stepped out from behind the stone monument. It was Lin Xian. So, is this your secret? Don't worry. I'll take good care of these things for you. Rumination bowed elegantly towards Lin Xian, her excitement simply overflowing. No, I should be the one thanking you. Lin Xian suddenly smiled as he unfolded his hands. If you hadn't invaded here, it might have taken me a long time longer to understand something. Rumor suddenly felt an extreme sense of crisis enveloping his entire body. It was his own instincts calling the police in a frenzy. In that instant, Rumination's eyes suddenly widened. He saw the scene of a lifetime. The ground suddenly became transparent. He saw that a world had actually appeared below the root system of that world tree. There, the source of the gray fog. There, the eerie river flows. It was as if he had seen the wailing of countless souls, and saw what the ultimate destruction, the ultimate evil was. Even the soul, which receives slavery for eternity, feels the pain, forever and ever. It was supreme great terror. P.S. I'm asking for a free gift and a 5-star review, so I'll kowtow to all of you Hikari and Yiffy here. Or 2. Say everyone get an early night. Chapter 83. A leaf is a rotting world. The ravings trembled as they looked toward Lin Xian. He realized he couldn't move anymore. The young man in front of the stone monument. At some point his eyes had become crimson, redder than blood. In those eyes hid the most extreme violence in the world. In that moment, Rumor read his eyes. It was a look that could be described as cocky, confident of mastering the most extreme violence, confident of using that violence to rule the world. The world, however, was a doll prostrate at his feet, to be waved and called. This was an existence that was far more arrogant than him, far more arrogant than the god of the Church of the Ancient Gods by countless times. The other party even wanted to override all the gods and be the true god of this world. It suddenly dawned on Rumor that there had never been any Nidhogg agents, there had been simply returning Nidhoggs. Or rather, a crazier being than Nidhogg. Nidhogg wants to destroy the world, while the other, in turn, wants to rule the whole world. It is far easier to destroy than to rule. He tried to send a message to the outside world to his own body, but the gray fog cut off everything. What a monster you really are. Rumor was genuinely afraid, though he called himself a god. He understood that he was not a god. However, the one in front of him was indeed a genuine god, and the other party was actually retracing the path of ascending to godhood. In an instant, many things were figured out in the ravings. Why did Nidhogg, who had never appeared before, suddenly appear within Daxia? And why was Lin Xian's forbidden ruin a time-accelerating aspect? It was not that Nidhogg appeared within Daxia, but that the entire planet and only Daxia was suitable for transmigration. Humans elsewhere are captive two-legged sheep, and there's no way Nidhogg could be reincarnated in a place like that. As for the forbidden market, it's better understood. Time Zero, the forbidden ruin, should only be a part of the other party's divine ruins. Why the opponent's true divine ruin was not known to the world. The outrageous physicality of the opposition would be easily explained. Nidhogg, isn't it normal that as a dragon you can match the gods with your flesh alone? There aren't any divine agents, are there? Murmur opened his mouth to ask, already having the answer in his mind. Lin Xian didn't answer him. He just turned his head and looked towards the withered world tree. Murmur's eyes were likewise drawn to it. On the withered world tree, a dead brown leaf fell off and drifted toward Rumination. Murmur didn't feel even a hint of threat from it, but that was precisely why he felt chills run down his spine. He was now imprisoned by unknown forces and could not move. One could only watch as the dead leaves floated up to him and nudged him on the forehead. The brown color spread out from his forehead in all directions, and in the blink of an eye Rumination went from a young man to an old man, and it was as if his body was transformed into a withered leaf that crumbled into pieces with the slightest movement. Exhaustion was like a raging wave, knocking him over. Murmur no longer had the strength to stand, but he didn't say anything or beg for mercy. He just quietly gazed at Lin Xian. This is only his bilocation. Once he dies himself, the main body will be aware of it. Though the being could not know how he had died, he would certainly be a little more alert. But just at this moment, Rumination suddenly felt that the withering aura was actually following a strand of spiritual silk thread and extending out. That wisp of silk was where he was connected to his essence. This aura, surprisingly, crossed over the bilocation and was eroding the main body in reverse. Raving eyes snapped open. What's going on? He had clearly disconnected the strand of silk when he realized that he couldn't contact his own body. Rumor was doing this because he was worried that the other party had the means to be able to influence the main body through the bilocation. But how does that breath do the reverse erosion when one has already disconnected the threads? Rumination looked closer and realized that the wisp of breath was not attached to the already broken thread, but was snaking its way up along something more subtle. Without waiting for him to do any more thinking, his entire body directly turned into a pile of brown leaf debris and scattered on the ground. As if one's ashes. The pile of debris was windless and drifted straight into the Nibelungen underground, spilling into the stagnant water. Lin Xian stared for a moment. The withered leaves of the world tree are invulnerable to everything, whether it be time, law, or cause and effect. This was also what Lin Xian realized the moment the leaves fell. Lin Xian looked at the world around him. The roots of the world tree were the boundary, and above the boundary was the withered world tree, and the huge tombstone that was level with the world tree. Below the roots of the tree is the Nibelungen. It was also thanks to the ravings that Lin Xian realized that the Nibelungen and the tombstones in the world tree were actually in the same space. It was only because one was located above ground and the other underground that Lin Xian didn't realize it. If it wasn't for the ravings and outsiders stimulating this world, I'm afraid it would have been a long time before Lin Xian would have realized this. As for the leaves of the world tree, Lin Xian didn't manipulate these leaves. This was this world's spontaneous counterattack against the ravings. The world tree, as the name suggests, carries the entire world, and every leaf on it amounted to a small world of decay. The decay of the world tree means the decay of the world. That hit just now was actually equivalent to using a corrupt little world to erode the ravings. The erosion of the world level, even fate, karma, and even reincarnation, it would be strange for him to resist. Not to mention ravings, Lin Xian guessed that even a god wouldn't be able to carry such a leaf. It was a pity that he could not use it on his own at the moment. This leaf was like an extremely high-powered offensive weapon that would only be passively defended and would not take the initiative until he gained access to it. Lin Xian stayed for a few more moments, and ultimately decided to go out first instead of taking this opportunity to unlock 45% of his abilities. After all, there are so many people out there watching. When Lin Xian reopened his eyes, he saw that the crowd was standing by, all of them holding weapons aimed at him. Even more, Lin Xian saw a small mummy next to Lin Xie, and that mummy was pointing its arm at him with RPGs, guns, flamethrowers, and other small hot weapons Lin Xian could think of wrapped in its bandages. Lin Xie didn't make any obvious movements, but he had actually prepared himself, wanting to have Mei Lin forcefully take on his body once, making sure to salvage Lin Xian's soul. Seeing Lin Xian wake up, Lin Xie was the first to ask, "Are you Lin Xian or Rumor?" Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Obviously, these companions of theirs were worried that it wasn't Lin Xian who had woken up, but rather the ravings that had already turtled up. However, it was reasonable for them to think so. After all, a sea realm invading the soul of a pool realm, the latter didn't have a chance to live anyway before. He pondered for a moment and looked at Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan suddenly felt a vicious chill, and was about to step forward to block Lin Xian's mouth. But it's already too late. Old Chao once asked me if I knew any groups with lots of young women. Chapter 84 New Speech Spirit, Growing Dragon Wings and Dragon Tail. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan tried his best to defend himself. 7 nights listen to me. That was just the two of us chattering away at night when we couldn't sleep and I just blurted it out. He really just mentioned it off the top of his head. Not that he had any bad thoughts. By the way, old Chao also considered whether or not to send Chubby Bailey to the hospital so that he could run off to a dormitory with Lin Xie. Lin Xian made up for it. Good you, Chao Yuan. How dare you try to plot against me and usurp my position as the 7 Knights' main palace? Chubby Bailey lunged out towards Chao Yuan, his teeth and claws open. Any more? Lin Xie still had a taut face. In fact, at this moment, he could already be sure that this was Lin Xian himself without running away. Deliberately talking about Chao Yuan's embarrassing story to self-incriminate, looking at old Chao's appearance, what Lin Xian said might have been exaggerated, but there was definitely such a thing. That Ines, that raving can't be imitated. The reason why he asked was just to be a bit more on the safe side. Definitely not to know more embarrassing things about Chow Yuan. Ahem, definitely not looking for gossip. Priggish.jpg. After Lin Chia finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Lin Xian looking towards him. And then there's the words does telling Red and Minami and the others about your XP behind your back count? Question mark. 7 nights of XP. What is it? When Bailey Chubby heard this, he didn't mess around with Chow Yuan anymore and directly came forward, practically glowing with both eyes. He's a very well-hidden Z. The words had just been said once. When he saw Lin Chia arrive in front of Lin Xian as fast as he could in this lifetime, and covered his mouth with one hand. At this moment, Lin Chia's face was extremely unpleasant. As the saying goes, you can't hide your eyes when you want to knife someone. Lin Chia suddenly felt that it didn't seem unacceptable for Lin Xianjie to have gone. Looking at Lin Xian, did this dog really tell Hong Ying and Xiao Nan and the girls about his XP? If that's the case, I'm afraid the captain and the others would know about it, just because of Sister Red Tassel's big grin. While it's not something unseemly, there's still some shame in having someone else know this. Especially the people in Squad 136 were treated like family by him. Lin Xian, damn you. How's that? You believe what I'm saying, don't you? Believe it, believe it. Chubby 100 nodded. So, did Lao Chao end up looking for chat groups with lots of young women? When Chow Yuan heard this, he didn't know what came to mind. The corner of his mouth twitched and he turned his head away. Found it. What is what? Bailey Chubby asked hurriedly. Suddenly feeling that he was too eager, he coughed and added. Of course, I was just curious. Not really trying to add. Kindergarten parent group. Bailey Chubby. Hey? Hey. Okay. Down to business. Lin Chia stopped the conversation as he asked the one question that the crowd was most concerned about. How's the raving going? Dead. Good. Lin Chia nodded and just accepted Lin Xian's statement without being surprised at all. When he saw that Lin Xian wasn't in any serious condition, he had already realized that the ravings were probably cool to the bone. Now it's just reconfirmation. As for how Lin Xian did it, everyone had their own secrets, and Lin Chia wasn't going to ask. The rest of them looked at each other without saying much. Instructor. Bailey Chubby looked at the instructor and opened his mouth tentatively. A few of them will certainly not say anything, but Instructor Hong is a soldier after all. If his superiors require a truthful report, don't worry, I'm a human being, not a machine. Besides, you're still soldiers under the old man's command no matter what. Instructor Hong rolled his eyes. He was actually the most shocked by the fact that Lin Xian had killed Rumination. It was Rumination. Even if the doppelganger was only in the sea realm, it was still not something they could handle. But it was such a person who died directly after entering Lin Xian's soul. From this, it could be seen that Lin Xian was bound to be harboring a big secret. Instructor Hong naturally knew what to do. Even if Lin Xian wasn't his own soldier, the matter of keeping secrets for others was something that should be done. As if he suddenly thought of something, Bailey Chubby came to Lin Chia's ear and whispered, By the way, 7 nights, let's reconcile our statements about Lin Xian turning into a little dragon man and the fact that you turned into a woman underground. From the time Lin Chia woke up until now, the other party had been recuperating and they had forgotten about it. It was also the thought of keeping a secret for Lin Xian that brought this to mind. Lin Chia looked at Fatty Bailey with a confused expression. He recognized every word on the other side. But why couldn't he understand it when he connected the dots? Tell me about it. Turning himself into a woman, he knew what was going on. It was Nix who was in charge of his body at that time, and it was normal for some physical changes to occur. But Lin Chia was sure that he wasn't turning into a girl, he was just on the feminine side. But he was really quite curious about this matter of Lin Xian turning into a little dragon man. Back at the training camp, the group went straight back to the dormitory. After 10 consecutive hours of rescue and relief work, plus running into ravings at the end, and some ups and downs, the crowd was exhausted. But Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry to lie down on the bed and rest. There was a more important matter right now. 45% bloodline purity, what ability would be unlocked? Lin Xian entered the cubicle, sat on the toilet lid, and closed his eyes. He re-entered the middle of that space. But unlike before, now he could see not only the tombstone and the world tree, but also the Nibelungen underground. The world tree was actually far away from Lin Xian. Beneath Lin Xian's feet, there was still black land. But there was no soil around the world tree, there was just a gray mist, and he could see the root system of the world tree and the Nibelungen below the roots through the thinning mist. Of course, for now, that's not the point. Lin Xian looked toward the 45% position of the tombstone. Speech spirit black sun. That's what that line of dragon language means. A large amount of information flooded into his mind, and Lin Xian suddenly felt his back and tailbone itch a little. When he turned his head to look, he saw a pair of black membrane wings of 5 or 6 meters unfolding behind his back. The membrane wings were covered with pitch-black scales, and the most shocking thing was that there were dozens of tiny skeleton marks unevenly covering the surface of the membrane wings. From the Ghost Face King to Ma Yi Tim, all the existences that he had killed had left their marks here. Moreover, the more powerful the realm of the existence, the bigger the skeleton would be. But the largest, no more than the size of a bottle cap. Lin Xian tried to control these marks and realized that it didn't work. It seems that this is just the seal and does nothing else. He tried to swing it and realized there was no lag, it was as good as his arm. He could feel that this was not the limit of the membrane wings, and that they could be bigger if he wanted them to be. In addition to his wings, Lin Xian had also grown a dragon's tail. There were hard dragon scales attached to the dragon's tail, and the end of the dragon's tail was very sharp, as if it was a sharp spear. He tried to swing it, and again there was no lag, as if he were swinging his own arm. Even more so, the dragon's tail was much more flexible than his own arm. With a thought, Lin Xian put back the dragon tail and dragon wings. It was a bit different from what he had guessed. He had thought that what the bloodline purity of 45% transformed would be his internal organs and brain. I didn't realize it was growing dragon wings and dragon tails. Right now, even without the aid of any speech spirits, Lin Xian himself was a super weapon. Extreme physical strength, outrageous defense, and the ability to fly through the sky, all of these added together. He turned his gaze to his newly acquired speech spirit, Black Sun, with surprise in his eyes. This ability, Black Sun, is overpowered. Chapter 85 Poor Little Redhead. When Black Sun is released, a large black circle appears behind the releaser, looking like a black sun. This large circle was able to devour all the light around it, and at the same time, there was a circle of dark red light flames around this large circle, like the corona of the sun. When opening this round of Black Sun, Lin Xian was able to suck the surrounding lifeforms and inanimate objects to himself, and as long as they were absorbed by the great sun, the lifeforms would directly lose control of their bodies. Instead, the non-living body will be directly crushed and dissolved into nothingness. Furthermore, rather than being drawn in close enough to dissipate, inanimate objects are simply crushed as they approach the user's perimeter. So the method of trying to shoot yourself to death by placing bullets, bows and arrows in front of your opponent so that the releaser sucks them through and shoots himself to death is undoubtedly not going to work. Furthermore, Lin Xian's control over the Black Sun was so strong that he was able to control the Black Sun to only absorb on specific targets, rather than absorbing indiscriminately. Unlike the original's Black Sun, which could only absorb objects located in front of the releaser, the absorption range of Lin Xian's round of Black Sun was a sphere without any dead ends. The absorption power of the Black Sun is decreasing according to the distance. The closer the distance, the stronger the absorption power. The farthest reach of the Black Sun is currently 100 meters. If the opponent is outside of 100 meters, they will not be affected. But the problem was that with Black Sun around, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of long-range attacks. Long-range attacks would be directly crushed by the Black Sun as soon as they got close. And once the other party was close to him, they would feel the unrivaled absorption force. And once the other party didn't resist and was absorbed over, it would be equivalent to handing over their lives into Lin Xian's hands. Not only that, with the Black Sun in place, Lin Xian didn't even need to defend himself when sparring with others. As long as he got close enough to a certain range, even his weapons would be crushed and devoured by the Black Sun. Of course, Black Sun was currently not able to crush the Star Blade, as well as the artifacts. Neither can some of the high-risk banned substances. This was not Black Sun's limit, but Lin Xian's current limit. The absorption of the Black Sun, coupled with Lin Xian's own pressure, the two added together was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. To use an analogy, if Lin Xian had had the skill Black Sun when he killed those 3 Chuan realms in Jinan Mountain and paired it with Dragon Might, he wouldn't even have had to do it himself. Incidentally, originally, this speech spirit was named Space Crusher, but Yusuji Koshi felt that the name was too meaningless, so he changed it to Black Sun. Lin Xian could only say that the change was good. Strong or not, that's all for a while, but handsome or not, that's for life. After testing his abilities, Lin Xian's mind moved to the middle of the Nibelungen. As soon as he appeared, he saw that Aju was sitting with Zhao Kongqing, playing a PK game. A Rubik's Cube lay between the two men, and was hovering there silently. On one side, there was a huge gray geoduck lying on its back, its eyes staring at the screen for an instant, its expression focused. At the first moment of Lin Xian's arrival, the earth dragon had already smelled Lin Xian's scent and violently turned its head. Roar! The earth dragon let out an excited roar and pounced with a direct sprint. Then, Lin Xian was, unsurprisingly, sent flying straight out on top. The charge of a sea realm dragon, if it wasn't for Lin Xian's flesh strength being equally exaggerated. He was afraid that his waist would have been broken. By this time, Zhao Kongqing and Zhu had also noticed Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand towards the one man and one spider. You guys just play your game. I'll take this guy aside for a chat first. Saying that, Lin Xian patted the earth dragon's large head and walked towards the mists. The earth dragon followed, and followed in his footsteps. Coming to a clearing, Lin Xian tilted his head to look at the earth dragon. Can you take human form? It's a bit of a neck strain to tilt your head back like that. The earth dragon nodded in a hurry, and with a flash of gray light, the earth dragon directly disappeared in place. In its place, there was a beautiful woman with red hair like a waterfall, skin like satin, obviously with a demonic face, but her eyes were very pure, with a kind of beauty untainted by knowledge. Behind her, the dragon's tail swung, long and soft, with intricate patterns wrapped around it. The worst part was that scale armor was part of her body to her, not clothing. That's why she was shirtless when she transformed into a human. The woman looked at Lin Xian, her eyes glowing as she took a step and was about to rush this way. King, hold a hammer. You get dressed first. Lin Xian casually summoned a set of men's clothing from nearby. Since discovering that the Nibelungen could store items, he had thrown basically all of his necessities into it. Put it on. Lin Xian threw it to the woman, but the woman just took the two pieces of clothing and cocked her head about to stuff them into her mouth. Obviously, she didn't know what it was for. Stop, 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 stop for me. Lin Xian took a deep breath, with a heroic look. I'll do it. After some tossing and turning, he finally dressed the woman, and Lin Xian was relieved. While he was dressing the other woman, the woman thought to come up for a hug, like a wombat. Lin Xian could only keep repeating in his head, "Day cutie, is not right. This earth dragon can't even speak a complete human sentence." Waiting for old Zhao to teach her. Everything the woman said just now was actually in dragon language. Lin Xian had never learned it before, but he could just understand what the other side meant. But you can't communicate with old Zhao and the others in dragon language as well, right? By the way, do you have a name? Lin Xian looked towards the earth dragon. Earth dragon shook his head. No. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. He remembered that in the original, this earth dragon seemed to be called Hong Yan. Let's just stick with the name just to honor the original. Well, it's definitely not because, well, he's a name caller. Hearing the name Lin Xian had bestowed upon her, Hong Yan's eyes bristled and she made a move to pounce towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched out his hand against Hong Yan's forehead, blocking her in front of him, and no matter how much the other party waved their arms, they just couldn't get close. Of course, there's a reason why the redhead didn't push hard enough. She was a sea realm anyways, and her essence was still an earth dragon, so she could have pounced on it with her brute strength. But she didn't dare to do so. She was afraid of making the king angry. What should she do if the king doesn't want her anymore? Don't look at Rouge, but she's actually smart as a whip. Do you need to consume outside food in your current state? Lin Xian asked. It was a matter of great concern to him. Although Ruyan's physical body had been transformed, it was ultimately preserved, unlike old Zhao and the others, who were purely soul bodies and didn't even have to think about eating, drinking, or pulling themselves up. They only needed to absorb the gray mist. If the other party could only eat outside food with the amount of food the other party had, he was afraid that he would eat himself into poverty. You can eat it or, well, not. Rouge replied. Gray mist, fragrant, tastes better than bugs in the ground, but you can eat bugs if you have to. Is that so? Lin Xian nodded. It seems that after being transformed, Rouge is able to eat normal food as well as absorb the gray mist. As Lin Xian was pondering, he suddenly felt a tug on the corner of his coat. King, I'm well fed. Don't lose me. Hong Yan looked at Lin Xian pitifully. Obviously 5'7", froze into a tiny little ball. Don't worry, I won't lose you. Lin Xian rubbed Hong Yan's head and comforted her. After all, how could it be said that it was also one's first dragon subordinate, and the other party even called him king? How could one lose her? Good long live the king. Hey, don't pounce. P.S. Sorry everyone. I needed to make up an exam today, so I tossed it in late. Chapter 86 Sword, shield, and dignity. Early in the morning, the 4 men gathered. The afternoon is when the formal presentation of the medals and the taking of the oath of office takes place. They had the morning to pack up and say their goodbyes. The 4 gathered to play cards. I really envy you, old Chow, you're right here in Huaihai, so close to Cangnan City. Chubby 100 exclaimed. There's no use envying. Who made you the young master of Guangshen City? Chow Yuan shrugged. To be honest, I'm kinda curious about what you rich boys usually do for a living. It's not that different, I guess it's just food and drink. The usual being the maid sister's handsome brother, playing games, bouncing. So when you go back, are you going to be the Night's Watch or return to your old life? These words were asked by Lin Chia. The Night's Watch, of course. Bailey Chubby was very serious when he said this, without a hint of hesitation. But then, in a whirlwind, he scratched his head. Of course, when there's no mystery, I'm still the same rich boy. When it was time to do your duty, and when it was time to enjoy yourself, Chubby Thousand felt that he had the right idea. On the contrary, you two, 7 Knights and Lin Xian, are you really prepared to stay in Cangnan City for the rest of your lives? Chubby Bailey turned his head to look at the two. The Night's Watch has a rule that once a city has been assigned, you cannot leave the area of jurisdiction unless ordered to do so by a superior. He didn't know for what purpose the higher-ups had allowed the two to return to Cangnan. But they couldn't really guard Cangnan City for the rest of their lives, could they? Hearing this, Lin Chia turned his head to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't raise his head. He didn't rush to answer Bailey Chubby's question. Nowadays, there is no 5th special squad among the special squads of Daxia, but it won't remain vacant. Lin Xian said, looking at the cards in his hand and slumping back. This card sucks, swing it. This was already considered explicit by Lin Xian, and all 3 understood what he meant. Right, just based on the potential of you two, Lin Xian and 7 Knights, it's quite possible that you'll be trained as the 5th special squad. When the time comes to form a team, pull in me, Chow Yuan and Drag, and we'll be together again. But Chubby Time was worried about one thing. The choice of players was such that if they were assigned by their superiors, they themselves, a child of an ordinary family with no ban on the market, would likely not be looked upon favorably. Lin Xian saw Bailey Chubby's concern and added a sentence. Don't worry. Special squads are where the captain chooses his own teammates, so that they are more cohesive and the chosen teammates are more trustworthy. Really? Bailey Chubby was practically glowing with light as he looked towards Lin Chia and Lin Xian, his eyes full of supplication. Don't think so much about the 8s, Lin Chia said. He didn't ask Lin Xian how he knew so much, and even if he did, the guy wouldn't say anything. He was thinking of something else now. About Blue Rain Squad. About the injury on Wu Xiangnan's hand. How to cure it, he has no clue until now. By the way, if we do form a 5th squad, which one of you two will be the captain? Chow Yuan suddenly thought of this. Lin Chia. Why? Not only Chow Yuan and Bailey Chubby. Even Lin Chia looked at Lin Xian with a surprised expression. I'm an agent of Nidhogg, and the brass are still a little too defensive about me to make me captain. This was normal, that was one of the 5 most powerful teams in the Grand Xia, and the gods that Lin Xian represented were too special. Nidhogg in no way is a good god. When Chow Yuan and Bailey Chubby heard this, they both frowned tightly and fought for Lin Xian. Only Lin Chia, squinting at Lin Xian, did not utter a word. He had long known part of Lin Xian's background from Nyx. To say that Lin Xian was an agent of Nidhogg, Lin Chia didn't believe it 100 times. Nyx's words were still fresh in Lin Chia's mind. If he was considered Nyx's agent, then Nidhogg was Lin Xian's agent. But in Nyx's eyes, an agent equals a son. This was a disguised way of saying that Lin Xian's status was higher than Nidhogg's. Have you ever seen any agent that can even be higher than the god he or she is acting for, just in terms of bits and pieces? And that's Nidhogg, a being that even Odin has to retreat from. After spending a lot of time with Merlin, Lin Chia also knew a bit about the gods. If Odin was considered a supreme god among a divine lineage, then Nidhogg was at least a supreme god, and a small sip from the top of the supreme gods. Then what is Lin Xian? Lin Chia remembered what Bailey Chubby had told himself again. Lin Xian had changed into a little dragon man when he faced the sea realm underground. Keep calling you Lin Xian Beast. Together you really are not a human being. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Xian glanced at Lin Chia. Nothing. Lin Chia turned his head and drew a hand card. Fry. Can't afford it. Clear skies by mid-afternoon. Under the blue sky, the recruits were dressed in military uniforms with their backs straight. They looked solemn, neatly arranged in a square formation, and in the air, only the sound of light breathing could be heard. At this time, it is the closing moment of the intensive training camp. After taking the oath, they receive their own star blade, cloak, and medallion. It also means that they become true night watchmen. It's the most glorious time of the year. Suddenly, a footstep appeared abruptly in the quiet training ground. Led by Yuan Gang, several instructors appeared in front of the crowd. Behind the instructors were dragging a sealed metal box. Yuan Gang scanned the circle and spoke faintly. Before the swearing-in begins, there is one thing that needs to be announced. In this rescue and relief effort, as soldiers and as night watchmen, you have done an outstanding job. Speaking of this, Yuan Gang's usual serious face had a hint of a smile on it. You have saved the lives of many of the people, and though you have yet to receive your star blades, cloaks, and medals, you can already be called true vigils. You guys well deserved. After this battle, we have decided to give all new recruits a Starfire medal. This medal will be issued to you along with your star blades and other objects. As he said this, his gaze went to Lin Xian, his eyes slightly apologetic. The superior didn't know that the news that the Church of the Ancient God would make a move on the recruits was told to him by Lin Xian. This was to protect Lin Xian. After all, there was a mole within the higher-ups, and if the other party knew about Lin Xian's specialness, Lin Xian would be in danger. But Yuan Gang still felt somewhat indebted. If it was really reported according to Lin Xian's merits, it would at least be a star medal. Perhaps there will even be substantial rewards. I owe this kid another favor. Yuan Gang inwardly sighed. At the same time, he was also thinking about what he should use to compensate Lin Xian. With money? Too cheesy. With banned substances? It wasn't like he was the Bailey family with piles of forbidden items, and he couldn't get any decent forbidden items. Yuan Gang pondered, and for a moment he was a little melancholy. He quickly retrieved his thoughts and looked at the crowd on the stage. Now everyone who hears a name, come up here and get your gear. The metal case opened to reveal hundreds of black boxes inside. Bailey Tu Ming, Dunwell, Chao Yuan, Molly, Xin Qingzhu. Everyone came forward in order and received their own black box. Lin Xian realized that on the side of the black box, his name was engraved. Opening it up, inside was the star sword, a dark red cloak, the starfire medallion, and, well, a coat of arms. On the back of the coat of arms, the familiar 4 lines of small letters were being engraved. Below those 4 lines of small letters, Lin Xian's name was similarly engraved. These 3 pieces of equipment, I don't think you are strangers to them. The star sword, the cloak, and the heraldry, all 3 of these items, have been given their own significance. The material of the star blade, I do not know, but what I do know is that this blade will be your most loyal companion. It does not break. No external force can destroy its internal structure or leave any marks on its surface. There will be only one mark on this blade, and that is your names. This was set on it when the sword was forged, and it will stay with you forever. This cloak, on the other hand, is made of top-of-the-line nanomaterials that can resist all kinds of extreme environments against you. But note that it's not armor and it can break. Once it is broken, you can send it back and someone will sew it for you. As for this coat of arms, Yuan Gang was silent for a few seconds before speaking. It can stimulate all of one's potential in a short period of time. Those who don't have the forbidden ruins can obtain them. Those who have them can break through the realm. It is your last dignity. It can create a ray of life for you in a desperate situation, for your teammates to break through a path of life. It is, in defense of your last shred of dignity, faith. After Yuan Gang finished saying this, his mood became visibly low, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Lin Xian gazed at the 3 items in the black box. Crafted by the Queen Mother of the West, the Night's Watch's foundation, the Starblade. The cloak, a shield symbolizing honor and status, was woven by the 4th Commander-in-Chief, Wang Qing. As well, the coat of arms, created by Li Clang, which gives dignity and gentleness to all the Night's Watch, is loaded with ghosts and gods. These 3 things supported the Night's Watch and the whole of Daxia. Now, all of you, cloak and coat of arms and star sabers, prepare to be sworn in. All moved at once, but in the meantime no one made more than a few words, and the whole process was completed in a state of solemnity. The sun was blazing, but when the people put on their cloaks, they no longer felt the heat of the sun. The wind blew, and on and off the stage, countless dark red cloaks grinned, like countless upright flags. The sun shines on the coat of arms, reflecting an eye-catching light. All Raise your hands and begin the Pledge of Allegiance. In this instant, all of them clenched their right hands into fists and gripped the coat of arms located at their hearts, while their left hands rested on the hilt of the star sword pinned to their waists with solemn expressions. I, Dunwell.
I, Li Liang.
I, Xin Qingzhu. I, Chao Yuan. I, Bailey Tu Ming. I, Lin Chia. I, Lin Xian. The crowd stared ahead with steely eyes. In their eyes, there was a gleam of light. The heart is thumping, the breathing becomes deep, the spine becomes erect. They roared out, "Swear under the red flag of Daxia. If the eclipsing night comes at last, I shall stand before 10,000 men, cross the sword to the abyss. Blood stains the vault of heaven." The words of all the people converged into a torrent that echoed above the firmament. Sound. For a long time. Chapter 87. The Return, the Mountains, and the Storms. Let's go, Brother Shin. I'll miss you. Just go. Don't be a mother-in-law to the new place. Be careful yourself. Don't just rush upwards in case of danger. There's a tall man to hold the roof when the sky collapses.
He.
Laughing my ass off. Brother Shin, are you concerned about me? Roll on, roll on. Xin Qingzhu kicked Deng Wei out and turned his head to look at Li Liang and Li Jia. He was silent for a moment, tilting his head sideways. You guys too. Don't just show off when you get to the place. Protect your little lives. Xin Qingzhu had never been any kind of selfless person. To him, what kind of bull righteousness was not as important as his own brother's life. He's just so selfish. Li Liang and Li Jia looked at each other and smiled. Shun was still so unforthcoming, even caring in a roundabout way. Goodbye, Brother Shin. Brother Shin. Take care of yourself too. We'll come to you when we have time, and let Li Liang treat us then. The two of them waved at Xin Qingzhu. Go, go, go. Xin Qingzhu didn't have the good sense to say, laugh, 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 what a laugh. He looked at the three men dragging their suitcases away. All of you take care. 7 nights, when you're free, you must come to Guangshan City to visit. I'll definitely prepare a villa, a private jet, and a beautiful sister for you, and do my best as a landlord. Chubby Bailey was dragging his suitcase. This time, there were no bodyguards to help him carry his stuff. I'll be there. Lin Chia nodded helplessly. By the way, if you and Lin Xian form a special squad, be sure to call me first. Me too. Chao Yuan raises his hand. Don't worry. There's no shortage of you. Lin Xian dragged 2 piggyback suitcases to the trio. Well then, I'm off. Bye-bye, 7 nights, Lin Xian. Bailey Tu Ming and Chao Yuan waved goodbye towards the two and turned to leave. The two of them, Lin Xian and Lin Chia, glanced at each other, and Lin Xian's eyes signaled. Go. Good. The two of them were dragging 2 pink suitcases each, heading out of the camp. The light of dusk splashed dimly on the surrounding buildings. It seems that the Night's Watch is not allowed to go home without permission, and all their work is kept secret from the general public. Lin Chia suddenly said. So, Lin Xian maintained a speed parallel to Lin Chia's, admiring the surrounding buildings without any haste. So I might be able to make regular visits under the guise of going home to visit my family? It's up to you. The captain will cover us anyway even if we break the rules. Both men laughed as they said this. Lin Xian, what do you think the world in the mists will be like? And will there be humans surviving in it? I don't really know about that, but it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass if any humans do survive. Why? After Mistfall, foreign languages were useless, and now that schools don't test that stuff anymore, the number of people who know foreign languages is probably very small. And would you? Speaks Japanese and English. Lin Chia raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know that this guy could speak a foreign language. English first. Hi. No. Nope. Lin Xian was serious. What about Japanese? Hi. Question mark. According to you, I know foreign languages too. Lin Chia said without a trace of anger. The two of them walked out of the gate of the training camp and suddenly froze at the same time as they walked some distance. The two smiled at each other and headed toward a corner. Walking around the corner, a black van appeared in front of the two. Beside the van, a red-haired woman in a white sweatshirt leaned against the door and waved toward the two men. Sister Hong Yun. The two men spoke in unison. And me and me. A squint suddenly poked out of the carriage. Who was it if not Wen Qima? Wen Qima opened the car door and came to the two, taking the luggage from their hands. Hard work. Red Raider came to the two men and gave them a big hug. A few people entered the van, and after a roar, the van started. Everyone is so happy to have you back. The captain fiddles with his crappy calendar all day and night, chattering about how long it'll be before you two get back, like an old mother, and keeps muttering that he's going to make you a meal himself when you get back. When GMO picked up the conversation. The captain has bought the ingredients back now. You guys didn't see the whole room piled up with them. That's spectacular. He thought that Lin Xian would only be 17 when he went to intensive training, and that his food intake would probably go up, so he prepared more, and the captain had already started the stove to cook by the time we left. Lin Xie slanted a glance at Lin Xian. The captain hadn't really guessed wrong. The guy's food intake was really on the rise. But occasionally, this guy would eat as much as a normal person, and every time that happened, Lin Xie would wonder if the other party had fallen out of love. By the way, there's one more thing. Hong Ying swallowed, and finally looked at Wen Qimo. Praying Mo, it's better if you talk. When GMO scratched his cheek. That's just it, that there's no shame in not getting a good ranking at the camp. It's just a momentary lapse in play. It doesn't mean anything. Lin Xian and Lin Xie would return to Cangnan City, and everyone thought that it was because the two had a bad name. Being divine agents but being assigned to a small third-tier city, the two were definitely holding their breath in their hearts. Don't worry, we're fine. Lin Xian waved his hand. Rather, it's our good fortune to be back in Cangnan City. Seeing that the two men's expressions did not seem to be faked, Hong Ying and Wen Qiamo were relieved. They're both really not very good at comforting people. Even the wording was careful just now, for fear of touching the two men's minefield. Actually, the original arrangement was for us to come together to pick up the two of you, but something happened in the east of the city, and the captain and Shonan were interviewing an important person. Important people? Who are they? A human ceiling. What? Lin Xie was shocked. That's a human ceiling. Why would the other side be in such a small place? Which one is it? Lin Xian's expression didn't change much. When the time came for the divine war, it wasn't one human ceiling that came, but 3 whole ones. There are 5 human ceilings, 1 sword, 1 rider, 1 honored, 1 void, and 1 husband. The one who met with the captain and Wen Qimo at this time should be the husband. Sure enough, in the next moment the red ruffian said, "It should be the husband." With a sharp crack of the brakes, the black van pulled up in front of the peace office. Red Riding got out of the car and shouted towards the firm. "Captain, Xiangnan old dog, Xiao Nan, Lung Xian, come out quickly. Lin Xian and Lin Xie are back." Wu Xiangnan was the first to appear in front of the several people, leaning on the doorframe and looking at both Lin Xian and Lin Xie, asking with a smile, "Back." Lin Xian and Lin Xie took a deep breath and gave a military salute towards Wu Xiangnan. Night Watchman Squad 136 Lin Xie. Night Watchman Squad 136 Lin Xian. Come and report. Come on. There's no need to talk about these broken rules with old dogs. Red Raider waited for the two to finish saluting and pulled them inside. Hey, Red Tassel. I'm a vice captain after all. Show me some respect, will you? Okay. Deputy Team Chief. At this time, Chun Mai had already walked out with an apron still on him. Stop it and get your ass in here. It's ready for dinner. Captain, you're done so soon? I had a few extra kitchens built, and several dishes are made at the same time, so naturally it's faster. I'll serve the food. Red Riding rolled up his sleeves and turned into the kitchen. Chun Mai then sat across from the two. You didn't get bullied at the camp, did you? No. The two men shook their heads in an honest manner. The two of them, one rated first and the other second, are good enough without bullying others. Captain, what did the husband come to see you about? Lin Xie asked curiously. Actually, I just asked about Tsunen, but after that, husbandman insisted that Shonan and I drink tea for hours. Chun Mai waved his hand helplessly. Lin Xian just listened quietly and didn't say much. The husband came to Chun Mai for the Shiva grudge and also for Lin Xie. In a month at the latest, Cangnan City, a supersized mundane divine realm, would be gone. Even the disappearance of the divine war and the city of Cangnan is just a few days away if the main line remains unchanged. He also needed to prepare early, at least for the moment when Canyon City disappeared, and make sure to stay by the captain's side in time to collect his soul into the Nibelungen. Although even if he didn't, Yang Jian would still use the soul nanobag to collect the thousands of souls in Cangnan City. But it's going to be a monkey's life until the resurrection. One might not be able to save the entire Cangnan City, but saving the captain was still not a problem. Hearing Chun Mai's words, Lin Xie pondered. Both he and Lin Xian were transferred back to Cangnan City, and a human ceiling came here. Something might be about to happen in this small Zhangnan city that he didn't know about. Lin Chia put this matter in his mind and turned his head to ask about another matter. Captain, I heard something happened in the east of the city? Yes. This morning someone reported that in the middle of a hospital in the east of the city, the body of a dead man with 10 fingers cut off was found with a very horrible expression. And this is the fifth one. As Lin Xian listened, his eyes suddenly widened. Waiting for the meeting? The fifth? How many total sacrifices does the ritual involve? The novel had been read for too long, but Lin Xian didn't quite remember this detail. After all, who reads a novel and has to analyze it verbatim? But what is this bad feeling? Lin Xian frowned. He looked up at the window. By now, the sky had sunk into darkness, and the last rays of light in the west were fading. Chapter 88, Homecoming. After finishing dinner, Lin Xian pulled Lin Chia towards the outside. Lin Xian, 7 nights, what are you doing? Chun Mai asked as he cleaned up the dinner plates. Going out to cool off, be back soon. Lin Xian waved his hand towards Chun Mai and said casually. Chun Mai was silent for a long time. Come back soon. Good. Lin Xian was in the front, Lin Chia was in the back, and the two of them walked along. That's not a good excuse. As he walked, Lin Chia suddenly opened his mouth. Although Lin Chia wasn't as physically outrageous as Lin Xian, with the addition of the Forbidden Ruins, elimination of food and whatnot didn't exist. Even if he started fighting fiercely in the middle of his meal, he wouldn't feel any discomfort. Next time I'll try to find a better reason. How about the reason that you feel allergic to organics and need to go to the hospital? Why don't you tell me I'm allergic to air? Lin Chia glanced at Lin Xian. So, where are we going? Didn't you guess? Lin Chia pursed his lips and the atmosphere fell silent for a while. Lin Xian walked straight towards the old city center without looking at Lin Chia behind him. During the meal, Lin Xian learned a little bit about what happened in the eastern part of the city. There were 5 cases in all, and in none of them was the victim's 10 fingers cut off, his limbs nailed to the ground, and then nailed again at the heart. If he remembered correctly, all of this would have been the work of some tavern keeper in order to resurrect a worm. The 5th incident took place in a hospital on the east side of town, not some tavern. However, Lin Xian learned that the 4th incident occurred in the middle of a tavern. Although Lin Xian didn't remember how many times the ceremony needed to be performed, he remembered that the time at the tavern should have been the penultimate time. That means that the hospital this time is actually the last time. It's a ritual, and after completing these 5 sacrifices, that worm can be resurrected. And if you can kill hundreds of people in one breath after this, you can raise the strength of the bugs to a terrifying level. Lin Xian remembered that in the original, the other party was using the method of airplane crashes. But this isn't the original, and that bug has come back to life early enough to potentially take another approach. This will lead to a series of chain reactions that may delay the God Wars, but may also bring them forward. But no matter what, it was unlikely that Lin Chia would still have time to go home at the time of the Divine War. Right now, it's the best chance and quite possibly the last. Arriving at a street corner, Lin Xian stopped there and stopped advancing. Lin Chia stared blankly at the short building in the distance, and through the dim light penetrated the hunched silhouettes in the houses. Auntie is busy. Get ready. The night was thick at this time. Lin Chia suddenly understood what it meant to be more timid near the countryside. He actually wanted to say that he wasn't ready, but where could you be ready for something like that? Lin Chia took one step at a time, towards the short room that was his homecoming. Originally, he thought that he would need to hold out for 10 years before he could return home and see his aunt and Jean. Originally, he thought that he would be able to survive the long 10 years. It wasn't until this moment, until he stood in front of the short building, that he realized how naive he had been. He overestimated his own will. He was still the same, the teenager who had been pulled out of the dark abyss by his aunt. The Lin Chia that his aunt had painstakingly brought up. House. Jin, help me peel the garlic. Auntie pounded her back and shouted towards Yang Jin. Yang Jin sniffed and immediately dropped the comic strip in his hand and ran over, picking up the garlic cloves. Auntie's thoughts kept drifting as she sautéed the food. I don't know how that kid, 7 Nights, is doing in the army. Recently, this heart, bored to death. I do not know 7 Nights, that child. In the army is not good, have not been bullied. Jean, you say your brother, when can come back, even if it is inside the army, also let go home to visit relatives, right? Auntie said. Mom, don't worry. My brother will definitely be back as soon as possible. Yang Jin comforted his mother, but his eyes were a bit obscure. After all, in another month, The mortal dust divine realm would not be able to sustain itself. But just then, all that could be heard was a woof. In the living room, the little black mange, which had been lying on the floor, lazily wagging its tail, jumped straight up. He plopped down in front of the window, his tail wagging like a propeller. Woof, 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 woof. Yang Jin's surprise was simply overflowing as he hurriedly put down the garlic cloves and came to the balcony. Woof! I know, Yang Jin whispered. I also didn't expect that my brother would come back at this time. The smile on his face was so bright, and it was as if there were stars shining in his eyes. On the side, little Black Lie kept picking at the edge of the window with his little short legs. Mad as hell. A few moments later, it left the window and swooped windward to the door of the room and began to pick at it. Yang Jin, mind little Black Lie. Don't let him rake the door of the room. My aunt's voice came from the kitchen, where she was still sautéing greens. Yang Jin quickly stepped to the door, opened the door to the room, and little Black Lie rushed out like the wind and pounced on the arrival. At that moment, the man was standing outside with his hand raised. It seemed to be hesitant to knock on the door. Yang Jin and the visitor were looking at each other with smiles on their faces, and little Black Lie was whirling around between the visitor's legs, his tail slapping against the man's leg, making a very rhythmic sound. The visitor didn't seem to expect someone to come and open the door. He looked at Yang Jin inside the door and froze for a moment. Jin, you child, you haven't even finished picking the garlic yet. So you're playing with Xiao Hailai again, aren't you? Auntie walked out of the kitchen and just wanted to nag Yang Jin. But when she looked at the doorway, all her words, in a split second, were blocked in her throat and could no longer be said. She stared at the figure in the doorway in a daze, as if scrutinizing it, and she wanted to step forward, but feared it was actually a figment of her imagination. Lin Chia similarly looked at his aunt as he said with trembling lips, Auntie, I'm back. Auntie suddenly had tears in her eyes. In this instant, she was finally convinced that her Shao Qi had really returned. Little Seven, you child, why don't you make a phone call when you come back? Auntie stumbled forward a few steps to Lin Chia's body, brushing Lin Chia's cheek with her large, calloused hand. If you would have told me before you came, I could have prepared and made you something nice to eat. Look at you, you've lost weight over the year. Auntie was smiling, the wrinkles on her face blooming like flowers, but in the corners of her eyes, large teardrops rolled down. You wait, the supermarket should still be open at this hour. Auntie will go buy you ribs, Auntie said, picking up her bag and about to head out, but was stopped by Lin Chia. Auntie, don't bother. Lin Chia hugged his aunt tightly. There was a time when his aunt was his most reliable harbor. He remembered his aunt as the towering mountain, the Superman who could shield him from all pain and unpleasantness. But now he's taller than his aunt, and his aunt who was old. Auntie, I'm craving noodles, the ones you made. Auntie's hands trembled as she held Lin Chia tightly. Auntie will make it for you right away. When she finished, she turned and went back into the kitchen, letting the teardrops in her eyes fall to the floor, refracting the dim light. Above the night sky, a few stars gazed at the peaceful earth. Under the night sky, wisps of cooking smoke bring up thoughts of loved ones. Chapter 89 Meeting Anqing Yu, Killing the Tavern Owner. Lin Xian sat on the corner of the street, looking at the lights of the short buildings in the distance, the corners of his mouth turning up. He felt that he had truly merited it. Da-da-da-da. There was a sound of footsteps in his ears. A figure clad in a dark red cloak appeared beside Lin Xian. Captain. Lin Xian scratched his head, his expression a little embarrassed. This was, after all, his unauthorized act, and he hadn't reported it to Chun Mai beforehand. This thing can actually be big or small. On a smaller scale, it's just the night watchman trying to get home for a visit. As long as nothing mystery-related was revealed to the general public and no normal work was delayed, it was fine. But in the grand scheme of things, it's really about disobeying orders and not following the rules. The vigilantes, they're soldiers, and the military is the most disciplined place in the world. If his captain wasn't Chun Mai, and it was some other vigilante that he didn't know well, he wouldn't be able to say that he would have been court-martialed by now. Tonight, I didn't see anything. Chun Mai spoke faintly. He looked at the three figures peeking out from the short building, the corners of his mouth bringing up an imperceptible curve. Actually, even if it were known, the higher-ups wouldn't do anything to you. How? The superior of the Night's Watch and the Night's Watch. The night watchman, most of all, understands the pain of having a home to return to, especially when home is still so close, maybe just down the street from you, but you can't go back. That kind of pain they can all understand. So, for first-time offenders of the Night's Watch, as long as they don't go too far, the higher-ups will choose to cast a net over them. Rules are dead, people are alive. Not to mention, Lin Chia had protected Sangnan City for 10 whole years, and as the mortal dust divine realm was about to dissipate, it was only right that he be allowed to go home to see his aunt one last time. This was what the Night's Watch, owed Lin Chia. Chun Mai touched something in his arms, and his afterglow looked at the yawning Lin Xian. He had actually considered waiting for Lin Chia to return and finding an opportunity for him to go back and see his family. I didn't expect to be robbed by Lin Xian first. Is it a coincidence, or? Chun Mai was silent. He always felt that Lin Xian knew a lot of things, but he didn't have the idea of pursuing the root of the matter. Lin Xian was a member of his team, so he just needed to trust. He trusted his eye for people. Captain, I'll go first. Lin Xian waved his hand and turned to leave. Good. Chun Mai turned his head and watched as Lin Xian disappeared from view. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. 7 nights can still go home for a visit. But what about you, Lin Xian? Chun Mai pulled out a glazed treasure box from his arms, inside of which was sealed a trigger finger that seemed to be carved from an amethyst, crystal clear. He rubbed it gently, not sure what he was thinking. Leaving the street corner, Lin Xian didn't head to his home, but instead came to an alleyway, flipped open the cover of the sewer, and drilled in. Not long after entering the sewer, a rat that was half a meter long appeared right in front of Lin Xian. The rat squeaked twice at Lin Xian and turned around to walk in a direction. Lin Xian followed closely behind, and under the mouse's lead, he made 7 turns and came to an underground hollow. It was an underground laboratory filled with specimens of various creatures and experimental equipment, and the moment Lin Xian approached, a pungent smell of formalin went straight to his brain. In front of one of the large specimens that looked like a lizard stood a figure clad in black robes and a hood. The man turned his head and removed his hood, revealing the pale face within. Lin Xian, long time no see. And Qingyu laughed, looking at Lin Xian with 3 parts delight, 7 parts curiosity, and 90% excitement. His eyes were like a sharp scalpel, wanting to peel and dismantle Lin Xian's body from muscles, to nerves, to bones, inch by inch. Don't look at me like that. It's creepy. Lin Xian spat. The way Qingyu looked at him was exactly the same as the way a mad scientist would look at a novelty species in a movie. I can't help it. I'm really curious about what you are. So, what did you work out with my blood? Nothing has been studied. And Qingyu shook her head. But that was precisely why he was curious. His forbidden ruins are, in essence, parsing everything about the event. Whether it was the power contained within the mysterious body, the experimental equipment, or the body structure of plants and animals, he could parse them all with just one look. But in the face of Lin Xian's blood and Lin Xian himself, his only positive solution couldn't even be resolved at all. And in his eyes, it was a sea of question marks. I've tried injecting diluted blood into animals, but no matter how many times I dilute it, as soon as I inject it into an animal, that animal will always burst into flames in a very short period of time. And then later, I think it was the animal's body that was too weak, So you captured mystery for injection? No, I gave myself an injection in my right arm. Then, my right arm exploded, and if I hadn't reacted in time and directly severed the entire arm, I'm afraid my body would have blown up into a puddle of flesh. And Qingyu spoke lightly, completely unconcerned about the fact that she had almost exploded and died. He held up his glasses and looked at Lin Xian. So can you let me dissect it? Just a little bit. No. Lin Xian refused decisively. All right then, you give me a little more blood. And Qingyu shoved a large test tube into Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian looked at the test tube in his hand that had a diameter of 5 centimeters and a length of 50 centimeters, and then looked at Qingyu. You want me dead, don't you? With your physique, it should be a breeze. Lin Xian didn't say much, pulling out the 7 deadly sins to slash a hole. And Qingyu looked at the ice-blue blade that appeared out of nowhere in Lin Xian's hand, raised her eyebrows and said nothing. There was also a rather embarrassing incident during this time. This was because Lin Xian's recovery speed was too fast, causing him to keep cutting open his wounds and letting the blood flow out. If you can't research anything this time, I'm not done with you. Lin Xian looked at his small arm, which had been cut open I don't know how many times, and yelled towards Qingyu. Don't worry, I'll make the best use of it this time. As to whether anything can be worked out, another story. Never mind. I'm not asking you to work on it right away. Nidhogg's blood is not so well studied. Lin Xian didn't expect and Qingyu to study the doorways within now. Now there's another thing. Anqing Fish, you should have knowledge of these 5 recent cases. And Qingyu nodded. I was just about to steal those bodies tomorrow and study them. Is it really good to say such things in front of me? The Night's Watch? Have you ever seen any serious night watchman whose blood can make someone else explode? Anqing pointed to the large test tube placed aside. Let's get down to business. The 4th case took place in a tavern. Do you know where the hotel owner is now? I know. But I'm curious, what are you up to? It's simple. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Get him. Chapter 90. Early Resurrection of Belle, Changed Plot. And Qingyu raised her eyebrows, her heart surprised. As far as he knew, Lin Xian had only returned from the training camp today. How did the other side lock onto the tavern owner in such a short period of time? And Qingyu was confused, but he didn't ask much. I'll send a rat to take you there, so watch yourself. It would be embarrassing if you got caught by one of your own. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Lin Xian followed the rats out and made his way to the east of the city. At this time it is already early in the morning, the 3rd line of small towns. Nightlife is not rich and does not have the big city lights. There was just quiet and peace. Led by the rat, Lin Xian traveled all the way to a residential area in the east of the city, a villa residential area. Compared to the surrounding residential area, this residential area was obviously much newer and had obviously just been built not long ago. On his way here, he had turned on the meditative illumination. During this time, Lin Xian also discovered 2 hidden sentries. They were spying on the tavern owner. Not only the tavern owner, but anyone connected to the 5 incidents was under surveillance. Lin Xian walked straight through the dark sentries and entered the middle of the villa. He seemed like a ghost in the darkness of the night, descending silently. Utilizing the blood-sucking sickle, Lin Xian heard a slight breathing sound. 2 courses in all. One came from the bedroom and the other was hidden among the shadows of the living room. This tavern owner is quite vigilant. Lin Xian didn't have any hesitation. He directly turned on time 0, and the ice-blue long blade emerged in his hand, swinging out towards the living room shadows in a single strike. His speed was as fast as it could be. The opponent had frozen into an ice sculpture before he could even react. Lin Xian shook his arm, and the ice sculpture immediately turned into countless crumbs and spilled onto the ground. Stygian illumination masked everything, and no sound came out. However, Lin Xian heard that the silhouette in the bedroom's breathing suddenly lurched, and then regained its composure. Lin Xian entered the bedroom and came to the opponent's eyes, raising his katana. In the next moment, dozens of long, thin threads shot out violently from the tavern owner's body, stabbing towards Lin Xian at a strangely fast speed. But Lin Xian was faster than him, and the ice-blue blade aura appeared at first, and the tavern owner's body was instantly frozen. Who are you? The tavern owner stared straight at Lin Xian as he didn't struggle unnecessarily. His own 10-cut ghost boy had died without even warning himself. If he didn't have a spiritual connection with the 10-cut ghost boy, he wouldn't even be able to notice it. Trying to sneak attack himself, he was similarly controlled by his opponent in a thunderous manner. It was simply not too easy for the opponent to kill himself. But the tavern owner still had a calm expression, neither fearful nor begging for mercy. Thoughts raced through his mind. The other party is so powerful, the hands are still so decisive, it should not be aimed at yourself and other minions. His target should be the Lord who has been resurrected. Figuring this out, the tavern owner let out a kind smile. You're too late. Lord Belclander has been resurrected. Lin Xian glanced at him. Not too late to kill you. 5 ceremonies have been performed, and the resurrection of Belcrane is a foregone conclusion. The other side is probably no longer in the hands of the tavern owner. This was something that Lin Xian could still think of. He had come here mainly to take his chances and get the other side killed in case Belcrane was still around. If not, it would take care of the stinker of a tavern owner. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the tavern owner's expression stagnated. But without waiting for the tavern owner to say something, the icy blue blade covered the field of vision. Lin Xian didn't intend to interrogate the other party. If he remembered correctly, the guy was very devout to Belclandestine of the fanatic variety, and he didn't think the other guy would talk. He wasn't going to waste his time. Lin Xian did some scavenging in the tavern owner's room. The way he searched was also extremely simple, utilizing the black sun to attract all objects other than the walls and obliterate them all. If Belcrane is still hiding, naturally there is nothing to hide. Eventually, the tavern keeper's house becomes truly homely, and even the cottage's small yard is plowed under by him, but there is no sign of Belle Crane. It seems to have really run away. Now that's trouble. There are many ways to kill hundreds of people in a single breath, and airplane crashes are not the only way to do it. Lin Xian climbed over the wall and left the villa. From the beginning to the end, the meditative illumination was enveloped around the villa without making a single sound. There was only a thin fog that disappeared into the darkness of the night. Early the next morning, Lin Xian arrived in the peace firm and happened to bump into Lin Qie, who was rushing over. The two smiled at each other and didn't say much. It's all in the words. At this time, when Qima was on the phone, through the blood-sucking sickle, Lin Xian could hear that they were talking about the tavern owner. Only when Qimo finished his phone call did Lin Qie ask, "What happened?" When Qima sighed, "Something's wrong. The tavern owner disappeared out of thin air last night, as if he had vaporized. Along with it, all his furniture disappeared. No, it's a bit inaccurate to say it's furniture, because even the tiles affixed to the floor of the villa have disappeared." When Qima frowned tightly, this matter, the dark sentry did not have a hint of detection throughout the whole process, and there were no suspicious traces in the surveillance. It was likely that the opponent was in possession of some sort of forbidden ruins that could hide his form. But why is all the furniture gone? Why did the other party move the furniture? What was he or they looking for? 7 nights, Lin Xian. I can't take you to the crime scene of the 5th incident right now, so you might need to go over there on your own for a bit. When GMO said with a slight apology, "Good." The two came to the hospital. Just as we entered the hospital, a young man came close. "You should be Lin Xian and Lin Qie, the new arrivals from the special handling department, right? It's us. May I ask where the body is?" "The bodies? Weren't they transported by you?" "Huh." Chapter 91. Long time no see, Lin Qie. Hearing those words, Lin Xian instantly reacted to what was going on. He remembered that Qingyu had told him last night that he was going to steal the body and study it. This guy, he's moving so fast? Pull the surveillance immediately. Lin Qie reacted and said towards the man. The special handling unit, in fact, means they're night watchmen. But today, when Qima had only sent the 2 of them, and if he really wanted to transport the body, he would have spoken to them. It's only possible that someone bypassed them and transported the body quietly. The young man named Blackie quickly pulled up the surveillance, and he too could see that something was not right. The surveillance shows a young man wearing a protective suit and a mask. The man gestured toward Kuro and showed his passport, that style, exactly like the one on the Night's Watch's coat of arms. Lin Qie's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw this scene. "I'm sorry. It was a dereliction of duty and I'm willing to be punished." Kuro stood by, apologizing. Lin Qie tightly stared at the surveillance. The person in the picture, his whole body only revealed a pair of eyes, but he always felt that those eyes were indescribably familiar. He couldn't see a trace of panic in the other's eyes. There was only calmness and composure. That look, it always felt like I'd seen it from somewhere. "You repeat what the man said to you." "Good." Kuro began to reminisce. "The man showed me a passport from your special handling unit, and he also said he was going to transport the 5th body for a detailed lab test. Not only that, but the other side's words revealed some of the details of the case. The details of the case will not be divulged, and no one will even talk about it except the people who actually took over the case." It was for this reason that Kuro treated the other party as a real special handler. As for wearing a protective suit instead of a uniform, isn't it normal to wear a protective suit and mask when you're all about to transport a corpse? After listening to Little Black's narration, Lin Qie's heart sank. The other party obviously knew of the existence of the Night's Watch and knew the details of the case from somewhere. It was unlikely that the other person was the murderer after all. The murderer wouldn't need to wait until now at all if he wanted to take the body. But it's obviously not simple for the other side to know the details of the case. By mobilizing the surrounding surveillance, Lin Qie eventually locked onto a white van. The man eventually turned into an alley, and a few minutes later, a white van pulled out from the other side of the alley. All he could see was that the driver of the white van was wearing a black bodysuit, but couldn't see his face because of the angle of the surveillance. Lin Qie immediately dialed Wu Xiangnan's number. "Lieutenant, check someone out for me. License plate XXXXXXX. Headed west." "Okay. I'll call you as soon as I find out," Wu Xiangnan said. Lin Qie turned his head to look at Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, let's go look at the crime scene first. Although the body was stolen, we should still be able to find some clues. Wait for the lieutenant to call and then track down the van." Don't bother. You come with me." Lin Xian led the way towards the outside. He went straight to a manhole cover, lifted it and jumped in. Lin Xie opened his mouth as he watched this scene. This guy Lin Xian obviously knew something. He followed and jumped into the sewer, then saw Lin Xian pulling a rat out of his pocket. Lin Xie, you are the Beltway party. Lin Xian placed the rat on the ground, and the rat circled around a few times and crawled straight in one direction. Lin Xian followed closely behind. Seeing this, Lin Xie hurriedly followed. He always felt like this scene was full of grooves, but he didn't know where to start spitting. Drops of water fell to the ground, splashing crystals on the surface of the pool. The sound of water dripping echoed through the sewers, a crisp sound that traveled farther and farther. But as the duo moved forward, there were murmurs of voices other than the sound of water dripping. That's the sound of rats crawling through the pipes. Lin Xie realized that the more the two of them walked, the more rats they came across. It went from a few to a dozen, to dozens to hundreds, until finally, the entire space of the sewer was piled high with rats, squeaking into a frenzy. Such a large number of rats, if they appeared in the outside world, could already be considered a rat plague. It's a person's head that feels numb. If someone who was afraid of rats stood here, they would absolutely faint on the spot before being forced to wake up because the rats were crawling on their faces. But when the two arrived, the rats actually made way for the two of them. By this point, there is no longer any need for a mouse to guide you. The two men stride forward, and as they step over the rats, there is a sudden silence around them. The only sound left in the sewer was the ticking of water droplets. Up ahead, a figure stood. The wide hood hid the other's face, and the wide trench coat couldn't hide the thinness of the other's figure. The darkness obscured his face, but it couldn't hide the rich, mysterious aura of the other party. Lin Xie's eyes narrowed and his expression went on alert. Spiritual perception unfolded in an instant, but when he saw the opposite side's appearance, he suddenly froze in place, only to see the figure reach his hand into a side pool, and when he raised his hand again, a frosty long sword dripping with mist appeared in his hand. The sun shone through the mesh grill, and the cold glinted off it. Seeing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and retreated behind Lin Xie. Lin Xie opened his mouth and was about to say something when the figure moved. Only when the other party raised his left hand, countless white vines suddenly exploded from the ground, bringing up a strong wind and winding toward Lin Xie's body. Lin Xie's reaction was so swift that he just slightly sidestepped to avoid this strike, while the gorgeous spell formation on both hands opened up and two straight swords appeared in his hands. Lin Xie carved a designated summoning spell formation on the two straight swords, so as long as the two swords were still in Songnan City, they could be summoned over by him. He spun around, two straight blades one in front of the other, blocking the incoming frost longsword along with the vines behind him. Only a cold snort was heard as extreme darkness erupted from his body, eroding towards the figure. As the silhouette retreated violently, he waved his arm, and the puddles on the ground instantly formed into ice spikes that stabbed towards Lin Xie, wanting to block Lin Xie's approach. But under the onslaught of the ruins of the Supreme Darkness God, it was just useless. All of the ice spikes that were enveloped by the Supreme Darkness God's ruins switched directions in an instant and lunged towards the figure. In a split second, it blocked off all of the silhouette's retreating paths. Dang! The dual swords clashed violently with the frosty longsword, and Lin Xie held one of the swords against the longsword, while the other was on the opponent's neck. The figure raised his hands decisively. I surrender. Told you you couldn't beat it, had to try. Lin Xian walked forward and spoke with a smile. You have to try before you two really won more than a demon. I obviously fused the body tissues of the Nantucket snake demon and the murderous ghost, but I still can't compare to him. The man smiled helplessly. Mostly I also wanted to test what level I'm at right now. You can actually fight me. You're even more outrageous than he is, and I'll be damned if I can measure it fighting you. Lin Xie released the other party and turned his head to look at Lin Xian. You know each other? He didn't come down hard also because he guessed that. The rats led the way, the rats gave way, plus the figure had no intention of attacking Lin Xian and was bent on trying to compete with him. All of this indicated that Lin Xian and the other party knew each other, perhaps even very well. Actually, you recognize it. Lin Xian shrugged. The figure took off his hood, revealing pale cheeks underneath. Long time no see, Lin Xie. Chapter 92 Unparsable Blood. Lin Xian acting dumb. Abba. It's really you and Qingyu. Lin Xie looked at Qingyu, and it wasn't until this moment that he dared to determine the other party's identity. He had been afraid to confirm it before, because he had always thought that this genius, who could take the first place in the city, should have had his memory erased and returned to normal life. But now, the other party didn't even look like they had their memories erased. Why weren't your memories erased? And Lin Xian, how did you meet in Qingyu? No need to rush. I'll answer you, follow me first. And Qingyu turned around and led the crowd to an underground hollow. The place was filled with bottles and jars, and in the corner there was a stone table with several stacks of research materials neatly placed on it. You're the second guest here. The second? Lin Xie looked at Lin Xian. Obviously, this guy was the first. Luck, it's all luck. Lin Xian waved his hand. That wasn't luck for you. And Qingyu let out a laugh and turned her head to look at Lin Xie. Let me start by telling you how I avoided the memory cleanse. He briefly told Lin Xie how he had awakened the Forbidden Ruins, how he had eluded the Night's Watch to track him down, and how he had utilized the head of the Nantucket Serpent Demon to conduct his research, which in turn led to the establishment of a huge army of rats and a laboratory of his own. So your ability is, in fact, parsing? Lin Xie summarized based on the other party's narration. Yes, my ability is to be able to parse other things, such as the Nantucket Snake Demon, such as the Murderer's Ghost. I can gain access to their abilities by parsing them, such as the snake seed of the Nandu Serpent Demon, or the fighting instincts of the Killer Ghost. The more specialized the thing or ability, the longer it takes me to parse it. I named this Forbidden Ruin the only positive solution. Until now, I've only come across one thing that the only positive solution couldn't parse anyway. And Qingyu looked towards Lin Xian. You mean this Lin Xian fellow? His blood, to be exact. And Qingyu held up her glasses. He only lets me parse the blood, but I'm actually more curious about his flesh. Don't use such misleading statements. Lin Xian looked at him with false eyes. So, how exactly did you two meet? He's the one who approached me about my fish stock first and wanted to make a deal with me. Fish species. A snake species similar to the Nandu snake demon, currently used by me on rats, which I call the fish species. So, Lin Xie nodded, his face expression unchanged. He finally found the same naming scrap as himself. Since you used the only positive solution to such a forbidden ruin, can you answer me a question? Say, this world we live in, is it real? And Qingyu? And Qingyu glanced at Lin Xie. Regarding this question, I suggest you go find a psychiatrist to answer it. He'll give a more reliable answer. Also, I remember just now you said that it was Lin Xian who first sought out your fish species, right? Lin Xie found the blind spot. Yes, to be honest, until now I didn't understand how he sensed me. Obviously at that time, it hadn't been long since I had researched the ability of fish species as well. The two of them looked at Lin Xian together and saw that the other party was staring at the stone table. That's a real rock. And Qingyu and Lin Xie, is he always like this? Pretty much play dumb once in a while, often once in a while. Lin Xian squinted at the two men, his fingers tapping on the stone table. Rather than that, let's talk about something else. What is it? Those 5 cases. The priority now is still those 5 cases. Lin Xie then remembered that he was supposed to be tracking down the suspect who had posed as a night watchman and stolen the corpse. Now the suspect is right in front of him. He didn't have anything to do with those 5 incidents, and stole the bodies over just to conduct research, which is not what I was going to say either. Lin Xian could tell that Lin Xie wanted to ask something, so he continued on and said, the 5 cases, as far as I know, correspond to a ritual. The requirements of the ritual are that every 2 days, a human soul must be sacrificed away, and the time must be 3:33 in the morning. And within 10 seconds before the opponent's death, he must break his 10 fingers and his feet must not touch the ground. As long as you kill 5 people in a row, the ritual is initially complete. By this point, just one more breath of a large amount of soul power could cause a weak mystery to undergo an amazing metamorphosis. As for the exact level to which one would break through, it was related to the strength of the soul power. If he could kill a few hundred people in one breath, he would at least be able to break through to the sea realm. If we can also kill a few Chuan realm or even sea realm powerhouses in the process and sacrifice their souls, then rushing to the limitless realm isn't out of the question. Lin Xie's face instantly sank after hearing this. According to Lin Xian, the other party had now completed 5 cases, and the ceremony had been initially completed. All that was needed was to kill a few hundred more people in one breath and sacrifice a large amount of soul power to advance in one fell swoop. But, when the other party struck and how they killed hundreds of people in one breath, they were all unknown. Lin Chie's frown deepened. At that moment, An Qingyu also spoke. From what I've gathered, this ritual of sacrificing hundreds of people in one breath must be completed within 2 days of the 5th ceremony. After learning about the ceremony from Lin Xian, he likewise went to check it out. As it turned out, it really did allow him to find out information about the ceremony. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian. No wonder you made another trip back last night and asked me to search the city for you for suspicious people. Yes, last night, after taking care of the tavern owner, Lin Xian made another trip to Qingyu and asked the other party to keep an eye out for suspicious people in the city for him. In any case, the ceremony must be held in Canyon City. The other side couldn't have gotten out of the city as long as they wanted to complete the ritual. If Lin Xian remembered correctly, there was actually the involvement of the Church of the Ancient Gods in this incident concerning Belklander. This church is like a stirrer, it has to stir things up wherever it goes. This was also what Lin Xian had asked Qingyu to focus on searching for people who had recently arrived in Songnan City. Now it's safe to say the storm is coming. But Bell Crane wasn't the only one Lin Xian was concerned about. Mundane divine realm about to disappear. Chun Mai had relied on the mortal dust divine realm and himself to suppress the aura of Shiva's grudge for the past 10 years. As soon as the mortal dust divine realm disappeared, the aura of Shiva's grudge would surely not be able to be hidden. Not to mention, the original Shiva grudge was also revealed early. The gods were all coveting this item, and perhaps by now, some of them had already sent their bilocations or agents to descend here. Just like Loki, for example, the other party could very well have buried his doppelganger in the city of Songnan, searching for traces of Shiva's grudge. Lin Xian felt that there was a high probability that Loki would have thoughts about himself. After all, Loki originated from the Norse god system, and the god he was acting for was Nidhogg. Though the one among the dragons, to others it was the Nidhogg of Norse mythology. After killing the 10-cut ghost boy and the tavern owner, Lin Xian's bloodline purity was still stuck at 49%. He had an intuition that when the bloodline purity reached 50%, he would have a big breakthrough. He wanted to raise it to 50% as early as possible to deal with the next crisis. One more thing, the purity of his bloodline was close to 50%, and the mark left by lust had been able to last for more than 3 years. Gotta find a chance to tag Lin Xian. He also remembered that Lin Xian had followed Sister Nan in the original. He didn't intend to change that, only thinking of leaving a mark on Lin Xian so that he could know where they were. When the time comes, perhaps a helping hand can be given. Chapter 93. Squad 136 in full strength. So, did you search? Lin Xie looked at Qingyu. I used the rats to monitor all the strange visitors that came to Songnan City in the past few days, and identified a few suspicious people in there, and I'm further investigating, so I'll notify you as fast as I can if there's any situation. Remember to line up local personnel as well. Don't miss out. Don't worry. Lin Xian nodded, then saw Qingyu hand over a pen and paper. What? Give me the phone? Or do I have to inform you with a mouse? It's not like mice can talk. Also, honestly, when Qingyu asked him for his phone number, Lin Xian was a bit stunned. The other party had been staying underground, and Lin Xian was on the verge of treating him like a savage. And you, Lin Xie. Lin Xie similarly wrote his phone number on it as he turned his head to look at Qingyu. Say, do you have a cell phone? Yes, there are, the kind I've modified myself, and they work much better than those cell phones on the market. This way. Lin Xie turned his head to look at Lin Xian as if he thought of something. Did you do it when the tavern owner disappeared? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Why do you think that? Intuition. Actually, he reasoned it out. Just now, and Qingyu said that Lin Xian had come back to look for him. This means that he came to see Qingyu twice last night. Then what did Lin Xian go and do during the time in between? Lin Xie still remembered that the 4th incident happened in the middle of a tavern. Combine that with what Brother Praying Mo said this morning. Something happened to the tavern owner's family. It wasn't hard to guess that this was Lin Xian's handiwork. Lin Xie wasn't surprised that Lin Xian was able to sneak in silently to take the tavern owner, kill him and clear away all the furniture. This guy's tricks are always coming out of the woodwork. To be honest, Lin Xie had always suspected that Lin Xian had lied about his abilities. His god's ruins should not be time 0, but something else of some sort that just extends out in the direction of time 0. This would be a more reasonable explanation for the abilities in Lin Xian's body. Can't be he has a mental hospital too. Lin Xie imagined Lin Xian as the head of a mental hospital. No, can't imagine it. Compared to the dean, Lin Chia felt that it was more appropriate to throw Lin Xian into the midst of the patients. There was simply no sense of incongruity. And Qingyu, you continue to send the rats to search. Lin Chia and I will go back first and report this matter to the captain and the others. By the way, you remember to keep an eye on the airport. A plane will take off from the airport and pass over Tsangnan City in the early hours of this morning. Airplanes, you're saying the other side might choose an airplane crash to kill someone. And Qingyu immediately figured out the key to this, and he nodded his head. I'll keep an eye out. Lin Xian and Lin Chia exchanged a glance, and the two of them quickly ran towards the outside. It was still noon, and according to Ankinjiu, several hundred people had to be killed in one breath within 2 days of the completion of the 5th ritual. So, the other side will definitely make their move by 3:33 a.m. tomorrow. It's not easy to say when that will be. They can only scramble. After exiting the sewer, Lin Chia immediately dialed Chun Mai's phone and talked to him about this. As for the source of the information, Lin Chia didn't say anything. He did not intend to turn Ankinjiu in. Lin Xian, 7 nights, you two return to the peace firm immediately. This matter, it's a big deal. Chun Mai's voice rang out from the phone. From the tone alone, Lin Chia could hear the captain's seriousness. When the two rushed back to the peace office, they saw everyone but them sitting there, each holding a piece of information in their hands, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily gloomy. On the duo's seats, a copy of the same information was laid out. Sit. Seeing the two of them come back, Chun Mai just nodded his head towards them. Praying Mo, go on. Good. When GMO nodded. After learning of such a ritual, I made a point of checking out the vigil's database, and something did turn up for me. The ceremony was no different from what Lin Chia had said on the phone, but there was one thing that Chia hadn't mentioned. That is, after killing 5 people, the ceremony would be at its best if it could kill several hundred at 3:33 a.m. 2 days later. That's probably why the other side still hasn't done anything until now. Lin Xian was a bit surprised. This is a little different from the original. In the original, the tavern owner was preparing to complete the ritual in an airplane and then use it to kill hundreds of people outright. He even planted explosives in the cabin, trying to take out the vigilantes that arrived as well. But on second thought, to the tavern owner, his whereabouts were already very suspicious when he chose to get on a plane at that time. Plus, the original tavern owner, who had also taken control of Wenchimo, who was rushing to the airport at the time, the vigilantes were on full alert. It could be said that as long as the other party dared to get off the plane, it was a dead end, and there was no way that the vigil would give him 2 more days to prepare for the ceremony to be the most effective. It was his only chance. This would explain why the original tavern owner had to take control of the plane crash immediately after killing the 5th man to complete the final part of the ritual. After organizing all the information, Chun Mai looked around the circle with a solemn expression, his eyes like a sheathed sword. All personnel of Squad 136, move out immediately. At all costs, make sure to stop the other side's plot and protect the lives and property of the people. Yes. PS1. All you big, handsome, beautiful people, for the sake of the author's efforts to update, can you give the author a 5-star review and a small gift PWP? The author really appreciates it. PS2. I've heard that dudes and dudettes only talk half the time, so I don't know what for. Chapter 94 Dragnet. Praying Mo, you go and tune the surveillance. Once you find a suspicious person, report immediately. 7 nights, use your spiritual perception. You and Lin Xian will patrol together. Once you find anything unusual, don't act rashly and report to me as a matter of priority. Lung Xian, you. Chun Mai calmly arranged it, and the crowd immediately took action. At this time, Lin Xian approached Chun Mai. Captain, one more thing. Say, I've checked the nearest flights, and there will be a plane taking off from the airport around 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, passing over Canyon City. Are you saying that the other side might let the plane crash, thus killing hundreds of people in one breath? Chun Mai raised his eyebrows. This was something he hadn't really thought of. I'm calling the authorities to have the flight cancelled. Lin Xian froze for a moment, and he suddenly realized that he was actually an official person coming. With prior knowledge, there is no need to defend against the other side crashing the plane. Just cancel the flight. If there's no problem, get moving. You and 7 Nights have the heaviest task. Lin Xian and Lin Chia's task was simple. Lin Xian would drive the van and utilize Lin Chia's spiritual probes to keep searching in the city. Originally, Chun Mai had wanted Red Tassel to drive it, but Lin Xian said he would, so it was given to him. This mission for Lin Xian and Lin Chia was the simplest but also the most dangerous. After all, Lin Chia and the two of them would most likely encounter the enemy. Be careful on the road. Chun Mai paused for a moment and instructed. Lin Xian said no more, nodded and turned to leave. Lin Xian came to the driver's seat and skillfully started. When did you learn to drive? Lin Xie was a bit surprised. In a dream. He couldn't say that he had learned to drive in a previous life, could he? With the roar of the engine, the van instantly exploded, galloping away as if it were a wild horse out of control. The first thing to be checked is chemical plants, gas stations, and other places that are prone to explosions. At dusk, the remnants of the sun were like blood, coloring half of the sky red. 7 nights. Did you find it? Chun Mai's voice came from the intercom. No, Lin Xie replied. They had circled the city several times. They had been to factories, gas stations, and even various hotels and motels, but they still hadn't found any suspicious figures. There was no detection of buried explosives anywhere. The few outsiders that Anqingjiu had spoken of were now being watched by the rats, again without any unusual behavior. Lin Xian frowned slightly. There was the involvement of followers of the Church of the Ancient God in this incident. It could not be ruled out that some of them held forbidden ruins or forbidden objects that hid their forms. Add to that the fact that Belclyde has the ability to control others, and it's really hard to find. He held up his cell phone. And Qingyu, first report the list of those suspicious people to me for a bit, and Lin Xie and I will go take a look. The mission of the followers of the Church of the Ancient God is to bring back Belclander. If there really were members of the Church of the Ancient God among those few suspicious people, then Belclander should be right beside them. With Lin Xie as a humanoid scanner, if the other party was really harboring that bug on their body, they would be able to sweep it out in one go. The night was as dark as ink, and it was already early in the morning. The small, third-tier town had quieted down and fallen into a deep sleep, with only the dim streetlights still lit. The shadows of the 2 men were reflected on the ground, drawn out. This is the last place, and still nothing has been found. Lin Xian opened his mouth. The 2 searched according to the list given by Qingyu and still found nothing. The others likewise didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. But no one let their guard down. A heavy sense of crisis loomed over the crowd. Lin Xie quietly stood aside as an occasional bat lingered on his arm for a moment before flying away once again. After darkness fell, Lin Xie was able to communicate with nocturnal creatures, an ability he had acquired a long time ago. After dark, he had been unleashing this ability, sending nocturnal creatures to do the searching for him. But until this moment, nothing had been found. He glanced down at the Patek Philippe on his hand, the 3 hands spinning round and round, and the time flying by as it did. Soon the time came to 2:30 in the morning. Things took a turn for the worse. Lin Xian's phone suddenly rang, and when he picked it up, he heard Qingyu say, "Lin Xian, there's a situation. There are many people leaving their homes at the same time and running in different directions. Small cities don't have much nightlife, and at 2 or 3 a.m., few people are out and about. Not to mention, still so many people on the streets at once. It's clearly not normal. Many, how many exactly? There must be at least 30 or 40 of them, and by the look of their faces, they look like they're being controlled." Based on Qingyu's words, Lin Xian immediately judged that this should be Bel Clandestine's handiwork. Wait, something's not right. And Qingyu's words suddenly stopped in mid-sentence. Without waiting for Qingyu to speak, Lin Xie stared at the flying bats and spoke. Lin Xian, there are several places where wandering figures have appeared at the same time. In one case, 30 or 40 people were on the street together, while in several others it was a sporadic group of 1 or 2 people. Lin Xian was certain that there were definitely members of the Ancient God Church hiding amongst those 30 or 40 people. A few others, likewise. The opposite side not only had to release 30 or 40 people at the same time to disrupt them, but they also had to bloom in multiple places to distract them. Lin Xian, 7 nights, the 2 of you immediately head to the high-tech residential district, where a large number of people left their residences at the same time, suspected of being controlled by the Ancient God Church. 7 nights, take care to identify any members of the Church of the Ancient God that may exist among them. With the surveillance, they can't run away. When Chima's voice came from the intercom, and it was clear that the night watchman had likewise discovered the matter at the first opportunity. Indeed, they can't run away. Now in Songnan City, there could be more than just surveillance. At this time, the nocturnal animals flying in the sky were all Lin Xie's eyes. The ones running on the ground are the species of anqing fish. It's a real dragnet. Lin Xie was about to move. Just then, an owl suddenly came to his side, and Lin Xie's pupils shrunk violently, and his face sank in an instant. What happened? Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lin Chia. It's not often that you see this face on the other side. Someone's headed in the direction of the old town, and the direction of travel of the other party seems to be toward my house. Then hurry over there, and as for those others, leave them to me. No, Lin Xian, you go. Lin Chia clenched his fists tightly and was calm. Dozens of people were running in different directions at the same time, and it was likely that there were members of the ancient god church hidden among them, and his spiritual perception could come in very handy in such a situation. Captain, they need him, he can't go. Lin Xian's face became serious as he looked deeply at Lin Chia. Don't worry, but if that man hurts a hair on your aunt and brother's head, I'll carry my head. Chapter 95 Black Sun manifests might. Godlike. Da-da-da-da. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in his ears as Lin Xian casually sat down on the ground and looked in the direction from which the sound had come. There stood a young man with a cold face. When that person saw Lin Xian, he was first stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. I thought that the kid would come on his own, but I didn't think that I would switch to you, but it doesn't matter. He only saw the man draw his dagger and aim it at Lin Xian, and swung it with force, and in the next instant, Lin Xian only felt a coldness in the back of his neck, and took a step towards the front. Huh. Surprisingly responsive? The man was obviously a little surprised. Spatial abilities? With the short outburst just now, Lin Xian had already seen the doorway. This ability is very similar to Chopper White. The other party, could it be the owner of the Forbidden Ruin Chopper White? Oh, so what if you read it? Can you react? The man laughed, his dagger dancing wildly in his hand. In an instant, 10 or so blade-ons simultaneously exploded around Lin Xian and attacked him. Lin Xian just glanced at it and didn't make a move, but just as the blade-on was about to touch Lin Xian's body, suddenly, the extreme suction force came crashing down on his face. The gusty wind blew the hem of the man's coat, and he froze as he looked in Lin Xian's direction, his eyes filled with shock. A big, pitch-black sun appeared behind Lin Xian just like that, recklessly exuding a terrifying aura, and in an instant, a terrifying suction force pressed down on the man, as if it was going to swallow him into an endless abyss. All of that attack was crushed and annihilated into nothing in an instant. Gazing at that great sun, even the soul seemed to be drawn into it. It was like a bottomless black hole, absorbing all light and heat from outside, and the end of approaching the great sun was only destruction. Around the great sun, dark red flames surrounded it, as if it were the corona of the great sun. Lin Xian stood still, the pitch-black great sun hovering silently behind him with dark red flames, and he slowly closed his eyes. When those eyes opened again, terrifying red gold burned violently in them. For a moment, the man felt that he was not facing a pool realm, but a terrifying beast, a god. The great black sun seemed like his divine ring. The red gold pupils of his eyes manifested his divine might, and the black sun brought up a fierce wind that whipped the hem of his black trench coat and grinned. That terrifying existence just stood there, as if it was a deity standing between heaven and earth, looking down on all living beings. Endless pressure swept over his entire body, along with a terrifying suction force that pressed down horizontally, causing him to almost fall to the ground. The man's mind was almost filled with horror and shock. He was now the 17th seat of the Believers, an existence that was about to break through the sea realm. And the other party was only at the pool realm now. Even if he couldn't take down Lin Xian, he thought it would still be fine to stall. But now, in just one look, he was nearly pinned to the ground, unable to move. The monster, step by step, was coming towards himself. As the other party got closer and closer, the man could feel that the pressure and suction he was subjected to was getting bigger and bigger. His body, in fact, couldn't help but move closer to the other party, wanting to kneel down on the ground. At this moment, the men finally realized that they had very seriously misjudged Lin Xian's abilities. The other party's ability was by no means as simple as his own words about Time Zero. Rather, it was more terrifying than Time Zero, some kind of unknown divine ruin that had never really appeared before people. Belongs to Deathwing, the divine ruin of Nidhogg. The man was completely out of the fight. All he wanted was to escape from here and flee back to the Church of the Ancient God to inform Lord Raving about this news. He heard a clatter. He looked up with difficulty and saw that the creature had come close and was looking down at him. The creature opened its mouth slightly. The man only heard two obscure syllables that seemed to echo directly into his brain. He actually understood the other man's words. The other side is talking. Death. So he was given death. It's like a king giving a supreme decree, and for him the only option is to obey. Gollum. The head fell to the ground, and was picked up again by a pair of large hands and taken into the Nibelungen. Meanwhile, among the Nibelungen, by the stagnant water, Lin Xian was carrying a soul in his hand like he was carrying a dog. On that soul's forehead, a contract seal was climbing. With a wave of his big hand, a few water droplets floated out of the dead water, pointing at the top of that soul's head, and the contract seal instantly dissipated, but along with it, there was also most of the other party's face. Mainly this was also his first attempt and not skilled enough. That soul, the very same believer who had just died. At that moment the other party was looking around in jaw-dropping disbelief. What kind of place has he come to? All around was gray fog, with only a large, wide river flowing silently. Lin Xian, on the other hand, seemed to be the owner of this gray mist space. And, just a moment ago, he had witnessed the other party use the river water to easily wash away the contract engraved on his soul. It was a contract cast by Lord Rumor himself, and once it was inscribed, there was no way to get rid of it. But to the other side here was so easily solved, it is as if the difficult problem that has been difficult for you for decades, but the other side does not take it seriously at all and solved it by looking at it. But what scared him even more was that the moment the drop of river water covered his cheek, he was suddenly blind in his right eye. There was no sensation. It was as if it had melted into the colorless, odorless river water and disappeared. It was a very bizarre experience. Without waiting for the man to think more, Lin Xian had already asked a question. Now that the pact has been broken, tell me, what is your plan? The man's lips trembled as he looked towards Lin Xian. If I tell you, will you let me go? He was still trying to bargain because he knew that once he gave up everything he knew, it would mean that he had no more use for him. Meh. Lin Xian laughed coldly, and a large black circle appeared behind him. In an instant, a terrifying suction force came from it. The man felt his soul being torn apart, an agony that was hard to describe in words. Say, Lin Xian coldly said. Lin Xian's consciousness returned to reality, and he frowned. There's something about the situation, and the man doesn't know much about it. From the other party, Lin Xian was able to learn that 4 days ago, they had been dispatched here by the Ravings, saying that they wanted to welcome back a certain being. And just 2 days ago, that being had taken the initiative to approach them, but had only met with a few of them, and hadn't always stayed with them. Until tonight, that being gave orders to the followers of the Church of the Ancient God to create a riot at 2:30 in the morning. The believer that Lin Xian had just resolved was considered one of the stronger existences, and had been sent here to try and lure Lin Chia over. Because the Ancient God Church also knew that Lin Chia possessed spiritual perception, it would naturally want to restrict it. Even if Lin Chia didn't come, there would always be other vigilantes who would come to stop them. As a result, the vigil's already insufficient manpower was in even greater short supply. If the other party really didn't come, the Ancient God Church would blow up the short building where Lin Chia's family was. Give the other party an unforgettable lesson, letting him know what it was like to go against the Ancient God Church. Chapter 96. Shiva complains about coming out. Can't hide it. Lin Xian picked up the dagger on the ground. The dagger was capable of wielding a blade, and the man's ability was spatial teleportation. He wasn't chopping white, he was just teleporting the blade's aura to Lin Xian. That's all. This dagger, it was of little use to Lin Xian, and he planned to find an opportunity to turn it in to the Night's Watch for some cash. It was 3 in the morning. Lin Xian opened his cell phone and dialed Chen Mai. Captain, how's it going? The person on the other end of the phone was first silent for a moment. Among those people, there are indeed a few guys from the enemy forces hiding, and the initial judgment is that they are from the Church of the Ancient God. Some of them, who carry explosives with them, choose to blow themselves up every time they want to capture each other. Even if they are not carrying explosives, those believers still choose to commit suicide when arrested. There was one thing that Chen Mai did not say. That is, some of them who fled around, by the time they caught up with each other following their tracks, there was only a head left in place. Chen Mai could be certain that this was not the work of the Night's Watch, and that someone was secretly helping them. This made him think of certain events that had occurred in Songnan City over the past year. But now was not the time to think about that. Chen Mai did not feel that things had been resolved. The other party was mobilizing the believers in such a big way, and it was obvious that they wanted to distract them. The real purpose, I'm afraid, is still brewing. Right at this moment, from Chen Mai's side, suddenly came Wen Chima's voice. Captain, we have a situation at the airport. An airplane has taken off without permission. Chen Mai's brows furrowed. Didn't we already order the suspension of flights and the closure of the airport? Why are there still airplanes taking off? According to airport security, it was a couple of staff members at the airport who had the authority to put the pilot through and open the runway. One of them is even top management at the airport. After hearing this, Chun Mai immediately thought of the crowd that was muddled just now, as if they were being controlled. Whole dozens of people rushed out of their homes and into the streets. The other party must have some kind of means to be able to control others. Moreover, the other party's speed must be extremely fast. Otherwise, it is impossible to run from the high-tech zone to the airport in half an hour. Suddenly, there was a roar from high above, and in the direction of the airport, an airplane was traveling this way. The fuselage of the airplane was hidden among the night sky, and only the signal lights on the wings of the airplane flashed with scarlet light. Captain, should we ask our superiors for instructions to use missiles to bring the plane down? No, the plane is now sticking out over Seongnan City, and if it strikes down, it will still crash into the middle of the city. Chun Mai shook his head as he stared dead at the airplane high in the sky and suddenly sighed. That's just it. There's only a month left anyway. It's about time. Captain, are you ready to? At this time, the phone call between him and Lin Xian had not yet been hung up. Don't worry. Just leave it to me. Chun Mai hung up the phone. He hesitated for a moment, but brought his right hand into his chest, his fingertips touching the corner of something. Praying Mo, tell me the number of that plane. It's XXXXXXX. Captain, what are you up to? When Chima asked, he always felt that the captain had made some major decision. As Chun Mai exerted his force, the object was ripped out of him. It was an old yellowed parchment scroll. The moment the parchment scroll was exposed to the air, an eerie wave spread out into the distance. Outside of Dasha, in the midst of the mists, a pair of eyes containing divine might opened, as if spanning thousands of kilometers, and cast their gaze on the roll of parchment. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away from Seongnan City, a young shipping driver looked in the direction of Seongnan City, pushed his eyes up, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an arc. Really? It's given me something to look for. In the next instant, the plane was seen tilting steeply and swooping down towards the ground. Violent booms echoed over the entire Seongnan City, as if heavenly thunder was rolling. Chun Mai raised his hand and wrote a number in the blank space of the parchment scroll. A terrifying and treacherous aura exploded, enveloping the entire airplane. In just an instant, the plane was reduced to a mess of pieces. Bang! Captain! When Chima couldn't be bothered to be shocked, but he saw that the captain actually fell down directly towards the ground, his lips pale. His mental power was drained in an instant. But at this moment, the first thing Chun Mai did was not to brace himself against the ground, but to stuff the parchment scroll in his hand back into his chest and fall solidly to the ground. When Chima hurriedly came to Chun Mai and carried him up, his expression indescribably flustered. Relax, I'm just a bit mentally drained, Chun Mai said in a hoarse voice. At this moment he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He could only lean on when Chima and stagger forward. He looked into midair, but his eyes were a little sad. I don't know what came to mind. Commander, it's me, Chun Mai. The ground floor of the office in the middle of a bedroom. At this moment, Chun Mai was lying on the bed. 3 or 4 hours had passed since he had moved Shiva's grudge, but his body was still weak. Originally, he had wanted to return to his office to work. After all, such a big thing had happened, and every aspect needed to be dealt with, from pacifying the people to reporting back to his superiors. But Red Riding and the others strongly disagreed and insisted that he lie down and rest. Yes, I moved that. Chun Mai's voice seemed a bit self-condemning. He listened quietly to the voice on the other end of the line, his body stiffening imperceptibly, his fists clenching. He was silent for a long time and finally sighed. Okay, I get it. Chun Mai pulled out a glazed treasure box from his bosom. He gazed at it for a long time and sighed leisurely. Let's hope it works. Early in the morning, Lin Xie entered the office and saw that the people were getting together to watch TV. At that moment, the morning news was on TV. In the early hours of this morning, the coastal area east of Seongnan City suddenly appeared strong typhoon weather, typhoon level, preliminary estimate, typhoon intensity of 17. Meanwhile, the height of waves along the East China seacoast has reached 30 meters, according to expert speculation. Lin Xie was watching with great interest, but as the screen shifted, it suddenly came to the recently very hot 2-9 interviews. The interview discusses in detail the issue of the number of nines, 2 nines and 3 nines, detailing people's perceptions of the different nines. Lin Xie turned his head to look at Red Tassel, who was holding the remote control in his hand. Red Riding, tune back in. Wu Xiangnan looked at Hong Ying. Don't, this interview isn't much better than the news. What's so great about this writer's interview? A little bit of that, enough to do what, might as well watch the news. Don't, Xiangnan old dog, go away. Seeing that Wu Xiangnan was about to come up and grab it, Hong Ying directly held the remote control in her arms. As for Lin Xian, he turned his attention to another thing. In one corner of the firm sits a cage. At this moment, Lung Xian was feeding the crows in the cage. This crow was called the Crow of Calamity. The crow was pitch black, and unlike ordinary crows, it only had the whites of its eyes in its pupils. Is this the Crow of Calamity? Lin Chia similarly looked at the Crow of Calamity. Didn't they say that this kind of thing is only found in those important cities? Why is it found in our small third-tier city? I don't know. Lung Xian shook his head. All I know is that the raven was brought by the captain for early warning, and in the event of some sort of mega catastrophe, the Raven of Calamity will let out a piercing screech. Hopefully there will never be a day when it is used. Lin Xian looked at this Crow of Calamity, and then at the sunrise that was gradually rising in the distance. I'm afraid I'll need it soon. P.S. That you handsome Hikaru, beautiful Ife, can give the author a free gift and 5-star praise pinch. Zeh. Chapter 97, Going to the Capital. Click. The door to the underground room opened, and Chun Mai stepped out from it. By now his face was quite red. Chun Mai looked around. It's all there. He put on a rare smile on his face. Come on. Go pack up your stuff. It seems like it's been a long time since we've been to a reunion. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes instantly lit up. Long live the captain. The red tassel jumped 3 feet in the air, his chest rippling. Watch your image. Wu Xiangnan knocked her. Xiangnan old dog. You dare to hit me. Canyon City in the park. Lush trees surrounded the group, and birds chirped among the trees. The grass seemed like a soft green carpet, and on it, blue and white picnic mats in colors as clear as the sky. The crowd sat on it, either sitting or lying down. On the side, Chun Mai had already set up a grill and was preparing the charcoal. Shannon Wu sat on the sidelines, skillfully wearing a skewer, obviously not the first time she had done so. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan were tossing and turning, and Si Xiaonan was sitting quietly on the sidelines, frozen in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Click. The light sound of a camera came from the woods, and Lin Xian carefully placed the photographs into a steel box and put it close to his body. Lin Xian quietly watched this scene with little expression on his face. What's wrong? Lin Chia sat beside Lin Xian and handed Lin Xian the bottle of Sprite in his hand. It seems like you haven't been in the best of moods since last night. To be exact, from last night after resolving the crisis, Lin Xian's face had been expressionless, sometimes frowning, sometimes pondering. Until now, he still didn't know how the captain had solved that airplane. Brother Praying Mo, who stayed with the captain, was also reticent. It was as if the plane had disappeared into thin air. He had a guess in mind but wasn't sure. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head and didn't say much. Every now and then, children passed through the park from all around, bringing up giggles. There were parents adorned behind them with helpless and doting smiles on their faces. Look what I found! Red Ruffian shouted, and the eyes of the crowd gathered. In her hand, she was holding up a green flower, which was bright green in color, with leaves holding the flower in the center, dancing gently in the breeze. This thing, why does it look so much like the pishin flower? But isn't the pishin flower red? There are also green flowers on the other side of the river, and different colors of the other side of the river represent different flower languages, just like the red ones, which symbolize the beauty of death, and the blue ones, which represent sadness and separation. And what does the green one stand for? The green color of the other side of the flower represents the hope of life. Born of hope. What a great symbolism. A good moral indeed. Lin Xian looked at the green flower in Red Tassel's hand and suddenly smiled. The divine war, it wasn't something he could participate in. With his current realm, he didn't have the qualifications. So there's no point in thinking too much about it. It's better to live in the moment. The skewers are done. Chun Mai carried 2 plates of kebabs and placed them in front of the crowd. The smoke from the charcoal grill, mixed with the peculiar aroma of meat, filled the air, and the surface of the kebabs was slightly charred, making one's mouth water just by looking at them. The redhead immediately swooped in and grabbed a few strings. As expected of a captain, the grill is just as good. As she ate, she gave Chun Mai a thumbs up and said in a vague voice, "Hurry up and eat. If you don't, it's going to be eaten up by Lin Xian." Chun Mai's eyes contained a smile. Hearing this, Hong Ying immediately turned her head and saw that Lin Xian had already begun to wolf down his food. Lin Xian, save some for me. Nan, take it, or there won't be any left for a while, and you'll have to wait for the next string. The crowd was noisy and staged a kebab scramble. Soon, a few people had enough to eat and drink. The redhead lay flat on her back on the lawn, one hand touching her slightly bulging belly in an unimaginative manner. The remaining few weren't much better. All of them were lying on the ground, too lazy to move. The sun was obscured by large white clouds, and the breeze carried a rustling sound. This weather couldn't be more perfect for sleeping. As it happens, I'll take this opportunity to make an announcement. Chun Mai looked around and opened his mouth. The crowd turned their heads to look at Chun Mai, waiting for the other party's next words. I received a notice this morning. The vigilante squad in Shangjing City invited us to go and observe and learn. After today's reunion, you can pack your bags and rush to Shangjing. The ticket I've already booked for you guys. It's tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. When Chima noticed Chun Mai's wording. Captain, aren't you coming? I need to recuperate, so I won't be going for now. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and 7 Knights will stay in Songnan to familiarize themselves with the work, so you don't have to worry about Songnan City being left unguarded. Good eh? Public transportation. Without any doubt at all, Red Riding sat up from the floor in a mischievous manner and raised his hands high in approval. 7 Knights, Lin Xian, you two are going to join me, is that okay? Chun Mai turned his head to look at the two. No problem. The two men spoke in unison. Lin Xian had expected this. The captain was not wanting a few people to get involved in the divine war. It was too dangerous for a few people. Well, with the exception of Minami-san, who is in the Klein realm and still an agent of Loki. Thinking of Loki made Lin Xian feel his fists itch. That was a pure stirrer in the original, and it was hated. Winchester raised his hand. Captain, why would Shangjing City invite us to observe and learn? We are a third-tier city, and we don't have much interaction with Shangjing City on weekdays. Besides, it's too abrupt. He always felt that the so-called observation and learning was not so simple. The observation and learning between different squads has actually been in preparation for a long time, in order to improve the professionalism of the third-tier city's vigilantes to cope with all kinds of emergencies. And as for why they chose us, I have acquaintances on the side of the squad in Shangjing City. There is indeed an acquaintance, or the captain of Upper Kyoto City. This observation and study will last about 3 days to a week, and of course, since it's organized by the vigil hierarchy, all expenses during that time will be borne by the hierarchy, and as long as you guys don't go too far, like trying to buy the next plane or something, everything else is reimbursable. Saying that, Chun Mai took out several documents and handed them to the people. Wu Xiangnan just sat on the sidelines. After he finished reading the document, his eyes swept over the three of them, Chun Mai, Lin Xian, and Lin Xie, and glanced at the wounds on his palms, saying nothing. Well, hurry back and pack up. It's a trip at public expense. Chun Mai waved his hand toward the crowd. For these things, Lin Xian, 7 Knights, and the two of them and I can just pack them up. After the crowd left, Lin Xie turned his head to look at Chun Mai. Captain, why did you trick them into going to Shangjing? Chapter 98. Within the great summer, the gods are forbidden. Chun Mai's body stiffened, but recovered instantly. He turned his head to look at Lin Xie. Why do you say that? Captain, you forgot that I have mental detection, and I happened to sense it this morning when you forged the documents. Chun Mai was silent for a moment and suddenly sighed. Although the document is fake, the observation and learning is indeed real and agreed by the top management. Something big might happen in Songnan City in the next few days, or nothing will happen, but if it does, it will be a huge disaster, and they will probably get killed if they stay here. I'd transfer you two too if I could, but no. 7 Knights, your superiors have requested that you must stay in Songnan City, and as for Lin Xian staying in Songnan City, I requested it. Lin Xie's heart was filled with doubts. He was vaguely able to guess that the captain was able to obliterate that plane, most likely using some kind of special means. After associating it with some of the information he had previously learned from Yuan Gang, Lin Xie guessed that the captain erased that airplane by using Shiva Grudge. The last time Shiva Spite came out was 10 years ago, and right after it came out, it triggered a divine war. It was easy to understand why Chun Mai would say that the next few days could be very dangerous. But why would his superiors demand that he not be allowed to leave? What does all this have to do with him, anyway? And why was Lin Xian unable to leave Songnan? Lin Xie's heart was full of doubts, and he always felt that he was close to the truth. So close that there is only a layer of window paper in the center, and with just a little poke, one can see the truth outside the window. Lin Xie turned his head to look at Lin Xian and realized that the other party did not show any indication of surprise at Chiang Mai's words. Sure enough, the two of them looked at each other. Lin Xian could see the questioning in Lin Xie's eyes and shook his head slightly. It was not good for him to tell the other side directly. It was something that he would have to know sooner or later, and it would be better to know it a little later in the evening. The three of them packed up their picnic gear and returned to the firm. It's night. Lin Xie was the first to leave, leaving only Lin Xian and Chen Mai in the firm. Chen Mai pushed a glazed treasure box in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, if a disaster occurs, you must stay next to me and don't leave my line of sight. Chen Mai and Lin Xian looked at each other. This trigger, you must wear it and not take it off without my permission. Chen Mai's expression was very serious. This thing, maybe it could save Lin Xian's life, maybe it couldn't, it all depended on fate. Lin Xian had experienced the Shiva grudge 10 years ago, and his body, most likely, was maintained by the mortal dust divine realm. But Lin Xian was chosen by Nidhogg as an agent. Nidhogg, having chosen his agent, could not possibly stand by and watch his agent die for no reason. So, there are three possible scenarios for the disappearance of the mundane divine realm. One was that Lin Xian had nothing going on and had long ago recast his flesh with the help of Nidhogg. Chen Mai preferred this one. After all, Lin Xian's physical strength was obvious to all. It was by no means human. The second, after the disappearance of the mortal dust divine realm, although Lin Xian's physical body hadn't disappeared, there was some sort of bad change in his body, such as his soul not being fit enough for his physical body. A mismatch between the physical body and the soul can lead to a lot of problems, and in the worst cases, the soul goes straight out of the body. If there is a true mismatch between the body and the soul, it may not be apparent when the miracle of the mortal realm of the gods exists. But when the divine domain disappears, something is likely to go wrong. And the last and worst case scenario would be that Lin Xian, like the others who existed due to the mortal dust divine realm, would have his divine realm disappear and his physical body dissipate. But whether it's the second or the third, the trigger finger does something. It will coat the surface of the soul with a film that stabilizes it from dissipating outright. Lin Xian, you must remember to put it on and not take it off easily. Chen Mai re-emphasized. Good. Lin Xian nodded and took the glazed treasure box. In the glazed treasure box, there was a purple trigger finger lying quietly. The trigger finger seemed to be cast in amethyst. The whole body was crystal clear, and it was emitting the aura of forbidden ruins towards the outside. It's a forbidden object. But the exact effect was unknown to him. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Honestly, he didn't know why the captain would give himself such a forbidden object. But the captain would never harm him. Putting on the trigger finger doesn't really feel like much, so I guess the forbidden object hasn't triggered yet. Lin Xian thought in his heart. As for Chen Mai's comment about trying to stay next to him as much as possible in the next few days, Lin Xian could only say that he was begging for it. He was, after all, only at the Pool realm, and although he was only a hair's breadth away from the Chuan realm as well, he still wasn't enough to look at. In this fight, it was either the gods, the human ceiling, or Klein, and there was no room for him to intervene. He wasn't Lin Xie, capable of invoking the gods, so it was better to honestly hide beside the captain. The following day, along the coast of the East China Sea, black clouds layered over the sky. Even the sun was obscured. It was clearly daytime, but it was even more horrible than night. Occasionally a thunder snake cuts across the sky, illuminating the world for a brief moment before plunging back into darkness. There was silence all around, only the dappled shadows of the trees, dancing wildly in the light of the thunder snake. The waves are so high that it takes a long time to realize how small mankind is in front of this wave. Just looking up makes one's heart flinch, and one can't help but swallow a mouthful of spit. Eventually, the waves had reached hundreds of meters and were literally lapping the heavens. A 100-story building seems like a drop in the ocean in front of it. The waves were about to lap down, and there was a rumbling sound from the sky as if the world was coming to an end. Miso. The sound of the sword was like a dragon's roar, exploding out of thin air and startling both heaven and earth. The boundless sharpness of the aura enveloped the ocean in an instant. The huge waves seemed like a curtain, and at that moment, there was a sword mark that cut the curtain diagonally in half. The waves crumbled and the sea was instantly flattened without another ripple. Tada! A short-haired young man ringed his long box and walked slowly toward the beach. The wind was so furious that the surrounding trees were directly uprooted, and the whimpering sound of the wind swam through the heavens and earth, as if someone was crying helplessly. The gusts of wind swept up the hem of his coat and blew his hair into disarray. But no matter what, It couldn't move the slightly slimmer figure. The young man's hand stroked the long box as he lifted his head and looked out to sea. When he raised his eyes, an invisible sword was aimed at the surface of the sea, as if the slightest movement would be cut down by a sword. In those eyes, sharpness and indifference existed side by side. A voice that echoed between heaven and earth, clear as day. The gods are forbidden within the borders of Daxia. Chapter 99 Zhao Empyrean City's Flesh Remodeling. Divine Battle to begin. All airplanes, trains, high-speed trains, and even public transportation to Cangnan have been suspended. Lin Xian sat on the stone steps in front of the office and looked up to the east. In the distance, there was boundless thunder tilting down, and it was no longer a thunder snake snaking around, but a thunder slurry pouring down. That's the direction of the East Sea. Suddenly, a cry came from the firm. A cry so mournful that it seemed as if glass had cut across a blackboard, practically piercing the eardrums. Lin Xian turned around and came into the firm. Qian Mai and Lin Xie were similarly attracted to the birdcage by the sound of the call. In the cage, the crow of calamity frantically crashed against the birdcage. The pupils of its whiteless eyes gradually tinted with the color of blood, and foul-smelling black blood flowed down from the corners of its mouth. The cry went from high-pitched to raspy, until finally, its voice suddenly drew up, as if a needle had pierced into the eardrums, and the three of them only felt a pain in their ears. It was its last cry. The crow of calamity slumped to the ground, the pupils of its eyes completely shrouded in the color of blood. It's gone silent. Sure enough, it was still called. Lin Xian looked at the crow of calamity with complicated eyes. Qian Mai's face was grim to the extreme as he brushed his fingers across the calamity crow's pupils and slowly closed them. His fingers, however, were stained with bright red blood as a result. "Captain, what happened?" Lin Xie turned his head to look at Qian Mai with a serious expression. The crow of calamity, which only chirps when faced with a mega catastrophe. On New Year's Day, the crows of calamity were indifferent in the face of the great windstorm unleashed by Han Xiaoyun. Once the great wind disaster was unleashed, it was enough to destroy half of Cangnan City. But the crow of calamity gave no indication. Lin Xie asked Qian Mai about this matter. But Qian Mai said that that level was not nearly enough to make the crow of calamity chirp. But now the crow of calamity cawed. And after the chirping, the crow of calamity simply went silent. Its warning with its life. Qian Mai was silent for a moment. "Have you guys heard of Shiva's grudge?" Shiva grudge. Lin Xie raised his eyebrows, and the moment Qian Mai said this, Lin Xie's heart moved slightly. It seemed he had guessed correctly that the captain had, indeed, used the Shiva grudge that night. "It looks like you guys already know." Seeing that there was no doubt in the expressions of the two men, Qian Mai instantly realized. "Since you guys have heard of it, I think you also know about the divine war that happened 10 years ago. For some reason, Shiva's grievance ended up in my hands and in my custody. Once the aura of this forbidden item was exposed, it was like a beam of light in the dark night, dazzling beyond compare, and would attract countless evil beasts that were secretly spying on it. Only my black impermanence is able to utilize the Hall of Hades to hide the aura of this forbidden object. This forbidden object has been suppressed by me since after the Divine War, but in these 10 years its power has been gradually getting stronger, but I have been getting weaker. Shiva's grievance itself carries a destructive aura. Carry it on your body and don't endure the pain of burning souls all the time. In the past, he was able to take it off for a few hours and take a break, but since last month, the power of Shiva's grudge had reached a new level, and if he dared to take it off within a few moments, his breath would be leaking out. But even if he didn't take it off in less than a month, Shiva's grudge would still break through his suppression. Even if he didn't use Shiva's grudge and annihilate that airplane in a few days, Shiva's grudge would completely break through the seal. At that point, he will be powerless to suppress it. And Shiva's grievance will be like a lighthouse in the darkness of the night, attracting all the terrifying existences hidden in the shadows. It's a dead end. 10 whole years, and he's at the end of his rope. Qian Mai clenched his fists tightly for a long time, and there was only a sigh. Underground cavities. The ticking of the water droplets still echoed in his ears, and by the stone table, the two men sat opposite each other. "Are you saying that in Cangnan City, a divine war may occur?" And Qinjiu raised an eyebrow. "Right?" Lin Xian nodded. He told part of the information to Anqing Fish. Although in the original story and Qingyu was not in any serious condition, it was better to be cautious about this kind of thing. "Thanks." And Qingyu looked towards Lin Xian. In the past 2 days, he had similarly sensed that something was wrong. Nothing is more obvious than the fact that the citizens of Changnan City are shifting on a large scale. Although it was impossible to move them all in just one day, the city of Changnan had emptied out considerably. Not only that, but his species of fish saw that there was a mass incoming of troops. With this formation, it's obvious that something is going to happen. And for Lin Xian to be able to rush over and tell him this on purpose, it was obvious that he considered him a friend. This thank you from him is genuine. But gods? And Qingyu stroked her chin, and a flash of longing flashed under her eyes. I wonder what it would be like for the gods to dissect it. Would it be as difficult to parse as Lin Xian's blood? He was curious, but he also knew that with the current him, he couldn't touch that level of combat. Meanwhile, the suburbs. A blonde woman on a motorcycle stopped and turned her head in one direction. In the blink of an eye, the woman shifted into a slim man clad in a dark green robe. In the man's hand, he held a dead branch. The man looked off into the distance, the corners of his mouth pursing into a slight curve. Is this a ride? It's a bit interesting to find my detachment. The man turned his head to look at Changnan, the corners of his mouth turning up. I'm coming for you, Shiva Grudge and Nidhogg, Nibelungen Center. Pair of threes. Bomb. To 4. King bomb. What kind of out is that? If you still have the bomb, I'll eat the cards on the spot. Wait. Red, I'm just saying. Shut up. It's not food. Lin Xian had just come in when he saw a man and a spider desperately trying to separate the red face from the playing cards. However, Red Face's strength was so great that no matter how much they dragged and pulled, they couldn't move until she caught a glimpse of Lin Xian's figure in the middle of her afterglow. The moment Red Face saw Lin Xian, she directly scurried to Lin Xian's side and handed the card to Lin Xian. King food. It's not food. Lin Xian helplessly Rua Hongyan's head, suddenly feeling a little guilty. It seems that the child has not been allowed to have a good meal since she arrived in Nibelungen, only to absorb the gray mist. Look what it did to the kid. He's eating poker. When you get a chance, give her a whole lot of outside goodies to add to the meal. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Zhao Kongqing. Lao Zhao, come over here with me. What is it? Good thing. Under Lin Xian's leadership, the two of them made their way to the surroundings of the stagnant water. Nowadays, many corpses and souls had been put into the stagnant water, which even included the 2 sea realms of Maitian and the Murmuring Split. Although some of it was consumed when changing Rouge's body, there was still a lot left over. It was still impractical to directly remake them into the 4 monarchs. There weren't that many special substances in the stagnant water. However, it could be said to be more than enough to reshape the flesh for Zhao Empyrean City. Plus, Zhao Empyrean City had been drawing spiritual power from the gray mist in a steady stream since he arrived in Nibelungen. Those 13 or 14 hours of sleep a day were not for nothing, and every time he fell into sleep, he was passively absorbing spiritual energy. Nowadays, Zhao Empyrean City's mental strength had reached an outrageous level. Strange energies converged at Lin Xian's fingertips, and Lin Xian pointed a finger at Zhao Kongqing's brow. In the next instant, the green aura blossomed, and a fierce wind rose of its own accord. Chapter 100 Changnan. Changnan for everyone. Above the sky, countless voids emerged, and a heart-stoppingly bizarre aura emanated from them. A giant icy blue humanoid silhouette stepped out from it and pressed towards Changnan City. Frost giants, it's Loki's tactic. That guy has arrived. On a high building, an officer wearing a coat of arms on his chest held binoculars and looked at the distant scene with a grave expression. Those giants were all in the Chuan realm, coupled with their huge bodies and strong flesh, placed in an ordinary third-tier small city. Just one was a more tricky existence. But now a cursory look, the giants in front of him are more than less than 200. Hundreds of Chuan realm's frost giants. Lin Xian's heart fluttered. The purity of his bloodline was only a hair's breadth away from 50%. Lin Xian stood at the crossroads, here the last line of defense in Changnan City. To the east, there was rumbling thunder, as if an infinite sea of thunder was dropping down to the heavens. 33 layers of thunderclouds pressed down horizontally, as if they wanted to crush the heavens and obliterate the earth. Vaguely, a stream of light could be seen, weaving in and out of the thunder. Just a moment ago, a teal shoots out from the stream of light and goes straight into the thundercloud. The thunderclouds paused for a moment and instantly became more violent. It was thought that the stream of light was the husbandman's carriages. Lin Xie had lost contact with them and thought that he was in the middle of the husband's carriages, so he didn't need to worry about it. Lin Xian turned around and looked to the west, his eyes narrowing slightly. To the west were hundreds of frost giants that were charging towards Seongnan City's defense line at an extremely fast speed. Only streams of light flashed by, and hundreds of frost giants went up in smoke in an instant, but some of them still escaped. Some of the giants were stopped by the defense line, but some of them still broke through the line and rushed towards Lin Xian's direction. Behind Lin Xian were thousands of lights. Tada! Footsteps came from the side. Chun Mai's dual swords were pinned to his waist, and he was carrying a black box in one hand as he headed this way. Just now, Chun Mai went to make a phone call. It was his last goodbye to his family. The look of sadness on Chun Mai's face flickered away as he stood side by side with Lin Xian, looking to the west. The sky was cloudy above, and it was clearly daytime, but it was like night. On the empty street, there were only two people, Lin Xian and Chun Mai, standing side by side. The frost giants broke through the defenses and came barreling in the direction of the two, with occasional explosions of thunder illuminating the frost giants and casting huge shadows in front of the two. Compared to the dozens of frost giants, the two of them were actually so small, as if they were a drop in the ocean. The earth trembled, houses swayed, and all the buildings that stood in the way of the giants were crushed. Chun Mai flung his right hand, the black box unfolded, and the 3 poles of bright red notice boards split into 3 directions and were inserted on the ground. The emerald green barrier unfolded, blocking the frost giant's path. The great summer night watchman is here. All evils retreat. Chun Mai calmly opened his mouth, his voice drifting in the wind and spreading out. The black trench coat grinned in the gale, and the long sword in Lin Xian's hand was as bright red as blood. Dasha Field. No traffic ahead. The red-gold vertical pupils burned under the black clouds, and in an instant, the abyssal and profound dragon scales covered the whole body, and a pair of wings unfolded behind him, with dozens of skeleton marks imprinted on them, which were most evil and wicked. A black sun unfolded, and at this moment, Lin Xian seemed like a supreme being of the most evil and wicked, and like an emperor who ruled the world. The two auras that were clearly so contradictory were so unified and natural at this moment. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand shone brightly, and the blood-colored sword awnings seemed to dye the entire dome of the sky red. Looking for death, Lin Xian coldly looked at the frost giants rushing towards the two. Obviously his figure, compared to the frost giant, was so small, but at this moment, it was as if it was the other way around. That frost giant was the one who was an insouciant and insignificant being, presuming to challenge the majesty of the emperor. In the distance, on a helicopter, an officer was dumbfounded by the sight. No, just how much did this brat Lin Xian hide when he was at the training camp? And this aura, how does this feel like Lin Xian is more like a villain than all those external gods? What do you care? Lin Xian is on our side anyway, hurry up. If we haven't killed as many soldiers as our men, that would be a laugh. Han Li waved his hand, sheathed his long sword in his hand, and leapt from the helicopter. Crazy. Hong Hao laughed lightly, his gaze turning to the frost giants that were blocked out, his expression instantly cold. Anyone who violates my dasha's borders, near or far, will be executed. Chen Mai turned his head to look at Lin Xian, and when he saw him reveal this gesture, his expression moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. He drew his twin swords from his waist, and the black field quickly spread out in all directions with him at the center. Behind him, a blood-colored palace emerged. Above the palace, there were 3 large, pale characters written in an ancient style. Hades. The two of them looked at each other and turned into 2 black residual shadows, charging towards the frost giant. Lin Xian's wings flapped as he swept towards the frost giant's head. The blood-colored blade slashed through, and the frost giant was beheaded by a sword, blood rushing to the sky. When the surrounding giants saw their companions being killed, they roared out in anger, and a large amount of ice mist spread out from them, wanting to eat up Lin Xian, but they were blocked by the black scale armor as much as they could, and their figures remained flexible. Below, Chen Mai transformed into a black shadow, cutting across the side of the frost giant, transforming into a life supporting uncanny. 2 pitch-black chains stretched out from Yama's hall, and as the blade flashed with a dark light, several frost giants perished on the spot in an instant. One on top of the other, a bloody aura, a dark light. In the space of a breath, the bodies of frost giants fell to the ground with a crash. The frost giant finally took the 2 men seriously, and the weapons in his hands coalesced, swords, guns, sticks, and clubs, all smashing towards the 2 men. Ding! A frost long sword whistled past his side, nailing a frost giant in the vitals. Chun Mai turned his head to look, and saw a hooded, pale-faced, spectacled young man walking this way. As he clenched his one hand in a false grip, a frosty long sword reappeared in his hand. You are. Chun Mai was a bit puzzled. When did Songnan City have such a person? That youth stared unblinkingly at the black figure in the sky, the excitement in his eyes simply unconcealed. He murmured in a low voice, I really didn't expect you to have such a stance. When it's really a monster. Only when he heard Chun Mai ask did he turn his head. You've been looking for me? Haven't you? Chun Mai just pondered for a moment, and then he frowned. You're a secret thief? The one they had been searching for all this year, the secret thief who had stolen the mysterious corpse, was actually standing right in front of them. Without waiting for Chun Mai to ask more, and Qingyu waved her hand. I'm also a citizen of Canyon City, and if Canyon City is destroyed, I have nowhere to go, don't I? And Qingyu held up her glasses, white light flickering on the surface of the mirror. By the way, Captain Chun, in telling you the good news, your team members are on their way here. Question mark. Chapter 101 Zhao Kongqing joins the battle, inexplicable familiarity. Chun Mai was stunned and was about to say something when a layer of light gauze suddenly covered him. Turning his head to look, he saw 5 people running towards the side. If it wasn't Wu Xiangnan and the others, who was it? Captain, I'm really going to get mad at you for transferring us. If it wasn't for the shutdown in Canyon City, you'd have been wound up. Red ruffles puffed out his mouth and feigned anger. Seriously, they wouldn't have realized it if the transportation to Songnan City hadn't been completely shut down. Chun Mai froze for a moment. How did you guys get back? Knowing that all airplanes and trains to Songnan City were out of service, how did a few people get back in such a short time? After Chun Mai asked this, the air suddenly froze. The people all looked like they were scratching their heads, and finally it was Red Riding Hood who mumbled and opened his mouth. Captain, you said this was considered a public trip and that you'd be reimbursed as long as you didn't go too far. So would you be reimbursed if you flew a bad airplane? Chun Mai was dumbfounded. He also remembered that he had said that he would be reimbursed for any spending that wasn't too outrageous, like buying the next airplane or something like that. I didn't expect it to be prophetic. The corner of Chun Mai's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. At this time, Lin Xian also arrived in front of the crowd. You are Lin Xian? When the crowd saw Lin Xian's appearance at this moment, they were all shocked. No matter what, they couldn't connect the usual Lin Xian, who seemed as if he couldn't raise too much interest in anything but dry rice, with this inhuman existence at this moment, who was emanating a terrifying aura all over his body. So this is what a Nidhogg agent really looks like? Red coma circled around Lin Xian, full of curiosity. She also raised her hand and poked the scales on Lin Xian's body. It's hard and uninteresting. The crowd gathered and exchanged words, but the frost giant wasn't going to stand there foolishly, waiting for a few people to finish. The huge ice blue giant axe slashed down towards the crowd, and Chun Mai coldly grunted as he was about to raise his sword to block. But that's when it happened. Otu. The hurricane suddenly appeared, blowing the crowd's eyes open. A pitch-black wind blade came from the bottom to the top, instantly splitting the giant axe, along with the frost giant, in half. When the crowd reopened their eyes, a black-clothed figure appeared in front of them. As soon as that figure appeared, it sliced a frost giant diagonally in half. Who are you? The crowd was on guard. For some reason, the crowd looked at the silhouette and couldn't afford to be on guard together. Hong Ying stared blankly at the figure, and actually felt that it was somewhat similar to a figure that had once been there. She tried to open her mouth to call out the name, but ended up lowering her eyebrows grimly. No, it's supposed to be that he's bewitched. In this world, how can anyone come back from the dead? Upon hearing the inquiry, the figure actually shuddered slightly and turned his head to look at the crowd. On his face, he wore a green-colored mask. The meaning contained in those eyes was so complex. There was disappointment and nostalgia, but more than that, there was concern and elation. Zhao Kongqing gently stroked his mask, a hint of pleasure coming through in his hoarse voice. I'm likewise a part of Songnan City. Why don't you let me contribute as well? Wearing the mask, he volunteered. After remodeling his physical body, his own figure had changed, but his appearance remained the same. If it is revealed directly, it is bound to be noticed by those who are interested. It didn't matter to him, but this means of Lin Xian's to be able to resurrect others. Once it was rumored, it was bound to cause a storm of bloodshed, and would cause countless people and even gods to covet it. That's why it's better for him to show his face in a mask. Sure, he could also cover his entire body with dragon scales and cover his face, but then the crowd would immediately realize that he was related to Lin Xian. Zhao Kongqing looked around at the crowd, and in addition to the joy of being reunited after a long time, there was also dejection in his eyes. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it, but my old Zhao is back. And now that he had combined the wind with his own forbidden ruin mendicant flash moon, any wind blades he released could be viewed as a strengthened version of the mendicant flash moon. After Lin Xian recast his physical body for him, Zhao Kongqing's current state had also become like Hong Yan's, similar to a superimposed state of flesh and soul, and every attack was a dual attack of flesh and spirit. Not only that, due to the fact that he had stayed in Nibelungen for the longest period of time and absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, at this time, his realm had already come to the sea realm. No, when we find a chance, we must fight the captain. Zhao Kongqing's heart was full of thoughts, but his face was calm and unperturbed, a masterful demeanor. The crowd felt the other party's body emanating, vast as a sea of spiritual fluctuations, and were also shaken in spirit. This mental fluctuation was actually the sea realm, although he didn't know who the other party was, and when Songnan City had such a figure, but looking at the other party's behavior just now, it seemed that he was a friend and not a foe. Chun Mai arched his hand toward Zhao Kongqing. We are Daxia Night Watchman Squad 136. We also ask for your help in pushing back the foreign enemy. Chun Mai's face looked a bit strange. For some reason, he always felt that his words were a bit awkward. Good point. The silhouette stood with its arms folded and turned to look at the densely packed frost giants. In the portal, there was still a steady stream of frost giants rushing this way, and the figure stood there with no wind rising around it. The voice was still hoarse, but when you listened carefully, it took on a bit of unexplained pleasure. Lin Xian squinted at Zhao Kongqing's posturing and didn't make any comments. Don't look at him like he's a master of his craft right now, but he's probably already being fished into a warbler under his mask. How happy old Zhao is pretending now, and how badly he will be hammered when his identity is exposed one day. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Empyrean City directly disappeared in place, his body seemingly transforming into a breeze as he whisked towards the frost giant. Between the waves of his arms, tens of meters of black wind blades sliced a frost giant in half, as if chopping melons and cutting vegetables with ease. The dragon wings behind Lin Xian revved up, transforming into a black meteor that followed closely behind him. He couldn't let old Zhao steal the limelight. He had to kill a few more and raise his bloodline. The crowd followed closely behind, charging towards the frost giant. Boom! The hollows that were releasing a steady stream of frost giants collapsed. Ha ha ha, no! The woman stood with her arms crossed over the golden phoenix, her golden cloak grinning in the wind, especially conspicuous. Captain, I think you'd better think about how you're going to deal with the court-martial that's coming up. We disobeyed our superiors and crashed a helicopter because of it. Sister Sun, you control me. Xia Siming rolled her pretty eyes and, it's not just a court-martial. It's not like we haven't been there before. The man let out another long sigh. Yes, yes, yes. But what court-martial didn't end with me wiping your ass? Wipe your ass. Captain, girls, no yellow talk. I haven't even said anything yet. Chapter 102. Everyone see Xiaonan. The two were tossing and turning when, in the distance, a spatial vortex that was unknown how many times larger than before gradually took shape. A giant hound that seemed to be forged from blood emerged from the vortex. 100-story buildings were like playthings in front of this hound. A giant squid of equally exaggerated size followed close behind. The terrifying aura belonging to the Klein realm raged on. Xia Siming looked at this scene with an ugly face. The hound of the underworld, Garm, and the giant siren of the North Sea, Kraken, that god of trickery, has summoned both of these monsters. The other side is clearly trying to catch up. Boundless killing intent spread out on her, and if she could, she really wanted to crush Loki to death with one foot. In the meantime, the other side, after resolving the frost giants, Lin Xian and the others looked at the giant beasts in the distance, their faces similarly sullen. It's the scent of the Klein realm. Chun Mai's face was grave. In the distance, there were several golden silhouettes fighting with that hound. Another huge figure, on the other hand, was approaching this way, clearly huge in size but not moving slowly. As it approached, countless houses collapsed and smoke rose in all directions. Captain, that squid seems to be coming for you. The red-colored man's face was grave. The figure wearing a green-colored mask that had just helped them had disappeared by now. But even if that figure was still there was no way he could fight off a Klein realm. I know. Chun Mai nodded his head. It is for a thing that is on me, but a thing that can never fall into the hands of the other side. Chun Mai walked forward slowly. It's only targeting me, and I need to get out of the city as soon as possible so I don't get caught in the wave. We're with you. No. Chun Mai's tone was resolute. Can't also have to do 136 squad. Where is the reason to abandon teammates, to live together, to die together, to die? Chun Mai just shook his head as he stretched out his hand, and a Yama temple emerged behind the crowd, in which several chains shot out, firmly binding the crowd. Only Lin Xian dodged easily with a flash of his body. Chun Mai raised his eyebrows slightly, and with a wave of his hand, 3 chains shot out at the same time, but they were still dodged by Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you'll only die if you follow me. Chun Mai frowned. Don't worry, Captain. I won't stop you. Lin Xian spread his hands and laughed. The one who stopped you is someone else. The moment Lin Xian's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared beside the crowd. As the silhouette emerged, complicated spell formations were outlined around his body in a brilliant manner. The crowd looked away. It was actually Lin Chia. However, the current Lin Chia was clad in a deep blue robe with white hair that danced in the wind. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through the past and future of all people, and see through the trajectory of destiny. The figure had a smile on his lips. Captain, Lin Xian is right. The one who wants to stop you is indeed someone else. After saying that, he pointed towards Chun Mai, and the splendid spell formation instantly enveloped Chun Mai, sealing him off. Lin Chia made another point out of thin air, and a large teleportation spell formation appeared in front of the crowd. At the end, he looked deeply at Lin Xian and said nothing. It was not until the crowd had disappeared that he sighed languidly. What a shame that even these eyes can't see the trajectory of your destiny. In the sky, 3 giant spells suddenly lit up, sealing the kraken within and forming huge ice crystals. The kraken you went to so much trouble to summon isn't much use. A figure wearing a little yellow duck on his head and a Rice Krispies takeout outfit confronts Rocky from a distance. Loki, however, ignored it. His mind focused on the teenager in front of the kraken. As if he had figured something out, he suddenly burst out laughing maniacally. So, this is the guy from 10 years ago? That's interesting. But, do you really think that I won't have a backhand? Loki looked away into the distance, a low murmur on his lips. Come back into the midst of my arms, my agent C. Minami. Bring me Shiva Grudge and that Nidhogg agent, too. Peace firm. After the crowd was teleported over, they rushed to the entrance of the office and looked out to see that Lin Chia was actually fighting that was a Klein Realm beast. Everyone was staring blankly at the white-haired figure fighting the giant beast, and no one except Lin Xian noticed that Si Xiaonan had crouched down and held his head in both hands. Sister Nan, what's wrong with you? Lin Xian said so. However, when he saw Si Xiaonan double-clutching his head, he actually had a clear picture in his mind. The crowd was similarly attracted by Lin Xian's words and turned their heads to look at Si Xiaonan. Hong Ying even squatted down and held Si Xiaonan in her arms. Nan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Suddenly, a powerful aura that was hard to match erupted from Si Xiaonan's body, swinging the red tassel away. Minami, you. Chun Mai stumbled as he felt the realm fluctuations in Si Xiaonan's body, and his pupils contracted violently. Si Xiaonan, surprisingly, is in the Klein realm. Si Xiaonan looked around. A flash of struggle flashed under his eyes, but he immediately regained his composure. Minami, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Red Riding stumbled up from the ground, and she suddenly felt that Minami was looking at them in such a strange way. There never was any Si Minami. Si Xiaonan shook his head. Some are just agents of the god of trickery, agents of Loki. Si Xiaonan's eyes grew cold as she swept her gaze from Lin Xian and Chun Mai and casually swept her hand. The crowd was lifted out in an instant and fell to the ground. And Shiva Grudge, too, fell out of Chun Mai. Si Xiaonan bent down to pick up the Shiva Grudge while using a piece of muslin to securely bind Lin Xian. The crowd tried to stop it, but they were pressed to the ground by the pressure of the Klein realm, unable to move. Lin Xian was shocked in his heart. By the looks of it, I'm afraid that Loki has given orders to Sister Nan to take him back. Seriously, Lin Xian had actually expected to be caught. If Loki really wanted to capture him, as long as he was still in Sangnan City, he wouldn't be able to run away in any way. Lin Xian forced down the agitation in his heart, his thoughts electrifying in his mind as he pondered on countermeasures. After killing dozens of frost giants, his bloodline purity had increased to 53%. Lin Xian guessed that he would undergo a very big change in himself after receiving 50% of his bloodline's abilities. What exactly he didn't know, But there was probably only one way to get away from Loki. With Loki's pushy personality, it wouldn't be very painful to kill himself. And since he had asked Minami to take himself back, he naturally had some sort of purpose, and it was definitely related to Nidhogg. Keep in mind that there was originally no Nidhogg in this world. With Nidhogg suddenly appearing and choosing an agent within the Dacia, I imagine Loki was curious as to what was going on. Wouldn't kill him right away. He could wait and see what happens first. Then find the right moment to unlock 50% power. But no matter what, it was necessary to rush back to Chun Mai's side before his soul disappeared. Of course, if Loki did strike immediately, he might be fine. In this battle in Sangnan City, there were gods like Dacia's Heavenly Father and Yang Jian. The other side should not be so bad as to see death. As for that, if Heavenly Father, his old man, really intended to see death and save him, then he recognized it. Lin Xian laid directly across the borderless veil and posed. At this moment, Si Xiaonan's hands were clenched so tightly that his nails were already embedded in his flesh, almost dripping blood. If she could, she definitely didn't want to bring Lin Xian over. But even if she doesn't bring it there, it won't make any difference to the outcome. Loki would personally take Lin Xian away and grill her on the spot for being a disobedient agent. So she had no choice. Si Xiaonan pursed her lips, and without caring about the shouts of the crowd behind her, she walked straight outward. It was also at this moment that the wind chime tied to the door of the room suddenly rang. A cold-faced figure came in front of Si Xiaonan, and the two of them looked at each other, looking at each other without words. P.S. Humble author online request for feeding. Ka. Chapter 103. Going to the Yellow Springs together, though we die, we will not regret it. Lung Xian didn't open his mouth. He just stood there quietly, looking at Si Xiaonan. Lung Xian, get out of the way. Si Xiaonan's eyes were cold and scary. You're just an ordinary person. Don't be insouciant. That look doesn't suit you, Minami. Lung Xian shook his head. You think you know me so well? Everything you see is just my disguise. I'm here only to find Shiva's grudge. Of course, now maybe add Lin Xian. Lung Xian shook his head, not recognizing Si Xiaonan's words. Nan, I know you and have observed you. For the past 2 years, you've always intentionally or unintentionally isolated yourself from those around you, not wanting to have too much contact with us. If this is all a disguise for you, you shouldn't be like this, but take the initiative to approach us and gain trust, instead of deliberately distancing themselves from us. Lung Xian looked straight into Si Xiaonan's eyes, and his eyes suddenly became soft. Nan, you may have something hard to say, you may have some pain, but please believe me, I am willing to bear it with you. I only beg you to release Lin Xian. You understand Loki's character better than I do, and you should also understand what will happen to Lin Xian if he really falls into Loki's hands. Si Xiaonan's body was taut and her silver teeth were clenched. What do you know? Did she just want to bring Lin Xian to Loki? But it was because she knew Loki that she had to do it. What she had signed with Loki was an extremely unequal master-servant contract, where the master could decide the life and death of his servant at will. If she doesn't fulfill Loki's mission, she'll just be killed outright by Loki. Lin Xian, on the other hand, would still fall into his hands and nothing would change. Therefore, if she went soft here, it would only end up with her and Lin Xian dying together. She, Si Xiaonan, wasn't afraid of death, but she also didn't want to die meaninglessly. At the very least, she had to drag that bastard into the abyss as well. I may not understand anything, but I do know that Squad 136 will always be your home, and you will always be a good boy in our family, no matter what you become. Si Xiaonan froze and looked at Lung Xian, her eyes slightly red. Sister Nan, there's no need to get so entangled. What should be eluded can't be eluded no matter what. You can just arrest me directly and hand me over. However, I suggest you bring brother Lung Xian with you, so you have some company, don't you? Lin Xian's voice came out through the edgeless veil, still as lazy as ever. It's time to avoid it, after all. Lin Xian had a premonition in the dark that 50% of his own abilities should be very powerful, and that he might be able to fight against Loki. Even if it doesn't work, there's still Lin Chia. With Michael's divine power irrigated, he was able to fight Loki. If Loki was planning to invade his soul and probe his secrets, all the better. The corrupting power of the world tree is not something to be trifled with. And Lung Xian had already been marked by him with lust. He looked for an opportunity to leave a very small wound on Lung Xian's body in the name of weapon cutting. Well, weapons cut, Lung Xian uses hot weapons, he uses cold weapons. Si Xiaonan turned his head and glanced at Lin Xian. Some grooves choked in his throat, wanting to come out. The guy didn't seem surprised by his identity, and didn't struggle when he was covered up with his unmarred veil, and just found a comfortable position to lie down. Originally, Si Xiaonan was already prepared to be badgered by Lin Xian, but it turned out that this guy still looked like he was hanging on for dear life. It made her emotionally incoherent. Even the rest of the crowd was slightly stunned, not expecting Lin Xian to be so open. Si Xiaonan ignored Lin Xian for the time being, turned his head to look at Leng Xian, and took a deep breath. Leng Xian, are you really willing to join me? I do. Leng Xian didn't hesitate for a second. So, will you trust me? A contract seal appeared in Si Xiaonan's hand. That's the master-servant contract. Sure. Hey, is that the Moon Lord? This pair give me the red wire to replace it with steel and weld it. Lin Xian. Any more juggling and I'll knock you out before sending you to Loki. Si Xiaonan's mouth bulged as she glared at the figure inside through the rimless veil, her eyes shy and angry. What the hell is this guy babbling about when it's obviously such a serious atmosphere? Does he even know what it means to fall into Loki's hands? That's a lot of begging for life and a lot of begging for death. She was constantly going through mental anguish, constantly thinking about how to keep Lin Xian out of Loki's hands, or at least keep a life. But this guy is so good, he's not worried at all, not to mention he still has the heart to be. Really wanted to bang punch him twice. Si Xiaonan. She flicked her hand over the surface of Shiva's grudge and whirled around. What she took away was not the real Shiva grievance, but she couldn't use this trick on people, thus making it a fake. With her current ability, once she used it on someone, she would reveal herself as soon as she communicated. Si Xiaonan's trickery was unleashed, and the three of them instantly disappeared in place. Old town in a short building. Middle-aged women held a boy close to them, covering his ears. Outside it's lightning and thunder. Black clouds pressed down on the city and thunder snakes danced as if the world was ending. Beyond that, nothing can be seen. But the sound alone had sent shivers down one's spine. Auntie's strong arms covered Yang Jin's ears firmly and shielded him from those horrible sounds. Jin, no fear, no fear. She braced herself to keep from shaking. She's the backbone of the family. If she's scared, what's Jean going to do? Mom, I'm fine. Yang Jin patted his mother on the back, signaling her to be at ease. He was calm on his face, unable to see anything, but there was an anger burning in his heart. His divine thoughts were able to sense things within a few kilometers around, and he had seen everything that Sangnan City had experienced. When it really is, it's suicidal. You can't bully me into being godless in Daxia. The little black mangy crouched on the side, his eyes staring out of the window, his teeth bared, and his ferocious color showing. In the next moment, it directly turned into a black smoke and rushed out of the window. In mid-air, Si Xiaonan appeared beside Loki and handed the parchment scroll to the other party. Well done, Minami. Loki took the Shiva grudge and nodded in satisfaction. Nan, who is he? Loki turned his head to look at Leng Xian. My servant. Si Xiaonan had an iceberg face and looked at Leng Xian with eyes full of contempt and condescension. Loki felt it slightly and realized that the other party had Minami's master-servant mark on him and didn't think much of it. He turned his head, looking at Lin Xian on Si Xiaonan's side, and slightly owed his body, the corner of his mouth bringing up a trace of an arc. Introduce yourself, the Norse god of trickery, Loki. Lin Xian didn't even pay attention to Loki. He just turned his head to look at the battle in the distance. Boom! The iceberg instantly shattered, and Lin Chia's forehead veins rippled, but his eyes were filled with pity. Is that the end of it? The kraken finally broke through the seal and rushed out. Roar! The roar alone shook Lin Chia's eardrums. Lin Chia clenched his right hand longsword. On top of that, the words Zhao Kongqing were engraved. He reached into his coat pocket with his left hand and pulled a coat of arms from it. He stared blankly at the coat of arms and murmured, "You've guarded my world. Next, it's my turn." On the other side, Xia Siming and the others similarly noticed Lin Chia's side. Damn it! The kraken is off the hook. With the kraken out of the way, Garm became more and more furious. One was already tough, but now they actually had to face two at the same time. Xia Siming took a deep breath. Phoenix Squad. Here. At all costs. They cannot be allowed to enter Sangnan City. Xia Siming turned her head and looked at the single upright figure behind her, and she smiled. Gentlemen, would you like to come with me to put this Fong to death? The crowd had smiles on their faces as they roared. 10,000 deaths. Chapter 10 for the Black Emperor. Nidhogg. 8 figures stood side by side, and in their hands, a coat of arms appeared. It was the dignity of the death of the night's watch, and the last tenderness. Almost simultaneously, Phoenix Squad and Lin Chia placed the coat of arms in front of their chests. If the eclipsing night comes to an end, I shall stand before 10,000 men. Ho ho! The roar was earth-shattering, as if it was a thunderbolt from the flat earth that exploded between heaven and earth. A black beast, even larger than the two Klein realm giants, came galloping from the distance and pounced on the kraken. The crowd all froze watching the scene. Why, there's another one. And this aura was only stronger than those two Klein realms. Lin Chia suddenly froze when he saw this figure. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had the corners of his mouth curled up. The black malignant dog was like a black mountain, trampling the kraken directly under its feet, its bloody mouth biting half of the kraken's body into it. The kraken struggled violently, its huge tentacles dancing violently and slapping against the vicious dog without pain. Pest! Blood splatters. Cluck, cluck. The scalp-numbing sound of chewing flesh and blood rang out, and scarlet blood flowed down the corners of the vicious dog's mouth. Bah! The vicious dog spat the glob of flesh and blood onto the ground, and humanized disgust actually appeared on his face. Disgusting stuff. Dogs don't eat it. Kraken? Crowd around? Lin Chia. WW. Lin Xian, Ochu. Here comes the snarling dog. Loki watched the scene with a slight expression. This dog, why does he speak Chinese? Without waiting for much thought, a pizza pie had been slapped in front of him. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Loki flashed into the distance in moments, dodging the pizza pie stuffed with bombs. Shiva's grudge had arrived, and Lin Xian had fallen into his hands. The rest is of little concern to him. A shimmering light flickered in Loki's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, he teleported Si Xiaonan and Leng Xian away. He was ready to bolt. But before that, there's an interesting little guy. Loki looked toward the teenage figure in the distance, his palm lightly raised. The earth instantly collapsed under Lin Chia's feet, and a portal appeared underneath his feet, swallowing him up without waiting for Lin Chia to react. When Lin Chia's sight returned, before him was a tall, thin man with a typical Western appearance. And on the man's side, there was a man being fully bound. Lin Chia's pupils shrunk violently. Lin Xian. Lin Chia was instantly alert, drawing his sword and aiming it at the tall and thin man, his face cold and solemn. Let go of him. Loki let out a snort. Yes, I'll let go of him as long as you leave Tsangnan. Then forget it. Lin Chia didn't even think about it. Lin Xian? Lin Chia stared straight at Rocky with cold eyes. The other party actually wanted to make himself leave Tsangnan City. Although he still didn't know why he couldn't leave Tsangnan City, it was just a matter of going against the other side. He didn't think that if he agreed to the other party's conditions, the other party would release Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Chia suddenly noticed that Lin Xian gave himself a meaningful look, then closed his eyes. Lin Xian knew that it was time. Lin Chia was about to be taken out of the boundaries of Tsangnan City by Loki, so if he didn't unlock it at this time, when would he wait? Lin Xian stood in front of the tombstone. In the distance is the world tree, already half of it is black. Black roots rooted in nothingness, eerie, yet with a different kind of beauty. The tombstone was carved with a huge dragon text, and Lin Xian stood underneath it, looking up. Next to the 50% scale, there are 4 large letters. No, it's a bit inaccurate to say it's a word, it's more like some kind of pattern, some kind of symbol. On it, it contains supreme laws. Lin Xian could see the 4 words. Swire permissions. Meanwhile, outside, Loki also noticed Lin Xian closing his eyes. But he didn't care. He just looked at Lin Chia and smiled. It doesn't really matter if you say yes or no. After all, when did you create the illusion that you were still in Tsangnan City? Loki spread his arms wide and laughed. Look at that city. How exciting is this obliteration? Lin Chia turned around violently, and at this moment, he was in a deserted mountain. In the distance was the city where he had lived for 18 years. The city, it was slowly dissipating. Countless buildings turned into golden light and floated into midair, gradually dissipating. Everything in the old town, in the new town, in the green belt on the side of the road, in the noodle shop down the street is dissipating. Countless people walked out of their homes. They looked at their dissipating hands and smiled with relief. In this moment, a large number of memories flooded into their minds, and the crowd understood everything that had happened. There were also children looking at the scene in front of them with confused eyes, full of panic and helplessness. The adult on the side tried to pick the child up and comfort him for a few moments, but found himself fading. Loki watched the scene with excitement and pleasure in his eyes. What a wonderful scene! Right at this moment, a majestic pressure pressed horizontally from behind. The boundless pressure directly blasted Loki out. It was as if a true king had opened his eyes and looked down on the world. Loki was busy turning his head to look, his eyes widening slightly. There, a gigantic silhouette through the heavens stood proudly. Behind him was a withered world tree, the giant tree spreading its branches like it was holding up the entire sky. An aura of decay emanated from it, as if even the world was withering and fading. Behemoths of hundreds of meters seemed like humble ants in front of him. The sky darkened in an instant, and it was actually the black dragon that spread its wings and covered the sky. On his wings hung skeletons of every color, be they gods or giant beasts. Uncountable whales seemed to crowd the ear canals and fill the brain in an instant. Scales as black as the abyss covered his entire body, and just gazing at them was like falling into a bottomless abyss. Gargoyle, open your eyes. So the only thing left in the world was the pupils of each other's eyes, the reddish golden light. The dragon roared up to the sky. So in the world, only his voice remains. The supreme God, the supreme evil, and the supreme saint. It is as if this world, as it should be, is dominated by him. It is a sacrilege to even look up and gaze.